Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokémon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown. An unstoppable force in Pokémon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Nils Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokémon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brainsbird is coming through!
That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream.
Burnley has the lead. Cole thinks that Gears reminds him. Comic Jones earns the ratio. See if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy.
It's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion.
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello and good morning to all of our viewers, trainers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, and this is Sierra Dawn, and we are absolutely thrilled to welcome everyone to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon European International Championships here live at the Excel Center in London, UK.
We're only halfway through the weekend, and the competition is only heating up. The energy here, like Pikachu, is electric, and I know we all can't wait to jump right into the Day 2 action.
The Pokemon community has been phenomenal this weekend. It's so heartwarming to see trainers from Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game all together under one roof to celebrate the spirit of competition and camaraderie.
Speaking of that competition, let's make a quick mention to some of those standout trainers to keep an eye on in Day 2.
In Pokemon Go, Tenacity, the hometown hero, powered through Day 1 with tenacious energy management. And after defeating the reigning EUIC champion, Arceus Aurelius is firmly on the hunt for his crown. And the 2023 champion Tauntaun Batuz has returned, folks, this time with Steelix to match his steely resolve.
Pokemon Unite teams will be competing in a single elimination bracket today. Will two-time world champion Luminosity light up the stage? Will Peru Unite defend their EUIC title? Or will a hometown hero in Kabai Esports, Noun Esports, or BH3 bring the title back to EU?
Meanwhile, in the Pokemon trading card game, Grant Shen emerged as the only undefeated TCG Masters player, but Jeremy Gamilla was not far behind at 8-0-1 with his Miraidon EX deck. And five-time EUIC caster Joe Bernard took the last win of the night to finish out Day 1, moving into Day 2 with a respectable 22 match points.
For the Pokemon video game, we have Miraidon as well, piloted by none other than reigning world champion Luca Ceribelli, undefeated in Day 1. Joining him, Joji Kaida and Joseph Ugarte, all heading into Day 2 now with an impressive 8-0 record.
And Day 2 is where anything can happen, folks. Who knows who will be left standing as we make our way towards the final showdown on Championship Sunday.
Making it to Championship Sunday isn't the only thing on the line today. Every trainer competing today has the chance to earn crucial championship points to help secure their invite to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And of course, the opportunity to claim their share of the massive $500,000 plus prize pool.
But before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible effort of everyone working behind the scenes. So let's join So let's join together and give a huge round of applause to all of the staff, judges, and production crew who has worked so tirelessly to make this event an unforgettable experience.
The next EUIC champions are gearing up to start their first matches of the day, so let's not wait any longer. Let's send it over to our amazing casters to kick off the day 2 action. Trainers, good luck and have fun.
The stage is set and the curtain is up as we begin our day 2 with 360 players here at the Pokémon International Championships in London for the trading card game. My name is Amy Wasley and I am here with the fantastic Pablo. Are we excited today?
We definitely are, Amy.
Yeah.
So many players in day 2. This is the biggest day 2, I'm guessing, as we have the biggest tournament. So lots of players out there. Still plenty to play for. 4 more rounds today before we get to that asymmetrical top cut. I think we're in for a really good game today.
I think we're gonna have so many treats on our hand. I don't think you guys are gonna be able to handle it, but our competitors are going to need to make sure that they are composing themselves because it's been a long day yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of, 9 rounds of Pokemon is insane to get to. So I hope that everyone has slept well and taken lots of rest because there's lots of competitors in our day 2 fighting for all sorts of fantastic prizes, guts, glory, and booster packs galore.
Now, speaking of what they're playing for there, they have been playing at various tournaments so far. This is the 2nd international championship of the season. So let's take a look at what has happened and what's coming up. The LAIC championship happened back in November. That was electrifying as well. And then we still have the North America International Championship coming up. And of course, Amy, leading up to the World Championships.
Of course, but don't go anywhere because we have so much action left to give. We are halfway through, not even halfway through technically, of the European International Championships here in London at the Excel Centre. So we have much more to give. Not even halfway through this roadmap yet, Pablo.
Now, of course, there are plenty of prizes to play for, but the most important thing at stake in this event are the championship points. 500 championship points for first place, which are so important when trying to be at the top of your region.
Absolutely. And so for anyone who might be new around these parts, World Championship points are required in order to qualify for the World Championships. You cannot just rock up. You've got to earn your place. And depending on which region you're from, there will be a certain amount, as we can see on the right-hand side here, of players that will be able to compete from each region. So in the US and Canada, in the Masters division there at the top, 125 players. That means the top 125 players will be invited to the World Championships, and so on and so forth.
Now, important to note that the top 4 players at this event will receive that automatic invitation to the World Championships, but from top 8 and below, those coveted championship points will be important to get that top X of your region. 125 for US and Canada, 125 for Europe, 100 for Latin America, 20 for Oceania, and 10 for the Middle East and South Africa. And of course, those are the Masters. Seniors and juniors do have a few less spots, but they're just as important, of course.
Absolutely, and just to note that the players who earn those automatic invitations, 4 of which are going to be crowned tomorrow, they do not count in that 125 figure. So they will be excluded, but only because they are guaranteed their spot at the World Championship, so they don't need to worry about those standings anymore. But there is obviously plenty to play for, and even people who already have their invitation secured are here because we just love Pokemon and everyone loves playing so very much that we just can't stop.
And now you might be wondering what's happening out there, right? So let's take a look at what the tournament format looks like for this event.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Centre here in London, UK. Pokémon TCG trainers have travelled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds, where every match is a best-of-3 battle. Trainers who earned total match points that exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as trainers continue to face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to Top Cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical Top Cut single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the EUIC trophy and to claim their piece of Pokémon glory. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the European International Champion and receive an automatic berth to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters to get this tournament started.
Wow, thank you so much, Joe, for showing us just how to get here and what it takes. But let's have a little look at maybe some of the other things on offer. We've got cash, Pablo.
That's a lot of money right there. $25,000 for first place in the Masters division. That's a lot of money, Amy.
That is a lot of money. I wonder how many booster boxes I could get with that. I'm no mathematician, but I think it might be a lot. And I always wonder how it would feel to be a junior or senior walking home with $7,000. My word. Oh, the things I would have spent that on as a junior.
Yeah, I mean, you probably feel like a millionaire, right? If you're a junior with $7,000 at your disposal. Now, of course, the pricing does go all the way down to top 32 players in the junior and senior divisions and all the way to top 64 for Masters. So top 64 is still an amazing feat, right? We have over 3,000 players playing at this event. Now we're down to 360, but only 64 of those will walk away with $2,000 or better.
Absolutely. We've got so many prizes on the line, so there's all to play for today. And like you mentioned, our juniors and seniors are also here battling it out just like the rest of us. We might get a little glimpse of what they've been up to later today. But for now, our Masters. Here are some of the names in our Masters division. Day 2, and I'm certain you've seen a lot of these faces before. We've got some big fan favorites, and we've even got some of the existing regional champions of this season.
Yeah, players from all over the world. This is a fantastic group of players to be featuring, and of course, these are only very few, right? How many are these? 16 players out of 360. There's so many players who are either well-established right out there, or we might get a few new names out there that will have their first accolade, their first breakthrough, and it's always cool to see those underdog stories as well.
Those are some of the best, and I love that we have so many people who are coming from all over the world to join us. We even have Ryuki, who won a regional this season here in Europe, back again to take Europe by storm, I'm sure. We obviously have the wonderful Azul, Arnie. There was just so many lovely faces and names who we've met in our journey. And like you say, there's never a lack to friends that we're meeting again and again with each new event.
And now you mentioned Ryuki, so I think we have our stage ready. We have our players getting set up for our first match of the day. So let's head down there and see who we have. Okada, Ryuki with that Terrapagos cloth deck against Lucas Singh with that Goldengo, which has been making strides this weekend.
Yeah, honestly, I'm pleasantly surprised. I love Golden Go. I piloted it at Birmingham Regionals last month, and I think it's a fantastic deck. It's got great legs in this tournament. We have so many talented players who have stuck with it. And I think the doubters who may have believed that maybe Badu was too much for Golden Go with that Energy Search Pro being so important, maybe they just weren't thinking quite wide enough, and I'm really excited to see it continue to go forward. But also Cloth Terrapago still showing that it's got so much to give yet. Terrapago's finally finding a partner, which is bringing it into the latter stages of tournaments like this.
And they're including that tricky body, which gets boosted thanks to that binding mochi and the poison package, right? All of a sudden, that cute little seed is not just doing 10 damage, it's doing all the way up to 80 during their turn. So it can be very problematic for decks like Goldengo, which rely on superior energy retrieval to recover their energies in order to deal enough damage. So we'll have to see how Lucas navigates. Now, both players are playing an interesting card, and we see it right there in the prize cards for Lucas, that Monkey Dory. How do you think that will affect the matchup here, Amy?
Honestly, I think it's a great kind of modifier for this matchup. No, it just helps with those really tricky numbers when it comes to Golden Go. 260 HP can be a bit of a stretch, especially like if you miss the Mochi and you just don't have that boost. Monkey Dory can just help hit those really awkward numbers, or maybe take a cheeky knockout or two extra on some kind of benched Pokemon. I love that for just kind of fixing the math on most matchups. I don't think it's probably the matchup it's in the deck for. This certainly probably wasn't exactly what they were thinking of, but I can definitely see it having its use. Now, something we should note, which is very important, is that Ryuki is going first, and there is one iron bundle in play. 100 HP is just out of range, I believe, for the poison first turn KO. So unfortunately, we're not going to see that exciting donk, but we do love that we're going to get a full game out of this.
Yeah, I'm sure Lucas is very relieved that he was able to get that iron bundle in the active spot, fully protected from getting knocked out in the first turn. Which, I mean, maybe that's part of the plan of Ryuki, and maybe that's how he's won a few of his rounds. Both players have only lost one round total so far, 8-1 record. And Lucas has not played against any Cloth deck so far, but Ryuki has played and beat a Goldengo deck already in the tournament. So I don't know if he knows he's up against Goldengo if you see an iron bundle, or if he has prior information from yesterday looking over at Lucas's deck, but he might already have an inkling that he's up against Goldengo, and he might be feeling confident here.
Absolutely. So, of course, as usual with these Cloth Terrapagos decks, we're going ahead and making sure to populate the bench nicely with all of the essential Pokemon. We're doing well so far. We've Squawk and Seized to draw more cards. We've got Pheasantipity, who can't be used right now, but definitely essential later. And Terrapagos with that double turbo energy to get us started. But unfortunately, just a pass after that. Not a bad setup, but certainly probably not your ideal scenario here. And over to Lucas' first turn with the Buddy Poffin, searching those energy and checking which ones we have available. Of course, there are 2 prized energy, but in this deck, there is no shortage of energy cards, and the HP totals we're needing to hit here aren't going to be out of range.
Yeah, 12 energy is plenty. Lucas, of course, being very thorough, taking notes of what he does have available. These Goldengo deck reminds me a little bit of the Lost Box decks in terms of, like, they need to know how many energy they have access to make sure that they always know how many they still have left and how many they need to recover at different points in the game to make sure that they are never short on those big knockouts with Make It Rain. So other interesting cards in Lucas's deck that are a little out of the norm for these sort of decks are the Technical Machine Evolution. That's not something we always see in Goldengo decks, but being able to evolve just that little bit faster can be very crucial.
I'll tell you a reason why I like this even more, Pablo, is that actually with the Goldengo deck, I've always found that if you can guarantee those evolutions out early, you've also got your built-in draw engine sorted early. Yep. And it's probably one of the largest critiques of the deck that I've heard going around is that, oh, there's not a lot of search for the Goldengos. That tends to be the largest kind of complaint I hear from the players in regards to the deck's consistency. I like this inclusion because I think it fixes that problem. It's only a one-off technical machine evolution. That's all we need. We have Cypher Maniac's code breaking. We already have the Arven. So actually, I love that inclusion. Going second here, it's ideal for Lucas because he can't attack anyway.
Yep, no way to be aggressive, right? But fully getting your setup up is going to be so key now. Lucas, a bit on the slower side, will only be able to get those 2 gimme goals, will establish the top 2 cards at the top 2 cards for next turn, the Goldengo and that Arven. So very nice so far. Triple gimme goal, actually.
Really
and we're
nice.
just going to see a pass here.
Honestly, not a bad board setup for Golden Go. It's one of those decks where as long as you've got a few gimme gold to keep yourself going, you are absolutely fine. Like I said, you have that built-in draw engine and it just flows really nicely. Ryuki probably looking at kind of getting that board going now, really starting to go wide, going straight in with the nest ball for our next Pokemon. Brute Bonnet maybe? Oh, maybe buy some time. Here's our first Badoo of the day, my favorite.
Starting off with that popular Pokemon that everyone has been talking about leading it up to this event, right? We've seen how important it is in order to, like, how it has affected the metagame so far, and it's just gonna start wreaking havoc on Lucas's board. That Arven that Lucas has now put at the top of his deck, not gonna be as useful as he would like it to be. No Energy Surge Pro for Lucas next turn.
So very true with our growing Badoo kind of inclusion in decks. We're seeing this slower metagame come forward, and it's a really fantastic tool for lots of different decks to use. So, of course, using our Iono as well, that's a really nice disruption tactic when you're about to item lock.
Yep, only 10 damage this time around, though. No poison from Brute Bonnet, no in-between Pokemon checkup, extra damage happening. I think what Ryuki would love to have happen is the Iron Bundle getting KO'd coming into his turn ideally, but only an energy away to retreat. Not too difficult. Now, the question is, does Lucas have 2 energies? 1 to retreat and 1 to knock out this cute little Badoo?
Oh, well, we attached the energy for turn last turn, so we do still have the availability of attaching to that Iron Bundle, but as you've well assessed, attaching those energy means that they're going to need to be in hand. So going in, okay, yeah, Technical Machine Evolution. I don't mind that on this turn right now. Going to take the Energy Search Pro regardless because, you know, we're going to use it eventually. There's no harm in taking that now. We do have the energy, but we're going for the Technical Machine Evolution to guarantee a nice full board of Golden Go. Wow.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. I mean, if your opponent's going to take it slow, Lucas is happy to take it slow as well. And just this guarantees 3 extra cards next turn with that coin bonus ability. Probably finding 1 energy shouldn't be too difficult to just take down that 30 HP Badoo. Now, that will be fine for Ryuki. I think if Ryuki tries to focus a lot of his attention on dealing 290 damage with Terrapagos and that Binding Mochi and the poison to knock out those Goldengos, the price trade of a 2-2-2 setup could favor Ryuki in this case.
It very much could, but I don't think Lucas has much else in regards to kind of attacking Pokemon other than those Golden Ghosts. So just setting up 3 and having that draw engine available right away is just a golden opportunity for him. So on to Ryuki's turn as we see the Arven to begin with. Ryuki, of course, one of our regional champions over here in Europe for this season. So definitely showing that once again, they can be flexible in their deck choice and bring something new.
Now, we've talked about the key cards that these players have in terms of the Monkey Dirt, right? The new inclusions, but what I'm noticing right now is that Ryuki does not have the Blood Moon Ursa Luna to potentially reach for that last KO, not requiring any energy, right? So piecing 3 back-to-back-to-back Terrapagos EX attacks might not be as easy as it would seem. However, over on Lucas' side, these Gold Tango decks are not known for having any sort of disruption, so that could really favor Ryuki when he has access to that Fezandipity every turn, and he's digging through his deck so far quite decently.
Absolutely. Really going for it. Once again, just getting more set up there. We finally have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to activate Toxic Powder on our Brute Bonnet, so that both active Pokemon can be poisoned. And we've gone ahead and continued with that item lock. So Energy Search Pro still can't be played, Pablo.
No pro searches for Lucas so far. Does need to find one energy, but you can see how it's not as easy when you can't directly search for them despite playing too many. I think he does have the fire, so might get the KO, but I think Lucas will be very aware of this potential price trade-off, and I wouldn't mind seeing another attachment to the Iron Bundle perhaps and trying to use that refrigerated stream to get the first KO himself maybe instead of using a 2-price Pokemon. I don't hate that.
No, I don't either. I really like that. You want to avoid the Iron Bundle, really, don't you? Like, it's not the ideal prize card to take. So, again, biding our time, making sure that everything's going well for Okada, but actually, I don't know. I kind of like leaving the Iron Bundle in play for Lucas as long as possible because it is that single prize Pokemon, and it is rather irksome in that regard.
I think I did see Lucas choose the Water Energy of the 2 cards from that Cypher Maniac. Yep, there it is, and a Boss's Order. So Lucas will have both options. He can either retreat and potentially boss something in the active, or if we see this fire attachment to the Iron Bundle,
I like it.
It will be pretty funny. And I mean, it will definitely tell, oh, okay, we're not seeing the attachment. All right. Fair enough. Not going to go that route. I was really excited.
Honestly, I think it's such an underestimated Pokemon in that regard. Refrigerated Stream is a really great attack with that secondary effect. I don't think it's too far-fetched, honestly. It's certainly, I remember when this card came out, I remember it being prevalent in the pre-release events, and I used that attack quite often because it was very fantastic into anything that evolves.
Now, nothing too key priced for Ryuki will allow the judge to just shuffle his prize cards once again. Now, there was an energy prize. There are 2 Forest Seal Stones priced as well. I hadn't realized that. So no access to Forest Seal Stone just yet. And now that double turbo energy is in the middle of the prize card, so might be a little inaccessible for Ryuki in piecing out those triple attacks for Terrapagos. Now, we did see that switch card get played in order to remove the poison damage left over, and once again, we see that Itchy Pollen.
Really slowing Lucas down and chipping away while Ryuki continues to get set up and probably piece together a really fantastic combo turn real soon. But for now, Lucas continuing to cha-ching, grab those coin bonus. We're going to get 3 extra cards this turn from those. But if they're items, which a lot of the hand looks like it is, we're just not going very far. Unfortunately, Iron Bundle kind of frozen in time there in the active spot, not really being able to do much. And although we do have that water energy in hand, it's just going to be a pass. There's not much more we can do. 10
more damage from the poison now. That Iron Bundle could get knocked out in between turns. No,
wow.
Just Itchy Pollen again, all right.
Itchy Pollen. 10 more damage from the poison on the Iron Bundle. Go cha-ching, cha-ching. 1 more to go. Let's see if we get anything. No, it's just a pass again, and henceforth it's down to damage from poison. Oh, no, it's just, it's retreating. Oh, of course, so the poison heals.
Yep. No more.
It was very close. There's 10 HP left on the Iron Bundle.
Now, I think Lucas will be using that Iron Bundle right now, and in order to avoid that 2-price, oh no, never mind. We're not going to see that. So that Gold Tango is just completely exposed and active. Lucas not taking a knockout means Ryuki cannot have access to a new bench space until he finds the Area 0, but Ryuki's just going to poison himself and get more Itchy Pollen into play. I think Ryuki's hand might not be too great. We're seeing a very weird game here.
It is, but also really shows the prowess and impact that Badu has on this format. Going for the coin bonus for 2 now that Golden Go is in the active. 1 more from our bench Pokemon and 1 more to boot. Let's see if Lucas can respond in any meaningful way or whether this is going to be another pass. We can knock out the Badoo.
I think we have the boss's order, so Lucas will initiate the 2-prize trade-off, and this is so important. Taking 1 knockout on Badoo didn't really help at all in terms of trying to win the game. That Badoo is not going to do enough to slow down Lucas, but getting the first 2 prizes means now, even if you get knocked out by Terrapagos in back-to-back turns, you just use your backup Goldengos now that you have access to item cards. So these 2 prizes, so key for Lucas.
Absolutely phenomenal. Waiting and biding their time, not really being too bothered about that itchy pollen, not that irritating for them. Like you say, biding their time until we have all the puzzle pieces to take a meaningful knockout for 2 prize cards rather than 1 prize card, which isn't really helping in that prize trade of 2 on those multi-prize Pokemon.
And with both Ionos gone now for Ryuki, there's no way to disrupt this huge hand. There's like 15 cards there already with all the coin bonuses being utilized. So I think Lucas is just going to fly through his turn, being able to take 2 prizes each time. And now you can easily deal with the Badoo. You can also potentially use the Iron Bundle in case Ryuki has a field full of 2-prize Pokemon. Or if he decides to send up the Brute Bonnet, then he has to find another way to poison once again in order to reach for the damage threshold for Goldengo. So I think Ryuki is against the ropes at this point.
You know what? Ryuki's one of those players who I've seen make those large comebacks before. I've cast many of Ryuki's games before, and if anyone can do it, I know that Ryuki's the master of biding his time and going for those huge combo turns and taking loads of prize cards in one go. So it would not surprise me if Ryuki has a master plan here.
Yep, I think that master plan probably involves the huge brain of Monkey Dury, because that could allow potentially Ryuki to take a knockout with the bonus damage during his turn and then be able to boss another Goldengo and take a prize lead that way. Or you can also keep using Badoo in order to stop those superior energy retrievals from being utilized and buy yourself enough time, hoping that Lucas misses knockouts. But only needing a single energy, there hasn't been too many exhausted so far. I think Lucas can definitely withstand this with that humongous hand he has.
Absolutely. I suppose that's the only really bad part about Badoo in this instance, is that you've allowed your opponent to build this flurry of item cards in their hand, and now it's a bit down to the wire. Some Pokemon might be able to take advantage of that, like Bayonet EX would be a really interesting one. But in this instance, it might become a bit of a thorn in Ryuki's side.
All right, so we see the poison. We see how much damage is that, 240. Yep, it's enough for a knockout. Enough for a knockout thanks to the Hisuian Sneasler. That was exactly 240 damage, in fact. So not too bad. Immediate response. And now Lucas needs to find another Metal Energy and 5 more energies to deal with this Terrapagos. But with a 20-card hand, I think it's going to be pretty feasible.
I agree, and because the damage from poison finished that Pokemon off, again, Lucas won't be able to utilize Serendipity to draw extra cards, so we're going to be relying on what is available elsewhere.
Yep, those coin bonus going to have to come in clutch, but with Arven, with Cypher Maniacs, I think Lucas will be very content and easy, will be able to piece this off. He hasn't even used his Energy Search Pro just yet, so there's still plenty of energy available in the deck, as we're going to start with a Buddy Puffin just to see and further thin the deck.
Absolutely, this is a great way to thin the deck, and Energy Search Pro does that too, so I imagine that might be up very soon or next. There honestly, with Golden Go, there are so many ways to cherry pick exactly what you'd like out of the deck, and that either increases the chances of getting what you'd like off the coin bonus by taking unnecessary things out of the deck and into your hand already, or, I mean, you can just put the things you want to the top and take them. It's so beautiful. The combos with this deck are unprecedented, and I think that's why it's continued to do so well in this event, regardless of Buddy's impact.
Interestingly enough, we're seeing the superior energy retrieval before any coin bonuses are being utilized. So This could lead to just a straight-up knockout, trying to minimize the amount of resources being used. Lucas doesn't know that both Ionos are exhausted. There could be a third somewhere. It's not something you expect from cloth decks. Sometimes they play a judge, but Lucas, I think, being super, super careful here. Does he have enough energies in hand? Not yet. He's not under item lock, so we're going to start with those coin bonuses now.
Absolutely. Our first one going for the bench. One of the lovely things about Golden Go is that because you have so many actions to draw cards that don't have a cost, like coin bonus, unlike, let's say, Greninja, you have to spend an energy. It must go to the discard pile. Coin bonus is a costless ability, so you can just draw a card. And so doing all of the free actions first and then winding yourself down to the ones that have a cost is the most effective way to use your resources. And I love that Lucas is being so careful with that right now.
Yep, coin bonus once again, just a few extra cards, no harm, no foul. Debating on whether to play the Pokestop here, as it would take away a few easier knockouts for him, of course, which require less energy invested. Now Ryuki will have a tough-ish decision, getting rid of the Latias, so no more free retreat for Ryuki next turn.
Feels risky. I don't know whether I'd have gone for the Badoo, but then again, Ryuki's the master, they're the expert, and I'm behind the desk, so who am I to say much at all? Ryuki going ahead and counting kind of the energy that Lucas has available there in the discard pile. And I like this kind of just keeping resources close to your chest, knowing that even though Lucas is going to need those bigger KO numbers, actually, just because we've been really smart with resources, it's going to be fine. They're not really high HP Pokemon like our Charizards and our Dragapults. 230 is quite pleasantly manageable.
Yeah, and Lucas really needs to make sure that he has enough energy left in the deck to deal with at least 2 Badoos, right? He's gonna be down to 2 prizes next turn, but he needs actual metal energy to attach to the Goldengos in case he's under that Itchy Pollen lock. And that's why he's being so careful. He's not using up his energy pro. He's using up the same energies he has already exhausted, keeping energies available in the deck so that he can't be locked out of any energy from that Itchy Pollen. So very well done by Lucas, and the curtains are closing here for Ryuki.
The Monkey Dory is revealed for our Golden Go deck as well. And oh my gosh, Ryuki is responding and saying, okay, well, you have a monkey, I have a monkey too. Monkey see, monkey do. And of course, we use that Adrenabrain to go ahead and knock out the Iron Bundle from earlier, taking a mid-turn prize card for Ryuki there.
Now we will be going ahead with that Binding Mochi, super powerful Itchy Pollen. This one will be even itchier, it seems.
So itchy, so very itchy that Gimmighoul just can't take it.
This is brutal. That extra prize from the Iron Bundle, this small prize from the Gimmighoul now, and being under item lock, you cannot play superior energy retrievals. You need to find your boss in order to take your last 2 prizes. This was perfectly done by Ryuki, the best case scenario for him.
I love the fact that Sweet Badoo, if you give it a little sprinkle of poison dust through that Binding Mochi, can be such a phenomenal attacker in its own right with only 30 HP. But we can ramp that Itchy Pollen right up, and then, like you say, that excess poison damage from Sneasel's ability does the rest.
Now, there are 2 Darkness Energy available for Lucas in his deck. I know one is here in the discard pile, but the other one is still available in the deck, and that could lead to this Monkey Dory taking the knockout mid-turn potentially, as Ryuki did, and maybe opening up an option for him this turn. But accumulating 5 energies and a boss's orders in order to take down either of these 2 prize Pokemon to win the game is looking very difficult for Lucas at this point in time.
It does seem that way indeed, although we got those Golden Go set up nice and early. The absolute unrelenting Itchy Pollen is having a large effect.
Yep. Can't play 2 supporters during your turn. Already played the Arven right here. I think Lucas was trying to bring this Brood Bonnet to the active now that Latias CX is actually not available. And now it's all on Ryuki. Can he get a full bench, the Binding Mochi, and the double turbo for that Terrapagos to win this game? I see already the boss. I see already the double turbo.
Ooh,
there's the extra Pokemon. Just missing that Binding Mochi. Oh no, the Binding Mochi is there as well. We have all it.
And it all unfolds in that moment. Ryuki takes game 1 by storm, wrapped up and taken down. Lucas just running out of steam after all those itchy pollen.
290 damage, this back and forth. Both players trying to disrupt the 2-2-2 price trade-off from either player. And it seems like that Iron Bundle surviving almost played against Lucas because it was able to be picked off by that Monkey Dory later down the line.
Absolutely crazy. That little damage, we were saying, you know, oh, only 10 damage. Actually, those little pecks of damage that began the game was so impactful in the end. Ryuki keeping that Monkey Dory close to his chest until the very last second when that was necessary, when the knockout was impactful, when it made a difference. It turned a 1 prize turn into a 2 prize turn, evening up that prize trade. It was just poetry in motion.
If you thought Badu was threatening, pairing it with the poison package just made it even better. And having that item lock with the extra damage pressure and against a deck that relies so much on those superior energy retrievals, I think Lucas is gonna have a tough time in this game. But Lucas is an amazing player, so if anyone can do it, it's definitely him.
Absolutely. You don't get to round 10 of a Pokemon trading card game international tournament on an 8-1 record unless you're one of the best.
Now we're getting this game to start it here. Ryuki will end up going first. I think based on his expression, I have an inkling that he might have it. He was like, yep.
No.
I don't know. I don't know if he has it or not, but that 70 HP Gimme Goal could be going down before Lucas even gets to play a single turn.
And that is the fury of these poison-style decks. It's not usual in Pokemon trading card game that we have an instance where sort of we don't get a turn, that you don't even get to play a single turn, because if you go first, you're not allowed to attack on the first turn. So it is one of those wild scenarios. We've gone in with our Hisuian Heavy Ball to check out those prize cards and see if anything too scary is in there. We've left the Badu and taken, what did we take, Pablo?
It was just the Terrapagos. So apparently, never mind. We weren't even close. Maybe that frown was like, oh, I could have had it with the right combination of cards, but we're not going to see that turn or that Pokemon checkup KO, right? It wasn't during the first turn. It's during Pokemon checkup with that poison, but we're not going to be seeing it this time around.
I tell you what, I am grateful though, because I would like to see a full game. Let's check out those prize cards though. So we just assessed that Badu is in Ryuki's prize cards, who made such a large impact last game, but they do run 2. So we're not too worried about him. Now over on Lucas's side, I'm really not loving these prize cards. We have 2 Buddy Buddy Puffin, a Nest Ball, and Technical Machine Evolution, and a Gimme Ghoul. So we've got way less Pokemon search, especially for basics. And then one of said basics is in there too. And that way to evolve that we were assessing. One of the probably most frustrating parts of this deck is not being able to search evolutions very easily. And that one tech in there for exactly that issue is going to be stuck until later in the game when it doesn't matter.
Yep, Technical Machine Evolution is that early game card that will not be available to Lucas now. We're going to see a Pokegear here does find that Arven, so hurts even more that it's just not available to go for Puffin. Technical Machine Evolutions get 2 Gold Dangos immediately up.
Right, that would be so amazing. That would be the beauty of going second. If your opponent takes that going first from you as Golden Go, it can feel really bad. You're like, oh, crumbs. Now I really have to put some effort in. I need to get evolved. I have to have these Pokemon just sat there. I can't make a meaningful attack. I don't really want a minor errand running on my Gimme Ghoul. What's better than a minor errand running? Evolving everything. Well, 2 Pokemon on the bench. Yes, please. Much better scenario. Going in for that Arven now. And yes, Buddy Puffin is there, but not our friend Technical Machine Evolution, which is going to sting, because that would be so perfect here and now.
Would have been so good. It's also the only tool card that this deck is playing. So we had seen these Goldango decks play something like Irida, right, to find the Greninja or find the Manaphy that they sometimes play and help them get an item card. Arven feels that same role, but now instead of the water type Pokemon, you're grabbing that one of tool card, but having it priced right now is just so unfortunate.
Really feels bad. But Minor Errand running is not a bad attack, all things said and done. Search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, reveal them, put them in your hand. Quite often it's best to go for those 2 metal energy, just because you can't search more than 1 of each energy type with the Energy Search Pro, metal energy being the only one we have multiples of in 3. So grabbing 2 is perfect math to then fully commit our Energy Search Pro to as much energy as humanly possible.
Yep, make sure you can start attacking, start applying that pressure now. We are going to see that precious trolley from Ryuki getting that bench filled up. No Area 0, however, so we're only searching for 4 Pokemon instead of 7.
Still not a bad thing, especially for this deck. We can have lots of flexibility in 5 Pokemon. Of course, not using it to its full potential, but it's still very well done. We managed to get that second Badoo out, so he's raring to go again next to his much larger friends, but honestly, just as impactful. We're using our Oranguru V here to use back order, the ability that allows you to search for 2 Pokemon tool cards, reveal them, put them in your hand.
It's gonna be double binding Mochi this time around. Gonna get that super powered Badoo, probably gonna start taking prizes already. I think that Force Heal Stone is grabbing the switch card, if I'm not mistaken, because Ryuki has already retreated thanks to that free retreat from Latias EX, but still needs to get that Badoo in the active. We see the capsule, we see the Mochi, and we see the knockout.
Oh, it's still wild to me. I just can't believe it. I know Gimmighoul's only also a little guy, but Badoo feels like the littlest guy, and he's still coming out here and making a name for himself. I love it.
Badoo is that small guy that you end up underestimating, and it just runs you over every time.
Literally, never underestimate a face like that. Looks innocent, but then you think, oh my. Especially if they've got a Mochi in their hand. Run, run.
Now, Lucas does have the answer to this, can't just take the knockout back, but in the price race, it really doesn't favor him to take a single prize. He wants to be taking 2, 2, 2, so he's actually going to discard the Darkness Energy instead of using that to take the knockout. Does have another Metal Energy in hand, but if you end up getting item locked out of your Superior Energy retrievals for the rest of the game, for example, with another Goldango in the active and you don't have any other energies, any other metal energy available, then you can't attack anymore.
Absolutely. And again, that's why I don't dislike the minor errand running that we had to do rather than a Technical Machine Evolution. We guarantee a couple of metal energy in hand. Of course, it is susceptible to disruption from Ryuki's side, but for now, Lucas has some available, and they are going to take the knockout this time, thinking to themselves, you know what, that Badoo caused too many problems last time. Although it puts me in an unfavorable spot in the prize race, I'd like to use my item cards, please.
And the perfect top deck here for Ryuki. If he wants to use Badoo again, he got that Hisuian Heavy Ball immediately, and the other Badoo is in the prize cards. Might have been the prize he took as well. Maybe I miss... I don't know if it was a top deck or he already had it, but he can use Badoo again if he really wants to. We'll have to see if he just deals with the Goldango this time around or if he tries to go for a Boss's Orders, knock out the next Gimmighoul, and keep Lucas under the item lock.
That's wild, honestly. I love how Hisuian Heavy Ball, if you leave a Pokemon in those prize cards, you can be like, okay, well, I'm going to get a Heavy Ball back. So if I don't draw that Pokemon, maybe I'll get the Heavy Ball. I'll go back for you later, friend. It kind of feels like an extra secret searchable draw pile sometimes. You're like, I know you're in there, Badoo. I got you, bud.
Now, we'll have to see. Ryuki seemingly having a little bit of trouble deciding what to do. I don't think he has access to Area 0, so he can't fully expand the bench, and therefore can't get that knockout with Terapagos. So we might be seeing the boss KO with the Budu. That will cost him, though, another Binding Mochi, the last one. And oh no, he still has 2 more available, never mind. So could be decent, get down to 4 prizes, and that way you only have to deal with 2 gold Dengos.
It also, it will also kind of restrict your opponent's card draw as well, just their consistency. Only 3 Pokemon on the board at this stage kind of isn't ideal, just not optimal. And we're going for that Gimme Ghoul. No more evolving into that. No extra coin bonus for you. Taking that right out of there. And now even if we place another Gimme Ghoul down, nothing's going to be able to evolve this turn for Lucas.
Very importantly, these knockouts are happening during Pokemon Checkup, not with the extra damage from the Binding Mochi and the Ichipollen. So Lucas, even if he had Serendipity X at this point, would not be able to use it.
No, absolutely. A Pokemon requires to be knocked out on your opponent's last turn. Pokemon Checkup is that step in between either of your turns, and henceforth, Flip the Script is not able to activate. It's a really cheeky way of getting around this really impactful ability that's come into play. Cypher Maniac's Code-breaking time, search for 2 cards out of your deck, pop them on the top. And then the nice thing about coin bonus, you draw 2 cards.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, tutor 2 cards straight into your hand. How nice is that? I always make the really silly joke of whenever I sort of Cypher Maniac something to the top, I act shocked when I draw the cards, but my opponents look at me like, oh, you are a sausage, you're silly, you are.
Now, the 2 cards being picked here, I couldn't tell what they are, but I can't imagine it's anything other than an energy and a backup Gimme Ghoul. Maybe they're not. I see the energy. And no, it's just going to be a knockout. So if Ryuki can take down this Terapagos, Lucas will be left with quite literally nothing. But I think Lucas has the read that there's no stadium. Otherwise, Ryuki might have gone for that last turn. So it might come down to a flip the script, finding the cold resist tenacity or finding an Area Zero. And unfortunately for Ryuki, there's 2 Area Zeros still left in the prize cards right now. There are only 3 copies as well of that card right now.
Absolutely. Golden Go presenting a really uncomfortable HP total right now for Ryuki at 260. It's just out of range.
Huge draw here from the Serendipity. No stadium foul. Oh, there's the Cold Wrist Tenacity. There we go.
Thank goodness. Going into the deck, of course, yes, going for a Darkness Energy and our Area Zero Under Depths, expanding Ryuki's bench all the way open to 8 total spots.
Now 3 extra Pokemon coming down. That's a backup Terapagos just in case the active somehow gets KO'd. Your Area Zero doesn't get deactivated. And we see the Petron hitting the board. We see that 3rd and final Binding Mochi for the bonus damage, and this is gonna be just enough damage once again. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 benched Pokemon. You have not attached energy this turn. All good, and that's gonna be enough, yeah. With the poison, with the Binding Mochi.
It takes it out. We have been rather toxic over here with all of this poison. Ryuki taking a very clean KO there, and Lucas left with not much. Ryuki hasn't taken the final prize cards yet, but what else have we got to give if you're Lucas?
There's no Thornton. There's no option to really make anything happen here. You have to bench a couple Gimme Goals and then hope that a last Goldengo hero can hopefully close it out for you, but it's definitely not looking great. And if there's only 1 Gimme Goal bench this turn, you can easily go after it, I'm sure, as Ryuki purposely kept that bench space open, can go Ultra Ball for Luminion for boss to hunt that down, and 1 Gimme Goal is in Lucas's prizes, so unless he finds a Night Stretcher, he might not even be able to bench a single Gimme Goal here.
I think this might be the writing on the wall. I really can't see any way of Lucas dealing with this scenario in a way that would be impactful, even sort of bossing a Pokemon to attempt to any sort of stall. Latias is right there waiting, giving everyone a lovely speedway with Skyliner right to the bench. So actually, I really, unfortunately, can't see any way out of this for Lucas. We're obviously going to have a double check. You always want to make sure that every option is exhausted, especially when it is the Pokemon European International Championships round 10, right?
Of course, you have to play to every single out. There is another nice stretcher available for Lucas, so if he wants to, he can bench 2 Gimme Goal over. We're going to see that Pokegear finding, I think, a Cypher Maniac. Yep, Cypher Maniac to potentially get set up for next turn. But I think if you're not taking a knockout here, Ryuki will also, like, if he doesn't have boss for the single Gimme Goal, you can probably just go into Badu and take a knockout on the Gimme Goal, or even item locking would make it really hard for Lucas to do anything at all.
I think that's very well assessed. I don't think I have much more to add, Pablo. I'm going to be honest with you. I love that Lucas is playing this out, though. We lost game 1. Game 2 is the only opportunity to potentially make that comeback. Play to your outs, leave a single prize board state. You know, Ryuki can only take one of those at the end of the day. We're not going to be able to do too many shenanigans, I wouldn't imagine. Otherwise, because even what a double Monkey Dory doesn't quite get us there. So no, even if we had monkey shenanigans on the table, that's not going to be enough. So knowing that Ryuki can only take a single prize here is kind of the key.
All right, so no supporter has been played so far. We do now have double Gimme Goal, so we do have some sort of chance here. I think Lucas trying to go for that Professor Turo just to make sure that he has a Gimme Goal in the active, because, oh, okay, well, it's going to be the Monkey Dory instead. Going to use Greninja once again, just get extra cards into his hand, and going to find that he's in Heavy Ball to unlock the 3rd Gimme Goal from the prize cards.
Okay, we've got a bench of Gimme Goal. We've got Monkey Dory. I think my concern here, we're going to need to attach an energy to it. We need to attach energy to a Pokemon. There we go. Nice. Okay. We're getting back on track. There's potential. But like we say, we're going to have to do some fancy footwork to get this game back on track to where we need to be. 4 prize cards. Lucas still needs to take Palpad, but yeah, Professor Turo, I think it's the way forward. You've got to be able to avoid your opponent taking knockouts while simultaneously kind of healing your Pokemon by picking them up with Professor Turo's scenario, popping them back down, continuing that kind of pace of play with minimal resources.
Yeah, this is the last Binding Mochi, right? So if Lucas is able to take that down, then Terrapagos would not be dealing enough damage to really get past that huge 260 HP, even with the bonus poison damage. So we'll have to see what happens. Now, Ryuki, of course, knowing this, will make sure that that Binding Mochi is protected on the bench.
Very clever.
One more prize card being taken. There's an Ultra Ball in his hand for a Boss's Orders. So that's how you could play around this. Lucas having no Ionos and no Roxanne. I don't know if he can close this one out, Amy.
I really don't know either. I have hope, but I think that's just because I'm always the optimist in the situation. The writing on the wall might be there for Lucas. It might not be enough, but we do finally have a Golden Go. But you're right, that Mochi just being stuck on the bench there. Going for the concealed cards. We need the boss's orders to be able to protect ourselves.
Yep.
Do we have it? I can't quite see. Okay, going for another coin bonus. One more card, Buddy Poffin. No. We have 2 boss in hand. Okay.
Yeah, there are 2 boss orders in his hand, so we
just need the energy now.
But because there's so much bench, I think Lucas put back the Professor Turo because he might be focusing more on trying to pick up this Greninja. He can evolve the Gimme Goal into a Goldengo and put that out of range. If he can Turo the Greninja, then he's asking Ryuki, can you fill up your bench? Do you have another R0? Do you have enough basic Pokemon to knock me out? So either you boss KO the Terrapagos, but that leaves you open to a return boss KO on the Greninja, or do you Turo the Greninja and ask your opponent if you have R0 plus 3 more basic Pokemon, which in the end, that's more cards than just 1 boss's orders, right?
Absolutely, so true. So yeah, by pivoting around the fantastic 260 HP on Golden Go, they, you know, Lucas might actually be able to wheedle their way out of this situation quite nicely. I'm actually really impressed right now. They've managed to kind of build this board back up to kind of from nothing.
All right, we have Lost Vacuum, so that actually removes the Binding Mochi. So Lost Vacuum plus Professor Turo would have prevented Ryuki from winning next turn. So well done by Lucas, but he has a Professor Turo, but I think now he's missing that extra Goldengo to put everything out of range.
Yeah, that's the concerning part, but we are going for the Turo.
Okay.
Picking up our other single prize Pokemon, assessing that Ryuki could boss that, but I suppose then the Greninja feels like it's to the same effect. If Ryuki has a boss and can KO that Greninja, then that would be enough. Going for the Make It Rain.
Couldn't even get a full knockout here, so...
Sadly.
However, I think that's on purpose. That means there's no bench space open for Luminion, but now we see the Area Zero, now we see the Ultra Ball for Luminion, for boss, for game.
That's it. We just needed that single prize Radiant Greninja, so unfortunately, Professor Turo didn't do his job, and the Poison Poke Power pummels Lucas's team with a clean 2-0 sweep.
That was an amazing display of skill by both players. I think that's definitely the highest level match we've seen so far. Lucas's moves were completely calculated. He knew exactly how to find that possibility to take out Ryuki, prevent the knockout, close out the door on making sure that nothing could be KO'd the turn after, whilst taking a KO himself, even purposely not opening up the bench, asking Ryuki, do you have a stadium and do you have the boss? But if he had been able to evolve that extra gimme goal and pick up the Greninja, I think he might have made the comeback, Amy.
You know what? I love this part at the end where the players are discussing the game and theorizing together what could have happened, the what ifs and the what did you have in your hand, what didn't you afterwards, after all those mind games. But you're so right, a comeback absolutely could have happened, so let's check that out one more time.
I want to see that game over and over. He had so many high-level plays, that early body with Emoji, with the poison, just getting those knockouts, locking Lucas, getting dealt with so much action in this game.
Absolutely. There was no lack of action from, early taking out multiple Gimmighoul with Budu of all Pokemon. Lucas said, I've had enough. I'm going to knock out the Budu. We went back to Ryuki, taking down Pokemon again and again until that final handshake. Budu really showing why it is a buddy in a lot of people's decks nowadays.
Yeah, this time around, it wasn't just to buy time, right? It was actually very offensive. It got knockouts, and it really delayed Lucas's main strategy enough to where he was able to take over the game. Usually, these Goldengo decks, they do seem well equipped to deal with Budu in something like Dragapult, right, where it's only doing 10 damage, it's not as threatening. But when Budu is taking names, it's a much bigger threat.
Absolutely, and I think that's why Goldengo was expected to drop off in popularity. A lot of people were thinking, actually, Budu is too impactful. Budu can take knockouts. It's a menace. I can't use Energy Search Pro. That's a nightmare. And again, although you end up with that big concertina hand of so many cards, there must have been 15 more cards in Lucas's hand, and yet still didn't manage to piece it all together. I was still super impressed by even being able to build up a board as much as he did after quite such an offensive kind of start there from Ryuki.
Yeah, I mean, a 15-card hand won't help you when you can't play 12 of those 15 cards. Yeah.
Absolutely, and even when the item lock broke, it just wasn't enough. It slowed him down just too much to pull the game back in his direction.
And those monkey durries, right, for both players, I think, were very, very crucial, but especially for Ryuki, even using that self-poison damage to his advantage, being very patient against that Iron Bundle in game one. I'm generally super impressed by the gameplay I just saw this round.
I am too. Like I said before, I've watched a lot of Ryuki's playstyle before, and it's so reminiscent of his previous battles. I absolutely love watching him. He's so passionate about the game, and you can tell that by their conversations at the end there. We couldn't hear them, but you can see what they're saying in their expressions, in their excitement, in their smiles, and in their discussion. It's fantastic.
Well, guess what, Amy? We're about to hear with our winner as we have Adam ready with the interview right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the big stage here at EUIC. My name is Adam Watson, and I'm here with our winner you just saw on stream, Ryuki Okada. are you feeling after this big win?
スイスラウンド第10回戦勝者の岡田隆樹選手です。おめでとうございます。対戦を終えていただいていかがでしょうか。
結構IC の大舞台の配信卓で緊張したんですけど、なんとか勝ててよかったです。
He was very nervous that he was on the stage of IC, but he's really happy that he actually was able to win this round.
I'm so happy that the nerves didn't get to you. You played very well, you played very clean, and I know you are a very experienced tournament player. Were there any friends or partners that helped you prepare for this tournament?
とても緊張する場面だったと思うんですけれども、本当に勝ててよかったなと思っています。ありがとうを伝えたい、選手、お友達などいらっしゃったら教えてください。
いつも、練習してくれる、春 N だったりとか、マック君、春 N メンバーにちょっと感謝を伝えたいなと思っていて、やっぱり海外大会とかも彼らがいなかったら多分これ来てなかったと思うんで、感謝を伝えたいです。
I would like to thank my members, like my Haru N team, Keito Arai, for example, and Haru Nishikawa, and so on.
I'm glad to hear that you have players willing to help you practice and get better and show what Japan is made of. When you decided on Terapagos for this event, was this a deck that you prepared a long time for, or was it a last-minute decision?
特にここでですね、日本の力を示せたというのが本当にすごいなと思っているんですけれども、テラパゴスというデッキを使用することを選択したことにおいて、これは直前の決断だったでしょうか、それとももう長いことを詰めて決めたデッキだったんでしょうか。
日本だともう新しいレギュレーションに入っているので、基本的には1ヶ月前のにずっと回してたデッキを持ってきました。
So apparently in Japan we are already in the format of post rotation. So this is the deck we have been preparing for about a month ago.
I see. Yeah, that is important to note that in your normal format, you're playing with a slightly different card pool. So revisiting an event like this, having a chance to experience something a little bit older, but very interesting, super cool. I'm glad that it worked out. Regarding your match on stream, game number 2, it looked like your opponent might have made a comeback. Did you think he was going to do it? Were you nervous?
第2ゲームのところに、いった話を戻させていただくんですけれども、最後の方ですね、対戦相手の方が、戻ってくるというまた勝ちそうという場面まで対戦を復帰しそうに見えていたんですけれども、その瞬間というのはすごく緊張したりとか焦りだったりとかありましたか？
結構もう大丈夫かなって思っていたんですけど、なんかあったらやばいなとは思っていました。
Honestly, I thought it would be okay. I thought I would be safe. I would probably win the game, but I was really paying attention to what may happen because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I completely understand. You had your friends help you prepare for the tournament. The deck choice worked out. You played super well on stream, and this win was definitely well deserved. Can I have any final thoughts or special thanks for anyone before I let you prepare for the next round?
本当ですね、長いこと準備していただいて、うまくこの対戦勝っていただいてよかったなと思っているんですけれども、最後にですね、ファイナルコメントとしてまたさらに感謝を伝えたい人ですとか、コメントがあったらお願いいたします。
IC こんなに勝つの初めてなんで、できればトップカットいきたいと思います。
This is my first time that I went this well in IC events, so I hope I can get into top cuts. So please cheer on me.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good luck to you, certainly. And we're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get the rest of this tournament underway.
What a humble champion. We're cheering you on, Ryuki, that's for sure. And hopefully all of you are at home as well. Welcome back to the caster desk with me, Amy, and my fantastic co-host, Pablo. We hope you're having a fantastic time so far this morning here in Europe. But no matter your time zone, we're ready for some more action.
That was so lovely to hear from Ryuki, and I love that his fun fact was he just loves coming to events, and it's his third time at this IC. So to see him do so well so far, I mean, inching closer and closer to that top cut, I'm definitely rooting for him.
I love his passion and dedication to the game, but also just that he loves to travel and has visited us a few times over now. And I hope that his tournament run goes strength to strength.
Now we still have plenty of Pokemon to play for, 3 more rounds to go before we head into that asymmetrical top cut. I wonder what's happening out there, Avi.
Absolutely. And although we have lots of future Pokemon out in the field, we have lots of past moments to reflect on because we've already had some amazing moments thus far in the tournament, but not just in the Masters division. Something I love to highlight, we of course have all of our fantastic juniors and seniors. So if you have friends and family out there playing in the field in other brackets, please give them a big shout out on social media as well. If you've got anyone you're cheering on, use that hashtag. And honestly, I'm so pleased to be able to bring some of the data from our day 1 juniors and seniors bracket to you guys at home so that we can have a little peek at what goes on for them.
Yeah, starting off with the juniors, we have the same 18% Dragapult. What a coincidence, but this time around, we're seeing other interesting picks. Raging Bolt and Charizard making it all the way to the top.
Absolutely. A total of 280 decks in our juniors division, and other decks that aren't on this graphic made up 37.9%. I wonder what they've been cooking at home with their friends and family.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing the juniors play. They're also super passionate, but I think Raging Bolt and Charizard are probably comfort picks for a lot of these kids. They've been playing them for a long time now. They're not scared of the Badoo, and you have to imagine that the perfect timing of the Badoo is not as common in the junior division perhaps, or they're not using it as much. Like, it's not fun to not let your opponent play, right? So
absolutely.
I think that definitely speaks for Charizard and Raging Bolt doing well. And I mean, Raging Bolt is a pretty good counter in essence to Dragapult as well.
And that's probably why it has so many picks. But if we look just under the percentage there at exactly how many decks that is, 53 of our juniors are playing Dragapult. That's a lot of mathematics for juniors as well. And I love that, you know, Pokemon can be so educational in that respect. But then down to our next one is 36. It feels like a big jump between those. But you're right. Hopefully they're doing really well with their pick of Raging Bolt. As you say, doing rather well into our Dragapult matchup. I imagine that's a real tussle on the top tables today for them.
Yeah, and then the rest of them are pretty evenly matched, right? 23 Gardevoirs, 23 Lugias, 20 Charizards, and 19 Miraidon, which I feel like the lower Miraidon is interesting because it's been the deck that's been winning, right? And we know Azul has a big social media following as well. He's pretty popular with all the age divisions. So Miraidon, or maybe, I know this is something from a lot of the kids that I coach, like they like to counter the top deck. So perhaps we're seeing a lot more of, if Miraidon is winning, I want to play my Charizard deck or my Raging Bolt deck, which can stand up to it quite well.
I tell you what, I've had a little bit of conference from the back here. Our other junior cooks include a smattering of Control, which is very brave for some of our junior players. EVEX, so making use of some of our newer cards and very popular Pokemon. Some of them might have gone for their favorite Pokemon. I love that. Conkeldurr, the single prize menace that I've been playing a lot of lately, actually. I find it a very fun deck, and I think when Miraidon feels popular, going for something that has weakness, very smart. And Hydrapple EX, one of my grass type favorites.
Yeah, a lot of rogue decks out there in the junior decks, but how about we now take a look at the senior day one deck analysis. They're also battling it out there. 327 total decks, and surprise, surprise, Dragapult at the top, but not as big as in the other divisions.
You say that, but 70 is a lot. A total of 327 decks at this time. Like you say, 11%, but that's 70 decks playing Dragapult, and Gardevoir sitting there nicely next to it on 48, and then we trickle down. But most notably, that Raging Bolt really suffers in the seniors bracket, and we see our Chaladon on the graphic instead. Love to see they're picking up this steel type, you know, big deck. We've got big numbers, big turns with that Dialga giving us an extra turn. I love it. I love to see that they're respecting our Chaladon as a deck, whereas maybe it's not as seen in the juniors bracket.
Yeah, there's definitely interesting comparisons. The seniors are a lot more similar to the Masters division, right?
Yeah.
That Raging Bolt replaces Cloth in terms of numbers, but the top 4 decks, or the top 5 decks, are the exact same, except our Chaladon's a lot more popular in Masters than it is in seniors.
Yeah, you're so right. But when we look at the percentages, they're not that far off. Like you say, 15.7% of Masters played Dragapult to the seniors 11.5. I'd say that's pretty reflective of how popular the deck is. We had 3,353 total decks for our Masters. There's a Brave Senior on Chen Pao. I did hear about some Chen Pao in Masters yesterday, but love to hear that going on in seniors as well. And we've got both Ancient and Future boxes and a big chunk of control on those other decks for 30%.
Yeah, senior players are really big on their control decks. I feel like that's when they're starting to be teenagers and they really enjoy annoying other people. And they just love, like, I can assure you, like, I've definitely coached a lot of juniors who became seniors, and you can tell it's a trend that they just love going for that Snorlax, for that Pidgeot control. They're just eager to just not let their opponent play whatsoever.
I love that. They get to a certain age, something switches in their brain, and they go, I don't want you to play the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm going to play the game, but not you. And it becomes, like you say, that mental tug of war between them. There's a lot more mind games going on. I love that you have that insight from coaching as well.
Yeah, and so now, I mean, we're talking a lot about the tournament, right? Let's see what our caster predictions, how we are doing after seeing this round. I think you're going to be pretty happy with your pick, right? That Badu was definitely the star of the show in this previous round by far. And none of us have Goldengo on there.
No one predicted Golden Go, and I think that is largely because of the threat of Badu. I love Golden Go, and if I still had as much faith in it as a lot of players do today, then it probably would have been my second pick. I went with Ceruledge instead because I thought it would be the stronger deck going into today, but I'm wrong, and I'm okay being wrong. I've still got Badu holding my mantle, and it's a grass type 2 to boot, so I am super happy.
I mean, we also saw that Precious Trolley be very clutch for Ryuki in this previous round, so Ross getting it right with that one. I think we might be seeing a lot more Precious Trolley as the day goes by. And then Adam with that Gardevoir and the Pidgeot choice. Not a lot of Pidgeot at the very top, or not at all really, but Gardevoir definitely a lot of it out there. Dragapult, a lot of it out there. Our Chaladon, a lot of it out there at the very top. Those really top 5 decks, right? Dragapult, Gardevoir, Chaladon, Miraidon, and Lugia, they are all battling it out. And other than Lugia, they're all represented here. And I don't know, that Badu, I love how it came out and it essentially worked the metagame around it. Either you play it or you build your deck to withstand its effect.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think overall, our caster predictions have been relatively on the money for this tournament. I think this is a really fantastic selection. I think, you know, every single one of us has a really strong suit in at least one of those 2 picks going into day 2 here.
All right, so I think enough of us, the casters, for this event. We have one of our casters from the NA team out in the field with Adam. So let's hear an interview from her and how she's doing this weekend.
And I'm joined by Emily from our casting team. She's here enjoying the event. Let the people know how it's been so far.
So this is my first time in Europe. I really wanted to come and experience Europe just in general, but of course playing Pokemon just gives you the chance to go absolutely anywhere. So I decided to try and register. I actually got in on the last wave of the tournament, which was last week. So I had 5 days to prep. But I actually ended up doing okay for about only a week of prep, so I'm very happy with it. I got 40 points, top 1,024, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's great, especially with such little prep time. Now, I'm going to spoil it. You were playing Miraidon for this event. I think that people who are familiar with the lore know that you're a big believer on that deck. Were you fully 100% committed to Miraidon for this event, and that's what you prepped on, or was that just the deck you settled on eventually?
So I think whenever I start a format, I'm always kind of defaulting to Miraidon just because it's the deck I know best. I came in playing TCG, and my first regional ever was with Miraidon, so it's always the deck I just go back to first. I kind of like to limit check the deck and see where it stands in the format. So I just have the most experience with it, and then I ended up just scaring myself off of Dragapult Dusknoir because I can't do math. So math is really scary to me, so I might as well just hit 2 on generator every single turn and then just win that way. But I actually didn't even play a single Dragapult yesterday in all 9 rounds.
Dragapult is probably in the top 4, I would say, for the decks that are out in the field right now. But Miraidon, you know, there are still some players here in day 2 that have done very well with it. So I think your deck choice was definitely on the money, but for every generator you miss, another Miraidon player is going to hit that generator. So it's a give and take. You did a service to the other Miraidon players. But I want to ask a little bit more about your overall experience being in London, being in Europe. Did you see some of the other activities and events that we had here in the venue hall?
Oh my God. When I walked in yesterday, I personally love ICs because they go all out, right? So if you make a quick right at the door, it's like a little Kitakami setup from Scarlet Violet DLC, which I personally love. It's like one of my favorites. Ogerpon is like one of my top 3 favorite Pokemon in general.
Same.
It's so cute. So there's vendors here. I got to walk around the vendors. I got to go to the Pokemon Center too. I spent a lot of money there, but I get to bring a lot of gifts home to my friends, so it feels really good. But also just the fact that you get to watch on a big stages like this. Of course, big shout outs to Unite as well. It's one of my favorite spectator games to watch. The crowd is always so electric here. But being able to just come to Europe, I think I played, out of my 9 rounds, I played people from 5 different countries. And that's something that in North America we really don't get, right? Occasionally, as somebody from the US will play somebody from Canada or Mexico, right? But to play 5 different people from 5 different regions just feels super cool.
The diversity of competitors we have here at the International Championships cannot be understated. We say it every time, especially even at the opening of the show. This is a great time for all the global Pokemon fans to come together and celebrate this game. And I want to thank you as well for sharing your experience. It's your first time in Europe, and it's such a the biggest IC we've ever had. We're going to kick things back to a little break, folks, but don't go anywhere because we have just a few more Swiss rounds to go before we make it to our top cut.
My introduction to Pokemon was back in around 2011. I started watching the TV show. From there, I picked up the video games and kind of discovered the card game, and then very quickly found the competitive scene for the card game and got welcomed in with open arms. The community is awesome, and I've just been going at it ever since for over half my life now.
Tell me about your love for Pokemon.
I love Pokemon because all the players are nice, and it's just a really fun game to play.
Who is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Goomy, because it's Goomy. Goomy's the best. It's just like...
My earliest memory playing Pokemon's got to be going to my first tournament. It was a city championships, and I had an entirely illegal deck. So many cards that were rotated out, and scrambling right before round one to build a legal deck to play. I didn't do very well in the tournament, but it's definitely a good story to tell now.
Burned and confused, and he's gonna have to hope no mixer, but there it is, and he'll be able to double blaze for the knockout 4 game, and John takes game 1 in pretty decisive fashion.
Honestly, in terms of Pokemon, what keeps me going is the community and like being able to come to tournaments with my friends and like, you know, preparing and building a deck. I just love that whole process, and you know, when I do well or when one of my friends does well, it feels really rewarding, and just being able to do that over and over again is awesome. Something clicked with the card game that made me really want to compete in it. I'm a very competitive person by nature, and ever since my first tournament, I've had the drive to win.
Is this how it all ends?
Is this how we're gonna end this tournament? John will check the deck with his nest ball. Let's see how many energy cards are there.
There's the
Psychic,
grass.
water, grass, all the pieces are there.
This is the moment.
Energy.
John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is. Mirage Gate gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
I've got no words. I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming. I think this is like my 12th top 8 at a major event in Masters and my first win, so I've been really gunning for it for a long time. I think the biggest lesson I've learned from playing competitive Pokemon is just to like, if you lose, you can just get back up and go to the next tournament. Like honestly, it's like not the end all be all. There'll always be another one to compete in. Yeah, just taking losses with stride and then keep moving forward.
Does he have the Serena? Yes, he does. Brings up Lugia, and John Eng will advance into top 4.
Look, even though he's younger than me, I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's my best friend, my main testing partner. He's my rock. Ever since we were kids and seniors, you know, it started off as a rivalry. We would compete against each other. When we both aged up into Masters, we started working together, and we've made some really cool decks. We've both seen our own rightful success, and I'm just glad that he's here with me for every step of the way. Genuinely, my favorite moment in Pokemon history, for me at least, was going to Japan this past summer for Worlds with all my friends. We got to spend a month out there. You know, at the tournament, it was really fun. I managed to get top 32 there, which was nice. That was actually my first Worlds finish in Masters. And, you know, just city hopping, exploring the country with friends was just amazing. Coming into the season, my #1 goal was to win a tournament, because in the past I had had multiple cuts. I had reached #1 in North America before. The thing after this would probably be to win internationals, win worlds, or finish the season in #1 in North America. Hopefully I can get another one.
Card game. We've had a lightning day 1. We're currently in the midst of a fiery day 2. How do we expect to go on, Pablo?
I mean, I expect the pollen to continue affecting a lot of these players out there. We saw that HE pollen really put in work, body to its full potential in the previous round. And I'm looking forward to seeing more from that later down the line.
Honestly, me too. I'm really looking forward to all the fantastic decks. We're so lucky we're in a format which kind of forgives, you know, inventive deck building, and I really love that about this moment right now. In fact, we've got 2 fantastically innovative decks to show you very soon, heading into the next round. Round 11 we're on right now, just about to start. I can see our players getting ready to rumble, so make sure that you're sat down focusing. Eyes right here, everyone.
Now, we do have a lot of notable matches as the tournament is dwindling down and we're heading to the top. So we're going to be featuring Nino against Callum. We have so many other good matches here. Oscar against Natalie, Xander against Alexander, Ryuki against Marco Cifuentes. So all the regions being represented here at the very top.
Well, honestly, that makes an international championships, am I right? So yeah, absolutely. Wow, what a flurry of different country codes down the side there. That's exactly what we want to see. The best of the best from all around the world, kind of converging in one place to try and win the glory. And alongside them, so many interesting decks, including the two we're about to feature.
Yeah, so much variety at the very top. And speaking of interesting decks, I think we have our players ready to go at the stage. So let's take a look at what we're going to have for this Swiss round 11. Nino with that Gouging Fire EX deck against Callum with the Lugia V-Star.
Absolutely, and both of these decks have twists, turns, surprises. They've definitely been firing things up in the kitchen on both sides, not just with our fire-type Pokemon. So you definitely want to make sure you're keeping a close eye on what these guys have been kind of bundling right into the decks now, because there's definitely some unusual picks for this meta. Some cards that maybe have been underestimated still hanging around in Callum's Lugia list, which I love to see. I'm so pleased that he's doing so well with it. A really champion of this deck this season.
And very interesting inclusion for Callum of that Thornton could prove to be key in terms of surprising Nino with a threat that he might not be expecting. But Nino does have interesting inclusions as well, has a double Monkey Durry, has the Flutter Mane, has that Delphox with the Magical Fire attack to make sure they can target two Pokemon, possibly two Mincinnos to take away that threat. And yeah, I mean, other than that, I think it's very similar to the one we saw yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Delphox in this one, just giving that extra damage to bench Pokemon. I love seeing people adapt to the meta. Gardevoir and Dragapult being two of our larger decks in format right now. Actually, that Delphox is probably incredibly impactful.
Yep, both of these decks very well equipped to deal with that. And now, I think we're gonna see a battle of attrition here between Nino's high HP Pokemon and Callum trying to deal with them in a cost-effective way, right? And Gouging Fire, very clutch, has 230 HP, and Lugia V-Star only does 220. So I think that Cincinno and the Blood Mirror Luna will be extremely key and important to deal with Nino's threats.
So well picked up. A lot of Lugia players for this event decided Cincinno wasn't really the play. But respecting it and knowing they need to go for the bigger damage output on occasion, Callum's kept them in the deck at a pretty heavy count, and I love to see it.
Yeah, that thick Cincinno line could be the key to victory here. And of course, over on Nina's side, it could be very important to make sure he can deal with them very effectively.
Callum's decided to go first as our players set their prize cards. Legacy Energy 2 gift. My word, and that Delphox over on Nino's side. What do you think of those prize cards, Pablo?
For energy, I mean, Lugia does play a lot of energy, so you're bound to prize some, but 4 energy right off the bat could limit Callum's options. And as you mentioned, that Legacy Energy is so key because it not only provides the energy, but can also help you rearrange that prize straight up. And with this Gouging Fire and all the main attackers being weak to water, even Luminion could have been a very powerful option, but it's not going to be available until the very end.
That's so key. In this matchup, Luminion becomes not only a tool of count in the deck to kind of tutor our supporters into our hand, but also it's a very valid attacker, being able to put itself back into the deck, search for more supporters later, put the energy back into the deck as well. You could use it on a different Pokemon the second time. I love that being available, but not this time. As we begin our game, Callum's first up, Regigigas in the active, and like Ross said yesterday, there's one thing you want to do on a Lugia turn 1, and Pablo, what is it?
Get your Lugia down.
Absolutely.
Now, we did see that Tails coin flip for the Capturing Aroma, so we will be able to accomplish the bare minimum, right? Which is benching that Lugia.
Absolutely.
Any Archeops you get to discard along the way, that is a bonus, right? It's the icing on the cake, but at the very least, you need to get that Lugia. Now, I don't know if Callum knows what he's up against. I feel like at this stage of the tournament, most players do know. They've already been at the top tables. They've been watching their opponents' games as well. So I think his goal might be to get 2 Lugias down, because the Gouging Fire deck can be very aggressive and can easily take a turn 1 knockout, I feel.
Absolutely. I think you're absolutely on the money there. Callum knows the threat, and possibly we might be going for a double Lugia play. We're going for the Ultra Ball, so let's see. And as you said, oh, look at this, poetry in motion. Ultra Ball going down, discarding 1 Archeops and then a Lugia V-Star. Yes, we are going for it. No problems here, knowing that that is going to be able to be kind of picked up later. Going for the other Archeops, perfect. So we want 2 Archeops in the discard pile, a Lugia on bench. You're right, we've got the bare minimum. Looks like we go for the second Ultra Ball, 2 Archeops in the discard pile on their first turn. Callum really pulling through on this one, showing just how fast Lugia can move.
Tough decision there for Callum. Do you get rid of the Jet Energy knowing that there's a heavy retreat cost Regigigas in the active, or do you keep the V-Guard Energy, which can be useful to protect your Pokemon from NTV's Burning Rondo, or even Delphox's Magical Fire? Now, choosing to keep the 1-off V-Guard, as Callum does run 4 copies of Jet Energy, but that's a lot of resources lost. Yes, you have now both Archeops in the discard pile, you have Squawk, you have a Mincinno down, and you have a fresh hand of 6. But that's a lot of energies lost and resources lost, and with 4 energies prized, could affect down the line.
I entirely agree, although Callum may not know what Nino's playing yet. A Greninja, a Radiant Greninja in the active doesn't give us much of an idea. And we're going to pass the turn over with a fresh hand, 1 Lugia, and we're ready to rumble into Nino's turn, revealing that deck choice ever so soon, but starting with a pair of trekking shoes. Look at the top card of your deck. You can reveal that card and pop it in your hand. But if you don't want that card, you can discard it and draw the next one.
Very crucial that you mentioned that single Lugia down, which in many circumstances, it would be a scary situation, but unfortunately for Nino, he cannot Professor Sada and Boss's Orders in the same turn, right? And Callum didn't fill up his bench enough to where Burning Rondo is a threat. He even protected with that V-Guard Energy. So I think he's going to be pretty content with just having 1 Lugia. He did have the option to bench another one, but then if you do that, you can no longer get 2 Archeops down in your next turn.
So true. Managing your bench space with Lugia is sometimes a little bit tricky. I have been known to accidentally get too carried away and then be like, oh no, there's no space for that second Archeops. That's a problem. But no, Callum's much more clever than I, and that's why he's 9-1 into this round 11 here at the Pokemon European International Championships.
Yeah, both players have only lost once in what is arguably the hardest tournament in the season so far, right? Not only in terms of the amount of players, but also in terms of the quality of players that we have today. So standing at 9-1, what an impressive record to have.
So Nino is now using their ace spec of choice, Secret Box. You can only use this card if you discard 3 other cards from your hand. Search your deck for an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium card. Cherry pick 4 different types, reveal them, and put them in your hand. So we discard 3 that we don't need, and we're going to be able to get 3 that we do need, 4, sorry, that we do need. So revealing that lovely ace spec to us and probably playing it ever so soon to just make sure that we're, again, cherry picking exactly the resources that we need. Choosing to discard the Palpad, Professor Sada, and we need 1 more card to make sure that cost is satisfied. Okay, there we go with the Gouging Fire, and now we're going to be able to set up just how Nino would like. I like this in the deck for the consistency value.
Super clutch card, as you mentioned, Amy, but the discard can prove to be tough to fill up sometimes. And I mean, Nino has a pretty decent hand, except he had no energies to really help him out. So that's why we're seeing that Earthen Vessel, the Magma Basin. So Nino could maybe pull off an attack this time around. Has already lost both Bravery Charms, though, so not going to be increasing his Pokemon's HP. And that could have been very crucial because the Magma Basin self-damage, until you have a Monkey Dory, could work against you because it does put both Gouging Fire and NTV in range of a Lugia V-Star's attack.
Maybe considering that the Minccino is on the bench, knowing that Callum does have that available, maybe the Bravery Charms just don't take precedent right now, knowing that actually, regardless of changing your HP, your opponent still can one-hit KO, but honestly, I completely agree with you in this instance. It's very likely it was just a really tough decision. We obviously want to bump up our Pokemon's HP when at all possible. So we're going for that concealed cards. Discard 1 energy from your hand and draw 2 cards. We got Jet, and I didn't see that second card, Pablo.
I also couldn't tell. I think it was Squawkabilly that.
Oh, you're right.
Full
The lovely
art,
alternate
yeah.
art. Oh, I love that art with all of the sweet little chubby birds just sat on the rooftop. It's my favorite.
Now, apparently I misread. I think there is another Bravery Charm in the hand. I thought it was discarded for that secret box. And Nino has a lot of really good cards, but I don't think he can make use out of all of them. Could try to go boss KO that Cincino, but that 20 damage from the Magma Basin will allow Callum to take a return KO here if he decides to go that route.
So crucial that every number matters. Just 10 HP in it really makes a difference. Taking that 20 damage being so crucial. But you're right, there is a Bravery Charm, thank goodness. So Squawkabilly is going to be able to have one. And the surprise boss's orders. I was not predicting that one.
I was predicting it on the Mentino, but Nino just trying to go for a 2-2-2 straightforward price trade-off. That could be costly later down the line, but aggression is never a bad thing.
Absolutely not. Sometimes with these hyper-aggressive decks, just like Nino is showcasing here, you know, just going for that simple prize race and kind of not really worrying about what's happening on the other side of the board. You know, your opponent's going to be able to do what they can do, but if you get that first 2-prize knockout and you can just storm ahead like that, then, well, does it really matter what your opponent can do? Because if they can't catch up or make you miss a beat with those knockouts, well, then the game's wrapped up quite nicely.
Yep, and that's exactly where the Cincino comes into play, right? It allows you to offset that price trade, offset that aggression. It's like, okay, you have to deal with my Cincino, otherwise it's just going to take more knockouts. And if you do, that's only a single price card, whereas most of, or all of Nino's threats are 2-price Pokemon, so there's no real easy way to really offset that if Callum decides to go that route. And even if he could, right, that Radiant Greninja, for example, could still get KO'd by Iron Hands at some point and open up that possibility as well.
Ever so true. So we went for the Nest Ball there for our first Gouging Fire, our lovely ancient Pokemon with 230 HP, and that absolutely colossal Blaze Blitz attack for 260 damage will definitely be able to mop up all of Callum's Pokemon in time.
Now, being one Pokemon off from this knockout, of course, this Squawkabilly can be KO'd later down the line thanks to the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, so maybe keeping it in play, not opening up another bench spot for Callum for that Luminion for a second Mincino could be crucial here. So could have been on purpose that we don't take this KO. Now, that's the second Magma Basin hitting the discard ball. There was one discarded off of Squawkansi's the previous turn. So having access to those Magma Basins is also very important for Nino. So being 2 down already in the first turn could be problematic.
Absolutely. The fact Callum's been able to respond so quickly with that Mezagoza, although he didn't get the heads coin flip off of it, just removing the stadium as is incredibly impactful, putting a gift energy on the Squawkabilly in case of future knockout. However, if we knock out with the Monkey Dory, the gift energy will not be activated, which is a very crucial moment in Nino's game progression. But Callum's still thinking, this Squawkabilly might be the active. One more turn, depending if we get the V-Star or not. So going for the INO, hoping for the V-Star.
And no V-Star found, but there is a Capturing Aroma, so there's going to be a huge flip coming here right now, Amy. And Tails.
Oh no, that's a basic Pokemon. That's not what we want. We can still take it to hand to thin the deck, but Tails is a basic, and that's not quite what we want. And there's not a Lugia in hand. We've already failed them as a Goza. Is there going to be a way to get a Lugia V-Star out this turn? And if not, then, well, poor Squawkabilly might be sitting pretty in the active for one more turn. Gift energy might give us a hand up if Nino decides to KO this Squawkabilly now, but may choose the safer route later, knowing that Callum's hand is not potentially ideal.
This is a huge break for Nino. Has that nest ball, gets the Monkey Dory, can send these 2 damage to get knocked out. If Squawk attacks with the Motivate, it's not getting any energy from the discard piles. It can only get basic energy, and it'll just give more damage to be moved around later down the line. And then Nino has another turn to start powering up this Gouging Fire for more big knockouts. This is huge, Amy. And to top things off, Nino already has a boss's orders in his hand. So if he's able to piece out that Gouging Fire without playing Professor Sada, then that Lugia could be going down as well.
Oh no, that would be disastrous. Wow, if Lugia V took a turn for the worst as well, the V-Guard energy there only helping against our Entei, not our Gouging Fire, as it does not give any protection against EX Pokemon.
You can see Callum debating whether to bench that Lugia, that second Lugia or not, knowing that because he missed his KO, the one he does have is now under very real threat. So choosing to bench that, and now Nino has the possibility to perhaps boss one of these 2 Lugias and not purposely not take a knockout, right? To make sure that if Callum gets Lugia V-Star, he can only get 1 Arceus. But if he doesn't, then Nino could possibly piece out a 6 price turn at some point later down the line, thanks to Monkey Dory. So very rough Iono for Callum, and unfortunate coin flips as well.
Yeah, Callum going for the Motivate there. 20 damage, but no energy attachment. As you well assessed, it would be basic energy, which Callum does not have in the discard pile. Wow, we got our first Mesagoza here, and it's not by Callum who played the card, but Nino gets to take advantage of it, taking that Monkey Dory. Oh my goodness gracious, that Mesagoza really not stepping up to the plate and having a bit of a betrayal moment there. Top 10 betrayals of the tournament. That Mesagoza right there.
That always feels terrible when you whiff your own stadium and then your opponent immediately goes ahead and takes advantage of it. But it's part of the risk, right? That's what Lugia, that's how Lugia goes. You essentially work around the coin flips. They go your way, you're flying high. They don't go your way, and you're all of a sudden stuck with an awkward bench doing 20 damage with Motivate and not much else.
No, precisely. And now that Monkey Dory revealed, Callum being kind of a bit, possibly shaking in their boots a bit now, thinking, oh my goodness, I just gave that Monkey Dory more fuel, adding fuel to the fire, quite literally putting the extra damage on Entei for Monkey Dory to move around at will.
Now we still have fleet-footed to draw an extra card. I think that's what we're going to see before we commit to Monkey Dory. Now, I wouldn't mind just taking the knockout here with the Monkey Dory, even though you could be sneaky and not open up a bench space. I feel like just getting the card advantage could be very, very crucial.
Concealed cards, discard 1 energy card, draw 2. We got the Roxanne, which we can't play yet, and a Trekking Shoes to dig further. So we like that. Is it monkey time? Here we go. Monkey Dory with 1 darkness energy will activate Adrenabrain. We can move up to 3 energy. Energy? Who am I? We can move up to 3 damage counters off of one of our Pokemon and place it onto your opponents. That would knock out the Squawkabilly and recover Entei at the same time by 3 damage counters.
We're going to see Trekking Shoes, finding Trekking Shoes.
We are trekking. I love that. Trek into Trek. We've got 2 shoes, baby.
And Sada is found. So now Nino with the tough decision. Do you boss? Try to perhaps knock out the Cincinnati, which is a real threat. The Lugias are still not in range quite yet. But yeah, I think Nino's going to do the play where he's not going to knock out the Squawk. He's not going to knock out the Lugia. And therefore, he's not going to be in range. And with a single Arceus, you cannot get 4 energies on this Lugia V-Star to take down the Entei. So choosing not to KO is actually working out pretty well, unless I'm doing the math wrong, and it will be a knockout anyways, my bad.
Okay, no worries. So we've used Lost Vacuum to take away the Mesagoza option. Nino saying, I'm the only one that gets to use that. Thank you very much. We Adrenabrained 3 damage counters of Entei onto the new Lugia V and did take the knockout for the first 2 prize cards of the game. Nino taking a very decisive lead.
Yep, that Squawk still in range. Any damage on the board from Magma Basin or any of Callum's attacks will allow that to be picked off. Now, there's still the issue of this Sentinel, which can help with the price trade-off, but even though the 2 prizes have not been taken, Callum is essentially 4 prizes behind already.
Jacques finally bringing in our Lugia V-Star, a turn too late, but you know, there's never, ever any worry when it comes to Lugia and its acceleration from this point onwards. So Callum might have the opportunity to make an astounding comeback. We already saw multiple bonkers comebacks yesterday. It wouldn't surprise me if we got to see some more from talented minds like Callum.
Yep. Pretty good turn here. Will finally be able to get everything down and fully set up. Even has the protection from that V-Guard. But after the Cincinnati, yeah, I mean, right now there's no energy in play whatsoever, right? So we not only need a Professor Sana, we need some combination of Magma Basin and energy attachments or potentially energy switches in order to get something going this turn. Can he find all the pieces? We know he has Professor Sada in hand, which made last turn, I think, a little riskier as well, because if Callum found an Iona this turn, there's not a lot going in the board right now.
No, we do have the energy switch in hand though, so we might be a-okay. But like you say, still some fancy footwork to be done with all of the energy attachments. Okay, Callum going for our first, final Primal Turbo of day 2. Here we go. Once during your turn, you can search your deck for up to 2 special energy cards, attach them to one of your Pokemon, and we're going to do that twice because you get to do it per Archeops, which is why it was so crucial to get 2 of them in that discard pile nice and early on. We've gone for a gift and a missed energy first up on our Cinccino, and now going to attach on our Lugia V-Star by the looks of things. Keeping things close to our chest. Now Cinccino does a lot of damage. We do 70 damage per special energy attached to Cinccino. So that already brings us up into quite a high bracket, but not quite enough to knock out yet. There must be an energy in hand, right, Pablo?
Even if there is, though, that's only 210, and Inti has 230 HP, right? So unless there's an energy under there, that's not going to be enough damage, I do believe.
No, not quite.
And yeah, I think that was a big mistake, and Callum's just going to scoop it up, go on to the next round. That was very, very crucial.
It was, and I think that's the thing. Nino took the really early lead, took those 2 prize cards. Callum's thinking, oh, my Lugia just took way too long to get everything set up. So we get a game win there for Nino, who just brought it home with the consistency of gouging fire there.
Very dominating performance. That whiffed Lugia V-Star, 2 whiffed coin flips, and that spelled disaster for Callum. So I think Nino definitely caught a big break there. He had a okay starting hand, but those double coin flips were very unfortunate for Callum.
Really was, and just that change in pace, right? Both players thinking, oh, okay, if I go a 2-2-2 prize race, this will be okay. Callum had the opportunity of using legacy energy, of using, like you say, those Cinccino to be able to skew that prize trade slightly, but unfortunate mistakes happen, and it's Nino who took the win for that game 1. But we've got plenty of time to see out possibly 2 more games.
What are the odds, Amy, that we've seen Gouging Fire being featured twice, and both times we've seen players miss crucial KOs by 10 HP?
I tell you what, it has happened already. Yesterday we saw it happen. Today it's happened again. But you know what? I'm going to cut these players some massive slack. And even Joe was telling me from yesterday that he forgot how distracting it is to be on stage, how they have some white noise in their ears and it's quite loud, and you know, just how difficult it is to focus. Joe, not a very nervous person, so he might not have had the nerves aspect, but some of these players very well might. So not only could they be very tired, but also there's lots going on that stage.
Getting game 2 started already. That Iron Hand's very threatening onto that Monkey Dirty. However, the Legacy Energy is prized once again for Callum. Very unfortunate situation, and no time dedicated on that Capturing Aroma to really review the deck. So Callum might not know about that until hopefully until it's too late, which hopefully doesn't happen.
I really hope not. But like we've said before, the most crucial part about Lugia V is getting it down on turn 1. Pass from Callum over to Nino's turn. Didn't really need to deck search because at the end of the day, it was an attached pass on our Lugia once it was down. Starting Monkey Dory this time. We've got a Gouging Fire, but I'm not sure there's a lot else going on in the hand.
Yep, no way to search for Squawk, no way to draw cards. Right now, I can't tell what the other two are. There are two Professor Sada.
Yes, but we
no easy way, right? No easy way to discard those energies. We can attach Retreat, draw 3, but that doesn't really help you accomplish much.
No, that doesn't help this scenario. We really can't do much, and you can't use Professor Sada to attach special energy, so discarding that's no good. So we're going to use the Earthen Vessel, discarding a Professor Sada's Vitality to search the deck for 2 energy cards. But unfortunately, in this instance, we're not going to be able to discard them, and that really is the big key here with Gouging Fire, is that we're using supporters and stadiums to accelerate the energy from the discard pile specifically. So in this instance, actually not that helpful.
No, you can definitely tell that there's a sense of urgency over on Callum's side, right? He knows he's a game down. He knows how important these wins are to get closer to the top 8, so he's very eager to be able to continue with his turn. That's why he didn't price check thoroughly with that capturing Aroma. So I think he knows how crucial time is after game 1, but game 1 didn't take too long. So I think if we see both players play out the matches, I think we could see this game conclude.
I absolutely agree. Nino having a slightly slower start this time. Squawkabilly in the prize cards, multiple energy switch and a magma basin locked away for now. You know, it really does show how we're going to have a much slower start in this game. We know the legacy energy isn't available for that Iron Hands, so it physically cannot make a meaningful attack right now, and it's got a really heavy retreat cost. So unless we find Jet Energy in hand again, Callum could be slowed down by that, but then Nino is slowed down by just not being able to get this energy that we've got into the discard pile. Chosen 2 fire energy off the Earthen Vessel.
Yep. Iron Hands is quite literally less useful than a battle VIP pass at this point in time. It's just like, it's a sitting dock right there, can't attack, can't really do anything, hefty retreat cost. I think we're going to see, speaking of retreat though, discarding that energy, activating the Professor Sada, hoping we can get something going, but we can't even do 60 damage with Heat Blast because we already attached, so big 3 cards here.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we got the Earthen Vessel, so we could use that to discard the other energy, and that starts to get us rolling. Grabbing ourselves, yep, another fire energy, and maybe the darkness energy here might be considered, but I don't think we have a magma basin yet, so no, there's no point yet. 2 fire type energy it'll be.
Yeah, I think you're really banking on that Professor Sada in hand now. It's always nice to find Professor Sada early. It doesn't help when there aren't any energies in the discard pile. I feel like this Professor Sada discard was a little risky, but so far so good. And Lugia is not known to be very Iono heavy base, right? So you probably are not going to get Ionoed over and over. But if it were to happen this early on, with 2 Sadas here and 1 more going to the bottom, it would be pretty hard to Professor Sada probably for the rest of the game.
It really would be. And even, you know, having to burn through 2 Professor Sada for no knockout on this turn, or is very likely to not be a knockout on this turn, kind of feels bad. It feels like you're underutilizing her potential, but you've got to get off the mark somehow.
Nope. We already attached energy to retreat, so we cannot attach this turn. Yeah, it's just going to be a pass.
It is just a pass on this one. So once again, those Sadas are in the discard pile, so won't be able to be utilized until later on. But we have another in hand to start us off. Over to Callum's turn, we have the Lugia V-Star!
And we have that Iono, Amy, so that 3rd Professor Sada will be going to the bottom of the deck.
That could severely slow Nino's play down. You're so right. But unfortunately for Callum, it's not looking too hot either.
Well, he's debating the Professor's research, I guess. But yeah, we're going to go research. All right, so Nino being a little bailed out here.
Massively. Oh my gosh, when Callum watches this back, he's going to kick himself. But that's the risk versus reward that you take, right?
Yeah, for sure. You have to evaluate. I mean, 7 cards doesn't feel much better than 6, but Callum needs all the help he can get. And unfortunately, I don't think he got any from this hand, Amy.
Oh, it's really looking a little bit lackluster and disappointing. Going for a second Lugia V, worrying this V-Star may get KO'd before we're able to see any Archeops in the discard pile at all. We'll have to wait and see if this Capturing Aroma gets played. If, you know, no, we're not going for it. Biding our time, keeping it close to our chest, and it's over to Nino for a pass from Callum.
Top decking an Ultra Ball, which will get more energies in the discard pile. Nino really doing so well here with this 1-card draws, and even though his starts have not been as fiery as he would love them to be, he's okay because Callum is also not getting an ideal start anyways.
No, and this is almost the nice part about Pokemon TCG. Sometimes you do get these games where you both get these lackluster starts, and so instead of being a steamroll situation, you kind of do get this back and forth and tussle. So as you very well assessed, going for that Ultra Ball, choosing what to discard. Of course, we want some fire energy in the discard pile. Choosing the darkness energy also.
Yeah, I think because we have energy switch available, maybe valuing that jet energy a little too much. I don't know, we'll have to see what Nino chooses here, but definitely in a very good spot.
Much better than Callum for sure at the moment, at very least. Eyeing up that Radiant Greninja, bringing us some stability and card draw, which we do need at the moment because we still don't have a Magma Basin, and that will just allow Nino to start pushing this game into the driver's seat.
Yeah, that 20 damage is super crucial. It's the missing puzzle piece here for Nino to be able to send 2 damage counters onto a Lugia, combined with the Blaze Blitz, which does 260 damage, and that would be the perfect knockout. So maximizing the value of this Professor Sada, getting that darkness energy into play as well.
I love it.
Magma Basin, the card we're looking for here. One is prized.
No, we didn't get it, and unfortunately a supporter that can't be played until Callum does manage to get all set up and starts kicking off.
Yep, now we're gonna thin a little bit more. We do have a jet energy that we can use for concealed cards, right? It's not limited to basic energies. That's the last energy in Nino's hand, so if he discards that, he needs to draw exactly Magma Basin, otherwise we're not seeing a KO this turn, which hitting for 260 is still pretty good when you've seen your opponent have a lackluster in turn 2 and there are still 0 Archeops in the discard pile.
I'm going to pose you a question now, Pablo, because I don't remember. I'm going to be honest. Does Entei V have 1 retreat cost? If so, we could jet energy it into the active Fleet Foot for a desperate plea and then retreat back for an attack.
Unfortunately, it has a 3 retreat.
3?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, he's so slow, Entei. My word.
He's a chunky boy.
He is. That's okay. I feel that. I can't go very fast either, Entei. So that's not an option. Can't be doing that anytime soon. Not with Entei anyway for that fleet-footed ability. So instead, like you said, into the discard pile, we go with that jet. Drew another one, and was that an Entei again?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so no help from any of these draws. We're just gonna have to settle, right, for 260 damage. Poor gouging fire.
We can mop up later, it's fine, but like you say, it's just a little bit disappointing in that regard. But thank goodness, Professor Sada's Vitality is going to continue to press on as Palpad allows us to shuffle 2 supporters back into the deck. An essential part of Nino's strategy is consistently getting that energy onto our Pokemon with Professor Sada, and of course, using our energy switches to then pop it onto our Monkey Dory.
So we missed the crucial KO. I think it's fine, but now it's over on Callum's side. He needs to make something happen. Find certain, no help. Now he has Capturing Aroma, which can find him Luminion, but if he gets another Pokemon in the bench, then he can only play with a single Archeops. He does have a double turbo, which allows him to start doing some damage, but it's still not good enough, I feel.
It's not good enough, and again, it gives ammunition to that Monkey Dory to throw back. So is it wise to not take a knockout? Okay, oh my goodness gracious. Not doing well on those coin flips again. We're going for a basic Pokemon. not really what Callum wants at the moment.
All
Not
right.
at all.
Here's our plan, Amy. We're
Okay,
going to get
I'm ready.
Luminion. We have Jack in our hand. We're going to play Jack. We're going to get the 2 Archeops. We're going to attach the double turbo, start dishing some damage, not a KO, right? We're going to get that Luminion in hand, play the Jack, and then next turn we bench Luminion, grab our research, and finally get rid of those Archeops and hope to find your last Lugia V-Star. One of them was discarded in the beginning. This one will be going down next turn, so you have to hope you get that third and very crucial one. I think that's the play here.
You know what? I like it. I like it quite a lot, actually. It's a shame because we can't do everything now because the bench is just too full, but I like it. Is it going to happen? Or are we going to bide our time? That's the thing, because we could Jack now and get the and go ahead and grab those Archeops and kind of hold on and wait until the Lugia is knocked out first, and then go for a Professor's Research with the Luminion.
Yeah, that's the plan for sure.
It's the same plan. It's the other way around.
Yeah, and I mean, with that double turbo, we can definitely attack here. So, I mean, you were not going to be able to knock out this Gouging Fire, even if you could get both Archeops into play this turn. So I think this is as good as it gets, right? Attach the double turbo, go ahead and wait for next turn. And I think what could prove to be maybe a little troublesome is that I don't know if Callum has now noticed that the Legacy Energy is not available, so he might try to attack with Luminion last turn. Hopefully he doesn't commit to it, or he just thoroughly checks beforehand.
Agreed. There we go. The damage counters are set. Gouging Fire down to 30 HP remaining. Callum's having a little look there at the discard pile to see what resources have been used up so far with our 2 Earthen Vessel, and obviously Palpad has helped Sada to creep back into the deck. She will be useful some time over. Okay. Considering what to use, both players obviously eyeing up that strategy and seeing who's going to make that impactful first knockout.
Now we do have that energy switch available, so we can get the energy onto Monkey Dury, get the KO here. Not too bad.
Not at all, not bad. We still don't have a Magma Basin, but it matters not, as yes, of course, we can go ahead and move damage counters using Monkey Dory from Gouging Fire to take the knockout on Lugia V-Star mid-turn. It is still Nino's turn. An attack has not been announced. Callum now has to make the tricky decision of which Pokemon to promote. Going for the Minccino. Again, that's a lovely decision for skewing prize trade. Callum, unfortunately, not really thinking that maybe the Iron Hands, obviously giving up 2 prizes guaranteed. Although we can't use it, it's still a liability. We don't want that.
Yeah, but in the prize race, giving up 2 prizes would be a little too much, I think. But of course, both, like, it's a lose-lose situation. You lose a Minccino, that's bad. You lose Iron Hands, that's also pretty bad. But you know what's worse, Amy? I think Nino has access to Jet Energy plus Boss's Order, so he can reset the damage for Blaze Blitz on this Gouging Fire and take down Callum's only Lugia V in play, and that would be almost game-ending.
That's catastrophic for Callum. I think if a 2-prize turn does happen, that's devastating. But what's double devastating is a Lugia V being taken down. Callum can make a comeback. It would be impressive, but Thornton is in the deck. There could be a miraculous comeback, but then obviously it becomes difficult to discard the Archeops laying in hand.
There's the switch card drawn off the concealed cards, has the Boss's Order, so does have the knockout on this Lugia. And yes, if you have to Thornton, then how do you get the Archeops in the discard pile, as you mentioned? He already has a Thornton, so an Ultra Ball off the top would save Callum, but this is not looking good at all.
Not one bit, but you're so right. We can reset that attack. Blaze Blitz you normally can't use twice in a row, but if a Pokemon goes to the bench, I always say it's a bit like it going back into its Pokeball, and then it has a nice little rest, and when it comes back into the active, it's ready to use that attack again.
There's the attach, there's the retreat, and we're about to see the Boss's Orders onto that Lugia V.
No, Callum! Oh, Lugia goes down for the count.
Ultra Ball, that's the only card that gives any sort of chance to Callum right here. I think you have to bring up the Iron Hands. It's not useful right now. Minchino does have uses later down the line, potentially. It's Ultra Ball now or never, Amy.
It really is. We need that top deck. We're living in top deck city. It's not comfortable, but it might be a nice stay if the right card is on the top deck. Let's see it.
It's not. It's the Lugia V-Star that Callum needed to draw if he had the Lugia available. So you have the Thornton, but you have no Arceus in your discard pile.
This is devastating. And they call it. They call it there. And a fiery victory once again. Gouging Fire proving that it's earning its top spot in this event once more.
No top deck city for Callum. Unfortunate situation. I mean, that game one was also looking tough in the position before he scooped it up to go to game two. And now, just game one, he had the Arceus, he didn't have the Lugia V-Star. Game two, he had the Lugia V-Star, but no Arceus, so just not quite flying as high as he wanted to.
Not at all, and that's what we see from Lugia. I've always said that, you know, I think it would be undisputedly the best deck in format if it weren't for its own slight inconsistencies, and both of those games showed exactly that, sadly. Callum, talented player from the UK, we know that. Look how well he's doing, and he's going to continue throughout this day two, of course, but unfortunately Lugia, like you said, just didn't quite fly high enough in this instance, and Gouging Fire bringing the heat to our international championships.
Yep, those coin flips, right? If they go your way, Lugia feels like an absolute unstoppable deck, but they go a little bit awry, and all of a sudden you find yourself in these awkward spots where you have the wrong Pokemon at the wrong time.
It's a difficult scenario, and really there's no way around it. It is just a very kind of coin flip reliant deck, and unfortunately if you just don't get the ones you need at the right time, that is going to spell doom. If you have a lovely day of getting all the right coin flips at the right time, then absolutely, Pablo, you're winning. You're winning this whole event. If you get everything you need as Lugia every single time, there's very little stopping it. Once it gets going and it has that momentum behind it, really difficult deck to deal with. I wasn't sure if the influx in Miraidon popularity would discourage Lugia players, but you know what? I love that Callum brought it today, and I'm so pleased he's doing so well.
Yeah, I'm also very pleased, and I think the Lugia players you see at the top, I feel like if you could like analyze all the coin flips that every Lugia player flips, like the players who did average at the tournament probably had average coin flips.
Absolutely.
The players who are doing really well are probably having better than average coin flips.
Absolutely.
And the players who are not doing too well or dropped early probably just had every coin flip go against them, right? So
absolutely. So if you want to leave it into the hands of Lady Luck, I think you might be a Lugia player. But it's a very skill-heavy deck as well, making sure that all of those sequencing choices are perfected, and I'm sure Callum has shown those masterful displays in other games during this event. But in this instance, Nino, just with that really consistent flow of fire type energy, managed to bring everything into play. And I love the Monkey Dory to make use of the fact that your own energy engine is popping damage on your Pokemon.
yeah, Gouging Fire, not the super fiery explosive deck that you would expect it to be. It's been compared a lot to decks like Miraidon or Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Like, the energy requirements probably force it to take a slower turn, but then just has all these other options, right? It has the bench damage potential with Delphox. It has the Monkey Dory usage as well. So it's more of a toolbox sort of deck, and we saw it get second place in Merida. We could see another deep run, and maybe that finally allows Gouging Fire to get on the graphics, because it's never been represented, I don't think.
I don't think so either, but it deserves it. Although, like you say, it doesn't necessarily have these explosive turns. It gets around some key mechanics of the game right now via using Monkey Dory to finish off opponents instead. I love that. You know, Gouging Fire or Entei go in, they do a little bit of damage, they soften things up, and then Monkey Dory comes in at the end and goes, okie dokie, I'll have 2 prizes here, there, I'll have 2 prizes there, and oh, go on then, Gouging Fire, you can finish off the last one. And honestly, it just pieces together so nicely. I feel like Monkey Dory is the card this deck needed to really rise to the top.
Now let's hear from the Gouging Fire player himself. Adam is ready with an interview down at the stage.
Hello everyone, Adam Skarzig Watson here once again on the big stage here at EUIC, joined by our winner, Nino Anderluch. How you doing, my friend?
Doing really well. I never expected to do this well because Birmingham is the first time I did day 2, and now I'm here competing for top 8, so I am ecstatic.
International championships like this are what it's all about, for players to show what they're made of and make a name for themselves on the big stage. How's it feel to be here after this win?
It just feels amazing. I felt amazing all day yesterday. Here, the stream experience was also something really nice that we only were able to watch. So, yeah, it's just amazing.
I'm glad that you are still so hyped and so excited for your win. Now, I think the people at home are really curious about the Fampy plush. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so the Fampy plush is something that I got recently. I picked it up in our local store after going second place in it. I got this with the store credit. And since then, it's been on my table in all the cups and challenges. And on this regionals EUIC actually. EUIC actually. He's been on the table all but one match. And that is the one match that I lost. It's the one match I forgot to put him on the table, which means that this Fampy is undefeated today, or than yesterday in the US.
What a powerful good luck charm for you to bring this energy all the way from your local scene to the big stage here. Do you want to give any special shout outs to your friends and testing partners to help you prepare for this massive event?
Absolutely, yes. So, our region, Slovenia, where I'm from, is actually like quite new. We've had I heard there was organized play like 10 or 12 years ago, but over the recent years, when like 2 years, we haven't had organized play, and we've started playing more and practicing more. So like all the Slovenian people watching me here, shout out to them. So yeah, for organized play, we have to drive to all the closest countries, that is Austria and Italy, and we still like do that a lot because we are all trying to qualify for Worlds and do a good job. So shout out to all the Slovenians, and shout out to also like the Trieste and Udine group in Italy, because they are the ones that I often also play against and help me get better. I talk to a lot, so shout out to all of them. And yeah, it's just an amazing experience to be here.
A lot of places all around the globe hungry to show what they're capable of for international competition just like this. And hey, I think, Nino, you're serving as the vanguard for that local scene. I'm really happy to hear it. And just one more question I did have for you. This Gouging Fire deck really threw me for a loop. Where did this deck come from? Like, what's the idea behind it?
So Gouging Fire is a deck I really like. I was struggling to pick a deck for EUIC, like ever since the Prismatic Evolutions deck and all the Budus and everything that changed. I was struggling to pick a deck. I have played it in the past, in like half a year ago in a previous metagame. And then I saw it in Merida getting second place, so that was a blessing for me because I picked up the deck again, brought it to a local, brought it to a cup, and I won the cup, so I did really well, and I was like, okay, I'm locking it in, that's the deck. I'm playing this no matter what. I got some more practice on it, and it's obviously worked out, what can I say?
A little bit of last-minute inspiration to help lock in that deck choice, and it's working out for you beautifully. Congratulations once again, and we're going to send things back over to the casting desk and keep this tournament underway.
Thank you so much for that fantastic interview. I love the Lucky Charm Fampy. I always take a little Lucky Charm friend with me, but mine hasn't been quite as lucky as that, my word. But I imagine there's a lot of skill involved there too. But speaking of the Merida list, we're going to take a little look at Mauricio's Gouging Fire list. Pablo, talk to us about Gouging Fire, my friend.
I mean, Mauricio himself was pretty happy with the deck. He was almost parading it and how much he has been working on it even before Merida, right? We know Luke Kirkham as well was one of the first players to be getting day 2s and getting consistent results with the deck. And this one in particular, it's this toolbox deck, right? You have the Magical Fire from Delphox, which we haven't seen too much of, but that's because that attack is very useful against the evolving decks like Gardevoir and Dragapult. But then if you're up against those tankier, heavier HP Pokemon or big basics, then you have Gouging Fire's Blaze Blitz, which is amazing and just one KOs pretty much anything. And you can make these Pokemon even sturdier with the Bravery Charm.
Absolutely, and honestly, the deck's consistency speaks for itself. Although we saw a little bit of a slow start there, it mattered not. Being able to pick up damage and place it on your opponent's Pokemon with the Monkey Dory just helps mop up at the end. We've got some consistency factors like Secret Box really pulling through, Forest Sealstone, Roxanne for that late game disruption, Fluttermane for early game disruption, and I think the thing that really sticks out for me is the energy switches. I love that in this deck. Makes it so versatile.
Yeah, it gives it even more potential to power up the right attacker at the right time, right? You have the energy placement with Professor Sada, you have the energy placement with the Magma Basin, and I feel like even in a pinch, you can potentially attack with Fluttermane. I'm sure that has some use, not only shutting down things like Iron Thorn's ability, but as a way to slow down the Lost Box decks that we saw a little bit of a resurgence of this weekend, which on paper would have a pretty good matchup as well. Yeah, shutting down that Conf in the active, very, very clutch. And with Professor Sada and Fluttermane being an ancient Pokemon, attacking with that doesn't seem like a bad idea in many matchups.
I totally agree. And Hex Hurl, again, it places damage count. It places damage on the benched Pokemon. So being able to continue with that is awesome. Honestly, I love that you have so many flexible ways of damaging Pokemon. It's not all about these big attacks. It's about the journey along the way and where all of those damage counters are ending up.
Gouging Fire, I think this is definitely not the last we have seen of the Gouging Fire deck. I really hope it continues to make it far and we get to see more of it in action now. Amy, we are in London.
We are.
You are from England, right? You are British.
I am.
I am not. And I had to learn a little bit of not the language of it.
The local language.
The local
slang.
The local slang.
Yes.
So
With the colloquial terms that the British use to express ourselves. Let's call it that.
So I had a fun time with Adam and Charlie over on Thursday. So let's take a look at how I did with my British slang.
Hey trainers, it's the European International Championships in London, and what better opportunity to test some of our trading card game casters on their Britishisms. These weird things that we say here, every region's gonna have them, that kind of only make sense here. Let's see how much they know. All right, starting off, Adam, Pablo, telling pork pies.
Telling pork pies?
Yeah.
Is that like telling a lie?
It is. Yeah, it is. Had you heard that?
I had never heard that.
You've never heard that? Okay, nice. Now, before I tell you more about that one, let's do the second one because they kind of make sense together. Having a bubble. Having a bubble. What do you think, Pablo?
Like you're having a laugh at someone?
Good, very good, very good. Now, these are two examples of Cockney rhyming slang. So, telling pork pies, you substituted pork pies for lies. So some people could say telling porkies, for example. With having a bubble, that's having a bubble bath, having a laugh, sort of thing. And like you could say going up the apples and pears, which means going up the stairs. And so some people will just say going up the apples to mean the stairs. So it really only makes sense if you know. It only makes sense if you know. Okay, moving on from that, a cuppa.
That's a coffee, right? Specific
tea. More British, Adam. More British, not coffee. Let's make it more British there. Cup of tea. Exactly. Okay, Pablo, keep your hair on.
Like don't exaggerate or think more straightforward?
Close. Yeah, yes. More swiftly. Oh.
I like that guess. Is it more like hold your horses? Does it mean like be patient?
You're both kind of there. It's don't panic. Keep your hair on. Don't worry about it, you know? Yeah. Okay.
And hold your horses, right, would be an Americanism.
Hold your... Ooh, I don't know where that one's from, actually, because we definitely say it here. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. All right. Wind your neck in.
Like, calm down? Like, calm down.
Calm down? What do you think?
I think it means to kind of keep your eyes to yourself, mind your business.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. This one I'm actually not so familiar with, but yeah, stop being annoying, stop being nosy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if they say it over here, but where I'm from, we call it rubbernecking.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Thank you for that. You learn something new every day, don't you? Think of Raging Bolt, Frigoroth, that could be told. Wind your neck in. All right, final one here. Knackered.
Completely tired.
Yes, very good. Very good. Are you knackered from those Britishisms?
I wish I would have got the coffee one.
Yeah, well, you need it now, because you're a little bit knackered, aren't you? Good, this is how we use these. We learn from our Britishisms. Fantastic, traders. Very shortly, time to get back to the action at London. Maybe we'll hear some of these Britishisms in the next bit. Hey, traders, it's
My name is Nathan Beck, and I'm from Southern Oregon. I was going to our local card shop, and I saw them playing Pokemon, and the card game I was playing originally was not as fun as Pokemon looked, and then I just started playing Pokemon as a senior, grinding every year when I can, you know.
He was the Washington State champion back in 2014. Here, the old guard looking like he's coming back for some new achievements to add to this belt.
One of my favorite Pokemon is Darkrai, and so I always related, you know. My first year in Masters, because it was a real difference in competition. I went from playing against kids my age to now playing against adults, and people are incredible at the game. Coming into the Pokemon community, it's like a family, and it's a big part of me. Today was my first day being on stream, like, at all. At first, it was really nerve-wracking. I was really nervous to be on stream in front of 1,000 eyes, and as soon as the white noise kicked in, it was breezy, it was easy. I could actually focus more than a regular game.
Absolutely amazing there from Nathan Beck, and seemed super chill, kept the composure there, is ready to go into the next match.
This year, I really took a step back and wanted to just have a lot of fun playing Pokemon. I was really grinding for Worlds a lot, and realized that, you know, it should all be about fun, and was immediately rewarded.
I know he's been playing for a while, probably working towards this moment, probably thinks about this a lot. I mean, this is a goal for a lot of Pokemon TCG players, is to become a regional champion.
Honestly, I'm still in shock. It hasn't really set in yet, but pretty stoked. I'm glad I get to go to Hawaii now and don't have to chase my invite really hard, and I can relax a little bit.
And all smiles on his face.
Yeah, giving yourself an opportunity to just prove yourself on the biggest stage, to truly immortalize yourself as a world champion.
Somebody I've looked up to a lot is one of my best friends, Bodhi. He got me into the game a lot, and he's always been the person I've been testing with, and from day one he's been there. So if something makes you happy and you enjoy playing it and you're comfortable playing it, you can win games just because of that. You don't have to play what the best deck is or what the meta is. The sense of like accomplishment when you're at a tournament, even if you don't perform well, like you played through 9 to 15 rounds, you know, like you put yourself out there and you're proving to yourself that you can do it, even if you don't make day 2 or make top 8, you know, and you get to be around your friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Vancouver regional champion, Nathan Beck.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Medicham. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce, o cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores, eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional, mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémons de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então acho que o melhor ginásio para se defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Meirin-chan, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado bem.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here, down amongst the people at EUIC, and I'm joined by a special guest, Joe Bernard. We didn't get a chance to talk yesterday. It was a very long tournament, but now we can catch up. How you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we've got all the decks here, right? We've got all the information of all the players. We've got all of their deck lists. They're all available. But I find looking at that list of decks on the computer screen, it is not the same as actually getting out into the hall and walking the tables. I find you learn so much more walking the tables. And what we see is a lot of Dragapult, a weirdly large amount of Clorf.
Yes,
Clorf is all over the top tables right now. Dragapult is absolutely everywhere. Golden Go, Gardevoir, lots of G's rolling around.
Yeah.
And a Raging Bolt's up there quite high right now, which I was not expecting.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on some of the more obscure decks that we've sort of noticed across the field as well. Came across a person playing Hydreigon.
Yes.
I've seen maybe one or two Ancient Box sort of flying around
love that deck.
the actual venue as well. But it's just, like I said, we're trying to find the creme de la creme right now where they kind of rise to the top. And we're just trying to find the right stream matches for you guys to enjoy as well, because, you know, we had a great day yesterday and we've had a great first couple of rounds for this day as well. But, you know, we're really sort of grinding down to the last couple of stream feature matches, and hopefully we get a chance to pick out some really cool players or cool decks as well.
That is the plan. Seriously, you guys do not know how much we agonize sometimes over what match to put on stream. Now, I can't walk the tables with you guys at home. I'm very sorry about that. That's literally not possible. That would be weird. However, what we can do is show you the day 2 metagame breakdown, so we can show you coming into day 2 what the players were playing, and no surprise there. Top deck is Dragapult. It has been all the way along. And then we've got a lot of similar things. Gardevoir, Chaladon, Miraidon, and Golden Go doing very, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, it's one of those decks that we didn't anticipate, or maybe a lot of people didn't anticipate to be a deck choice for this big tournament, but it's risen up into this sort of top 6 most played for the day 2 meta breakdown, at 30 people making it through. But just a reminder, if you're following us at home or on the stream here, the total number of decks in the top right-hand corner sort of mentions how many players we have here. This list of 6 encompasses about 70% or just over 70% of all the decks in the field for day 2. And then you have the percentages, you have the number of picks, so you know how many number of players are actually piloting it for the day 2 here. Like I said, alongside Golden Goda, we've mentioned Cloth. It's still hanging around there with just 19 people being able to bring it in and still try and fight their way to the very, very top. But our picks ourselves, Ross, I mean, our Chaladon and Miraidon battling it out for 3rd place. We're very close there with 11.9% as part of our caster predictions.
We are very close, although, you know, if we're looking for which one's doing better, currently...
He's rubbing it in?
Simone Fiorito is playing our Chaladon 911 from Italy. Miraidon's not actually... Miraidon has started to fall off, unfortunately, coming into day 2. Looking at the top, you know, we read down just the top few tables. Golden Go, Dragapult, Cloth, Gouging Fire, Dragapult, Pikachu Lost Box, Golden Go, Chaladon, Dragapult, Gardevoir, Dragapult, Golden Go, Cloth. A lot of those decks are coming up. Miraidon, unfortunately, is not having a great showing at the top tables right now, but those other decks on there, it's actually the only one on the graphic right now that's not got a couple up there in the top. And you notice I said Pikachu Lost Box a couple of times reading down those top few tables.
Yeah, absolutely. You've mentioned that deck there, that Lost Box Pikachu, but maybe we'll get a chance to sit in the best of the rest graphic as well, because of course we want to try and bring as much data to everyone as possible. There it is, currently in the 8th position slot there, 4.4%, 16 people piloting Pikachu Lost Zone box that you've already mentioned. You mentioned a number of times actually, but there's another couple of other surprises there. Charizard still makes a graphic in some way, shape or form, only 9 players making it in today too, but Snorlax Focus Control there, picking up to 4.2%, Ross.
One of the most surprising things for me about this graphic here is seeing 8 players playing Gouging Fire. It got second in Merida. That's the only regional championship we've had in this format. So it is one where I would expect more people to jump on. Right now, apologies for any pronunciations here, but Nino Andalou is currently 3rd or 4th seed, one of only 2 players at 30 points. We've got 2 at 31, 2 at 30. One of our 30-point players is playing Gouging Fire. It is doing brilliantly.
Yeah, we just had him on stream, I believe, and he's sort of piloting it to a fantastic finish. He's doing super well, and it's a deck close to our hearts because simply we have a very good friend who does play it very often over at these EU shores. But it's just incredible to see how people are still picking up certain decks from the previous formats or even earlier formats than that, because Miraidon's come full circle, hasn't it? It's had a time in the limelight, out of the limelight, and now it was back again for Merida Regionals and the Puerto Rico Special Championships as well. And it's really shown and gone through to still be such a force in day 2 as well, but it has fallen off that little bit, and it's sometimes a bit of a shame, but when you don't hit the right matchups, or maybe when people are countering you because it's been so good recently, it can be a little bit of a struggle.
I mean, coming into this tournament, we could look at Dragapult, which was a presumed best deck, or we could look at Miraidon, which had won both of the regional level events so far, you know, the one regional, the one special championship. So they were the 2 decks really I think everyone should have been preparing for. Dragapult still doing very well. There's a bunch of them up around the top tables. Miraidon, you know, maybe somebody wins the last 2 and sneaks into that asymmetrical top cut. I've not run the maths. I don't have time right now, frankly. But right now, unfortunately, Miraidon is not up there among the top tables. But all those other decks are. And Pikachu Lost Box, there's a couple of them up around the top tables. Cloth is doing better than I think most people would have predicted. And Golden Go, there was a real, you know, everyone knows Golden Go's a good deck, right?
Yep.
But coming into this event, there was a big thought that Padu's a bit awkward for Golden Go. I don't really like it. And it was not really... It wasn't being pushed out there as one of the top choices for the tournament, but I've been here since the start of yesterday, Alex. I'm telling you right now, Golden Go is one of the top choices for the UIC right now.
I mean, we saw fantastic players and testing groups actually bring this deck to a large tournament like this. I mean, we've spoken about him a couple of times. Henry Chow, a player who's been of Gardevoir lore for sort of recent times, you know, 2-time regional champion with that one Gardevoir type or archetype that he's had. he's brought a completely different deck, and that's because the testing group that they've been working with, you know, Grant Shen, who we've had on stream as well, piloting it to perfection and done super well during day one. And I think John Eng might be playing it as well, if I'm not mistaken. Just need to double check my actual reminding there. But you know, when there's top level players bringing a particular deck that they've tested, they've grinded through the games, grinded through the sort of matchups, they know what they're doing. You have to trust that that was a good choice for the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got a good matchup coming up.
Oh, really?
We have got a good matchup coming up. We have got ourselves Hermione, who I know if you're around in the European circuit, you have been for years, you are going to recognize them. And Vinicius Fernandez, or again, if you're in, I believe, the Latin American region, that is going to be a player with whom you are very, very familiar. These are players we've seen around for a while.
I mean, yep, that's going to be an incredible matchup. You know, they're playing some pretty cool decks, and we're going to have to hopefully feature that as well. But alongside them, there's many other players also currently doing super well. So let's have a quick gander over the current standings of the tournament, because it's really impressive to see just how people are lining up and sort of working and ironing out who might make it into the top asymmetrical cut.
Now, let's talk about the asymmetrical cut very quickly before we talk about the players, because I know this can be confusing players that are unfamiliar. The deal is everyone who gets the same number of points as the player in 8th place, up to a maximum of 32 total, will be in the asymmetrical top cut. So look at the rankings here. We see Aban Ahmed sitting there at 28 points in 8th place. That means anyone with 28 points. So Reiji, Simone, Shun, Simone, Grant, Vincent, John, and Michael, they would all get in, and maybe there might be some other players on 28 at 17th and lower. They would all be in an asymmetrical top cut, and we would be going down to try and find the top 8 for our single elimination. So that's how it works. I'm going to pick out a name there, Alex. I'm going to go first here. Ryuki Okada. Won the first regional of the season in Europe over there in Dortmund. I casted that regional. Won that with Dragapult, I believe.
Correct.
And he's here with Cloth.
Yeah, I mean,
and doing phenomenally, sorry.
No, absolutely. He has been incredible. I mean, such a wholesome opportunity to kind of have so many Japanese players or people from the TPC regions competing for these opportunities as well. Remember, although Riku's already won Dortmund Regional Championships, has that automatic invite, we have that opportunity to offer the automatic invites for anyone placing at an international championship at top 4 level and above as well. And that's for absolutely everyone. And it's incredible to have these players come over here, perform. And, you know, you've got Reiji Nishiguchi there and currently on the 9th place. Just, again, looking for that opportunity. But there's so many names here that we need to be sort of keeping an eye out.
No, we absolutely do. All the players who get top 4 at this event will get themselves a direct invite. That means you don't need to be top 125 in Europe or North America. Direct invite if you get top 4 at this event, or if you win yourself a regional, or I believe you got top 4 at last year's World Championships, but that has obviously already happened. Look at the rest of the names there. You know, Natalie Miller, one of the absolute best players in Australia, has been for years. John Eng, a player everyone in the US is going to be familiar with at this point. Reiji Nishiguchi, another Japanese player. We've got 2 Japanese players on this top 16 graphic, and we are seeing that more and more, not just in this tournament, all season. Japanese players seem to be traveling over to Europe more often and doing incredibly well. We've already seen a direct invite for Ryuki Okada in Dortmund, for Kato Orion Perth, which it's not Europe, it's Australia, but still outside of their usual region. And we've seen plenty of other Japanese players having good results all over. This is not something we saw routinely kind of 5 years ago. Now it's an every tournament thing, and it makes me delighted.
Yeah, I think we're all excited to see how global the game's gone. But as we've been looking at the Master Swiss rankings, a lot of these players are going to be facing one another in terms of our notable matches alongside our Swiss feature match. And as we've already mentioned, what we're going to be featuring is that Vini Fernandez versus Hermione Hirtalati matchup at the very top highlighted. But look at all of these other names that we just had, not only on the top 16 graphic that we just shown on screen, but the other names as well. Daniel Magda is facing up against Miloslav Posledny once again. They've done it in a regional championship. They've done it at Latin America International Championships as well, and they're doing it again at the European International Championships. One player facing off against their student, and another way to try and battle it out to push themselves to maybe actually take down one for Miloslav, another International Championships, or maybe for Daniel as a first-year master to take down his Masters International Championship as well.
Absolutely. We've got Grant Manley against John Eng. And that's a real powerhouse US matchup coming in here. Rahul Reddy against Marco Cifuentes there. Any relation to Fernando Cifuentes?
I will not make
We
that
need to
assumption.
look
That's
that
the
one
case.
up. Either way, that's a matchup I'd be loving to watch right now. And that's Lee Miller against Jack Moore is another one that seems absolutely fantastic. And my favorite, the one I really want to watch here, which we can't, we've already had him on stream, but Ryuki Okada's Clorf against Nino Andalu's Gouging Fire. Like, we got two players at 10-1 in the penultimate round of the EUIC, and we've got Clorf against Gouging Fire. That is a wild matchup I don't think many people were going to be predicting, but we get to watch Vinicius against Hermione, and this one is going to be wonderful. I'm just waiting for the players to put their headsets on, so we don't want to give away their decks, and the headsets are on, so we can tell you that Vinicius is going to be playing Dragapult, and Hermione is going to be playing that Lost Zone Pikachu EX.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible matchup that we're going to be highlighting shortly here in this Swiss feature match. If you're just joining us, these are the notable matches that are currently going on or about to kick off for this round, and highlighted in yellow is the matchup that we're going to be featuring on stream here with myself, Alex Dow, and here with Ross Gilbert. But I mean, there's other names that we mean. This is an opportunity for like Aban Ahmed also and Simone Lasaponara also to try and really catapult themselves into that World's Invitation, or even just grabbing a whole load of championship points, booster packs, money on the line for all of these players as well. There's so much to play for, and this is what makes this competition so exciting.
Yeah, and this is going to be the round where some people book their ticket into that asymmetrical top cut. You know, we've got Xander against Oscar there. They're both on 31 points. Winning here and getting to 34, that's got to lock them into at least asymmetrical top cut there. Similarly, you know, your Ryuki Okada and Nino sitting there at 30 points. A win there should get them in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be incredible to keep following, but I think the stage is set here, and I think it's time to go down to the stage and have a look at our players just starting to get ready and prep themselves for the actual Swiss round that we're going to be showcasing right here, right now at the Europe International Championships. Hermione on the right-hand side and Vinny Fernandez on the left.
Yeah, we see the both players there shuffling up, headsets on, getting ready to go. We've got Vinny and their Dragapult deck, Hermione and their Pikachu Comfey deck. So Vinny, what we've got here, his brother is a world champion. And you know, if your brother's a world champion, I've got brothers, there's sibling rivalry there. You need to try and, there's a competition there to match that result.
Absolutely. Gabriel Fernandez is a phenomenal player in the sort of seniors division right now, tearing it up, but Vinny is no slouch in the Masters division as well. If I'm not mistaken, Charlotte regional champion in last year's season in the Masters division. So he went over to the North American regional championships and actually took down a fantastic tournament as well. And just got confirmation, Gabriel Fernandez is currently in the top 8 of the seniors division as well. These brother pair, and we've had a good number of brother pairs in sort of in the European regions as well. You know,
yes.
We've had
Owen and Brennan
Kammermans, the Calamars.
Yeah.
And no, these are a force to be reckoned with. But Hermione,
Philip and Robin Schultz.
Oh yeah, okay. We don't.
One of them was a world champion.
Of course. But let's talk a little bit about Hermione as well. One of the most consistent players coming from a region which has been incredible in recent years in terms of actual finishes and constant placements, regional champions, international champions. Hermione hails from the same place, Finland. Fantastic player in the European circuit.
Yeah, has a real history with those Lost Zone decks, a lot of success with them. Seems to be very much a favorite of theirs. And here we've got this new version of Lost Zone, which only came around very recently with that new Pikachu EX from Surging Sparks. And look, one of the cool things is this Pikachu is often used as a, hey, now I get to activate other things, but this is one of the decks where Pikachu actually gets to come in and do its thing itself.
Yeah, do you know what? Hermione's also playing one of the cards that I've also highlighted as my caster prediction, Ross. I put Iron Hands in there. Do you know why? In the back of my mind, I was thinking maybe someone in the world here is going to be piloting this Lost Zone box, but also with an Iron Hands EX, because I didn't want it just for Miraidon.
I don't believe that's true.
I was hedging my bets. It was absolutely true. You can ask Joe Bernard.
I will ask Joe Bernard after this round. Joe will He'll tell us the truth. Goes a trustworthy fellow. So we have got Vinny and Hermione here getting ready to face off. This is the penultimate round. This is round, let's check me counting, round 12 of the championship here. There is one more round after this. Players are trying to do two things. Number one, they're trying to get into that asymmetrical top cut. Number two, they are trying to get high enough in the asymmetrical top cut that they're not actually going to have to play an extra round.
Yeah, and as our players are starting to set up here, looks like our players have just placed down their prizes. We're just going to get confirmation once the timer's about to kickstart. Looks like Vinny's just drawn that first cast. We are kicking off our Swiss round 12 of this European International Championship. Oh, it was a mulligan, I should say, as Hermione does kick things off with a buddy Poffin on his side of the field.
Yeah, now let's go through this Lost Zone deck very quickly. We've got that Comfey of its flower selecting ability. When it's active, you get to look at the top two cards of your deck. One goes into your hand, one goes into the Lost Zone. And before we get further, let's have a look at these prizes. That is the only Pikachu EX in the deck. The only Pikachu is prize. That is not good. That is the only Metal Energy in the deck, which is also prize there. Those are two things we're going to be looking for. The good news is the Metal Energy is only actually for Pikachu. The bad news is with the Metal Energy and Pikachu prized, that Pikachu's not coming out anytime soon.
Yeah, that's going to be something that Hermione will have to keep an eye out for. Of course, just double checking through the list. There is that Hisuian Heavy Ball in Hermione's list as well. Not really a way to search it out, to grab that Pikachu EX with that fantastic ability, that Resolute Heart, being able to sort of almost tank any hits as long as the ability is not suddenly wiped out with anything like a Cancelling Cologne. But anything damage over the level 200, it stays alive and not knocked out with 10 HP remaining.
It does indeed. So we've got Comfey there. It draws cards and it puts cards into the Lost Zone. And then we're looking for certain levels. When you get 4 cards in the Lost Zone, there is a Cramorant that can do 110 damage without using any energy. When you get 7 cards in the Lost Zone, you activate the item card Mirage Gate, which allows you to accelerate 2 energy from your deck as an item card, which is absolutely phenomenal, builds up all those other attackers we're going to be using. And then when there's 10 cards in the Lost Zone, we activate Sableye Lost Mine Attack that lets you place 12 damage counters anywhere you like. So the goal of this deck is simple. Get cards in the Lost Zone to then activate all of these other skills, and then you've got lots of different options. Cramorant to attack, Sableye to spread damage counters, or we've got things like Mirage Gate to power up your bigger attackers later on. So here we do see the first flower selecting, and a Pokegear goes into the Lost Zone, and we switch into a second Comfey for a second flower selecting.
Yeah, one of the key things that Hermione's going to have to keep an eye on, especially because he's actually currently facing down that Budu in the active spot from Vinny. One of the key things in a Lost Zone deck is that utilizing all of those already item cards, as we see him there pitched away with a switch and a switch card to kind of maneuver around and get as many cards into the Lost Zone as possible. That Budu's going to be doing their little best to try and Itchy Pollen to stop them, as we do get a pass over now to Vinny Fernandez.
Yeah, he's got that Budu in the active. That Itchy Pollen does 10 damage and stops item cards, which, of course, you know, we just saw free Comfey. That's what Comfey does. It tries switching around all of the time, and that means that if you turn that off, it gets awkward.
Yeah, first deck search here now for Vinny Fernandez, as we do see the Arven come down. An opportunity, as we've always said it throughout, to keep an eye on those prizes. We have a lovely caster cam. You guys at home get to be guided through these prizes as well, but Vinny's going to be working it out that one of those Luminion Vs are currently prized. Also, I'd like to say probably, yeah, he does play the 2. Just wanted to double check. One of those professors, the only professors, no, double Professor Churro scenario also being played, but just one of them is prized. So nothing too crazy here that Vinny has to work with to actually get through this game and actually execute his game plan.
Now, the prizes here are definitely worse for Hermione. So a quick rundown of the Dragapult deck. They're nice and simple. We go up into Dragapult. We do 200 damage to the active while dropping 6 damage counters on the bench. It is a ridiculous attack for just 2 energy on a 320 HP Pokemon with no weakness. While you're there, we've also got our Dracloak with Recon Directive, which lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and you get to put one in your hand while the other one goes back onto the bottom of your deck. It is a little little bit more straightforward than the Lost Zone deck. There's some other tricks, but largely this is a deck where you build up into Dragapult and smash with Dragapult.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you're talking about that fantastic, incredible attack that Dragapult EX has, 200 damage with Phantom Dive and then 60 damage counters placed onto your opponent's board. Now, one thing I've started to pick out and start to think about, Hermione's done fantastic, has that extra energy attached to the active Comfey to pivot and dance around to continue using Flower Select. But one of the things that Itchy Pollen does actually still deals 10 damage. Now, with 70 HP on that Comfey, what's perfect math alongside that Dragapult EX?
Well, Dragapult does just happen to drop 6 damage counters on the bench in any way you like when it attacks. So that 10 damage, bringing Comfey from 70 down to 60, actually becomes very relevant.
And there's no healing from that switch card because Itchy Pollen is stopping those item cards. So there's a lot of little things that we're going to have to keep an eye out for as we do see the pickup of the Ultra Ball and that rescue board there from Vinny's side of utilizing Arven. So let's see how Vinny's going to build out their board as well. Of course, we'll need to try and get some of those Dreepies down as soon as possible.
Yeah, no Dreepy down yet. So we're going to see an Ultra Ball coming down. It's going to get rid of a Fire Energy. And just trying to select that second card there. Looks like it's going to be that rescue board. So they go away, and then you get to search for any Pokemon. There's a Dreepy in hand. There's a Dracloak in hand. No, we're changing our mind. It's a Fire Energy. Eyeing up that Monkey Dory. No, it's going to be a Darkness Energy, which, of course, activates the Monkey Dory. And we've got both Monkey Dory and we've got Radiant Alakazam here, both of which allow you to move damage counters, which obviously makes things a little more cheeky for getting those KOs. You're dropping damage counters on the bench, you're moving damage counters around. There's a lot of different things you can do. Now, is that a Luminion coming down?
Yeah, it looks
We've already
like
played
right
a supporter, so we're searching for next turn supporter here.
Yeah, sort of maybe protecting future turns, but also thinking about maybe that, just kind of double checking that Forest Sealstone is available as well as an option because you need to utilize it on a V Pokemon to give that Star Alchemy ability where you can grab any card that you'd like. As we do see another Dreepy coming down, but right now, sort of quite happy to set up the board in this particular way, knowing maybe with that Itchy Pollen, you can pretty much slow the game down to a halt and give yourself plenty of an opportunity and time.
Here comes that V-Star power, and you see the prediction on the screen there is a Buddy Buddy Poffin, and it is, of course, correct. Bit of a round-the-houses way of doing this, having to get an Ultra Ball off of an Arven, to get a Luminion to use Forest Sealstone, to use a Buddy Buddy Poffin. But this was how we were able to get set up here quite nicely. We got the Dreepy on the bench, we got an energy on one of them. This is actually, it took a little while, but this is quite a nice bench for Vinny here with a free Dreepy and the one energy.
Yep, so it's over to Hermione now. Does instantly have that Chorus's Experiment in hand, so we'll, with the supporter, go to 5 in the Lost Zone. With the pivoting and sort of maneuverability of the Comfeys, we'll be actually able to very easily and simply get into 7 in Lost Zones, but of course, Mirage Gate currently being locked out and locked down because of that Itchy Pollen attack.
And it's awkward here, because on the one hand, you've got a Comfey in the active, use Flower Selecting, you get to 4. You retreat to a second Comfey, use Flower Selecting, you get to 5. If you've got a Chorus's Experiment, then you get up to 7. But the problem is you then need to get your Comfey out the active, and you've already retreated, and all of your item cards are turned off, and that is where it gets awkward. Now, we are up to 6 here.
Yep, so there's the opportunity to eventually retreat as well. Does get an attack
we're
off.
attacking!
We're spinning attacking. It's not something we typically see too often, but with the energy attachment, that is an easy way to just take a simple Badu knockout. Why are you going to Itchy Pollen me? I'm going to spin it away and see you later.
I actually really like this. It does multiple things. It means that if Vinny gets a Dragapult, they have to attack into the active and not get a double KO. Love that. It means that you're going to have 7 cards in the Lost Zone next turn to start activating Mirage Gate. There's a lot of fun things going on, but here is a less fun thing of the Arven. It is an unfair stamp. Unfair by name, unfair by nature. Vinny is going to get into 5 cards. Hermione is going to get 2 cards. That is not going to be fun. The good news is Comfey does give you draw, so hopefully you can draw out of it. But yeah, this is why these Dragapult decks play unfair stamp. You use Badu early game, your opponent KOs it, bam, 2-card hand.
Yeah, one of the other things that we want to try and keep an eye out as well, also attached to that Dracloak is actually that Defiance Vest. Not something we've seen too often in sort of many decks in reality beyond something like a Snorlax or some sort of control archetype. But if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, this Pokemon's the card is attached to takes 40 less damage from your opponent's Pokemon. Now, what that does is it actually effectively increases in a one-hit attack perspective, that Dracloak's ability to tank a hit to 130 HP. It's actually out of range of something like also a Iron Hands EX as well, keeping a way to kind of keep that energy on the board because it only does 120 with the Ampy Very Much, for example. But it's just another way to allow Vinny to get into the game, build the board state without actually losing too much. He doesn't have to play something like the Rare Candy or the TM Evolution. Just let's protect my board with some of these unique tool cards because I'm always going to be playing for Arven anyway. So a really cute, unique card that we don't see too often.
No, a lot of these Dragapult decks do play a one-of Rare Candy. It is not in Vinny's list here. And a lot of this, you know, you see things like the Unfair Stamp, like the Defiance Vest. It's basically your way of saying, I'm going to do you nice and early, and you're going to have to KO it. And when you do, I'm going to be behind on prizes. You're going to have taken a prize. I have got cards that take advantage of that situation. And here we go, retreating into a Klefki, which is a bit of an an ability-locking Pokemon. While it's active, all basic Pokemon have no abilities. And you know what basic Pokemon Hermione has got abilities?
Oh, it's going to be that little flower in an active spot there, that Comfey. I mean,
both the ones on the bench.
Oh, well, absolutely, of course, as well. I feel like it's one of those things where as a residual damage of the ability, you know, Klefki typically has probably been brought in because things like Miraidon have been doing super well, as it's just an instant attack, another spinning attack, two spinning attacks back to back.
All that happened is spinning attack 30 onto the Klefki. But again, that 10 damage, like you pointed out earlier, Alex, does bring it into residual damage from Dragapult range, which could be very, very relevant. And Vinny's eyeing something up, but he's holding it sideways. And I'll be honest with you, I cannot see what that card is. Oh, it's an energy. Oh, so it's a recon directive that must be. Choosing the energy and then using that second recon directive immediately after. Got a Lance or a second Psychic Energy. So it's got to be Lance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from Vinny's perspective, just utilizing both Badu's Itchy Pollen and his Mischievous Lock, Vinny's found himself in a position where he's been able to slow the game down more than enough to slowly build out the board, get the consistency cards into the hand with those Dracloaks, with Recon Directive, and now can start going potentially on the offensive here and really whittling down Hermione's board.
And you see how great Lance is here. You've got two Dracloak and a Dreepy on the bench. So you search one Dracloak and two Dragapult, you evolve up, you get your third Recon Directive, and then you could, if you wanted to, evolve both Dracloak into Dragapult, although there is an argument to save one so you get an extra Recon Directive next turn before you have to evolve it.
Yeah, it hits the Earthen Vessel off that Recon Directive as well. Already had the Psychic in hand, so not too much of an issue, as we do get the attachment to the already powered up Dracloak here. And I only imagine that we're going to get the evolution up to the Dragapult EX. And then it's just a way to maneuver out of the Klefki position. But for the time being, we'll just hold on to it because there wasn't too much going on. And it's just an instant return attack, not KO. Another spinning attack, 3 spinning attacks, I don't think was something on my bingo card.
No, you're not seeing any flower selecting because Klefki says, oh, sorry, you're actually not allowed to use flower selecting. So with Hermione having no playable cards and not able to flower select, it is literally just go to Hermione, attack with flower, attack with spinning attack, and then straight back to Vinny. And what I love Vinny's doing here, oh, now this is what he was searching for. He's just hit the counter catcher. This means you can bring a Comfey off the bench and get a double KO. We saw Vinny not evolving and attacking previously. Didn't need to. Stay there. Use your Recon Directive while Hermione has clearly got nothing. But now we see an Arven coming down. And I think this turn, we're going to see a counter catcher. And if that's true, Hermione took 1 prize off of Badu, and that let Vinny have your Unfair Stamp, and activate your Defiance Vest, and activate Counter Catcher, all off that 1 KO off of Badu. You can see why Vinny's built the deck in the way that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of giving up 1 small prize and then utilizing those special behind on prize type cards like the Defiance Band, like the counter catchers, can just afford yourself to really overcome and overreach and take 2 prizes before your opponent does.
So there's the switch. We are waiting for that counter catcher to come and hit the board, bringing up one of those bench Comfey. Oh, we see another evolution into the Dragapult. Before we get it, come on, show me the counter catcher. There's the counter catcher, bringing a Comfey active. You do 200 to the active and drop 6 damage counters onto that bench Comfey, who'd already taken 10 damage, and that means double KO on the Comfey. Vinny jumps ahead on prizes, and Hermione is left with just 1 Comfey and nothing else.
Yeah, so now after 3 turns of not really being able to do too much, Hermione is able to use Flower Selecting once again and can start trying to pop off where possible. There's the Pokestop. Ooh, 2 supporters and only a Super Rod to try and assist on this turn. He has to find a way to counteract this Dragapult EX in some way, shape, or form. What we have typically started to see in some levels or some forms of Lost Zone Box is actually the inclusion of that Reggie Gigas. Hermione doesn't play it, Ross. It's going to be a little bit tougher to try and take this down.
It is unfortunately going to be a little bit tougher. And Pikachu does 300 damage. We've got 7 cards in the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate is active, but Pikachu only does 300 and Dragapult's got 320. It's weird that I'm saying only does 300 damage, but it does mean it's going to be awkward even to get a return KO here.
So there's the energy attachment to retreat into the Iron Hands. Now, I don't think there's much else going on in Hermione's hand. He's just kind of bringing up a bigger Pokemon to tank the potential hits here as Vinny kicks things off on his turn now following that double prize taken from the Phantom Dive with a Super Rod.
Yeah, Super Rod there gets back Badoo and a couple of basic energy. The Badoo maybe is going to come in handy in the future. It seems like Vinny's actually pretty well set up, but you never know. And yeah, just setting up here for future turns. We've got 1 Dracloak ready to use Recon Directive. We've got 2 Dragapult. And here's the thing with this build of Dragapult. You're not really playing much energy acceleration. You're not playing Sparkling Crystal. So the energy is important. However, you've got 2 on the active, 1 on the bench, and we actually just saw Professor Turo picking up a Luminion.
Yeah, I love the fact that we've got that Professor Turo scenario. Does play 2 copies of it, as we've mentioned. But of course, when we're talking about the 60 damage that was taken from the spinning attack that we've seen from the Comfey in previous turns, has just been moved over to the Iron Hands EX. And there's a big, easy KO from a Phantom Dive there, putting it in nice range with 60 damage, also dropping onto that Comfey on the bench as well. And Hermione really is up against it here.
That maths worked out perfectly, and it looks like Hermione is going to be picking up his cards, conceding game 1. Vinny wins game 1, and we are heading over to game 2 of our round 12 feature match. That was a very quick end to the game there, but it was using that Adrenabrain ability from Monkey Dory, moving 3 damage counters over to the Iron Hands, bringing it down to a 200 HP Pokemon, which just so happens to be the exact amount of damage for which Dragapult attacks.
Wow, Vinny. It was a great display from yourself in terms of utilizing all the right level of cards that you have built in your version of this straight Dragapult once again. We've spoken about how Dragapult has been built in different guises in recent times, you know, alongside partners like Duskmar, like Charizard that we've seen on stream as well. But we're seeing it here with the straight Dragapult guide. Let's just have a quick look once again exactly how Vinny was able to take down game 1.
So we see here that Comfey getting ready for that spinning attack, taking out the Badoo, and that was a crucial turning point of the game. We saw the counter catcher allowing the double KO on the Comfey after Hermione just had nothing for several turns in a row, and that put Vinny ahead in a way they would never give up. And then we see this final turn where after Monkey Dory moves 3 damage counters onto the Iron Hands, it is a KO with Dragapult, and Hermione goes, I'm done, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, and that's exactly where we're heading into now. Of course, both our players now setting up for this game 2 of this Swiss round 12. Of course, we're in a really vital stage of the game now. Both of these players vying for those coveted positions in a potential asymmetric top cut or just top cut in general that could be happening, as we do see both our players just setting up here. Let's see how Hermione might be able to kick this off.
And we are into game 2 here. All with a Pheasant Dipty on one side and an Iron Bundle on t'other.
So here we go, back over to the cam. We get a chance to see how things are going to be kicking us off here, as it looks like Vinny's the one who's going to be going first in this game.
Yeah, Vinny's got their Pheasant Dip tea in the active. It's good when Hermione starts taking prizes, but right now it's just a 2-prize liability that's not doing very much at all. It is frankly less than ideal. So we do see this first deck search here from an Ultra Ball, and I mean, look, we're looking for... Oh, that hand is not looking good at all. So we're going to be able to get a Dreepy from this Ultra Ball here for Vinny, but the rest of the hand is not getting him to much. And actually, instead, and I don't mind this at all, choosing to go for a Klefki, basically saying, I know on your turn you're going to want to use Comfey. You know what's good against Comfey? Klefki.
Absolutely, and it's going to be really vital here because Vinny's actually looking for certain pieces in his deck, and I know currently we're just kind of getting an eye on what the prizes are, and Vinny right now is also trying to work it out, but we've just been given confirmation there, double Luminion V prize, and this is one of the key things which is allowing Vinny to actually maybe search out an Arven to use on a future turn, of course, but then grab something like the Forest Sealstone, which is actually priced alongside them, so he wasn't going to get access to them anyway. So having to go down a different route here and go into the Klefki, has the rescue board in hand, and just saying, well, I need to find a way to slow this game down here.
Yeah, if you have your first turn and you end it with no Dreepy on the board, that is, to put it euphemistically, less than ideal. Hermione here starts with a Buddy Poffin. Looks like we're eyeing up a... Well, we're not grabbing the Radiant Greninja. We're just counting here. But it's going to be probably a couple of Comfey, although they're not going to do much with the Klefki in the active. The good news is Klefki only actually turns off the abilities of basic Pokemon when it's in the active. So if we can get Klefki out of the active, we'll be fine. The problem is, one of the ways you would do that is with Iron Bundle, but Iron Bundle is a basic, and while Klefki's in the active, Iron Bundle can't use its ability to get Klefki out of the active.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those really annoying things, but the interaction that Bundle isn't able to move the Klefki either because it's all basic Pokemon, which is kind of cute. But, Hermione's currently looking through with Buddy Poffin. Obviously, there's that reorganization just to help understand what is prize, as well as we do have the prizes currently on screen for everyone to follow along as well. Double Pokestop is another way usually that Hermione would like to burst into particular item cards because there's a lot of those in the current deck. And that's why Buddy does have an opportunity to really slow the game down alongside, it feels like, a partner in crime in that Klefki with that mischievous lock.
Well, this is one of the reasons why Lost Zone was not one of the most hyped decks coming into this tournament, because this is one of the decks that gets most hurt by Badoo. You really do want lots of items, and you want them from very early on in the game. Something like a Golden Go, you can argue that their best items come in the mid to late game, with things like Superior Energy Retrieval and Energy Search Pro. But these Lost Box decks, they're looking for your Switch card and your Switch and things like that right now from the very first turn of the game moving forward. That is awkward. We see a Nest Ball coming down here to get a third basic Pokemon. And this is where we could see something like a Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, but unfortunately still under that mischievous lock. The only way out of it right now would have to be utilizing either the one-off Boss's Orders or one-off Prime Catcher A-Spec that Hermione is obviously playing to continue maneuvering around a lot of the board state, to use Flower Selecting and Comfeys to really build up that Lost Zone counter that we're going to be seeing hopefully in due course as well. Or for Hermione's sake, in terms of this matchup, he really needs to get going. As there's the first one, the Colress's Experiment. That's one way to kind of dig through the deck. Of course, right now actually hasn't hit it. Was that 3 water energies in that hand?
That's 2 water energy at least, and you have to keep them so that you can actually... Oh, no, it was 3 water energy.
Go.
Okay, that's something weird's going on here, because that's 3 water energy in a deck that only plays 3 water energy. And, on the other side, both Luminium were prized, and the only Forest Seal Stone was prized.
Lovely little Pokestop there. I think it was like double switch and 1 switch cart. So there's the energy attachment, that water energy attachment to the Radiant Greninja, recognizing right now that Vinny currently doesn't have any board of Dreepies as well. So I can probably spend a little bit of time manually attaching to this Radiant Greninja, start fretting the idea of a Moonlight Shuriken, as also a Sableye comes down into this deck. Does require, as you've already highlighted as well, Ross, 10 cards in the Lost Zone to even utilize that Lost Mine attack.
Yeah, Radiant Greninja is about to go nuts, because if this game is just really, really slowed down, you can basically just... What have you seen, Alex? What have you seen?
We've just seen a Pokestop and 3 supporters hit the discard from Vinny's side. And then there's just a pass back over. He still is under lock, but this is kind of giving Hermione an opportunity to maybe find a way around this.
Oh, no, here's what Hermione does. You attach the Radiant Greninja, you pass, and then next turn you attach the Radiant Greninja and you pass. And you wait for Vinny to bench 2 Dreepy, and then you're like, ha, Moonlight Shuriken, I've just KO'd 2 of them. I am down with this game being this slow if I'm Hermione, because my opponent's deck is just Dragapult, and I'm setting up an attacker that can take out 2 of them at once.
Yeah, I mean, that Pokestop, Hermione's gone 5 for 6 now with that Pokestop. He's just picked up another couple of switching cards to maneuver around even more.
There's
Has
the Prime Catcher,
which is incredible. This is one way to keep going here as we go into the first flower selecting of this game too.
Yeah, and we do see there, of course, like I said, when Klefki's not in the active, its ability doesn't work. We saw that Prime Catcher right at the beginning of the turn. Now, all of those abilities, concealed cards, flower selecting. You could, if you want, use Hyper Blower, but then that will put Klefki back in the active. So might I suggest you don't do that. But just to be clear, if I'm Hermione, I still want that Radiant Greninja rolling an Eternal 2, so that when my opponent benches as Dreepy, 2 of them are going down immediately.
Yeah, Hermione can take his time here in terms of getting that Lost Zone counter up. Just needs to get that extra energy, eventual attachment to the Radiant Greninja and just threaten it on a future turn. But as Hermione's going to start bursting to that 10 in the Lost Zone box as well, that Sableye also a potential threat to further Dreepies coming down. Not only after the initial potential Moonlight Shuriken, but Lost Mine's going to be waiting in the wings also to start sprinkling damage counters down. Because just looking over Vinny's list right now, there's no Manaphy. There's no way to stop this Radiant Greninja if a Moonlight Shuriken is prepped and ready.
And if I'm Hermione, I'm not expecting a Manaphy in a Dragapult list. We don't generally tend to see them. Manaphy is a lot less trendy than it used to be because there's a lot less Greninja than there used to be and other things. We get 5 cards in the Lost Zone. You see that animation because we've hit 4. 4 activates Cramorant. Cramorant is now on the board if you wish. It is available to attack for free. Now we're going to see another flower selecting going up to 6 cards in the Lost Zone. Oh, we've even got a switch as well. I'm loving this if I'm Hermione.
There's been so many he's seen already from the Pokestops as an example. So we can keep maneuvering around. I mean, we're at 5. We're going to 6. I mean, is there a way to just go to 7 and start maybe utilizing Moonlight Shuriken now? You can still prep damage on the Pheasantipity EX as well. You could then even Iron Hands it later for a lot of prizes.
Oh, that would be fun.
Future turns.
The answer is you need 1 more Comfey on the bench. You need to switch into it, and then, yes, you absolutely can. That's how we get to 7. So
there's one way to grab an extra Comfey. That Hisuian Heavy Ball will be able to grab it out of the prizes as well. And he's going to have a double check, of course, working out exactly what he's worked out. He's crossing off. Sometimes I think I had a conversation with Pablo. We get it wrong when we're doing our prize check. And then we find the Hisuian Heavy Ball and we're like, oh, actually, hang on.
There have been multiple games where I've top decked something and been like, wait, no, I searched for that earlier in the game and it was prize. If that was in the deck, I would have taken it. I've done that more than once. I'm not embarrassed about it. Right now, we need to bench a Comfey and we need Mirage Gate and a couple of pivots. We need to pivot into the Comfey, use flower selecting, Mirage Gate, pivot to Greninja, and then, yeah, you can KO the Klefki while putting good setup damage on the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, like I said, there was plenty of switch cards or switching carts in hand as well as we do continue to burst through. There's the Iron Hands as an option. What was the other one?
Boss's Orders.
Ooh,
it's a Boss and an Iron Hand. They are good cards.
Both really good cards in this scenario.
Oh, right, there's a Mirage getting a switch in hand, so the Greninja is on board this turn.
Yeah, exactly that. That's why this flower selecting is just a bit rather unfortunate, I think, because you want to be trying to target down the right Pokemon. Will he give up the double prize taking Ampu very much here? He goes with the Iron Hands to keep into the hand, and that's the one-off Boss's Orders and Prime Catcher already used now.
Yeah, that's the only Iron Hand and the only Boss's Orders with the only Prime Catcher having already been played. So there's no gusting here, but Iron Hands is still available. We actually do use the Hyper Blower on the Iron Bundle, but that's just to clear a bench space.
Yeah, we're done now with our flower selecting. We're at the 7 mark. I'm going to use my items now if you suddenly do get a Badu down and start itchy polling me. I'm going to use those Mirage Gates. I'm going to get going so that I'm going to be prepped for future turns. Because on this turn here, we're going to be seeing a switch card, I'm sure, into the Greninja, or maybe even the Iron Hands here, and just start swinging away with Ampu very much. We can start taking multiple prizes on this very turn, and we don't need any more abilities, Ross.
No, and look, I love me some Radiant Greninja. You don't need to Radiant Greninja here. You can instead Iron Hands a Klefki. That will also get you 2 prizes. They are 2 different things that get you to the same place. 2 prizes taken. But that Radiant Greninja, in some decks like Palkia V-Star decks, it's a one and done. You get 1 use, that's your lot. But with Mirage Gate, you can use Radiant Greninja multiple times in a game. So those Dreepy, if and when they ever get benched, are always going to be under pressure. Mirage Gate number 2 gets your Iron Hands rolling. I want to be perfectly clear here. There's 2 more Mirage Gate. You can still use Radiant Greninja, but the reason you use Iron Hands here is you don't discard the energy to attack like you do with Radiant Greninja, so you can use Iron Hands turn after turn without having to re-prep it. Radiant Greninja is still a threat, but it is best at taking out double Dreepy, and we're not at that stage yet.
Yeah, one of those things Hermione has to keep an eye out on as well, because of course there's only 7 energies. I believe, no, 7 energies. There's 9 energies in the deck, 4 are currently committed to the Iron Hands. There's 2 that have been lost zoned as well. There's another one committed now to the Radiant Greninja as the Iron Hands is being moved forward and is ready to amp you very much onto that Klefki. There's the motions. 2 prizes taken for Hermione in this game too.
Yeah, Hermione takes the first 2 prizes, takes out that Klefki. Hermione might be 1 game down, but this game is looking good. Now, we see a Dreepy coming down. We see a counter catcher onto the Sableye. This is just a bit of a stalling tactic. Bring up the thing that is least likely to be annoying. And basically, the Greninja can attack. The Comfey have got Flower Selecting, but here comes your unfair stamp. We saw it in game 1. As soon as Hermione took a prize, Vinny went, yay! My deck loves it when you take your first prize. We're seeing that again here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of energy committed to the board, and then that counter catcher for the Sableye, again, looking for that opportunity just to slow the game down, build out a turn, maybe even 2, maybe even 3, just like Vinny had done in game 1. Maybe you'll be looking for something like that Badu just to kind of really slow down Hermione's side. But, you know, this is a vital 5 cards that Vinny has to look at from this unfair stamp here.
Yeah, these 5 cards are going to have to get Vinny rolling. Not only is Vinny behind in the game, but his setup is an active Pheasantipity and a Dreepy on the bench. It ain't looking pretty. Good news is we get a Lance and an Arven, so at least we got a decent supporter. So it's going to be an Arven here, presumably grabbing a Buddy Poffin, getting a couple of Dreepy out, and then a tool of whatever description you might like. Oh, it's a Badu and a Dreepy, so I think we know where Vinny's going here.
Yeah, we're going down that game plan I was mentioning a little bit just now. Ross just needs to buy an extra turn or 2 whilst we're slowing down Hermione's side of the board alongside that unfair stamp, and also has flipped the script as well. Can see a further 3 cards because of the knockout on that Klefki, and has Lance for future turns. This is one way to kind of build out the actual board state, maybe grab some of those Dracloak and then start going into Recon Directive, as it is the Itchy Pollen for 10 damage.
And this is going to work because Hermione can retreat the Sableye with a single energy attachment, but then you don't have enough energy on the Greninja, and you could use all kind of switching cards. Oh, no, wait, you can't because of Badu. Or you could use Mirage Gate to get an energy on the Greninja and then 1 on the Sableye to retreat. Oh, no, wait, you can't because of Badu. So unfortunately, it's next turn maybe for the Greninja. Good news is there's no rare candy, and Dracloak only have 80 HP.
And it's just a pass over after that Chorus experiment. Not really
there's no energy attachment.
Nope, hasn't been able to find many energies. Like I said, there's a lot have been committed across the board and 2 in the lost zone already. So the only way to retreat under a Badu lock is finding, I think, that last energy that might be hanging around in the deck somewhere, as we do see a Lance now with double Dracloak being evolved up. Dragapult EX currently waiting in hand. First Recon Directive of this game too, Ross.
Now, this is huge for me because I keep talking about Greninja. I'm going to keep talking about Greninja. Dracloak is in range of Greninja. Hermione could just KO both of them and really hurt Vinny's setup. But now he's just not going to be able to under Badu lock. And what that means is Vinny is going to be able to evolve up into Dragapult.
One of the other things we've got to keep an eye out, Ross,
that's
as well.
Defiance Vest, so only one would have been KO'd anyway.
Exactly that. That's one thing we want to always highlight. This is one of the really cool, unique sort of builds and tool cards that Vinny's been able to play, as it looks like it's just further recon directed after the Pollen. There was not much Hermione done. I think it was just a pass back over. Things are moving at a rapid pace here now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Hermione has got that Sableye stuck in the active with a lot of energy gone and no item cards allowed to be used. That Sableye is just sticking there and not able to move, and that is giving Vinny time to get these Dragapult rolling. And that's the thing, right? Where these Dragapult are very hard to KO, and there's a lot of very tasty low HP Pokemon to try and get, you know, just little double KOs. You see Radiant Alakazam coming down there, which is going to allow some double KOs. Things could get dark quickly.
Yeah, and one of the very cute things alongside that Radiant Alakazam with that Painful Spoons ability now can almost pseudo-lock Hermione out a lot of this game. He's basically healed the Sableye, moved the damage counters, prepping the Iron Hands, ready for a Dragapult EX, 200 damage Phantom Dive as well. Remember, Counter Catcher is currently live once again, does play 2 copies. We've seen 1 utilized already. There's a lot of things going very right now for Vinny, purely because Hermione's unable to actually just maneuver out of that Sableye in the active spot.
Yeah, and Hermione's not getting any more setup. So it just, you know, you've got that Greninja. Look, the Radiant Greninja was looking great a couple of turns ago. It's not going to be looking anywhere near as good because everything's out of range of it now except for the Badoo. That is not where you want to be. And once again, we just see the attack onto Sableye, and then it goes straight back because Hermione's got nothing to do. So you move the energy of Radiant Alakazam, and then you actually Pollen with Badoo. Is Hermione's turn going to be just as short? Seems like it actually might be just as short. And then we're going to Itchy Pollen with Badoo. We might be here for a while.
Yeah, we're just swinging back and forth. Although Hermione has just hit a Chorus's experiment. Is there an out? There is no energy in there right now.
4 item cards were under Badoo lock. Your deck is not being very nice to you right now if you see that.
No, I think Vinny's found a really unique, cool way to really just completely stop the game plan of Hermione here. Maybe it's just that committance of all of those energies which have been a little bit detrimental to the board state for Hermione, and Vinny is taking full advantage. I mean, he's just doing 2 Itchy Pollens, dealing 20 damage, maneuvering it back over. That Sableye isn't going down anytime soon, and he's just prepping future turns when he needs to attack with that Dragapult EX. He can just toy around, and this is one of the cool things that we see with damage manipulation decks like this, because Vinny's not only using the Budgie and the Radiant Alakazam, has the Monkey Dory in the list as well.
And if you have a look at what's going on here, all of those Comfey are being brought down so they can be KO'd with the residual damage from Phantom Dive. The Iron Hand is going to be in Phantom Dive range when it ever attacks. We are going to see 3 prizes the first time Vinny attacks, and there's going to be a double KO basically every attack from here on in from Vinny, and it's all because that Sableye is stuck in the active and that combination of Itchy Pollen and Radiant Alakazam. Here comes that 1 Psychic Energy. You could retreat into an Iron Hands, or you could actually Lost Mine now, because we do have 10 cards in the Lost Zone. They are the 2 options. You can get a prize off Badoo and spread some damage around, or you can take 2 prizes off Badoo. But either way, I think Vinny has done enough the past few turns to set him up for the rest of the game.
I'm starting to get a little bit concerned of exactly how many cards are left in that deck as well. After a few of those Chorus's experiment, as well as sort of just the flower selections, we do see another Ampu very much for a further 2 prizes, taking Hermione down to 2 now. That Pow Pad has been still left in the prizes there, which hasn't been ideal as well. This is going to be a really tricky spot depending on what's actually remaining for both of our players. But Vinny's still in a commanding position despite what we've just seen, because once again, we see the second Badoo coming down, bringing up yet another one of those Pokemon who can't retreat. That Sableye just going to be under lock once again. Last card. Hermione, is there anything you can do?
It better not be an energy. There is a handshake. Vinny wins 2-0, locking his opponent down with Badoo and winning almost entirely by just locking with Badoo and decking out Hermione. Congratulations to Vinny there. A masterfully played game.
Yeah, you don't need to do it with just something like a Snorlax with that block ability or that Wellspring Ogerpon EX with that Sob attack. We'll just use Badoo, my little 30 HP seedling, and just itchy pollen my way to victory. And that's been one way Vinny's been able to identify, and maybe that's been something I would love to know whether Vinny's done that throughout the past 2 days.
Yeah, and it was really good. We saw the attacking win first of all, and then we saw the, oh, I've got nothing, let's go for Badoo. But even the attacking win, it was built off the back of a Klefki shutting down for several turns and buying a whole bunch of time. And to be clear, it was Radiant Alakazam with Badoo. Badoo alone is not enough. Sooner or later, you take a prize and your opponent gets to play their deck again. So let's have a look at the replay then and see how Vinny went ahead and got that victory. We are starting off here in game one, and we see the KO on the Badoo with the Comfey, but of course we see the counter catcher and the unfair stamp because that prize was taken, and Vinny starts jumping ahead on prizes and basically never relented. It's too good an attacker. We see the KO on the Iron Hands, damage on the Comfey, and that was the point where Hermione said, nah mate, I'm done.
Yeah, and into game two, this was one of the crazy games that we wouldn't have expected. That Pokestop wasn't kind. We saw the early Ampy very much onto that Klefki, but Vinny continued playing the game simply because he was holding on to that unfair stamp. He was playing to every single one of his outs and very quickly identified. I remember seeing during that game two, having a quick double check of looking at that Lost Zone counter and the cards that were actually in there and just identifying, hang on, there's a couple of energies here. You've committed 4 to your Iron Hands. You've committed 2 to your Radiant Greninja. There's not much going on. And after the unfair stamp in combination with counter catcher and multiple turns of just itchy pollen and then just some damaged painful spoons maneuvering, it was all in Vinny's favor. And then by then, there was not much Hermione could do.
And Vinny was sure that card wasn't an energy. Because if you put Badoo active and that last card is an energy, attack to Sableye, retreat, you amp you very much, and that's the game. You lose. Because there was only 2 prizes remaining. But Vinny, very much like you, had identified that, you know what, I've seen your energy, I've counted your energy. Unless something super weird is going on with your list, that is not an energy card. And the only way I lose is if I Badoo, I win unless that's an energy. And it wasn't an energy, and that meant Vinny got the win.
Yeah, it's actually incredible to kind of actually see the different game plans really come to the fore. I've always spoken about or always tried to consider that turn off or switch off point of a Badoo Itchy Pollen where someone gets a chance to pop off and really then start to execute their game plan. But in Vinny's case, not only can you stop the pop-off from an item lock perspective against something like a Lost Box, he's also got the Klefki, which has been in there against, I'm sure, against decks like Miraidon to stop that tandem unit ability. Yep. But it also, again, gets that collateral damage onto the Lost Zone box decks as well, with Flower Selecting just being inhibited and stopped completely as well.
And we saw it right back at the beginning of game 2 where, you know, Vinny looks at his deck and he's like, I've got nothing, I'm a Dragapult deck, I've got no Dreepy, my hand's not great, I can Ultra Ball for it, no wait, Luminion's gone, can't do that. Okay, Klefki. I am going to end my turn and I'm going to go for several turns with no Dreepy on the board in a Dragapult deck because I am convinced that getting a Klefki out against this Lost Zone deck will slow them down enough that it will buy me time to set up, and it took many turns, but it totally worked.
Yeah, it's one of those crazy things where Hermione is staring down at a board of just a Klefki and just a Pheasantipity. I mean, you know you're going to be, if you take down the Klefki, you're giving your opponent a flip the script turn as well.
Yep.
And that's another opportunity to actually allow your opponent back into the game. But that's why you're also prepping your Radiant Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken. You're thinking, if they're even able to flip the script, maybe find a Buddy Pop in, find a Lance and get some Dreepies down. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to take him out with my Radiant Greninja. But with things like the Defiance Vest also hitting the board, that also puts a Dreepy out of range from a Moonlight Shuriken. Not even the Dracloak being out of range of Ampy very much. It's just so hard to overcome those unique cards and tools that we don't often see too much.
No, Vinny played that absolutely wonderfully. 2 wins with 2 very different game plans. So let's head on over to the stage with Adam. We'll hear from our winner and hopefully we can find out how often he just wins by locking the game down like that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the big stage here at EUIC. Adam Watson here, of course, with our winner you just saw on stream, Vinny Fernandez. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling very good. I know going to this match was a good matchup, and just very happy right now.
I mean, the matchup seemed incredible for you. The Klefki put in so much work. Tell us a bit about that Klefki technology.
So I want to thank my brother who got me into Klefki, because I was going to play a Rotom V instead, but we decided to put Klefki for the Miraidon matchup because he won the first 2 events, Merida and the special event. So we had to put Klefki as a tech to Miraidon going first. And turns out it also works against Lost Box. So yeah, Klefki was very good both games.
A little bit of a last-minute change. Shout out to your brother for coming up with that change. And also adapting to the metagame is so important for events of this size. Were you actually expecting to play against Lost Box, especially this deep into the tournament?
Yeah, I know Lost Box was going to be played a little more than the other events because Regidrago also fell down. So yeah, I think people brought more Lost Box to this tournament. I actually played against Lost Box in the first round, and I also won with the same strategy. I deck out them with the Badil, and yeah, I played against more Lost Boxes than decks like Gardevoir. So yeah, Lost Box matchup, thankfully, is very good for me.
That is surprising to hear, certainly. I wasn't expecting Lost Box to be so popular, but as soon as Regidrago goes away, as you mentioned, people are always willing to jump back onto that list. And especially with Dragapult now coming out of the woodwork, being such a powerful deck, was that the first list that you settled on that you wanted to test, or did your brother have to talk you into bringing Dragapult altogether?
So the deck that I played more this season was the Gardevoir. I played it for the Rio Regionals and San Antonio, so I was between the Dragapult and the Gardevoir. But after testing with my brother, we saw that this deck had a good matchup against the Dragapult Mirror because we have Munkidori and Dark Energy, we have Ursaluna, and the Gardevoir matchup is also very good because we have Lost City. So having a good matchup against Miraidon because of the Klefki, Gardevoir, and Dragapult Mirror, for me was more than enough for me to play this deck.
That sounds really convincing to me, folks. And can I get any final thoughts or shout-outs from you, certainly, before I let you prepare for the next Swiss round?
So I want to thank my friends from the MFT, o Marlon, Lugon, Pedrão, o Luiz, o Caio, and also my brother, Gabriel.
Shout out to the friends and family, and I see Mother in the audience, hey? A lot of people in your corner showing their support, giving you their energy, and I know there's a lot of folks at home as well that are rooting for you, my friend. Good luck in the upcoming rounds, but for now, we're going to kick things back to the casting desk.
Thank you very much, Adam. Always love seeing players who are enjoying playing the game as much as Vinny clearly is there. So, Alex, any final thoughts about that game?
I mean, I'm still blown away just kind of finding those different outs. I mean, if I was in Vinny's position, yes, I'd be looking for the outs as well, but I'd be staring down on my board of a Klefki and a Pheasantipity going, where's it all gone wrong? and, you know, he kept his composure, utilized the cards that were still live in his hand once something goes down, and then was able to kind of turn it around completely. And the simple locking of just an Itchy Pollen is so kind of cute, and it's something that maybe not a lot of people do enough, because every time I've spoken about something like Snorlax Block or Wellspring Ogerpon, Sob Attack, or maybe Tempting Trap for Marwile, it's the same kind of lock, especially when the resources and the resource management of your opponent sometimes hasn't gone the right way.
Yeah, I agree entirely. My thoughts about Dragapult is people need to start respecting Dragapult. People need to start having a conversation of this is one of the very, very, very best cards we've had in years. Because, you know, we've been talking about Dragapult, and coming into this tournament, right, we're going, well, you can play it on its own with Sparkling Crystal as just kind of a straight Dragapult deck. Or you can play it like some of the Europeans like Jesper Eriksson are, where you can play it as a Dragapult Charizard deck. Or there's actually a lot of people seeing a lot of playing success with it as a Dragapult Iron Thorns deck. That was legit. That was seeing a lot of playing a lot of success. But what Vinny's playing, and playing very, very well, is none of those decks. It is straight Dragapult with control elements, with Klefki and Badoo locking down the game for giant portions. That is another very different version of the same deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was great to hear in the interview, like, the way he's thought about the deck in terms of coming into this tournament. He's got a great matchup into Miraidon because of that Klefki. He's got a great matchup into the Mirror because of the control elements we've just mentioned. He has more control over the damage manipulation. And then going into Gardevoir, he's got a good matchup in his eyes because he has the Lost City. You can start removing some of those, that one threat of maybe a big Drifloon attack or anything like that, or maybe some of those Curliers, really, slowing down the game plan of your opponents. And this is the reason why, in Swiss round 12, Vinny's in the position that he is, really pushing himself to be as close to the very top as possible. And it's just incredible to watch both him and actually his brother do super well in all of these international championships and maybe even the world championships as well.
But that's the thing, like when your brother's already locked in top 8 in seniors at EUIC, that kind of puts a bit of pressure on you to be like, well, now I've got to make top 8 at EUIC because otherwise my brother's had a better result than me. And like I say, I've got multiple brothers. Nobody wants to have a brother doing better than them at a tournament. Brother rivalry is a real thing.
Absolutely. I mean, my
brother at my house.
My brother's a lot older than me, so there's a little bit less. But of course, we had a fantastic opportunity to hear from Vinny just then. But we also want to hear every opportunity to engage with you guys at home as well. So we're going to have a quick look at some of these tweets that have been coming and flooding through to us during the broadcast here. Ross, what do we get a chance to look at?
Have you visited PlayLab at Pokemon EUIC yet? Learn to play Pokemon TCG, Pokemon VGC, or Pokemon Unite and take home a special Glaceon PlayLab pin as a souvenir. It's open to the public. No badges or reservations are required. Jump in now. And you might be thinking, hey Ross, have you approached PlayLab and tried to get one of those Glaceon pins to wear on a future stream? Yes. Obviously I have. If I get time this weekend, I'm heading to PlayLab.
Yeah, I've already been there. I've taken my 4-year-old there on Thursday.
And you didn't invite me?
Next time you can parent my kid with me. I need her help anyway. But we had the chance to play a few of the games. He's not really, he loves Pokemon, but he's never really had a chance to play some of the video games or Unite. And he loves the idea that he gets a little pin badge as well. I mean, I see that little Glaceon plush. I wish I got that at the same time. Maybe. Hopefully he hasn't asked for that for his next gift. But he's had the chance to really have a really fun time. There's so many cool people there as well. They're really guiding us, and they've shown him how to play the video game for the first time. And it was just incredible. What an experience.
I went to PlayLab at EUIC last year. When I wasn't casting, I did actually have time. And I went and explored the PlayLab, and it was absolutely wonderful. They've got Pokemon Go in there this year. So last year it was just VGC and TCG. This year they've added in Pokemon Go as well. And you can see the demo deck in the picture there that you can pick up, the Charizard and Pikachu deck, where you can actually learn to play the game. Day 2 of EUIC is now underway. Good luck to all our champs in the making today. And you can see that wonderful EUIC bag from this year with a couple of Ogerpon, one Ogerpon poking out. Which Ogerpon is it?
You tell me.
It's Wellspring Max. Come on, mate.
All right, it's fantastic. I mean, the artwork is great for all of these international championships. I know you've got one of those bags as well, Ross.
I do have one of the bags.
Yeah,
it's a good bag.
You're going to be repping it at some stage, I'm sure, showcasing exactly why we're all here having a great time at a Pokemon European International Championships. It's always great to see the different designs as well, and similar to the background that we have of all the Pokemon behind us on this blue screen that we've occasionally been on camera as well, but that kind of artwork in the background of all the kind of different sort of special Pokemon as well. It's just a wonderful viewing and wonderful little artistry there, I'd like to say.
I don't want to get too nerdy about bags right now, but give me like 10 seconds.
Go.
These are legitimately the best configuration bags I've ever found. They are perfect. The only issue was water bottles didn't fit in the side well enough, but now they put the stretchy bit so your water bottle fits in.
Right. Okay, I didn't know where you were going. That you said it was perfect, and then started slating it, and
no,
then
not
came back round.
It was the water bottle pockets were a little bit tight on the older bags. Now they put the stretchy fabric, and they've even, you can't see them, but on the straps they put little patches where you can put your Pokemon pins in as well to show them off without like poking yourself. I love it. Right, let's hear from Pamela. Fun afternoon at EUIC 2025, Pokemon EUIC and Pokemon Centre London. Tried the TCG experience and received 2 sets and a pin badge as a gift, and then tags of the various games. Alex, you went to the Pokemon Centre.
Yes, I did.
Did you get a picture with Psyduck?
I did not, but my kid did, yes. It was every opportunity. I mean, one of the greatest things of the Pokemon Center this time around is even heading into the waiting area for your sort of time reserve time slot. You have little cute sort of sofa areas of the different first partner Pokemon. There was a Squirtle, there's a Bulbasaur, there's a Charmander, and look, the giant Pikachu is in there as well in one of the corners where you can take a photo with. So it's like a real actual experience going through, and that's even before the Pokemon Center. And then the Pokemon Center itself, you've got all the exclusives with the sort of Wellspring Ogerpons, but then also as a bit of a pseudo mascot for this European International Championships, Psyduck's taken a real sort of center show.
Yeah, we've kind of split into two halves in the Pokemon Center. There's all the Ogerpon stuff, but then there's that line where like Psyduck and Wooper.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Clodzire's getting love in the Pokemon Center, which makes me extremely happy. I did get a picture of the Psyduck. Essentially, when I'm at events, I don't get to bring my children because I live very far away. So I spend most of the event, if I'm not casting, I'm just taking fun pictures that my kids will enjoy looking at when I get home. So I've got a picture of me trying to pull the Psyduck pose with Psyduck.
Yeah, what a way to try and make your kids jealous. Look, kids, I'm taking the photos. I'm here. You could have been, but, you know, Daddy's here.
I live so far away, mate. This might be my home IC, but, you know, just a quick 5-hour jaunt on the train. One day I'll bring my kids. They will love it. For now, they enjoy seeing the pictures of me doing all my stuff. And do remember, use the hashtag PokemonEUIC to have your post featured. We want to hear from you. And look, when we get a minute, we want to show off your tweet on the screen. So do make sure you get in touch with us using that hashtag PokemonEUIC. If you're in the building, or even if you're watching at home, show us your setup at home. Show us where you're watching and with whom you are watching.
Yeah, I always enjoy just making sure, because what we're doing is really for everyone watching these streams, right? We're trying to put on the best possible show in combination what's happening out on the field in terms of the stream games, the feature matches. We're here to guide you through, but we love the engagement, and that's why we always encourage any opportunity to either even be in the chat, in the comment sections, or even just posting up with that hashtag PokemonEUIC.
Yeah, we absolutely love hearing from you guys. I get a lot of tweets during the events, people kind of showing me things. I've been able to get out onto the floor a little bit more today than I got a chance to yesterday. I've met a whole bunch of people telling me their stories, telling me what decks they're playing, what they've been up to, how much fun they've been having. Occasionally how unlucky they got in their winning in-game. Heard a few of those stories. Always happy to hear those stories, I should say. And a judge telling me there was a Greninja EX in day 2.
Oh, really? Wow, okay.
I don't think, unfortunately, in a position to make top cut. But apparently there is a Greninja EX out there in day 2 having a pretty good run nonetheless.
Still an accomplishment. That's what I mean. When I mentioned a little bit earlier about some of the decks when I was out on the field alongside yourself and then we suddenly split up because you ran off to speak to other people and I was left all alone. I got to see other decks like Hydreigon EX and Ancient Box and other different little tidbits that I get to see and not typically too often at the top tables, but they were there in day 2, having a great time and actually trying to also position themselves in a position to win something. You know, there's loads of prizes on hand, going down and trickling down to many, many placements across the tournament.
Absolutely there is. And, you know, sometimes you bump into a couple of kind of friends you've been to a bunch of events with who somehow don't know your cast in the event, and they say, oh, you're on round 9, I'll be back for round 9. But then, right, before round 9, you have a look at the crowd and they're not there. They've clearly gone home. That's upsetting. What's not upsetting, Pokemon Day. It is coming up later this month, and there are ways to get involved with a Pokemon trading card game for Pokemon Day, and I love what Pokemon are doing for Pokemon Day. There is a Sylveon stamped with that Pokemon Day. It's a reprint from Prismatic Evolutions, but with that Pokemon Day stamp. Those demo decks we saw in the Play Lab are also available as well.
Yeah, so that every fan can attend their local Pokemon League to celebrate Pokemon Day on February 27th. It is a casual event where all the fans can learn how to play the game, hang out, and just have a good time with other Pokemon fans. And as you've just mentioned, Ross, it's always fun to pick up things like this. I mean, look at that fantastic card with the little sort of stamp as well for Pokemon Day itself. And then there's so many other things that you can get. I mean, it's just a great opportunity to come together.
And one of the coolest things, every year I'm like, when can I have the illustration contest promos? Well, good news. On Pokemon Day, you can have the illustration contest promos. The Feraligatr, the Pikachu and Toxtricity. And I follow the illustration contest. When they put up all of the semi-finalists, I am there digging through, picking my favorites. Following the finalists, I see the announcement of the winners, and then I have that question of when can we get them. Now, I know they have been given out in the Pokemon Center this weekend, which is awesome, but they're also going to be available on Pokemon Day, so get down to your local game store. And, you know, you've got your Sylveon promo, and you've got these as well. And there's a non-holo Toxtricity EX. We didn't have these last year. I love that we got them this year.
I mean, I think we've spoken about it last time we highlighted the illustration contest, where we had the opportunity to see all of the different artworks in the most recent World Championships, where they had a room dedicated to all of the fantastic pieces that were done by so many different artists and just so many different Pokemon as well. And it was probably the best thing that I actually took my kid to when I had the opportunity to. He was just looking at it and just like in awe of every bit of artwork.
The illustration contest makes me so happy. I am not an artist. I don't enter the competition. It would be a waste of my time.
You should have seen it last year.
I've done some pictures. You guys have seen me do picture me on stream. You know I'm not an artist.
And there's a reason why I don't do it.
But I have some friends who are artists. And now, you know, every year it seems to be open to more countries. It was open to the UK for the first time this past year. So some of my UK artist friends are doing their entries. And I love getting to see all of their entries as they go.
Yeah, well, speaking of artists, well, if you've got a moment, just as we just decompress a little bit after that game, because we're going to be bringing you Swiss Round 13 in due course. So make sure you get a fresh drink. Make sure if you've got an opportunity, maybe draw something for us and tweet it to us at #PokemonEUIC. But we want to make sure you don't go anywhere, because we're going to be coming up with Swiss Round 13 very, very shortly.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is like my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. And my favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championship, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind. It's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
Trading card game at the European International Championships, and you want to make top cut, this is your last chance. This is the final round of Swift in the European International Championships 2025. So if you're going to make that asymmetrical top cut, it has to be now. And guiding you through this final round of Swift will be myself, Ross Gill, but joined once again by the lovely Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Good, good. I hope everyone has still been with us. Hopefully you're entering your actual artistry and your drawings into the hashtag Pokemon EUIC. I did have that call out already just a moment ago, but glad you're back here with us. This is the final Swiss round, as it were, and it's going to be a great show, I think.
Yeah, and then we can all try and figure out exactly where that borderline is for the asymmetrical top cut. Remember, there is, in theory, a top 8, but we're going to go for an asymmetrical top cut. That means if the player in 8th place has 30 points, everybody who has 30 points also makes top cut up to a maximum of 32 in total, and that means that you just need to match 8th place. But it's an asymmetrical top cut. It is not symmetrical by name and by nature, Alex. That means that there might be, 2, 3, 4 people who play one fewer round than the rest, and it's going to be top seed. It is that simple. If you want to play one round less than your other players, just be high in the seeding.
Yeah, thank you very much for that description, Ross. But let's have a little look at some of those players who potentially could be in contention for a potential asymmetric top cut, because it's going to be one of those things to keep an eye out for. Look at some of those names. We've touched on many of them already. We've got a couple of players that sort of 33 and above already. Ryuki Okada, our Dortmund regional champion, is currently sat there with only one loss on that record, but there's a player who's not yet been defeated, Xander Perot.
Yeah, basically, if you look at Xander and Ryuki, who I'm assuming are going to be playing this round. If they haven't already played, they should be paired against each other. There is a very good chance that they will take an intentional tie, and then they will both be into, and I'm going to say it, 34 points is enough. Boom, there, I said it. But as for the actual cutoff, maybe it's going to be 33 points. We see a lot of players there on 30, but it's almost impossible to predict because of ties. If there's a proper result in every game, we can say for certain, ties will mess things up, but look at that top 16 at the moment. We got Nino, our gouging fire player. We got that second Japanese player, Reiji Nishiguchi, who is there in 7th place. We've still got Natalie Miller there in 4th place from Australia. We got Daniel Magda. Rahul ready, having, Rahul was one of those players in the Fukuoka Champions League last weekend.
Yep.
Finished 40th out of 5,000. Doing a little bit better here so far is Rahul.
Yeah, we're looking at, I think 33 is going to be close to be the cutoff
That's
point.
my current prediction.
That's a current prediction, but we'll never know. We'll have to see. A lot of these players are at the 30 point threshold based on their current records. Remember, it's a 3 points for a win, which is the first number. The second number in the middle is the number of losses they've actually, unfortunately, have suffered throughout the event so far. And the final number on the right-hand side is a 1 point for a draw. So that's why you can see the total points underneath the records currently as well. But there's quite a number of players currently in contention. A lot of these players will be facing one another in this round.
Now, it's worth noting, if you're thinking about, well, what if I just tire my opponent, get 1 point? It's literally just Xander and Ryuki. Because if we look at everybody else, no one else is on 32 points other than Vinny. But Vinny's opponent isn't going to be on 32 points, so they are not going to want to tie with him. So, and there is also, as we go to notable matchups here, see who's playing who, it's very important to remember we should get results. Players don't want to tie. Now, if we have a look there, like I say, Vinny is playing against Reiji and Ishiguchi. Reiji doesn't want to tie. A tie will probably put Reiji out of top cut. Maybe the cutoff's 32, maybe it's not. The players are doing the same calculations we are, and I'm willing to bet they're all predicting 33.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we mentioned, a lot of these players on the 30-point threshold, sort of either 10-2 records or 9-0-3, are facing one another. There's a number of matchups that are going to be happening. One of the interesting other ones to note, right at the bottom there, Rahul Reddy on 30 points is facing up against Jelle van Kampen, who's one of our sort of well-known European Golden Go players. But Jelle is actually on 29 points. Now, Rahul Reddy could have the opportunity to push himself into 33 points, maybe make it into that asymmetric top cut, to be confirmed. But Jelle is going to also be playing not only just to try and push himself as high as possible, because remember, there's prizes for absolutely every sort of trickle-down position. A top 16 is worth so much as well to players, even if they just get to the 32 or even as close to that as possible.
Yeah, right now, we never know how many rounds there are going to be. Is it going to be a top 16 for asymmetrical or a top 32? We don't know. What we do know is that the players are ready down on the table. They are getting ready to play, so we're going to be heading down to our feature matchup any moment, and we are going to be seeing Sebastian Lashmet against Simone Fiorito. And we got Gardevoir against Arch Aladon.
Yeah, so just a quick touch on some of these players. Of course, the last time we had the chance to see Sebastian or Lashmet on stream, he played, specifically in this venue, in fact, he played in this Senior World Championship Final. So what an incredible way to come back, swings and roundabouts, to be on stream once again in a position to potentially be playing for that winning into an asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, we have had confirmation that Xander and Miyuki have already submitted a intentional tie there, so they will be joining us in top cut. They are the only two players that are currently locked in.
They're back on to Simone Fiorito. Sorry, Fiorito. Last time he was on stream, he was also in the Bremen event World Championships in the senior division as well. So players who have been through the ages, through the divisions, and actually being able to then repilot themselves into this position and try and join Xander Perot and maybe a Ryuki in the top cut as well.
Yeah, both players here having really, really good results in the seniors division in past years, looking to really make their name here. We've got Sebastian from the US and Simone from Italy here, and this is going to be a big one. This is an important game. They need to win. It is as simple as that. A tie should eliminate both of them from the asymmetrical top cut. A win should get them in. So this is going to be a very interesting game between two players who have been on stream before. They've had big results before. Sebastian, I believe you said, was in the Senior World Championship Finals, which is pretty impressive. And of course, we said that Simone was in Bremen in the senior division as well. Won Bremen, I should say.
Yeah, it's just fantastic to see, like I said, players who have come through the divisions and actually come to the Masters division now and actually start to perform as well, as our players have begun setting up, getting ready. We're going to get confirmation shortly of the time and the handshake and who's going to be kicking us off in due course as well. But, you know, there's so much to play for both our players on 10-1-1 records. That's 31 points for both of our players. They're already in such a great position to just end this tournament, this run, in one of those fantastic placements here as well, as we do get a chance, as our players are there placing out the prizes.
Go.
The deck here, Gardevoir for Sebastian and Archaludon EX for Simone.
Yeah, we've got Routes and Curlier there, one of each for Sebastian. Simone there, we got one Duraludon, we got one Boss's Orders, couple of basic energy, nothing terrible. I'd rather not have any Routes or Curlier prize from Sebastian, but one of each is at least something we can work with.
Yeah, so there's a lot to be able to allow us to get a full-on game between these two fantastic archetypes. We've already seen that both of these decks were the second and third most played, I think, in day 1 and day 2, in fact, which is an incredible feat. It's not something necessarily everyone had predicted that Archaludon EX would be one of the most played decks at this percentage, but both over the double figures. I think Archaludon was an 11%, and I think Gardevoir was around the 14. So it's like incredible to see these players, you know, really rise to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. We got two decks that are absolute contenders, big, decent numbers, not the #1 deck coming in. Like I say, that was Dragapult, but it looks like the players are getting ready to go. There's our fist bump, and we are rolling with our final round of Swiss at the European International Championships 2025. And we start off here with an Earthen Vessel, and that will give us a minute to remind you guys how the Archaludon deck works. We evolve into Archaludon. We accelerate 2 metal energy from the discard while we do so, and then we attack with Archaludon. But then we've got that Origin Form Dialga V-Star, which has a V-Star power, which I think legal cheating is the way you phrased it, Alex, which lets you take 2 turns in a row. We saw this deck with Joe in the final round yesterday, taking the victory. So it's very straightforward in some ways. It is largely get Archaludon, evolve, accelerate energy, hit with a big stage 1, but it's the Dialga being able to take that second turn in a row, which really complicates matters for your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see the start of the synergies that we get with the actual deck itself, we do see that Radiant Greninja hit the field, very much a staple to support the energy discarding with that Concealed Cards ability to see more cards from the deck, as we do see the Dialga V, or the Origin Form Dialga V, hit the board now as well. Start threatening, I should say, that Star Kronos attack, as we do also see an Ultra Ball now come down for the field and into that Duraludon hitting the board state. One of the interesting things is that Artisan was actually discarded away, and he doesn't, you know, Simone doesn't want to give Sebastian that opportunity to just use his own Artisan to grab one of those little cheeky routes, I'd say.
No, I love it. Don't play a stadium that's going to help your opponent unless you absolutely have to. 2 Duraludon and a Dialga down, phenomenal, because each of those Duraludon can evolve into an Archaludon to go and accelerate a bunch of energy, 2 per Archaludon, and that means it's going to be asking a lot. We could see a Dialga as early as next turn. But over to Sebastian now, starting off with a Buddy Poffin, going for presumably a couple of routes. So Alex, give us a quick rundown of this Gardevoir deck while we've got a moment.
Yeah, Gardevoir's deck's been around for a while now. We've seen it in World Championship finals. We've seen it win multiple regionals this season. But the whole premise of this is to kind of set up your stage 2 eventually. You have a fantastic built-in engine with that refinement ability on the Curliers, but you eventually get to the Psychic Embrace of that Gardevoir EX and start utilizing unique attackers to overcome your opponent. Now, Sebastian Lashmet is playing the version without the Drifloon. He's gone to the version that we saw Michael Davidson pilots, I believe, in Merida Regionals, which has that Pheasantipity EX, has that Marwile, and then just utilizing some more unique attackers in a different way. But this is where you accelerate energy, I should say, with that Psychic Embrace and find a different route to victory at times with that control elements of the Monkey Dories, with that Adrenabrain. I feel like we've spoken a lot about Monkey Dory throughout this weekend so far, and it's just incredible to see. It really feels like it's a Monkey Dory format at the moment.
Last time I talked about Monkey Dory this much was when I was casting North American Internationals with the lovely Joe Bernard last year, and it was I think I had 6 out of top 8 were Gardevoir. So we do have 3 routes down there on the bench with a Spiritomb that is turning off abilities of basic Pokemon V. Remember, Archaludon is an evolution and will get the ability, but it will turn off things like a Luminion, for instance, would not be available to be used.
Yeah, so when you're staring down at your opponent's Gardevoir board state, you know, we already see the Spiritomb hit the field as well, a card that's been utilized in certain ways, but there's, you know, basic Pokemon V in play, that Fettered in Misfortune ability, you know, some things to try and slow down, things like a Rotom V, for example, that you sometimes see in your opponent's deck list. But one of the cute things in Sebastian's list right now, we've got the Unfair Stamp as a spec, but also he's got 3 Technical Machine evolutions. So that's already been just targeted right now, just across from that Arvin, and that's going to be one way for Sebastian's going to actually evolve up into those Curliers and get that consistency really brewing.
And remember the rule, if the Pokemon is on the field at the start of your turn, you can evolve it during that turn. So even though you're evolving up with TM Evolution right at the end of this turn as your very last act during your attack, because they're on the board at the beginning of your next turn, they can become Gardevoir during your next turn. And I love that Sebastian searched out the Unfair Stamp, basically saying to Simone, look, you can take a KO if you want, but I will 100% Unfair Stamp you if you do.
Like you say, unfair by name, unfair by nature. But one of the few things Sebastian would have liked not to have in the active spot to utilize TM Evolution is actually a 2-prizer. That Pheasantipity sat there, and it's an easy target for an Archaludon EX to actually come start swinging away with that Metal Defender attack. But let's see how Simony is actually going to be able to piece together some of those combo cards to actually start dealing some meaningful damage and actually start taking some meaningful prizes.
Yeah, that's what you're going to be looking for. If you evolve into your Archaludon here, you're doing 220. That will get a clean KO on Pheasantipity. And yes, you will be Unfair Stamped. We know that for a fact, because Professor Research has come down to you are not playing around with your opponent's hand or trying to do any hand disruption. But you do take 2 prizes and turn off Pheasantipty's Flip the Script ability, so it's not the end of the world. It's at least getting decent value there.
Yeah, it's always going to be a bit scary when you know your opponent's actually picked up the Unfair Stamp and put it into the hand. So had to play that Professor's Research there as well. Concealed cards actually into an Archaludon EX, I believe. So it's currently waiting in hand, ready to evolve up. Actually can start swinging away after using that fantastic energy acceleration ability, Assemble Alloy. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve up, you may attach up to 2 basic metal energy cards from your discard pile to your metal Pokemon in any way you like. It could be in an active spot, it can be on the bench, and that's another really cute way to actually power up a Star Chronos, Dialga Origin Form, Dialga V-Star attack as well, as we do see an extra Night Stretcher being played for that Iron Bundle.
Yeah, Iron Bundle's nice. It's got that ability that lets you switch your opponent's active Pokemon. Well, it makes them switch, but they get a choice. You don't need it now. Now you want to KO the Pheasantipity. That's very important. But then, you know, let's say the Spiritomb's active. I'd much rather have like a Curlier or a Routes. So, you know, if it was used right now, for instance, it would force either a Routes or a Curlier active, a much better target for your attack.
Yeah, and that's the first 2 prizes of this final Swiss round here at the European International Championships. We know Sebastian's actually waiting in the hand with that Unfair Stamp as well, as we do see the first refinement. Just wanted to pick up some different pieces before that's actually played. Often, depending on what you're looking for, you might play the Unfair Stamp first before you start going into refinements. Or if you already have a couple of the pieces in hand, you might be looking for just that extra 1 more before you actually cause a bit of an injustice to your opponent. you then use the refinement first, play the unfair stamp, and then maybe you've got one more for the next part. As we do see the evolution up now into the Gardevoir EX here, following that Arven.
Yeah, TM Evolution last turn means you can get a turn 2 Gardevoir without having to use a rare candy. It's why that card sees so much play in these evolution decks. It allows you to evolve a turn earlier than you would otherwise be able to. We see a Monkey Dory coming down with a Darkness Energy ready to Adrenabrain, and now we see the unfair stamp coming down. Sebastian's going to get a new hand of 5 cards, and Simone is going to get a new hand of 2.
Yeah, so this is going to be big. So with that Psychic Embrace now live, and there's 3 energies, or 4 energies, I should say, currently in that discard pile, there's ways to accelerate the energy to the active Spiritomb, be able to take the damage, of course, because of the ability, retreat it, and then go into something big like the Gardevoir EX, and actually swing away at the Archaludon EX himself, dealing a lot of damage and just kind of forcing pressure. It's one of those things where you're not taking big knockouts. Sometimes the Archaludon can find a way to maybe heal off that damage with a Professor Turo scenario or a scoop-up Cyclone, but you have to do something here because right now, Sebastian doesn't play the Drifloon, so there's no big way of taking a massive KO.
No, the best you can do, like you say, is just chip away with whatever attacks you've got. But there are 2 Professor Turo scenario. There is a scoop-up Cyclone in the deck. That is 3 cards that will allow you to pick up an Archaludon, which not only heals, but then you play it back down, and you do get to accelerate the energy as you do so. We do see an Earthen Vessel here getting a couple of energy for Sebastian.
And that's exactly why you have to combine an attack with something like a hand disruption like the unfair stamp or an Iono later down the game, because you're hoping Simonid won't find a way to heal off damage from that Archaludon EX.
Absolutely, you are. So we do see a refinement being used there. We see the counter going on to show that that ability has been used. And what else have we got? We've got an Ultra Ball being eyed up by Sebastian. Potentially going to grab, I would assume, another Curlier at this point.
There we go, playing it down, just kind of being a bit more meticulous about the decisions here. You know, we have to hold on to those resources. Looks like that Gardevoir
Oh, it's
EX.
a Scream Tail. Now, Scream Tail's a fun one. You know, it's kind of like your Drifloon attacks the active, but Scream Tail goes after the bench. 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. It can hit the active for each damage counter on the Pokemon. So the ideal scenario here is that you drop a bunch of damage on and then start just hitting the bench nicely.
Yeah, let's have a little look exactly how Sebastian's going to target some Pokemon on the board state right now. Will he utilize the Scream Tail? It does hit the field, and now it's just on that decision. Plenty of energy to start utilizing from the discard pile. Let's see how those energies are going to be starting to stack on. Of course, it looks like the 4 being prepped there. The first one on that Spiritomb with a Psychic Embrace. The retreat into the Scream Tail. And I'm starting to like this play, Ross, because now it's going to be 4 energies. Puts it down to 10 HP remaining, but is now capable of dealing 160 damage with that fantastic attack. Roaring Scream.
And it can go anywhere. It can take out the Raiding Greninja, it can take out the Duraludon on the bench, or it can start softening up the Archaludon, or it can start softening up the Dialga, and that's what we see, because we know that Dialga takes 2 turns in a row. That's a little bit rude, but that's not what we're seeing yet. This is...
We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. That was Adrenabrain first. We're going to take our moment with it. We saw the extra energy attachments onto the Gardevoir, and I like this play a lot.
Yes.
I know I didn't want to jump over you there, but by removing a Duraludon from play for the moment, it means that there's no real way to kind of keep recycling the Archaludon EXs as well and as easy as possible, especially when you try to put your opponent's hand down to 2. Unfortunately for Sebastian, there's another Nest Ball coming down immediately here, and it's just whether there is another Duraludon available. We know one is prized, but there it is. It's hit the field already, I believe, currently just under the shadows of the hand.
Yeah, the numbers work out nicely, of course, because now with a 30 damage from the Adrenabrain, Origin Form Dialga V is now in range of a Miracle Force from Gardevoir. So if it doesn't V-Star, that's actually now a really easy KO to take, which Gardevoir into Archaludon, easy KOs can be a bit of a pain.
But what did we get from that unfair stamp? It was into a professor's research. So Simony's going to be playing this game, and there's not going to be much to slow him down for a moment. Remember, there's only one unfair stamp that can be utilized per game in effect, because there's no way to get it back out the discard pile. It's just going to be having to rely on Ionas to try and disrupt with dealing damage onto Simony's board now as well.
Yeah, Simone there. We've actually got a Thornton, it looks like. I love that card. Lets you swap one basic for another basic, but then you get to evolve it straight away if you want to. It is wonderful. And we are eyeing up here a Nest Ball. So do we have any more useful basics? Yeah, we do. It's a second Dialga V, because we're playing a 2-2 list here, so why not?
Yeah, if I'm just saying, if we're going to potentially lose one of the Orange Form Dialga Vs to a sort of easy knockout from Miracle Force of the Gardevoir EX, well, I'll just prep another one, and I'll just see if you can actually deal with both of them, and I'll eventually evolve into one and try and use Star Chronos when I need to, as it is a Metal Defender attack to take one prize. Again, a bit of an over KO, 210 damage over the remaining damage or HP, I should say, on that Scream Tail. But yeah, 3 prizes down now.
Sometimes doing the damage by attaching energy with Gardevoir can give your opponent some easy, cheeky KOs if your opponent is playing their own Monkey Dory, for instance, or a Radiant Alakazam or something like that. However, Duraludon doesn't, and our Charladon doesn't. They just hit into your active. So you can leave all your Pokemon with 10 HP remaining, and they're still just going to attack into them normally. Yes, there is a Radiant Greninja. No, there isn't the relevant energy to actually pay for it. So it's just attacking the active over and over. As we see an Ino coming down here from Sebastian, constantly disrupting Simone's hand here. That is absolutely their goal.
Yeah, I feel like the expectation here, what we're going to see from Sebastian's side is going to be sort of back-to-back-to-back Ionos in an attempt to try and slow down his opponent, taking further prize or taking big knockouts for the rest of this game. As we do see another refinement here at discard of that Night Stretcher, we do walk into the Cresselia and a Hisuian Heavy Ball. A quick double check of what I've checked for the prizes, and knowing that Hisuian Heavy Ball is not going to be as useful because those prizes has no basic Pokemon currently hiding away in there.
No, absolutely does not. So, we do see that we are playing a Hisuian Heavy Ball here. There are no targets in the prizes. There's no basics in there. The only Pokemon is a Curlier. But what this allows you to do is just have a look at your prizes, confirm what's in there, and just play a card to get it out of your hand. Bit of thinning, bit of information. Not, unfortunately, getting any value out of this because there is no basic Pokemon there. But, I mean, where's he going and what's he trying to knock out this turn?
I'm not entirely sure, but information is value, Ross. So I'm sure he's thinking, I just needed to work out the final 2 without having to really think too hard about it. Look at all of those cards in the discard pile. Look at all the cards on the board state right now. And I think this is the scenario where, you know, Sebastian's actually trying to work out himself, well, what is the best target to utilize? As we do see an additional Psychic Embrace here. Looks like it was going to go to the Gardevoir EX. Second guess himself, of course, we'll need to put it onto the active first and maneuver out of that position. And just trying to figure out exactly which way he'd like to take this route here, as we do have some Adrenabrain plays to come as well.
We do. There are 2 Countercatcher in the list for Sebastian, and he's taken 1 prize, and Simone's taken 3. So Countercatcher are on the board. I'm not seeing any in the discard right now. I don't think any have been played. So they are available if Sebastian can actually find them, and that could give a KO with Gardevoir against Origin Form Dialga, for instance. Or you could take out one of those other bench Pokemon. It's all good. On the one hand, you kind of want to deal with the active. On the other hand, you know your opponent plays multiple cards that will deal, you know, will allow you to heal. So instead, we go to a Scream Tail, and the Scream Tail goes, no, I don't care about your active. I'm going to be going after the bench.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how the Scream Tail was screaming its way to try and take a knockout. Potentially, we might see exactly very similar scenario here as the Monkey Dory is going to Adrenabrain. Is it going to go onto the other Dialga V-Star? And just double checking, I think, is second guess himself, going on to the one that was already damaged, sort of prepping it for a future turn, and just knocking out the Radiant Greninja here, trying to limit the draw power, the draw engine, top deck of the Dialga V-Star. I mean, is a way to protect one of those Pokemon, but for the time being, what else is in that hand?
I think actually this is going to work out. If I remember correctly, Dialga V-Star's got 280 HP. So now, if that Dialga becomes a V-Star, you can essentially Adrenabrain one more time and then KO it with Gardevoir. Essentially, Sebastian is just keying up these KOs for later, leaving Pokemon in range of being KO'd. And yes, obviously, the clean Dialga got evolved up into a V-Star. We all knew that was coming. But Sebastian's basically going, I've got 2 Counter Catcher in my deck. I want to be able to take some easy 2-prize KOs, and I'm setting myself up for that nicely. The problem is, Simone is going to be going down to 2 prizes remaining this turn at a minimum.
Yep, as we do see, there was the Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, and the Power Pad that was in the hand, and it's just kind of throwing back into the deck with that Power Pad to Professor's Research, knowing that there's going to be further or likely further. Iono is going to be hitting the field from Sebastian's side to try and limit what's available for Simone just onto that board state. So that Pheasantipiti's hit the board as well. So we'll be able to flip the script, see 3 cards, and then maybe even go straight into one of those Professor's Research who's just been put back into the deck.
That could absolutely be the plan. I'm trying to look at this on both sides. Sebastian, in theory, can counter-catch in the next 2 turns and win with Adrenabrain off of, you know, your Dialga and your Pheasantipiti win in 2 turns. But Simone here could be potentially building up for an Origin form Dialga to use Star Chronos. And if you take a prize this turn, and then you can Star Chronos to take 2 turns in a row, and then either get a 2-hit KO on a 2-prizer or 2 1-hit KOs on 1-prizers, that would give Simone the win essentially next turn if we kind of roll those 2 turns into 1.
I mean, what's impressive again, that flip the script actually walked Simone into 2 Professor's Research into the hand. As you just saw 1 actually get discarded there. You've kind of mentioned it very cleanly there, Ross. That Star Chronos attack could be one way to actually almost end the game here, but would obviously need to find a boss for then onto the Gardevoir onto the next turn, because once you've used Star Chronos, you've really got 5 energy on the Dialga V-Star, which means you're already dealing 240 with Metal Blast. It's only 2 energy away from then actually dealing over 300 damage to the Gardevoir EX, for example. And that's one way to kind of completely end the game. But just by setting up the board state like this, he's putting himself in such a commanding position. And whenever you're disrupted and you see a Professor's Research or find an out to a Professor's Research, that's really like such a great feeling in this position. And when you've got all your energies going as well, he's getting more energies out the deck. He's, you know, Finning is winning is something we haven't really said too much, but that's one of sort of a big principle that a lot of our players go for. And it's just kind of just double checking what resources are available as you see there, just kind of a shifting up of that Night Stretcher and a couple of other key pieces. I think that was that Luminium V there, just kind of waiting. And knowing that that's in there, he feels a bit more safe in terms of how this is going to play out.
One of my issues here with this plan from Simone is that Dialga, and we did see the other one, the damage one, get evolved, but like I say, still in range, we're good. One of my issues here is you need 3 more energy on Dialga. You really need an Arch Aladon again to get this rolling next turn, which means you need a Duraludon down on the field this turn, or a Thornton next turn to essentially you Thornton, you can turn your, you know, Iron Bundle into a Duraludon, and then you can Arch Aladon. That might be the play we're building up to here.
Yeah, and I guess with the Iron Bundle, you can essentially pop that ability at any point, right? You can use that Hyper Blow, give yourself back a space on the board state, but it's just going to be that Metal Defender attack going down to 2 prizes now. Just a little shuffle accidentally movement of one of the cards as one was grabbed there. So 2 prizes remaining to 4 on Sebastian's side. He needs to find a way to come back and come back soon.
Yeah, and the awkward thing for Sebastian here is you can't really go after the active Arch Aladon anymore, because at a minimum it is a 2-hit KO, and that's assuming we don't see shenanigans with things like Professor Turo Scenario, Scoop Up Cyclone, etc. Attacking the active feels like it could be 3-4 turns until you win. So now we are really searching for those gusting options. We see an Ino being played by Sebastian, and this would be a great time to hit a counter catcher. The problem is Simone can just Star Chronos, and then that probably would end the game. And if you take 2 prizes here, counter catcher gets turned off.
Yeah, there's quite a few options for the Arch Aladon play here, but you know, Sebastian's going to be looking for all of the options to try and counter that as much as possible, as there is another refinement into double Buddy Buddy Poffin. Not very useful at this point, and it's just just a little bit stuck here, but what are the options that are available? What's in the rest of the hand there, Ross?
We've got a Pokemon you can't play, an Artisan that you can play but you can't get a Pokemon from, an Arven you can't play, a Buddy Buddy Poffin that you can't play, and a Buddy Buddy Poffin that you can't play.
Ah, right. Okay, well, there we are with the first Psychic Embrace again. That Spiritomb taking a lot of damage throughout this course of this Game 1 so far, but it does get healed a number of times. Currently stuck with 3 damage counters on it. Adrenabrain is currently live with one of those Dark Energies on one of the Monkey Dories right now. There's another Psychic Embrace to the Gardevoir EX that we just saw as well, also pushing that up to 3 damage counters on it. And now it's just a retreat, and it's got to be start swinging away, I think, with the Iono, and just hoping any way, shape, or form that there is no way to pick this back up and heal it and just cause chaos from that side of the board.
I don't like this. I've said earlier, I don't like the idea that you just have to attack into the Archaludon. It's a 2-hit KO to put you down to 2 prizes. If there's no healing, it feels like Sebastian is still several turns away from winning, whereas a Star Chronos here would literally end the game. It would have to be a Thornton at this point. That's the only way you're going to get a Duraludon evolution. It's the only way you're going to get enough energy onto the Dialga. But if we see that coming down, and it could even be something as cheeky as using a Luminion after a Hyper Blower, are we making space for Luminion here?
I don't know if there's... Is that an Ultra Ball in hand? It does look like an Ultra Ball right now, alongside a Night Stretcher and an Iono. So the Hyper Blower with the Monkey Dory stepping up to the active spot. Is there a way that we can get this done? I mean, there's... I don't believe there's an Archaludon in the discard pile that could be utilized with the Night Stretcher as well. But again, to get the Ultra Ball, going for the Luminion, it's... There's just too few resources in the hand, so it's just an easy maybe knockout for the moment. It's Iono in hand. Doesn't want to kind of change the hand of Sebastian because there wasn't much played after Iono and refinements.
And it's worth noting, we're talking about Star Chronos as this end the game right now. You're up by 2 prizes. So we are just seeing the Night Stretcher for an energy onto Archaludon, and it looks like we might just be going, I'm going to KO the Monkey Dory, I'm going to get return KO'd. I still only need 1 prize to win the game. You still need 2 prizes to win the game. So essentially, Sebastian now is on a 2-turn clock to win. You KO the Archaludon, and then next turn you can gust and win. You're fine, and Counter Catcher will always be live for the rest of the game. But it does give Simone 1 turn to just go and get a KO.
Yeah, just one thing that we also have to keep reminding ourselves as well is something we keep talking about that Spiritomb going into the active, but that Fetter the Misfortune ability is of course stopping that Luminion.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Luminion. I get too excited about Luminion getting the Thornton, but unfortunately, yeah, sorry about that. Turns out you can't. Well, you could get Luminion with Ultra Ball, but then you wouldn't get the ability because of Spiritomb. That would be somewhat of a waste. Either way, it was irrelevant anyway because you didn't have the Archaludon. You know, even if there was no Spiritomb, there was no Archaludon to evolve into. It was never, unfortunately, going to work for multiple reasons. So Sebastian here has got the easy KO on Archaludon. And I think you have to take the KO on Archaludon now because, you know, you then can just gust next turn to win. The problem is you're giving Simone 1 turn to just take a prize and win the game. So we are actually seeing a counter catcher here. Yes, onto that Dialga V-Star and saying, I'm going to KO this. And actually, maybe this is to stop an Archaludon going into the discard for Night Stretcher.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that we just saw actually utilized with that Night Stretcher as well was that energy attachment to the bench Archaludon EX there as well, as we do see, of course, now that the Dialga V-Star just in the active spot. The Adrenabrain already looks like he's utilized again. It's just, I think there's so many unique things that have to happen here to go in Sebastian's way. I mean, that we don't know what that 1 card is for Simone.
We have no idea what it is. And now things are starting to not look great for Simone here because you kind of have to attack with Archaludon. But the issue we've got here is that you need to KO something, and it's not going to be KOing Gardevoir. You need to be able to go after one of those bench Pokemon. However, Hyper Blower would do it.
This was one of the things I was just trying to keep an eye on in terms of if there was a way to maneuver out of that active position. If we use that Night Stretcher to keep the Hyper Blower Iron Bundle back onto the bench just to maneuver the God of War EX out of it. But what will we see, Ross? Is there something there?
No, and I love what's happened here. So what Sebastian actually did was heal Dialga using basically not take the KO, deliberately not taking the KO, so that you didn't open up an opportunity for Simone to attack, but...
Look what's happened here. He's had to heal up that Dialga V-Star instead, but will have to promote this damaged or heavily damaged Archaladon EX because it's the only Pokemon with the energy attached. Well, you could Metal Blast with the Dialga V-Star as well. That's kind of sat there on the bench. So it does have 2 attackers going, but Metal Defender dealing 220 damage here. It's a lot of damage counters just picked up by Simone's side, but not a knockout, not yet ending this game. Sebastian has another opportunity to find a way here. Has double Professor Churro scenario in hand as well, so can kind of re-scoop back up that God of War EX, go into another attack and actually take a pretty big knockout here.
That would be big. I've been telling you guys that those Dialga were left in range, and Adrenabrain would have KO'd the Dialga, but it then would have given Simone a chance to get his attacker in the active and potentially win the game. Sebastian didn't take the KO on the Dialga, and then we saw the Professor Turo come down. Sebastian still got 4 prizes remaining, but can we see a similar kind of thing? We got a counter catcher, we got a boss's orders. We need to try and stop Simone taking a prize next turn. That is the first order of business.
So this is pretty sort of, we're going into the kind of last few intricate turns, back and forth of this game.
There is that here. Professor Turo healing up the Gardevoir. And of course, we know what's going to happen here. You put the Curlier into the active, you evolve it into a Gardevoir, you attach the energy with your ability, and you can roll from there.
Yep, the Spiritomb's gone into the active first. We're going to get another potential refinement here as well. Just kind of double checking which to discard. That's the routes going. Further 2 cards seeing. And there's another Curlier and a Super Rod as an evolution. Yep, Psychic Embrace back live.
Yeah, and Psychic Embrace means that, yes, the Spiritomb technically was one thing that went active. It doesn't really matter. You attach an energy using Gardevoir EX to retreat it, attach with your ability to Gardevoir, take the KO. This is all nice and simple. There's a counter catcher, though. We're actually taking the KO on the Pheasantipity here. And I like this because it means you're not only taking a KO, but you're turning off Flip the Script. Had you taken a KO on the Archaladon, then Simone gets 3 extra cards to try and work towards that gusting. Or even, like I say, the recovery of Iron Bundle. If you recover Iron Bundle, you win the game.
Yeah, and that's why there may be a slight misstep. I mean, he may rue that decision in terms of getting that energy onto that Archaladon EX that he did attach with that Night Stretcher after using the first Hyper Blur. And there's the knockout. It's a big knockout on that Pheasantipity EX, taking Sebastian down to 2 prizes as well. And what is this top deck?
It's a boss's orders.
Incredible.
So he brings open. Well, what's he bringing active? It doesn't really matter. He's taking a KO, and Simone takes game number 1. And now we got 20 minutes left, and things are coming down to it. Remember, we need wins in this game. We do not need a tie. Simone takes game 1 game away from getting into the asymmetrical top cut, and that means that Sebastian needs to win 2 games in 20 minutes, or the top cut dream is probably over.
Look at the joy in the face of Simone there. I mean, Sebastian's probably thinking, what else could I have done in that matchup to try and stem the flow of those prizes going over to the Archaladon player. We saw the little flash of the boss's orders to the crowd as well, just as he sort of ripped it and actually got it played down, but a fantastic way to showcase. Let's have a quick look exactly how it went down.
So we're here with game 1, and we do see that Archaladon taking out that Pheasantipity early in the game, taking those first 2 prizes, but then it was a Screamtail show, taking cheeky prizes, while Archaladon is just KOing it right back. Screamtail takes a KO, Archaladon KOs right back. We saw that a couple of times. Screamtail takes a KO, Archaladon KOs right back. And Simone ends up in a situation here where they KO the Monkey Dory, and then it's 1 prize remaining and the game gets slow. Sebastian KOs the Pheasantipity, but then we see the top deck of the boss's orders, we see the fist bump, and it's game 1 to our Italian player.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a shame that Sebastian had to open with that Pheasantipity EX because it was a nice, easy 2 prizes that Archaladon is able to take with that Metal Defender attack here. Both our players are setting up, of course, for this game 2 of this final Swiss round at the Pokemon European International Championships. It's going to be Simone kicking things off, I believe, as Sebastian has decided to go second so that he can utilize those very vital TM evolutions to get that Psychic Embrace live as soon as possible.
Yeah, and we start off with Simone here playing an Earthen Vessel. Discard a card from your hand. Go and get a couple of energy cards. And it has to be metal because that's all they play. Let's check in on the prizes. We see Relicanth being prized here. It is a one-off. Wasn't used in that first game, but can be useful for allowing you to copy Duraludon's attack. But of course, there's another one-off in there, isn't there?
Yeah, that Radiant Greninja is going to be hiding in the prizes as well. You know how vital it was to really get a number of the kind of synergistic combos off to get the energies into the discard pile away from the discard cards like Ultra Ball.
But there's another one-off in there, isn't there?
Absolutely. The card that we've been speaking far too much about and maybe gave too much praise for. We did see Simone actually look for it in the deck in Game 1 at some point as well, but was stopped potentially by that Spiritomb. That Aluminium V is sat there waiting and unable to be utilized as well. As we do see the Nest Ball rather than the Radiant Greninja coming down, we do see double Duraludon now. We're going to have to go a different route to get those energies into the discard though.
And make no mistake about it, Sebastian now knows Radiant Greninja is prized.
Yeah.
There is no way you go for a third Duraludon instead of Radiant Greninja. That has given the game away. Actually, the one-off Power Pad is prized as well, but I thought I'd played out that bit, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's especially after seeing the Earthen Vessel being played, because you know your opponent has 2 extra energies in the hand as well. And there's no Radiant Greninja, you're going to be like, eh, what's going on?
Yeah, it just means you know your opponent's going to be a bit slower, a bit less consistent. It's not an attacker like it is in these Lost Zone decks, but it is a great source of just consistency. And actually, using an Ultra Ball to search out an Arch-Alidon here, basically going, I know you play a bunch of Iono, but I don't think you're going to play one on turn 1. I'm fairly sure I'm not getting my hand disrupted. I would like one for next turn because there's already 2 Metal Energy in the discard ready to be accelerated.
Yeah, because typically your opponent's going to be playing Arven, but it's an Iono coming down instead because Arven wasn't really available there for the moment. Of course, just with that Klefki in the active spot, that single prizer does hit that TM evolution though. But is there another route?
Oh, there isn't yet. Oh, that's not good because you've got your TM evolution. If there was a second Rouse, you'd have a second Curlier. Using it to get 1 Curlier is better than no Curlier, but that is not what you're looking for, Alex.
No, absolutely not. So 1 Curlier has been, well, 1 Rouse has been evolved up to a Curlier, of course, but we do just quickly show up the prize as well. Typically, you know, our players spend a little bit of time searching up what has been prized during their first search, but Sebastian, knowing time is against him, has just kind of gone, well, I need to kind of play this as quick as possible if I'm going to give myself the best possible chance. Nothing too crazy prized, especially when you play multiple copies of that technical machine evolution.
I'm disagreeing with you, Alex. I'm jumping in and disagreeing with you. They play 2 Counter Catcher, and one of them is one of the top 2 prizes. That is a card which came in super handy and does a lot, and because it's so high up in the prizes, it's probably not coming out. I do not want one of my counter catchers that high up in my prizes.
But you wouldn't know it's at the top, so you just have to play as if you might have one available to yourself and you hope that you can get it, right?
Okay, but I know it's prized and I'm going to commentate like I don't like it being in the top 2 prizes.
I mean, no one would like it, but that could be maneuvered around. We do have Hisuian Heavy Ball. We can see it come down to the bottom, Ross. We'll see. We'll see. But it's back over to Simone here. Double Dialga V-Star has hit the bench now. We have the evolution up to an Arch-Alidon EX. We have a big attacker going. This is going to be one really difficult Pokemon to stop plowing through with that Metal Defender attack.
Yeah, the Dialga V on the bench. They may come V-Stars in the future. Right now they're V, and we have a second Arch-Alidon being searched out. And, you know, it might be time to draw a circle around that discard pile, Alex.
Absolutely, after that Ultra Ball.
We got 2 Metal Energy down there.
Where's it going to go? I mean, that active Arch-Alidon EX is already powered up. Could evolve it now, start prepping away at one of the Dialga Vs, and that's
Dialga
exactly.
Has to be Dialga V. Simone's had a great start to this game. Now we see a Professor's Research getting a new hand of 7 cards. Not only have we seen 2 Archaladon, but we've seen 2 Archaladon for full value. We've got an Archaladon in the active already hitting 220. We've got 2 energy, free energy on a bench Dialga, and Sebastian's got 1 Curlier and no routes.
I mean, the only thing that would have been nicer than that Professor's Research is actually a boss's orders on that Curlier. But,
that
you
would have
know,
been a bit far.
Yeah, I think I'll take what I've gotten if I was Simone right now in that position of the board. Say, and that first prize that was taken actually is that Radiant Greninja to support further discards. But, you know, Sebastian's no slouch. He's going to be doing his utmost to try and slow this down as possible. That Arton now being played. There's one other way to get a further route into the board state right now, and there it is. So let's just see whether Sebastian can find a way out of this kind of very scary position.
One of the issues is that this Gardevoir deck is quite slow and it builds up over time. You don't want a deck going this aggressive. And last game, we didn't really see a legitimate threat of the Dialga V-Star. That Star Kronos was never that close to working. This game it is.
I'm jumping in there, Roth. Just by having it across the table from you, that's a threat in itself. And now, and this is always a scary point, right? If Star Kronos does ever happen, like I say, and I'm going to keep saying this term, legalize cheating and taking an extra turn and not letting your opponent have one whilst you're potentially taking a prize, it's just unfair.
Yeah, it's more unfair than unfair, Stamp, which it looks like is going to be the card coming down here. And we get 5 new cards for Sebastian, 2 for Simone here. But honestly, like, you've already got your Archaladon rolling. All you really need in the next couple of turns is a Dialga V-Star and a couple of energy attachments. Like, outside of that, you can just keep going high Metal Defender for a couple of turns while you draw out of this.
Yeah, when you're in this position, you just got to feel really, really comfortable yourself. Has hit that second counter catcher there after that unfair stamp.
Nice.
But whether it's useful enough here, I mean, it could potentially... Is it an option to take down the Orange Informed Dialga V with the energies on it right now? HP currently is at 220 with a Monkey Dory play. There's a way of doing it. But, yeah, there we go. We're going into a Marwile instead. Tempting Trap as the option. That's another way to boost up the damage. Don't forget, Tempting Trap has additional text on it as well during your opponent's next turn. The defending opponent cannot retreat, but it will also take 90 damage more from your next attack.
Which, actually, if you look at Gardevoir's 190 and you add 92 it, you get to 280, which just happens to be the exact amount of damage left on Archaladon. So, building up, but we've got a Professor's Research coming out of that of that unfair stab. Everything coming up Simone, Fiorito, there we go. And we do have the Dialga V-Star. Do we have a way to get the energy here? We could. Do we have a way to get the Archaladon out the active? Scoop up Cyclone would be great.
That would be one way. Otherwise, you may just have to kind of give up this potential big tanky Archaladon EX currently in the active spot and just save yourself maybe for the Dialga, Orange Informed Dialga V-Star on a future turn. There's an energy attachment there.
This is perfect, 'cause it means next turn you can manually attach and Star Kronos without relying on Archaladon. That attachment makes a very big difference.
There's an Ultra Ball also in hand, so can start prepping the hand for a future turn as well. You know, we'll be able to attack this turn and take an additional prize, and if we're being very kind, taking from the bottom to the top of the prize, there's that little fish waiting there as well, so can actually start trying to, if no Spiritomb comes down, I should caveat, cherry pick what attacker to use. But there's a Pheasantipity instead. Just saying, well, if you're prepping this knockout on this Archaladon EX because of that Tempting Trap play and an Iono, I'm going to be able to draw some more cards anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
We're seeing this a lot from players this weekend, you know, searching out an unfair stamp and going, if you take a KO, I'm wrecking your hand. Searching out a Pheasantipity and saying, if you take a KO, I'm going to draw some more cards. So we do get a KO on the Morile there, and that is going to put Simone to 2 prizes taken. We know that Gardevoir can take the return KO. 190 plus 90 is 280, but at least then you got Flip the Script, and honestly, Simone's board is looking good right now. So, yeah, you give up 2 prizes and it evens up, but you're still very much in the driver's seat in this matchup.
Yeah, it's actually a really scary position for Sebastian as well. I believe we've actually already played 2 Iono that are currently in the discard pile, and not only the 2 Ionos there's the unfair stamp, so there's actually only 1 left in the deck, so having to try and maybe combat what's currently in Simone's hands, it's not going to be easy, as we do see the first Psychic Embrace going to the active Monkey Dory. The second one there, it looks like we might be dealing a Mind Bend for 150, which could be quite interesting. As they're Adrenal Brain just from the bench damage Monkey Dory right now, just to move damage over to the Orange Informed Palkia V-Star. And is it a Mind Bend here?
It's a Mind Bend, 150 damage. And
let's do the Adrenal Brain first. I thought he was going to confuse himself for a moment because he started tilting his own Monkey Dory.
Okay.
And there you go.
Now we see the Mind Bend for 150 damage, plus confusion. And yeah, you've only got 1 Gardevoir, you've got no Curlier down. Rather than putting that in the firing line, you instead just go Monkey Dory, let's get some confusion and make things very difficult for you.
Yeah, we'll make sure, I think both players have just kind of worked out that there's some additional damage because of Tempting Trap as well. And then there's...
Should be on 170 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go, that is 170. We are good.
Yeah, I'm just making sure here now. We've got a pretty big bulky Pokemon, obviously, that kind of annoying to retreat, but can retreat. And here we go, Ross. What are we expecting on this turn?
It's gonna be a Star Chronos. You do 220 damage, you KO the Monkey Dory, and you take the next turn as well. And actually, the retreating's not terrible because now you've got energy in the discard, so if you can evolve that bench Duraludon into... I'm going to pause dramatically. Oh, no, never mind.
We don't need to do that yet.
No,
we can take our time.
It would have been fun. But no, instead, we just Night Stretcher and Energy onto the Origin Form Dialga. This is why the attachment last turn was such a big deal. And now Star Chronos take a prize. But you know what's better than a prize? An extra turn.
Ooh, so targeted down the Gardevoir EX here. He's going to flip the V-Star. That's the Star Chronos for 220 damage. And now it comes straight back to Simone again for a further turn. There's a draw card as to indicate that's happened. Draws into the energy. And now it's just an easy Metal Blast knockout on that Gardevoir EX. And there's no Curliers on the bench, so there's no further Gardevoirs that's going to be coming anytime soon.
Well, you've ruined my bet. I was going to say, what's better than a prize? 2 prizes. What's better than 2 prizes? 2 prizes on your opponent's only Gardevoir when they don't have a Curlier ready to go in a deck that I'm pretty sure plays 0 rare candy. So there's no Gardevoir coming out next turn. So you can still Mind Bend, but that's essentially your only choice next turn.
Yeah, and then, I mean... Simone's just going to kind of retreat and go back into an Archaludon EX and start swinging away once again. And that's a big knockout. A further 2 prizes remaining. Not much time left for Sebastian to try and turn this around here. Monkey Dory back into the active spot. Only Adrenal Brain play right now would be that 1 damage counter that's still on the benched Monkey Dory. Let's just see how we're going here. But just a couple of energies from that Earthen Vessel. Kind of backs against the wall moment in this scenario, I think. Real tough. I don't think there's actually much in the hand to actually work off either, especially when there's no Curliers available.
There's a counter-catcher onto that Duraludon or Dialga. Looks like Dialga in the end coming up, but this is not an I'm winning the game play. This is an I'm buying time play. We're going to confuse Dialga, and we're going to get to it after this game, but I think the top cut just got a lot bigger in this tournament. We'll get to that at the end of the game, but we think the top cut just got a lot bigger with some of the results we're seeing coming through.
Yeah.
Back to this game, we've got Simone with a confused Dialga in the active, and what they need to do is get it out the active, KO the Monkey Dory, go down to 1 prize card remaining.
Yeah, we're just going to wait to see what happens in this matchup. Lots of things can change depending on the results of this game and other games. Let's see what happens. But Simone in a commanding position here. Well, right now, there is that confused Dialga V in the active spot. There's another Professor's Research every single time he's needed it, needing to see 2 further additional cards here. Can we see in our Channel Linux maybe to attach energy to the active and maneuver it out of position? There's the evolution up. Actually could start swinging away with just one energy with Metal Blast, but it's probably not ideal as you'd want to be trying to take knockouts here, take the final 2 prizes.
That is going to be your goal. Taking the final 2 prizes, always a good plan. Now we see Rescue Stretcher coming down, taking a metal energy. That is going to mean that you get it onto the diagonal, but it's not doing very much. You're not attacking for more than, well, you're not
80.
doing much. 80 damage is not great. You're not retreating. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's decent enough damage. But if you're not KOing a Monkey Dory, I think I can say it's not a great attack.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit, let's say, I'm going to say pointless, because you're dealing damage for Monkey Dory to just throw it back over with Adrenaline Brain. But, you know, these are some of the things that has to be done, as we do see an Ultra Ball coming down now. A Curlier finally re-established after a poor turn, I'd like to think, on the last turn, as we do see now the refinement here of another Psychic Energy, it looks like. Let's see how this is going to pan out. Hits the last Iono as well to try and slow the game down a little bit more, but you're going to need to be a bit more proactive than that. Some prizes need to be taken at some point here, and it looks like just kind of double-checking what's available. Both our players just kind of pause for a moment, double-checking all is okay, as we look like we're just continuing. Oh. But, you know, this is one of the things, as we've already mentioned, Sebastian is currently 1 game down here in this series, in this Swiss round 13, as both of our players just kind of double-checking exactly how we are working through this game at the moment, of course. Both our players here. I mean, if you just look at the board states, Simone here is in a commanding spot because he's got some energies on the board. He's got the Alga-V ready.
It looks like we might have seen an Arven and an Iono on the same turn here. That's what I'm hearing it might have been. So we've just got the judges kind of coming in and sorting this out here. And of course, we do, you know, we've got a fantastic judge team there. They're going to sort this out. It's not for us to worry about. This is not our job, Alex. The judges at the table will figure this out and tell us what the resolution is going to be. But that's what we are hearing, that it may have been an Arven and an Iono played on the same turn. And of course, the rule in the Pokemon TCG, unless you're playing like that old Plasma Magnezone, it is all, you know, like the Lieutenant Surge card. We are talking about 1 supporter per turn.
Yeah, of course. Once we get confirmation, we'll give as much information as possible. But just for the moment, yeah, we'll get our judges to deal with that.
Right, so while we're here, we've got a minute. Let's have a chat about the asymmetrical top cut. Now, initially, it looked like we're all losing to Yellow Van Kempen, which happened, and a couple of ties meant we would have quite a big top cut. However, because Vinny and Reiji Nishiguchi tied, that put Vinicius onto 33 points. And if we have a winner in this game, we should have a clean top 8. If this game ends with a winner and not a tie, then your top 8 should be Xander Pero, Ryuki Okada, Vinny, the winner of this game, Natalie Miller, Roan Nielsen, Daniel Magda, and James Cox. All of those 8 players will have 33 points or above. Everybody else will be 32 or below, and that will be a clean top 8. If this game ends in a tie, which is not looking very likely at this point, but if this game does end in a tie, then that will lower the cutoff, and I think we might then have like 15 people in top cut at that point. But if we have a winner in this game, I'm pretty sure then the 7 players I listed plus the winner of this game will constitute your top 8 at the European International Championships. That's what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, let's wait for full confirmation, of course.
This is all completely speculative.
Yeah.
None of this is official. I cannot stress that enough.
But yeah, of course, I mean, we are getting a lot of the results as it's coming through. You know, Natalie Miller bested Simone Lasapinara, that Dragapult EX set. Natalie is beating a Cloth deck. You know, Roan Nielsen playing a form of Snorlax Focus Control has beaten Gardevoir in their final Swiss round. Daniel Magda also playing Snorlax beat a Miraidon. Brent Kuzman, someone who's been a finalist in a regional championship before. And James Cox, a regional champion, has pushed himself onto the 33-point threshold, beating that deck I know you wanted to see, Ross.
Yeah, Gouging Fire looks like it's done. Brent Kuzman, unfortunately, was the final Miraidon remaining. So, you know, we have a quick look at the decks. We've got plenty of time here as the players sort this out. So the decks in Top Cut look to be Clorf, Golden Go, Dragapult, Snorlax Focus Control, Snorlax Focus Control, I'm not repeating myself, there's 2 of them, which is not what we saw a lot of going through this tournament, another Dragapult, and then whatever the result of this game ends up giving us, assuming there isn't a tie-in, like I say, a tie in this matchup would really open up Top Cut. I think, I've heard an estimate that it would allow another 7 people in.
Potentially, yeah, exactly that. I mean, you know, there's some other matchups which unfortunately did also end up in a tie, you know, pushing both players potentially out of the Top Cut into that 33 points and above. Oscar Madsen piloting that deck that we saw Jesper Eriksson playing yesterday, that Dragapult Charizard type list, who was facing up against Grant Manley's Lost Zone Box Pikachu EX. I think that was an actual tie in terms of getting to the 32 points. And unfortunately, that means it's very, very unlikely, unless other things happen across all of the other remaining games, that they might not make it. But we'll see. We'll see. We don't know the full conclusion of this game yet as well. We're just trying to feed you guys with as much information as possible, just to keep you guys informed.
When I'm watching these tournaments at home, when I get to the final round of Swiss, I want the updates. I want to know where the matchups are going. I want to know what the asymmetrical Top Cut is looking like. I want to know which players and which decks are making it in. So when I'm the guy on the desk, and especially when we have a minute to talk about it, I want to be the guy providing the updates so that hypothetical me at home knows what's going on in our Top Cut. The only other result we're waiting on is Santiago's Clorf against Stefan Ivanov's Gardevoir, but they're both on 29 points, so the winner of that would go to 32, which, assuming we have a 33 cutoff, which looks to be the case now, unfortunately would leave both of them, well, whoever wins that game would then be 1 point away, unfortunately, from the cutoff. So, potentially 2 Snorlax Control in Top Cut. No, sorry, they're at 33 points. They're in, regardless of how it works out. 2 Snorlax Control. We have not talked about this deck very much. It seems to be, I'm going to say it, a sleepy deck, which has kind of gone under the radar. And don't get me wrong, we're walking the tables, we're seeing it. I did not expect Snorlax Focus Control to be much of a player this weekend, and yet it looks like we got 2 of them in cut.
Yeah, it's one of those really interesting decks that sometimes if you're not respecting it, it can go very far, but it looks like we're starting to get a bit of a decision on how this kind of current game, or this current feature match has been reviewed, and we'll just get full confirmation, of course, and we'll go back into the action as soon as possible. But yeah, on Snorlax, I mean, it's a deck I've played quite a lot. I did play it in a regional championships recently. It's just one of those things where, like I said, if you find the right matchups, the right sort of meta for it, and if people are too busy focusing on other things, Snorlax can really creep in there and actually do super, super well.
Yeah, it really can. And then a Clorf making it into Top Cut. We've got multiple Dragapult with Xander Pero. We've got Vinny, we've got Natalie, James. So it looks like if we do have this nice clean top 8, 4 of the top 8 are going to be Dragapult. And it would actually end up being 4 Dragapult, 2 Snorlax. Yeah, there's a bunch going on anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the Dragapults. We're talking about 2 players who I know are often part of the same testing group as well, in Natalie Miller and James Cox. Of course, James Cox is a bit of an adopted European because he's been in the Netherlands for quite some time and regularly plays on the European circuit. But, you know, he's part of that Australian testing group that we've spoken so highly of. You know, there's many testing groups that we have spoken so highly of that have been participating here. We are looking like we're just kind of confirming the last final things of this stream feature match as well, and as soon as we get the full confirmation, we will have that information relayed back to you guys as well.
Wonderful. So if we got one, okay, looks like 3 Dragapult, not 4, but we are back into the game here. Sebastian Lachmet and Simone Fiorito, and it looks like we are doing some decent damage here to Dialga, and I think we're back, and we got confusion from that Mind Bend attack, and now, oh, worst case scenario, Professor Turo not only picks up Dialga and gets it out the active, but also heals it up.
Yep, so just nullifying that complete turn there from Sebastian, and now can just go into attacker once again and actually start swinging away. Remember, 2 attacks away from winning here, because by taking 2 prizes, it's a simple way of just actually winning game 2 as well as game 1 already. But kind of maneuvering around, wants to kind of keep those energies on different Pokemon so that if anything does get trapped, you could still attack away with the Dialga V-Star anyway. Metal Blast doing 40 plus 40 for every metal energy attached, as we're just kind of prepping the board to make sure that there is maneuverability on this board state.
Yeah, we've got a Night Stretcher coming down, grabbing an energy, and that means that Archaladon in the active will be able to attack and take out this Monkey Dory. We are hearing that there has been no penalty that has been assessed. We are just carrying on the game from where we were before. Always like it when we can just carry on with the game and see what the resolution is. But look at that timer, Alex, at the bottom of the screen. 1 minute remaining. Sebastian has not taken any prizes yet, but I don't think Sebastian can win at this point in terms of the match. Sebastian is trying to win this game to essentially get that extra match point. Simone needs to win this game or have this game not finish. Either is fine, and then they will be in that top cut with 34 points.
Yep, so now that Iono is legally played as its only supporter of this turn, and we get the Psychic Embrace attachment to the active Gardevoir and the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain and the knockout onto the active Archaladon EX, I believe. And now it's just 2 prizes has been taken with 18, 17, 16 seconds to go.
Okay, now it's down to when you draw a card. That is officially when the turn moves over. So Simone does draw a card before we get to 0. Simone is going to be turn 0. There's often some confusion, but it is when the card is drawn, that is when the turn officially passes over. Very important when we get down to the end of a game like this. So Simone is turn 0, Sebastian wants 1, Simone is 2, Sebastian is 3. That is it. We draw a line under it. We are done.
So am I correct in saying with both players on 31 points, the way we were potentially predicting, if there is a tie in this game, Sebastian Lashmet, who could force a tie in this by taking the remaining 4 prizes on their final 2 turns, does mean that could force themselves also into the asymmetric top cut. This is
we
actually
don't know for
nail-biting.
certain, but I believe that is the case. I believe a tie would actually put them both in at this point, but that was not that likely when we started the round, and I don't think either player would think that. Here comes a Professor Turo scenario, picking up that Dialga, making it much, much harder for Sebastian to finish out this game and take those final 4 prizes. 2 turns, 4 prizes. It was going to be Dialga and Pheasantipity. Dialga's gone now.
Yep, that's not ideal for the game plan that Sebastian would have been looking for, as we do see now an Ultra Ball for the other Archaladon EX from the deck. And now it's just a case of, well, I probably could still win this if I take 1 more sort of knockout and 1 more attack, or maybe even 2 attacks, but I'm going to make it as hard as possible for you to do anything in your final 2 turns as well.
Yeah, remember, Simone doesn't need to win this game. If we end up here with no resolution in this game, what happens is we don't count the second game. Nobody has reached a win condition. The game doesn't count. And that means that Simone wins 1 game to 0, wins, goes to 34 points, and cuts as a pretty high seed.
Absolutely, as we do see now that Assemble Alloy from the bench Duraludon onto the active Archaladon EX and can start swinging away once again. But I think Simone is going to be pretty happy with himself, knowing that there's no big one-time finisher from Sebastian's side of the board. So is there anything that can be done? This is going to be turn 1 of out of time now for this Swiss round 13.
And here's the thing, right? So you can use Adrenabrain to put 30 damage onto your Pheasantipity EX. That brings it into range of Miracle Force. You take it. Oh, wait, but hang on a second. Then Gardevoir just gets return KO'd and you lose.
Yep.
So there's 2 easy prizes, not 4. And if you take those 2 easy prizes, you are getting return KO'd. There's no rare candy in Sebastian's deck, so there is no other Gardevoir coming out. And I don't mean this turn. I mean there's not another Gardevoir coming out, except maybe on your final turn of the game if you curlier this turn. I don't see how Sebastian wins from here. And honestly, I don't think it's even going to go to time like that. I think Simone is going to win on his next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Hisuian Heavy Ball there, just being played to grab that route out of the prizes, again, also confirms that that counter catcher is sat there. It has moved Ross to the middle, but it's not quite going to be too useful in this position. So Sebastian just kind of double checking, going through the list, going through the motions, working out, is there anything that can be done? Buddy Poffin to also just double check what's remaining in the deck as well. Not too sure there's actually too much. Generally, it's just a real troublesome moment. There's that boss's orders, but at the same time, as you mentioned, Ross, no way to heal up that Gardevoir EX means we're in a tricky, tricky spot.
Unfortunately, it does. Your only good attacker is about to be return KO'd if you attack with it. And, you know, even something like a Hyper Blower from an Iron Bundle will just force something else active and KO, even if you could promote a clean Gardevoir, which I don't think at this point you actually can. I think next turn, Simone should be able to KO anything. You cannot KO the only attacker. You cannot just stall for time, because if you stall for time, the game ends without a winner and Simone wins the match at 1-0. So oftentimes you have a lot of different ways you can go, but I'm not seeing an option for Sebastian here. What we see, there is a handshake. Sebastian concedes and Simone wins, well, with 2-0, and that means a match win. That means 34 points. That means top cut for Simone here.
Yeah, the shining of that fantastic boss's orders, I think he just showed to the crowd, because it was a fantastic rip for that Game 1 victory. So congratulations, and that will push you into the top cut, the asymmetric top cut. We'll get that finalized in due course, but it's a fantastic way, and I think he's just gone over to give commiserations, of course. I mean, celebration, that's a great way to see it. It's a great view to see both these players celebrating together to say, you know what, congratulations, you've done super well. And commiserations to Sebastian. I mean, what a great run.
Yeah, great
just
run.
Fell slightly so short.
One win away. And it's so, you know, these tournaments, you play 12 rounds, you win 10 with 1 loss and 1 tie, and you still end up on a win and in for top 8 at the end. There were only 2 players who came into this final round able to intentionally tie to get into that top cut. Everybody else had to play it out. And like I said, had we ended up in a tie, that opens up the top cut, but it didn't. So let's have a look at the replay and see how Simone went and won this.
Yeah, so here we have Game 1. We saw it kind of go back and forth, but Simone was able to build up that board so well. And, you know, there was a couple of tricky moments in terms of decisions, but ripped that first boss's orders. And then we go into Game 2. We saw different sort of game plans from Sebastian. We had that tempting trap Marwile to try and slow down the game or prevent and give big prize knockouts. But in the end, the setup for Simone was far too strong. It was double Dialga V, so the double your Chaladon EX, and there's the massive handshake, the celebrations there, the joy on Simone's face was incredible to see.
It absolutely was, and I think with that, we do have our 8 players. I think we have a clean top 8 cut. We will obviously confirm this. Nothing is official until it's actually posted up, but we've looked at the results. We've had a look. We have exactly 8 players with 33, 4, or 5 points. Xander Perro being your top seed with Golden Go at 35, and Simone joining them with 34 points as the lone Arch Aladon that we are going to be seeing in top cut. It looks like your prediction, Alex.
Let's go. I'm backing.
Strong.
I'm backing him. I mean, our Chaladon's still doing super well, and it's just, is it the only one that we currently see in the top 8?
I believe it's the only one in the top 8. I think we're looking at 3 Dragapult, 2 Snorlax, 1 Clorf, 1 Arch Aladon, and 1 Golden Go, I believe, are the 8 decks in top cuts.
Okay. I can see a path. I can see a path for my casting prediction, but let's see how it's all going to plan out at some point, and I'm sure we'll have that confirmation in due course. But what an exciting 2 games or 2 rounds that we've had so far.
Oh, it's been fun.
Going into what we saw in the previous round, but also just into this one where it was real back and forth, and just that Gardevoir, despite us knowing that that's been a top contender as one of the best decks in the current format, it has been in previous formats as well, especially considering it's won 2 regional championships over in the North America region. It's just, unfortunately, it fell a bit short. I mean, our Chaladon being able to overcome it is a bit of a surprise, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Henry Chow, you know, the best Gardevoir player in the world, dropping off of Gardevoir for Golden Go. And we do see Golden Go being the top seed going into top 8 here. You know, Xander Pero, the only player on 35 points, will be the top seed going into our top 8. That I can say with a fair degree of certainty. But yeah, it's interesting. Gardevoir was good, fell a little bit short, which I feel like has been the story for Gardevoir a lot. In a lot of formats we've had, Gardevoir has been very, very good, but not quite good enough. The Surging Sparks meta before Prismatic Evolutions, you know, it won 2 tournaments, 2 regionals in the US with Henry Chow. Maybe it was its best, but maybe the introduction of those couple of cards from Prismatic Evolutions, like Badu, like Regigigas, etc., has turned it into just not quite good enough again.
Yeah, other decks maybe having to counter some of those unique cards, and then like I've mentioned about, you know, collateral damage, and it kind of also being just good because Gardevoir has to build in a particular way now as well. You know, additional copies of Technical Machine Evolution just to kind of stay out of the Badu lock, as it were, in terms of that itchy pollen. We saw that fantastically played by Vinny Fernandez earlier. You know, that's just one way that Gardevoir has to adapt itself, and it's adapted well, but not well enough to be in the top cut.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great deck. It had a really good run. It's not the only good Gardevoir in the room, but Simone coming along with Archaladon and proving this is good. It's the only one in Top Cut. It's a deck I have been unconvinced by for a while. It's not my kind of deck personally. It's not a deck I really enjoy playing. I don't really know why. I never have fun when I'm playing it. And it's not a deck I've rated that highly, but people keep proving me wrong. We have seen Archaladon being one of the decks of the tournament. We've seen it being a great deck. You know, we saw Joe winning on the final round yesterday. We saw Simone winning on the final round today. It is clearly a good deck.
Yeah, absolutely. You might not like it, but I know someone who is liking it, and I want to hear from them. So, Adam, take it away.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here on the big stage here at EUIC with Simone Fiorito, who just made Top Cut, apparently. That's what they're telling me. We gotta crunch the numbers. But how are you feeling, my friend?
Congratulazioni per fare il top. Come ti senti? Mi sento molto molto bene e il mazzo, ragazzi, è veramente molto forte. Se da timbro, peschi, prof, boss, quello che si, diciamo, serve sempre, no? Quindi sono molto contento e spero di vincere, o no?
He said that he's very happy about the result. The deck is pretty strong. The line of supporters is pretty good, and he hopes to do a pretty good result here.
This deck does indeed look strong. We talked with some players much earlier in the broadcast about the matchup spread for this list being very good. And for this tournament, how did you decide on this match? Who helped you prepare?
Come ha fatto la preparazione di questo deck per questo torneo, per questa competizione?
Tanto testing, soprattutto con il mio gruppo Cinnabar Lab. E ragazzi, la pratica serve sempre, giocate, anche se perdete continuate, perché con la pratica si arriva qui, si arriva in alto, mi raccomando.
He said that practice is everything. If you practice even losing, you will at the end win something. And the practice is the best part, and the part that makes you a better player.
Incredibly well said. Even in defeat, there is still something that you can learn and improve your play. How long have you been playing the Pokémon TCG to make it all the way to this point?
Quando hai iniziato a giocare Pokémon TCG?
Nel 2019 e il mio primo mazzo è stato Picarom, un mazzo veramente forte che mi manca tanto, e poi poi però ho perso 2 anni con il Covid, però ora siamo tornati sul palco.
He said he started in 2019 with Picarum, was a pretty good deck. He still played, but in coronavirus he stopped playing and he returned now and he's more strong than ever.
I love to hear a player that's been playing for a long time finally getting their big win here in the spotlight. I can see you've got a lot of fans here in the crowd. Go ahead and give them a shout out.
Thank you, guys. But can I take one pick? Revol?
Oh, yeah. Amazing, folks. We got so many people in the crowd, so much hype, great communities all over the globe for Pokemon TCG. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk and get the rest of this tournament underway.
Thank you very much, Adam. I love seeing the excitement of people winning. That final moment, you know, seeing our winner taking a selfie on the stage with a crowd behind them. I love that. We hear about players who want to be on stream. We had a player yesterday who said their dream was to be on stream at one of these tournaments. And I love the joy the players get from being on stream because I'm loving it here. Like, this is my happy place behind the desk with you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you.
Hearing the players, and it just makes me so happy.
No, I'm very jealous that I don't have a crowd out there. I can't take a stage selfie like that because that's incredible. That's a moment to savor. That's a moment to remember for like the ages. You know, he's done Pokemon tournaments before. He's played a long time. He's been in the seniors, you know, winning like regional championships in the seniors division before. Now to do it in the Masters, take himself into a top cut in the Masters division in an international championships, doing it in style on stage with his fans, with his friends as well. It's just an incredible, incredible feeling, and I'm so, so jealous.
No, it makes me. Do you want me to see if I can get you on stage? I know people.
Please, one time.
I'll have a chat with someone, see if we can make that happen. Now, the good news is we seem to have our top cut down, so we're going to be getting to that very, very soon. We are going to have to take a little bit of a break because we need to set up the top cut, but we have got something very special for you to have a little bit of a look at as we get ready for our top cut. And I was involved in this, and I can tell you it is something very special indeed. So let's take a little bit of a look, shall we? Welcome to the desk with myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Adam Watson. And what we're going to be doing, we're going to be running back the final of last year's European International Championships in the TCG between Isaiah Bradner and Tord Reklev, but Adam, with a twist.
That's right, folks. These two Titans are going to be showing up in Pokemon TCG Pocket, heading right down to the desk and jumping into the game. Tord Reklev on the classic Mewtwo Gardevoir, and Isaiah Bradner challenging with Pikachu Zebstrika.
Yeah, two of the classic decks from that first set, Genetic Apex, going against each other there. And it seems like we got a Blitzel for Isaiah and that lovely Crown Rare Mewtwo there from Tord. Gonna need a route early on here.
Starting off with the Mewtwo EX in this deck is quite nice. You absorb a lot of attacks with that hefty HP pool, and you can get manual attachments from the Energy Zone to start threatening.
Yeah, we see a Pokeball coming down from Isaiah. Instant 2-of in every deck, gets you a random basic. That Blitzel is nice. What you really want is a Pikachu here to start attaching energy. So we venture Zapdos, Player Professor's Research to draw 2 cards. You want a Pikachu here to start attaching.
That's the main attacker, Ross. Circle Circuit, 30 damage for each benched Pokemon. You need that sort of output to deal with Mew EX.
Guaranteed.
Ooh, that's right.
The only basic left in the deck. We had both the Blitzel and both the Zapdos on the board. We knew it was going to hit a Pikachu, and it did.
This is the beautiful part of Pokemon Pocket deck building, folks, is the way that your basics are guaranteed in your starting hand and the way that guarantees your basics from Pokeballs and sequencing your researches.
Yeah, not a great turn there from Tord, just attaches to a Mewtwo, no routes to evolve up. So we see Isaiah here, now Zebstrika just needs 1 energy to start doing 30 damage to that Mewtwo. There is an argument to attach to Pikachu, but start getting damage with Zebstrika, bring Pikachu in later.
I do like the idea, attaching to Pikachu, that way you can find an X speed, you can get that Zebstrika out of the active spot for free and start swinging. This is a pittance of damage against the Mewtwo EX, and if Tord can get a routes this turn, I think he might be back on track.
Oh, he does hit a Pokeball, which is absolutely fantastic there. Does also let you grab something with Mythical Slab here, maybe?
Mythical Slab, you look at the top card of the deck. If it's not a Psychic Pokemon, it goes back to the bottom.
But the Pokeball does go and get that routes it to turn late, but at least it's there. The goal with this deck, you evolve up into Gardevoir. Gardevoir accelerates energy, Mewtwo hits big, and Psychic Sphere for 50 damage, not terrible.
Yeah, that's nothing to sneeze at. Side Drive is the big attack you want to be going for, but without Gardevoir, it's not going to be possible.
It's not, but this potion is great. Potion is going to bring Zebstrika up to 60 HP out of Psychic Sphere range, so that is a huge healing 20 there. It will stop Tord getting that KO next turn, and actually Thunder Spear does 30 to Mewtwo, which puts it in Pikachu range next turn.
And this is very heads-up play, going after the Mewtwo, not wanting to use the Thunder Spear to start bullying that Ralts. He sees, I've got the tempo against this Mewtwo EX in the active. If I can take down this attacker, Isaiah can take this game easily.
Yeah, next turn you can just retreat the Zebstrika, attach a second energy to Pikachu. You'll hit 90 damage for those free bench lightning Pokemon, and that will be the perfect maths there. But Tord uses Leaf to retreat the Mewtwo without getting rid of any energy.
Keeping 2 energy on is fantastic. You can send this Curlia into the active as sort of a sacrifice to buy some time. And what Tord wants to set up here, Ross, is if Mewtwo can get the first strike against Pikachu EX with Side Drive, or even Zapdos, take 2 points, could be the way to victory.
Yeah, now here's an interesting argument with a Zebstrika. Do you try going after the Curlia, or do you try and like free hit KO the Mewtwo? You don't need to worry! Sabrina makes your opponent switch, but there's only one option. It has to be the Mewtwo.
Mewtwo EX dragged back into the active spot, and the attachment returned to Pikachu EX combined with X speed. Zebstrika can come back to the bench and maintain its lightning energy, and the Pikachu EX now into the active spot with 2 attachments. Circle Circuit for 90. Picks up a massive KO, 2 out of 3 points to take the win.
That was huge. Circle Circuit for 2 energy does 30 damage for each of your bench lightning Pokemon. Isaiah has actually drawn into all of his basic Pokemon except that second Pikachu, so he's even got a Zapdos there for later. That is fantastic. Tord does have a Mew, though, and genome hacking, it can copy an attack. The problem is, Tord doesn't have any lightning Pokemon on his bench, so it's not a great attack.
And he also doesn't have a Gardevoir. Accelerating enough energy to even strike with the Mew EX is just not going to work. Pikachu EX, this was its original claim to fame as a deck. Get into the active spot and start swinging immediately. All about the tempo with this Lightning deck.
Yeah, these are very 2 different decks. The Pikachu is, I'm going to go fast and stop you before you set up. If Mewtwo Gardevoir sets up, it becomes a favorite against Pikachu. But in the early game, that Circle Circuit, 2 energy, 90 damage, 100 if you play a Giovanni, it is hard to deal with if you don't have a fast start.
Absolutely dominating performance here from Isaiah Bradner. This Mewtwo deck was the king of the hill once upon a time. Once you get set up, it feels unstoppable. And even with the additional setup cards and consistency cards in this list, was not found.
And unfortunately, there's nothing really Tord can do here except pick up the Mew with Budding Expeditioner and then put it back down with no damage on and then retreat Curlia, because without that specific move, everything was in range of a Pikachu KO.
And Pikachu EX is just going to keep on hitting what's in front of it. Circle Circuit after Circle Circuit. Something's going to go down eventually, Ross. His 3rd point is imminent.
Yeah, everything once again you hit into the Mew, although Tord can do the exact same thing again if he wants to. So he can play the Budding Expeditioner, and it only picks up specifically Mew, and then he can put the Curlia active, bench the Mew, use the energy for the turn to retreat. I don't think this is going to win Tord the game, but it is doing a great job of elongating it.
You have to make your opponent work for that victory. If you're going to take down Tord Reklev, you know that the victory is going to be on his terms.
Oh, that was a fun little thing. But here we go. Sabrina will force a Curlia into the active. Tord can choose whichever Curlia he wants, but Isaiah will KO it with Pikachu. Circle Circuit for 90 damage.
Oh my goodness! He's going for the Thundering
Hurricane on Zapdos EX. What a cheeky play.
He needs 2 heads.
4 coin flips.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, going for the 200. 150 is enough for Isaiah to take that 3rd point and a clean 3-0 victory.
Very well played from both players. Mewtwo EX, if you can't get set up, it is certainly a struggle. Pikachu EX, always such a fun deck to see operate.
Yeah, and it really was a tale of speed there, and that's how these 2 decks work. If you get going fast enough with Pikachu and your opponent doesn't, you will win a lot again. I played so much Pikachu, Adam, so much Pikachu. The Mewtwo deck is a little bit slower when it sets up. It is borderline unbeatable, but Pikachu, unfortunately, did not let it set up, and Tor's draws there, not as strong as they could have been, never actually got that Gardevoir out, and without the Gardevoir, that deck is just not going to work.
Precisely, and you can kind of see a lot of the depth this game has to offer with the potion, fixing math, with the budding Expeditioner, picking up the Mew. We have some kind of tricky plays in these decks as well.
Yeah, both players really playing the numbers game there, using that potion to take Zeb Striker out of Mewtwo range, and then making sure that we're using those Sabrinas to force the right Pokemon into the active. You know, using those budding Expeditioners, like you said, to heal specifically Mew and only Mew. But unfortunately, it was not enough in the end. Clean victory, of course, reversing what happened last year, where Tord was your European International Championships winner, you know, beating Isaiah.
Grudge match, this exhibition match.
That's what we are.
Isaiah Bradner is our victor. We're going to go back to our next batch of Pokemon action. Thank you for joining us here on the desk. Yeah, oh my goodness. Exhibition.
Where are we starting from?
I first got into Pokemon like collecting as a child and playing with my brothers. And then when my brother got old enough, he started going to official tournaments and took me with him.
Consta is your little grand champion.
My oldest brother who plays Consta, he like convinced me to try playing as a junior. And then I like won nationals that year and got to worlds. That's how I like started being excited about the game. Like I can go to nice places and actually do well. My favorite place I've been to is probably Yokohama. Like I like Japanese culture, and like that's why I like to be able to play Pokemon and go to a country I always wanted to visit. Was amazing. Since I started competing in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high-pressure situations. And also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you always play.
And with that, Yuho Kalama.
My favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My #1 goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is the Pokemon International Championships in Europe 2025. And if you are just joining us, you missed a lot of action, but it's okay. We forgive you because we're going to set the stage for our top cut that's just about to begin. My name is Adam Watson, joined by Ross Gilbert and Alex Dow. How you feeling, gentlemen?
I'm feeling good. We've had a couple of cracking games already today. It's been a fun tournament, and you know, we spent all this time talking about an asymmetrical top cut, and then it turns out there's no asymmetrical top cut. It's just a clean top 8. I wasted all my time, Adam.
This is what Pokemon players do. They can find these very, very small moments of math, just the leanest odds you can think of, in order to make what we thought was going to be asymmetrical top cut, the unlikely outcome of a clean cut. Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, those speculative moments is just any opportunity that we can try and work it out. I mean, we've been doing it from the early days of sort of regional championships, or even smaller at the, what we had in terms of city challenges or the league cups, as it were. Everyone's looking at those little minute numbers, but in the end, it's all for nothing.
And this is why we're always like, oh yeah, we're gonna wait for confirmation. No, this isn't confirmed yet, folks, because we have a team. The staff here is fantastic. They're very experienced, and we're gonna let them crunch the numbers. I don't trust myself to do any sort of Swiss math.
I mean, the thing is, like I said to Alex on stream a minute ago, like when I'm at home, I want to know what are the decks in top 8, what are the players in top 8. Tell me the best information you've got. When a player wins to put their spot in top 8, I want to know about it at home as fast as possible. So I think, it's not always possible when we're casting in the middle of a match, but when we get a minute, I do feel a responsibility. Let's keep the people at home watching as informed as we can, while still obviously following the action in the game that we're in.
That's true, and while we're here in the venue, we have that information a little bit more readily available than somebody who might be out in the venue enjoying all the sights and all the activities we have here at EUIC, or even somebody who is watching from home and maybe they stepped away to get a refreshment. But I hope that everybody is, settled back in and locked in as we are locked in for top cut. They're building the brackets right now, which I think they have pretty much confirmed. We're going to take a closer look at some of the decks.
those folks that have made our top 8 and some of the players that are piloting those decks, certainly.
Sounds like a plan. We got some interesting ones. There's a Clawfin top 8. That makes me pretty happy. Miraidon didn't make it, so Miraidon, I'm afraid, has been ousted. Fuecoco is back. And I even gave Alex a Fuecoco just to show my love there. Miraidon let me down a little bit, but there were a lot of good Miraidon players in the room this weekend. There were players who were, there's at least one player who was a single win away from making top 8. Miraidon had a lot of good runs, fell a little bit short, but like I said, there are some good decks. I'm looking forward to this top 8. I think it's going to be great.
I mean, the players who made it to top 8 overcame the strongest Skarsig caster curse. Yeah. I was really handed them out during this event, so I got to apologize. But we do have our first player to take a look at, gentlemen. That's going to be Xander Perot, the top seed here at EUIC. Very, very exciting on Golden Go.
Yeah, a fantastic deck choice with a group of players who have come together to select Golden Go for this European International Championships. We've heard Xander's name throughout many, many years now. I mean, just look at some of those accomplishments. There was a world's top 4 in Anaheim. He's budding to just go back and just try and take it down, take that one step or 2 steps further, I should say, and actually win a World Championships as well. But, you know, he's an incredible player. He's playing a deck that his testing group and himself have been putting a lot of time into, especially in this new format. And it's just an incredible way to display going undefeated at the biggest tournament we have here in Europe.
But take a look at those accomplishments. Anaheim World's top 4 2017, 2 regional wins in 2018, then a big gap. But then Louisville top 16 just a few weeks ago. Now we've got a top 8 at EUIC. This is Xander going, hey, remember when I was like one of the best players in the entire world in 2018? Yeah, I'm definitely back. The only player on 35 match points, the #1 seed, and with Golden Go, which there was a lot of chatter about Golden Go not being great in this Prismatic Evolutions format. Well, I'm afraid Xander's proven everybody wrong.
Especially the fact that the Golden Go players were so confident in keeping the Energy Surge Pro in the deck. We thought that, oh, you know, why would you run an item card against Badoo, something that's so important for this deck to work? But Golden Go is happy to sit back, draw cards with that coin bonus. We saw it multiple times on stream. And, you know, whether or not you believe it, folks, undefeated top 8 EUIC. Go get your Golden Goes now. Start building that deck.
I mean, the way I see it, if I've got Badoo in the active, I need 1 energy on my Golden Go and 1 energy in my hand to discard with Make It Rain. I don't need all of my big item cards. By the time I need my big item cards, Badoo's not in the active using Itchy Pollen, so I'm kind of cool to sit back for the first, and that's what we've seen on stream.
Right.
Sit back for a few turns, like you say, draw the coin bonus. When you get to the point where you need those items, Badoo's not going to be an issue anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll take it back to Xander. I mean, this is one way to say you're back in form, right? When you already mentioned just being a top 16 regional placement in Louisville and going into a top 8 of an IC, this is a nice sort of segue into sequential, just constantly rolling a fantastic performance of just being in the game of Pokemon, knowing it inside out, and then just taking it into the next level for the next tournament and just continuing that run. And it's just great to see a lot of our consistency that we're seeing across a lot of the top players at the moment. We're going to see some of the other names in due course in the top cut that we've seen before as well, and hitting that level of form, especially as we're running into the second half of this season, is just a great way to kind of start rounding out towards the World Championships.
Yeah, and rounding out this top 8, certainly our next player to look at is Natalie Miller, right, coming from Australia. Now, I don't know if it's just me, I kind of consider all of Australia to be just one giant testing group. It kind of feels that way when they come roaring out from down under with some deck that's been cooked up from that region, and we've got the Dragapult with the Badoo to slow things down, get the Dragapult set up. How's this deck looking to you, Ross?
The deck is looking strong. There are 3 of them in top 8. It is the most represented deck in top 8. We saw Natalie on stream yesterday. She was playing absolutely fantastic. I believe against Stephanie Ivanov, if I remember correctly, and just pulling out that win at the end was just phenomenal. We've seen her on stream time and time again. You see those results on the stream. You know, Brisbane regional champion, New Orleans top 8 last year at the NAIC, Melbourne top 4. You know, and they're all, you know, 2 of those are from 2024. They are not from long ago. Everybody knows at this point Natalie is one of the best players in the world. She's proven it time and time and time again. But like you say, you know, these Australian players, you've got Brett Tonneson, whole bunch of others constantly coming around, and it does feel a bit like one big testing group sometimes.
They really set the precedent, and my initial impression, right, of the region was their boldness in bringing a deck that is quote-unquote unproven to a big tournament. Some people like to wait and see, oh, is it good? Am I going to stick with the comfort pick? But Natalie Miller will figure out the strong deck and bring it to a tournament immediately and say, no, I have a great read on the meta. And it's worked out here. For Prismatic Evolution's format, everybody's trying to deal with Badoo. Either you play a deck that doesn't care, like Golden Go, or you bring a deck that can use it to its fullest potential, like Dragapult EX, to keep your opponent locked down while you set up your big phantom dives.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about this tester group, and we're going to talk about them a lot, because I think there may be one more also in sort of the top cut as well. James Cox, I think, is also sort of in the wings at the same time. But at every tournament, we sort of get a chance to be part of it as part of casters or hosts. We actually see one of them participating. We've seen Brent Tonneson at pretty much every event. You know, he's getting the lowdown in those events, getting the reps in a tournament environment as well, feeding that back. The testing group then takes all that information, builds on it, and then works on those lists. We've seen the very successful Regidrago list that they've been playing and piloting for some time as well. And this is where they've, again, just taken that, you know, what's currently quoted as the best deck of the format, although not very far in terms of distance and actually how good it is, but the most played deck in Dragapult, and saying, well, let's build the best version of it and handle the rest of the format. And this is why we're seeing so many of them, you know, prevail and be so successful.
It's the best deck. It was the most played deck in day 1. It's the most played deck in day 2, if I remember correctly. It is the most represented deck in Top Cup. But the thing is, when you have a deck like that, then it's literally just who is the best with this deck. If you're going to have a deck played in that numbers, then whoever is the person, you know, in Top Cut is literally just, I am the best with this deck. And that's why we see Natalie as one of our players in top 8. She is one of the best players with this deck. And, you know, we saw it on stream already. We're going to see it again. We know Dragapult is great. And the issue for the other players in top 8 is these are the 3 best Dragapult players in the room. And we already know Dragapult is the at least presumptive best deck. And that's putting it a little mildly.
Yeah, when you're that's the other thing when you're going up against Dragapult EX. It's not just, oh, how do I navigate this matchup? There's a completely new layer to how the damage counters are being distributed with Radiant Alakazam and Phantom Dive, Monkey Dory, guest starring in so many lists now to move this damage back and forth. And manipulating that math, it adds so many layers and layers to matchups, folks. And Natalie, in her interview after winning against Steven Ivanov in the Gardevoir EX match, said that it was very taxing to play, but very satisfying.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I'm going to steal that little quip of guest starring of a Monkey Dory, because it's something I've highlighted a lot. Monkey Dory's been here, there, and everywhere across the stream, and generally throughout its inception, it's just been an incredible ability, and its attack is even pretty good. But yeah, it was great to hear from Natalie, and I know you had a pretty in-depth conversation with her there, Adam.
Yeah, and it's just great to see the fact that that consistency is still paying off. We have players that sometimes just spike 1 or 2 events per year, or are very consistently making day 2, very consistently making top cut, and just want to get that big win. And Natalie is right on the cusp, folks. This is a player that I would not be surprised to take it all. Such a skilled player on such a fantastically positioned deck, played to perfection. You can't get better than that.
No, Dragapult is one of those decks, we see it like Gardevoir, like the more recent Miraidon list, where you end up with a lot of options, and it literally is, you have got to be a real top-tier player to pilot this deck effectively. We saw on stream today a Dragapult player go, oh, can't get any Dreepy for like 5 turns, but that's all right. I'll just slow you down with cards like Klefki, buy a whole bunch of time, and then, you know, I'll start getting my Dreepy on turn like 4 or 5 or whatever, and then I'll go ahead and win, and it worked! Ended up decking him out with Badoo in the end.
That is a very, very important point that you touched on, Ross, is just being able to adapt to the situation at hand. You go into a matchup with your plan A and your plan B, certainly, but depending on how the prize cards land, how the game is playing out, you need to be able to dig deep and really adapt to these alternate win conditions as they present themselves. And moving on to our next player, certainly, we have Ryuki Okada
Tell me about this player.
Now, this is a player we're very familiar with in Europe because they changed the rules this year. They changed the rules such that a player outside of a TPCI region could come to a TPCI event and get a direct invite, like by winning a regional championships, for instance. So Ryuki came over from Japan, lives in Tokyo, came over from Japan for our first European regional of the season in Dortmund, won the whole thing, got a direct invite, already qualified for the World Championships. If they win their top 8 match and get to top 4, they've actually earned 2 direct invites in a region other than their home region. It is spectacularly impressive. But you also notice top 32 in Perth. Oh, and by the way, top 16 in the Fukuoka Champions League, top 16 in the Kyoto Champions League, and those tournaments are gigantic. We're talking about 5,000 players nowadays for those Champions Leagues. So when we see that, might be the most impressive resume of any player we're looking at here, and I don't say that lightly. Ryuki is just on an absolute tear, and you'll notice that's all 24 and 25. Ryuki's in his prime right now. That is a player you need to be watching out for, and also playing Cloth this weekend.
I mean, just touching on Cloth as well. I mean, Ryuki won Dortmund Regionals with Dragapult. You know, we didn't expect that to happen in the first event of the season, but he's showing his versatility that you mentioned about being able to adapt your game plan or the deck choice and things like that. I mean, Ryuki's actually showing just how good of a Pokemon player he is by piloting 2 very different decks. You know, you got Dragapult, where it's just all about the manipulation of damage and utilizing different cards in that sort of sense. Whereas with Cloth Terrapagos, you're building out a massive bench and maybe utilizing some poison, but then you're smacking pretty hard and taking some big knockouts. And he's just found a nice format to find himself with a different deck and just show just how strong of an actual Pokemon player he is, rather than just a deck choice.
Yeah, it's something really, there's something kind of poetic, I don't know if that's the right word, but, you know, winning a regional with Dragapult when it wasn't supposed to be the best deck in the format, and then coming to EUIC when Dragapult is the best deck in the format, but making top 8 was something completely different, while 3 other people go and top cut with Dragapult. There's just something about that that makes me happy, or maybe I just love seeing Cloth in top cut.
Yeah, a player in their golden era, these placements pound for pound worth a lot more, as you say, Ross, just because of the size of the tournaments these days. And I spoke earlier about whether you're going to play a deck that can just ignore Itchy Pollen, a deck that uses it to slow their opponent down, or a deck like this that can somehow hit extremely hard with that Badoo, and we see it all shades here.
I do want to make one more point about Ryuki here, and that is playing in a Champions League in Japan is very different to playing in our tournaments over here. They are largely played as a best-of-1 format rather than a best-of-3, and of course, Japanese players have different tendencies to what we see from European, North American, Oceania players. So being able to excel in both of those different formats, I really want people at home to understand how impressive it is to have these results in Japan and at the same time having these results in the West in what are very, very different tournaments.
Different tournaments and different formats. When we're playing in Japan, they've got some of the cards that are upcoming, and so to kind of take a step back, play not only in a new format, but a deck archetype that might not have been as good for a best-of-1 format. Just right now, the king of versatility, certainly, for a tournament like this, where everything has been thrown on its head because of prismatic evolutions, and Ryuki is in a fantastic position. But that's just a handful of the players that we have for you all making top 8 here at EUIC, folks. We do have our first top 8 match set up, ready to go. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk, and we can get the rest of this tournament underway to pave the way for Championship Sunday. I am so excited.
Oh, it's going to be good. I've had a sneaky look at the bracket. I managed to get the matchups on my phone right before we went live here in the lounge. I've had a little bit of a look. None of the Dragapult are playing each other, so there's a chance of free Dragapult in top 4, just saying.
I mean, I'm backing what we just saw with Simone with the Archaludon EX as my caster prediction. But yeah, there's going to be some incredible matches that are, we've got 2 top 8s, I believe, we're going to be hopefully showing. And there's still the other 2 top 8 matches that are going to be going on as well. I mean, we're in for some real
real moments which we're going to really savor here.
Yeah, from a schedule standpoint, we're going to be showing 2 of your 4 top 8 games, and then we're going to be playing both of the top 4 back-to-back on stream, and then obviously coming back tomorrow for Championship Sunday to play the final. So we've got 6 games remaining. We can show you 4 of those 6. I think that's a pretty decent ratio, Adam.
Absolutely, and I want to thank you both once again for helping us break down what's going on here for top 8. We are now going to kick things over to the desk and get it underway.
Forecast, guys, we're back on the desk. My name is Amy and I'm here with the fantastic Pablo. Are you ready for our first top cut game of the event?
I am ready, I am excited, I am looking forward to some high level play. I love that we had a clean cut, right?
Beautiful,
so asymmetrical top cut this time around, which means we have the best of the best right now and almost ready to go.
Absolutely, and not to mention, we've already had so many fantastic plays today. You and I had the pleasure of watching Ryuki's match earlier with some of, you quite rightly said and posted on X, that it's some of the most masterful gameplay we have seen in this event yet. There's more to come, but my word, I thought I was gobsmacked then. I can't wait for this matchup because I feel like I'm going to be reliving all of those feelings again with some really masterful plays, especially with these 2 players and their very unique deck lists.
I know, let's take a look at the bracket before we head to the stage. I know we are in for some amazing play. We have Ryuki, as you mentioned. We have Vini Fernandez, whom we also saw on stream with some amazing plays decking out a Lost Box deck with Badu. We also have Natalie Miller, who we saw yesterday as well with some masterful Dragapult showcasing. And then other players we have Simone against Daniel in one of our bracket, and then Xander against James in the other top 8. So a few players we haven't featured yet, but I think our stage is ready, Amy. Why don't we head there and see who we are featuring first?
Absolutely, I'm so excited to present the lovely Natalie Miller on our right and Roan on our left there. 2 very accomplished players, so we're very, very lucky to be able to feature both of them, both with very awesome deck lists indeed. I am very curious to see how the puzzle unwraps with this one, and a puzzle it shall be.
Yeah, at this point I'm sure both players know what they're up against. Roan rocking that Snorlax Mimikyu deck with a bunch of results to back it up. Top 4 at Lille Regionals just this season, top 128 at Dortmund, top 128 at Utrecht, and top 128 at Gdansk. So this is probably his best achievement yet. Not the highest placement, but I feel like a top 8 at an IC is a little bit better than that top 4 at the regional.
I think so too. I think they're going to be showing some absolute prowess right here, showing us that top 4 gameplay, but at the international level, it's just that next step up. And this event, you've got to remember, is colossal. We started with over 3,000 players, and here we are down to our top 8. And as our prizes go down, our players are ready, the stage is set, and we're ready to begin our first top 8 match of the Pokémon European International Championships 2025.
Goodness gracious, double Mimikyu in the prize cards for Roan, which likely will be an important part of his strategy. We did not really talk about how he's playing that Snorlax deck with Mimikyu, but only plays 2 copies, so having both on the prize and the Hisuian Heavy Ball, so there will be no Mimikyu this time around. Why? Because this deck does not take any prize cards. Its win condition is completely different than all the other decks. I guess if Natalie uses Curse Blast from Dusclops or Dusknoir, we could actually see Roan take a few prizes himself, but it's gonna be Natalie gifting them, not necessarily Roan taking them. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Natalie decides to navigate this match. I have a feeling those Curse Blasts will be the key to victory.
I totally agree, and I'm going to just I'm going to dispel some possible some possible not pleasant vibes towards Snorlax. Now, the way that I see Snorlax and Control is that I love to see it as a puzzle. And that's what you're trying to do as an opponent.
God, Amy, speaking of the puzzle, first accompanying flute hits 2 basic Pokemon. I mean,
oh my god.
You can attack with Serendipity if you power it up, but that Luminion being in play is really bad news for Natalie right off the bat.
Such bad news, with the lovely flute making sure that those Pokemon stay on that bench. And of course, we just saw from Natalie, the Professor Turo scenario is indeed in the prize cards and is a one-of in her list. Now, Roan does play a really interesting counter to that Professor Turo scenario. In the Milotic from Twilight Masquerade, it allows your opponent's Pokemon in play, and all cards attached can't be put back into your opponent's hand, so it does stop the Professor Turo scenario. Crazy stuff.
Even if it was available, as long as Roan can establish the Milotic, it will not be possible to... Well, you can play it, it's just that nothing happens afterwards right now. You can deal with the Milotic with that Curse Blast. I'm checking to see if there's any way to increase the HP of the Milotic to potentially protect it from a Curse Blast, but I'm not seeing any Luxurious Escape or something of the sort in the list.
No, but then again, I can see some other techs in this control deck that are really harmful for Dragapult. So although, yes, we have the technology in the Duskull line to be able to kind of regularly cope, and even Dragapult itself really handily helps out with those Mimikyu because it can do some damage when they're on the bench. We have things like Handheld Fan, which actually really stifles Dragapult's progress as its limited energy pool will get put onto those support Pokemon, and it'll be stuck there because Turo won't be able to bring that back to hand, Pablo.
And there's no way to really prevent those tool cards from working. There's no jamming tower, pardon me. There's no Lost Vacuum from Natalie either. So, yeah, I feel like just that accompanying flute could be really, really bad. Now, another thing we have to consider, though, is that based on how the time rules work, even if Natalie loses this first game, as long as she's able to win the second game, it's very likely that she'll end up winning the round just because Roan cannot take any prizes himself, right?
Absolutely.
So if a single prize is taken in game 3, then Natalie would be declared the winner, essentially. So that's something to account for, and even if you end up losing a long game 1, you might not be too concerned at that point.
Absolutely, and she's got a great opportunity. Her deck can beat Control. We're not sat here thinking this is going to be entirely one-sided. Absolutely not. There is a large chance at success, but depending on Roan's kind of gameplay, depending on Roan's sequencing, and depending on what Roan chooses to utilize, it could change this match drastically. So we're Ultra Balling away Feebas and Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX. At the moment, that is our one of Feebas in the deck, so we won't be seeing Milotic just yet, but it may be utilized later in the game. Of course, we have lots of recursion in Snorlax to keep the game going as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's especially important to utilize Rotom early on to stabilize, right? But then eventually probably want to penny it up and force your opponent to go through as many single prize Pokemon as possible. But both players having very awkward prizes. No access to Mimikyu, so even though Draclo can be a good attacker against it, there's no way to force Natalie into awkward discards or whatnot, but we're gonna see the boss's orders onto that Luminion. Now it is fully trapped, and the only way to get it out of the active at this point in time is to boss this Rotom and then retreat that Luminion manually. But then what happens if it just gets brought up into the active next turn?
Nothing once again. We'd have to do the same, and eventually, like you say, that Rotom's going to be pennied away, and then Luminion could be stuck in the active spot forever. And sadly, as we've assessed many a time, Luminion not an attacker that we can utilize in this deck. We don't have any water energy to our disposal, so Luminion will just sit there. We don't run any switch cards in this list, just the one of Professor Turo scenario, which, as we've assessed, is in the prize cards.
Also one of Boss's orders, right? I mean, you can activate your own counter catcher by utilizing Dust Clubs and then not taking a prize card, or even Dust Noir, not taking a prize card on any of those Snorlaxes or the Rotom, and then you're able to switch around as well. So Natalie probably gonna try to come up with something along those lines. I think usually your best line of play is to try to go Dust Noir, Counter Catcher, and Iono, KO the Rotom. That will limit Roan's options in the next turn, limit their draw potential, and that's usually how you can make them with that crucial Counter Catcher or Boss's orders to trap you again.
Absolutely, especially in the early game when they've got limited card draw, giving them too many opportunities to use Rotom's instant charge ability is really dangerous. So if you can take an early knockout and just kind of deal with that Rotom early on, not only do you take a leap and grab 2 prize cards with this primarily single prize deck, but also, like you said, we of course limit that card draw, which is crucial when dealing with a control style deck.
Now, Natalie setting up her board, getting those track cloaks, making sure that she can do that potential play, try to limit what Roan can do. Now, if Roan just decides to penny up that Rotom preemptively, right, he could prevent that play and ask Natalie, okay, do you have a switch or 2 available? If not, what are you doing? Right?
Yeah, that's the game. Then we're done. So it very much could be that quick, unfortunately. Normally, Natalie might have a way out of this scenario, but depending on both of them kind of playing this mental tug of war, it could wrap up slightly faster. Now on to Roan's turn. We're going ahead for that Arven, setting up our other essential pieces to keep consistent and to make sure we're setting up things like a penny loop and just managing our future turns, getting more Snorlax down on the field so we always have that block ability as an option. Of course, we've got the Forest Seal Stone, but we can't use it on the Rotom because we do have a Bravery Charm there, just making it much more difficult for Natalie to take out the Rotom, as Dragapult would not be able to do so in one fell swoop.
Yeah, but the whole squad is here, right? This Quadlax deck, a deck that is very controversial, I feel.
Yeah,
I think a lot of players either really like it and are almost extremely dedicated to it, and other players just completely dislike not being able to play the game as you normally would. But at this level of play, you have to expect Natalie is aware of how the deck works to its full extent and how to address it.
Honestly, if anyone's going to be able to get around this, it's Natalie. She won't have expected to have done well in this tournament, and she'll always expect to do well because she's a fantastic player, without seeing any control variants. So I'm sure she has a plan. I'm sure there's some tricks up her sleeve, yet she wouldn't be continuing this play if she didn't believe that there was a way out of this. And honestly, I think that she's much like me and will see this as a puzzle and just try and work it out, because there are ways around it. That Rotom is still in play for at least one more turn. We haven't seen any signs of kind of that being ready to be picked up yet. Roan still needs to build a hand.
Yep.
So we're still rolling.
Yeah, the penny is available just yet though, but Natalie's gonna use that Dust Club's Curse Blast, 5 damage counters, Counter Catcher onto the Rotom.
Beautiful.
And however, she forgot to evolve into the Dragapult. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, got too excited.
Now she needs to find an Ultra Ball or a Dragapult off the top, otherwise this play, I mean, the Rotom could still be trapped, but this is huge.
Oh, we have the Forest Seal Stone, I suppose. If we need to use it, then I guess needs must.
Oh my.
So yes, I think that was our V-Star. So there we go, needs must. We grab the Dragapult there and we can continue play. It's A-OK, a backup was had, and yes, still did its job. Fantastic play with the Dusk Clops, there, to soften up Rotom, kind of undo the Bravery Charm with the exact 50 damage. And there we go, that 6 damage counters going onto those bench Snorlax, and Rotom's down and out.
I was so worried there for a second, but the Turo unfortunately still locked in the prize card, so if Roan is able to find a counter catcher or a boss, we could see the same trap established. Big Pokegear here. Any Arven or any boss does the job.
Okay, here we are. Let's see what they are. Oh, I
see the boss.
You see
There's
it?
a boss.
No.
Oh my gosh. This.
Oh,
I mean,
that's not good.
So this could come down to, does Roan try to bench anything else? And I don't think you do. Like,
No.
Snorlax is a reactive deck, right? You try to trap and react to whatever your opponent's resources are no longer there. And Roan doesn't have to do anything until Natalie makes a move. And with the Professor Turo in the prizes, I mean, you can establish another Dusknoir. You can try to take down one of the Snorlaxes that way and try to get the Turo. But there's a 50-50 chance at this point of grabbing the Turo.
Yeah, you're quite right. That is honestly so brutal. I think there might... Okay, so top 8, we have extra time, right? Natalie can spend some time attempting to get around this scenario, but ultimately, is there a way out of this?
I mean, it has to be. The damage spread was very well done by Natalie. Maybe even at 2-2-2 on each Snorlax could have been good. That way you have 3 Pokemon in range before they can be picked up and healed by Penny. But it's going to come down to this 50-50. Basically, does Natalie take the right prize card or does Natalie take the left prize card after she establishes that Dusknoir?
Okay, that's pretty scary. Here comes the Misfortune Sisters. Some of my favorite spectators are out there, the Misfortune Brothers. They've got T-shirts. They're very fun guys. If you have spotted them around, I got a selfie earlier yesterday. And yeah, nothing to see there. Okay, have our first handheld fan. I really feel like that's such an impactful card for this matchup. Really irksome for Natalie, allowing Roan to move Natalie's energy around onto Pokemon she doesn't want.
Here we go. And it is the Professor Turo grab from the prize cards. What a grab for Natalie. Grabbing the correct prize card. Now she can pick up that Luminion. I think, yeah, next turn maybe.
I think, honestly, pace is important here, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was... Yep.
There we go.
Almost straight away.
There we go. Professor Turo is played. Luminion picked up. Now, this doesn't solve the issue completely. It does put Natalie in a pretty good spot, but that Physantipity is still a big liability. It requires 3 energies. It can be powered up. It can attack, but we can see 1 energy is here, 1 energy is here, and the deck only plays 6, right? So if you dedicate 2 here and then another Pokemon gets brought up, that could be a problem. And as you mentioned, that the fan just transferred an energy to that Duskull.
So Duskull doesn't need no energy. Natalie can obviously choose to activate it when it evolves eventually so that the energy goes to the discard pile. So Natalie can have a funny way of bringing that back round, but it is not comfortable for sure. On to Roan's turn, using Penny to pick up a Snorlax. Another one goes down to stabilize the board back up. And considering, yep, the handheld fan back on the active Snorlax, I think that's a really great idea personally. I'm all for that, and we're passing back over to Natalie.
All right, so Natalie can take another prize card, knows that there's no Gossing effect, so she's really going to be looking for now a Psychic Energy, or well, any energy does the trick thanks to that Sparkling Crystal. Did find it immediately off of that Recon Directive, so back-to-back energies would be enough to win Natalie this game. Roan against the ropes here.
Absolutely. Natalie has taken charge, taken so many prize cards already, really putting Roan to their pace, through their paces. Okay, 1 more to go. We need 1 more prize card for Natalie. Can she take it before Roan locks down another awkward Pokemon in the active spot?
Huge Pokegear here. Does find the Arven. Will be able to find a counter catcher. Probably bring up this Physantipity, and now there's 3 total energy right here. 1 Night Stretcher as well. I know the other Night Stretcher was grabbed from the prize cards, but there's exactly 3 energy left right now. You have to commit 3 to the Physantipity to even have an attack, because I don't think Roan will be benching anything else other than this Snorlax.
Well, how about the Night Stretcher for the Dusk Noir? Evolve it and use it to knock out this active Snorlax.
That's a win condition as well.
There's a win condition there. Not only does that, obviously, if Roan does bench another Pokemon, that allows Natalie to have the energy in the discard pile instead, which is much more easily retrievable. But realistically, in this instance, Night Stretcher is working like a Pokemon search for your discard pile, and we know that the Dusk Noir is in there.
Yeah, it's right here, right? So yeah, that will win Natalie the game. There's no Bravery Charm or anything like that. So
nope.
Yeah, I think this will lead us to a game 2.
Okay, here we go. There's the counter catcher. Is Roan going? I mean, even if Roan benches another Pokemon, right? We've got it. We've got it. We've got it. This was huge. The Night Stretcher goes, grabs. Yes, there it is. The Dusk Noir going ahead and defeating Roan for game 1. Control versus Dragapult. And Dragapult was just too speedy for our Snorlax.
That was incredibly well done. Honestly, it came down to that 50-50 of the prize card. Turo on the right, Turo on the left. Which one is it? And I mean, it could have been higher, and then Natalie was out of that game, I'm pretty sure. So really well done. Perfectly found the lines to make sure she had the best chance at winning. And that Professor Turo coming in clutch.
I've never seen, or at least in recent times, I've never seen such perfect prize card order. We took the Turo when we needed it. We took the Night Stretcher when we needed it. So let's have another look at how exactly that went.
What an amazing match. And I mean, Snorlax is usually known for like being slow, but that very key KO on the road to right. That's how you defeat Snorlax. You don't try to play slow and play to their pace, because the more time you give them, the more they're going to disrupt you. You have to go fast. You have to take down their draw engine, and that's exactly what Natalie did.
And you know what? That's what Dragapult specializes in VG, so why not TCG? We've got to go fast and make sure that Snorlax can't keep up, and that's exactly what Natalie did. Kept the pressure on, knocking out Snorlax again and again, and then eventually being able to Night Stretcher that Dusclops right back again and go for another huge Curse Blast for the win. But can she do it a second time?
I mean, I feel like Roan will definitely be trying to establish that Milotic if possible right now. In order to do that, or like if you have other Pokemon in play that are not Snorlax, then all of a sudden they can be gusted up and Natalie's active Pokemon can retreat, right? So even if you prevent the Professor Turo, if you can boss or counter catcher like Natalie did, bring up the Milotic, now that Luminion can retreat for a single energy. So it's definitely a war of attrition, but the way Natalie played this out was perfect. Go after the Rotom, Iono on the same turn, and hope they don't have enough resources. And that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely. And it worked so well. Now I'm curious, what happens if Roan wins this next one and we don't have time for game 3?
Well, the winner would be determined by whoever is ahead in the prize cards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty advantageous position for Natalie, where she's actively able to take prize cards.
Yeah, and that's something that Roan definitely cannot do. So we're seeing a bunch of mulligans. The deck does play 13 basic Pokemon, so a very healthy amount, but it feels like Snorlax can be a little prone to those mulligan situations. I'm seeing a second mulligan taking place right now. And yeah, Roan will be trying to figure out if there was anything he could have done in the previous game in order to help him in this situation. Now, something we haven't touched upon is the A-Spec choice for Roan. It's actually the enriching energy, that special energy that when attached allows you to draw 4 extra cards, and when combined with Penny, right, you can pick it up, reattach it, draw extra cards. But something like Heroescape could have been very useful last game.
for sure. That could have made all of the difference. However, I really like using the enriching energy like that combined with Penny. Feels like a really understated combination. I've not seen it much before, but then again, you know, enriching energy is a newer card to our roster. So love seeing some new techs coming in, but unfortunately in this instance, it is in the prize cards. And being an ace spec, we can only have one in the deck.
Yeah, we do have a privileged view of the prize cards, and that enriching energy is sitting there at the very top. We also have Luminion in the prize cards, which I think Natalie will be pretty happy about, because that way it cannot be accompanied flute or Erika's invitation into play.
Absolutely. Are we mad about all of the liability Pokemon being in the prize cards? Absolutely not. Sadly, Natalie does have many more. However, Luminion's probably one of the more troublesome ones as one of the Pokemon that can't attack. Whereas Fezandipity, yes, it's annoying, but with 3 energy, it can do some meaningful damage.
Yeah, 100 anywhere is nothing to be scoffed at, right? But Natalie pretty smartly will probably try to fill up her bench before even any flute gets played. That way she has control over what's in play and not her opponent.
Absolutely. How to beat control. Be in control of your own board state more than they possibly can be. There we go. Natalie fills with 3 of the 5 bench spaces and passes it over to Roan for his first turn of Game 2. Ultra Balling away Morwell and that Diancie. Another really interesting card in this deck that we've not seen in today's tournament yet. Going ahead and grabbing Rotom, of course. We've assessed how imperative instant charge is for building that early hand.
Yeah, instant charge, the most clutch way to build up your resources to disrupt your opponent, be able to have the right card at the right time to react to whatever they are trying to do. But of course also a big liability, which all the work gets undone by a single Iono. So I have to wonder if maybe Roan could have picked up the Rotom 1 turn earlier last game, and maybe that would have made a difference. Maybe we'll see a more aggressive Penny before establishing all 4 Snorlaxes into play.
Very possibly. It's tough, right? With control, is that a lot of the time you'll learn your lessons in Game 1 in regards to what your opponent has in their deck. And if you don't learn those lessons fast enough, unfortunately it could bite. And if you lose that game, it can be very difficult to recover, because not only does Roan need to win this one now, Roan also needs to be ahead in the prize cards in another one. Like that just feels so harsh and difficult as a position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, with 54 minutes, finding enough time to finish this game by winning it and having enough time to essentially deck Natalie twice definitely feels like a big stretch for a Snorlax deck. But given how we just saw a double tails on Silene for Roan, his hand I don't think is very, very good, whilst Natalie's flying with her draws.
Ooh, we got another Duskull on the bench. That's fantastic. And an evolution. We've got a Dusclops online already. This is absolutely fantastic pace from Natalie. You're so right. And on to Roan's turn. This is going great for Natalie so far.
Quite great, and she's holding an energy, a Dragapult, and a rare candy already as well. So looking pretty good so far. Not the amount of Dracloaks that she would have liked to establish on her second turn for those extra recon directive. But now, what are we going to see from Roan? An aggressive flute in order to try to hit one Pokemon onto Natalie's open bench space, or are we going to see a much more stable Nestball? And it seems like it's going to be the flute attempt.
I like the flute attempt. I think that's the right call right now. Accompanying flute to reveal the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Here we go. Ooh, looks like Radiant Alakazam might be a choice there. You could choose any number of basic Pokemon you find that and put them on to your opponent's bench. Now, Natalie only has 1 bench spot, so it'll just be the Alakazam, but it is a rather irksome Pokemon. Once again, one that can attack, so not the worst worst Pokemon that we could have. With Mind Ruler dealing 20 damage for each card in your opponent's hand, that's actually quite damaging for Roan in a lot of scenarios.
Yeah, that's a very awkward Pokemon to find because you do want to establish that 2 retreat Pokemon liability potentially, but because the deck does play Psychic Energies and because you build your hand so much with Rotom, it can actually be a peril because it can deal with Mimikyu and it can deal with Snorlax. So not in the best spot here for Roan, and Natalie just flying through, getting that energy attachment down, not having much more to do at this point in time, but she's definitely no rush at this point.
Not at all. Natalie seems to have full control right now, and that is key to facing control, is just having entire control of your own resources and board state. Roan going ahead and checking the prize cards there with Hisuian Heavy Ball. I don't believe there were any Pokemon in there, so they're just going to stay as they were, but of course, now he knows kind of what he's dealing with that enriching energy being in there, among other useful cards like Erica.
We're going to start seeing that first boss's orders. Go ahead and trap that Radiant Alakazam in the active, which Natalie has a tough decision on whether you want to power up, threaten over the course of 2 turns, or do you want to attach the rescue board perhaps and attempt a retreat, which does cost energy, which is a very valuable resource as you only play 6 and you only play 2 Night Stretchers.
Natalie's going, of course, with the Ino. A nice amount of disruption just after a few instant charge is a really nice feeling, but also her own hand looking a little lackluster on resources. This one, much better. Go for the Recon Directive afterwards to continue to establish that much more fantastic hand with Stadium, Energy, and Evolutions galore. Another Recon Directive. We could have Dragapult there, or we can have another Energy. I'd be tempted to take the Energy myself, I think.
I agree, and she unfortunately shows the card that she grabbed. Now, Natalie could have retreated, but without the Sparkling Crystal, can't attack with Phantom Dive just yet. But now all she's missing is 1 energy. Oh, no, wait, she can't retreat the Alakazam, my bad.
I thought you saw something I didn't. I thought you saw something I didn't. I was like, wow, how? But no, I would have been tempted to attach to Radiant Alakazam there, but I can totally appreciate that Natalie's just trying to get that larger attacker online, ready for Rotom, being probably, again, the primary target of the first big attack, like we saw last game. Really pulled through for Natalie.
Yeah, especially now with the double Snorlax in play. I mean, Natalie had a small opening there where she could have finished off the game with Dusknoir and Dusclops as well, taking down both of these Pokemon. Now that Roan has a much more stable field, I think Natalie might have to cool it down a bit, consider powering up that Radiant Alakazam before committing any more resources, because if she tries to use Curse Blast, KO the Rotom, that will cost an energy to retreat, and while you still have Resertura, you don't have infinite energy.
Okay, we finally got 1 success over Silene, and we've put the boss's orders back onto the top of the deck. So we know that's there. We've instant charged, and that boss's orders is back in hand now with 2 other fresh cards. Natalie going straight into her turn with more Recon Directives. Keep on cherry picking the cards that she wants out of the deck to build this perfect hand ready for attacking. There's no point in Natalie attacking and making these big swings and big moves before she's got all the puzzle pieces in her hand. She needs to have an undisrupted perfect game plan to pull this off.
I don't know if she has a counter catcher available just yet to do a similar move like she did last game. She's choosing to save the Professor Turo for a different situation, right? So taking it slow, I think we're going to see a Mind Ruler this game.
I honestly love that. I think that Alakazam isn't a worthy target of Professor Turo's scenario personally. Where it can have impactful attacks in this game, it feels like other targets are more important. For example, Roan bringing forward a Pokemon who can't attack right now, and especially when a lot of Natalie's energy is locked up elsewhere.
Yeah, if Natalie were to commit all 6 energy onto the board, and that would definitely open up a possibility where no matter what you trap, as long as it can't attack, that's gonna be fine, which I'm sure Natalie will be very aware. Now, Natalie could also create a situation where if she uses Curse Blast and then attacks, that fan could actually transfer the energy to a useful Pokemon at the time. So that's, I'm sure, something she's trying to consider and trying to not be as affected by that handheld fan at some point.
Absolutely, and those are the sort of considerations that she has to make, but she's clearly very aware of that, and she's using all of her resources so carefully, and I really appreciate this skillful use of Dragapult with this slightly difficult and awkward matchup. But we've gone for the Arven there. We're grabbing the Sparkling Crystal, very important for, again, just helping with that energy management. Yep. And an Ultra Ball for, I'm going to say goodbye to Lance, and another Arven. Yep, I like that. Can't play another supporter this turn. They're not very useful, but actually getting another Dragapult or a Dusknoir, absolutely, much better.
I think we're going to see a double Curse Plus counter catcher attack bypass the handheld fan, though there would be benefit to holding off for a turn because Natalie does have the Iono in hand. So if she's just patient for one more turn before doing all of this, which is exactly what we're seeing, she'll be able to put Roan to 4 cards and have very little in terms of a threat on the board.
What a fantastic call, Pablo. Absolutely nailed that. And exactly that. It's all about biding your time sometimes. But as for Roan, it is time to bring some cards back into the deck. We're looking at supporter cards with our pal pad. I thought it might be one of those Silene, as we haven't had much luck off of them yet. So definitely one of those going to go back in because they are essential for Roan managing his own resource pile, and with control being quite a slog sometimes in regards to gameplay, it is important that Roan gets some heads on those Silene coin flips. Okay, once again, just an instant charge over to Natalie. Once again, building that kind of momentum for this big play that she's going to need to make the difference on this game. Recon Directive, perfecting that once again. The hand just building up and up. If I was Roan, I'd be really worried at this point.
I feel like seeing this dominant performance from Natalie, she's going to wait another turn, which is very interesting. I wonder what piece she feels like she's missing right now in order to just go all out and take down the Pokemon.
I totally agree. But then again, opening up spaces on our bench helps Roan, right? So waiting until those Dusclops and Dusknoir need utilizing almost benefits us. There we go. Okay. Still going. Oh, Zerosic Machinations! That is absolutely huge for Natalie right now. Zerosic, your opponent discards cards from their hand until they only have 3, so she's going to have to get rid of a lot of that hard work. My word.
That is why waiting was a little costly. You have to be expecting those Zerosics from your opponent. I mean, of course, they usually only play 1 copy, so them having it at the right time is not super likely, but it just so happens that right now is the perfect time. Natalie has, I think, over 12 cards in hand. That's going to be a huge discard, and she's trying to decide between keeping energy, which is an important resource, keeping Sparkling Crystal so she can attack, keeping Turo so she can retreat, but then the Dragapults will be going away.
We have night stretchers, right? That's the
Yes,
thing. We have a
we
little
still
bit of
have both of
recursion for the energy or the Dragapult. So I think Natalie's looking at what is immediately the most important thing. The Turo is a definite, right? We can't not have him. And the others are our slightly more flex spots. Again, the Sparkling Crystal, our ace spec, one of the gems of this deck right now. We need it. And then it's just that final slot. And we've gone for the Dragapult, and I like that.
Now, seeing all those cards being discarded, I think Natalie was waiting for the counter catcher. She just didn't have all the right pieces just yet to pull this off. She was really trying to avoid that handheld fan and making sure that when she Iono'd, that Rotom was gonna get KO'd. So
here we go. We finally found it, the counter catcher. Oh, there we are. Okay, we're boogieing. We're going. We're gonna evolve and pass.
But the issue is now we're missing the energy. So now because of that Zerosic, we just are not getting there. And I think Natalie's realizing that maybe she should have been a little bit more aggressive despite losing 1 energy potentially. And with being able to accommodate the Dusknoirs, you would have been fine perhaps. And now, no more retreating.
No more Rotom means no more retreating. We have 1 opportunity to pick our Pokemon up, but Natalie still can attack with this Dragapult eventually. But it's not going to last, sadly. So we've got an energy, we've got Sparkling Crystal. Now it's time to make some big plays.
So Roan does have to take a prize card after that Dusknoir gets utilized.
Ooh,
another Dusknoir will be utilized.
lovely.
And Countercatcher, and Natalie will be getting a 3-prize turn, giving his opponent only 4 cards in hand and leaving them with a single Snorlax in play.
Oh my gosh, she's absolutely flying away with this, jetting right into the lead, taking 3 prize cards. Wow, against Snorlax by using 2 Cursed Blast to damage 2 of the Snorlax. Then Countercatcher, a 3rd Snorlax, 200 damage to the active. And of course, Phantom Dive finishes off the rest. How crazy is that?
What an impressive turn here for Natalie, even bypassing that handheld fan. I don't see too much help for Roan here, but he did find a Countercatcher, so that's going to be pretty important. Probably try to buy some time onto the Radiant Alakazam. There are 2 Psychic Energy already committed. Probably means only 1 left, so not too easy to find, although it's already in the hand.
Okay, Roan having a little look at Natalie's discard pile, seeing exactly what she's utilized so far and what she hasn't. Seeing the best course of action. We're going for a Pokegear. We need to get another Snorlax on the bench minimum, right?
Either that or stopping our opponent from attacking this turn. Both options are possible. And now that the hand is so much lower, Radiant Alakazam is no longer a big threat, but threatening a 2-hit KO is still potentially good enough.
Absolutely. We've got to keep on putting the pressure on now. Now that Natalie has managed to get Roan's kind of board state down to looking pretty thin otherwise, yeah, we're doing all right. Roan's been working really hard to kind of keep Natalie in check with that Zerosic. It was such a brilliant play, and yet it doesn't seem to have stuck, really.
Yeah, I mean, it did take away resources for later down the line, but Natalie definitely kept the bare minimum she needed to make sure that she could start being aggressive and start making sure she could get those knockouts eventually. Now, there are 4 energy committed. I do believe there's 1 more here, so there's 1 energy left over and 1 Night Stretcher.
Absolutely, which might just be enough. If we're cleverly using our energy, this could very well work out. We need 3 more prize cards or to wipe the board.
We do have the Professor Tura available as well. I didn't see any energy in the deck, so there is 1 energy in the discard pile, 1 Night Stretcher still available, and that Professor Turo. I think that Buddy Puffin was most likely to shuffle the deck because the Professor Turo was put at the bottom with the Iono last turn. And now, I mean, okay, we're going to commit the Luminion to grab that Professor Turo.
Oh, here we go.
Now that Luminion is a liability as well.
It is, but we have got around it before. Natalie must have a master plan. Putting some aggression on here. The handheld fan, of course, moves an energy onto Luminion. And Roan is left again with a single Snorlax. And if they cannot respond, then Natalie is going to run away with this game once again.
Should be 6 damage counters. There we go. Onto that Snorlax. Roan can bench Mimikyu to potentially hold on for another turn. I think that's what we're going to see. But running out of options in the hand. We're going to see that Penny. So now, I mean, I think this Snorlax has to be benched, right? Otherwise, Dracloak just takes down the Mimikyu.
So,
and it's a pass.
Right, there it is. There it is. The game, Natalie taking a 2-0 victory, wrapping it right up with those Dracloak. Wow.
I thought we were going to be in here for all 75 minutes as we saw Natalie getting decked out. But in the end, I mean, this was such a decisive victory. And Dragapult was the most popular deck in the room this weekend. I have to wonder, what were the other Dragapult decks that Roan likely faced in day 1 and day 2? Because Natalie just showed a masterclass on how to deal with Snorlax. Don't slow down. Be super aggressive against them. Pressure them so much that they can't disrupt you.
Absolutely. Natalie showed just a masterful display, a masterclass in Dragapult versus Control. She did fantastic. Obviously, Roan, a fantastic player in his own right, has come all this way, and for very good reason. They have been able to overcome these obstacles throughout the event, but in that instance, sadly, just didn't quite get the resources they needed at the right times. The Silines were so bad. Those coin flips really did betray them in that moment, and Natalie just took full advantage of that. Brilliantly played by both players, I've got to say.
You could tell Natalie just had everything pre-planned. So let's take a look at what happened in these two commanding games by Natalie. What an amazing display. Knocking out that Rotom, spreading out the damage on the Snorlaxes, but knocking out Rotom with the Iono. That was the absolute key.
Yeah, disrupting her opponent after taking a knockout, yes please, especially when Roan had put so much effort into building up a hand with that Rotom. And then of course we went into some more Snorlax aggression, and even though the handheld fan was moving the energy around, Natalie was laying in wait with a big Cursed Blast plan in motion and grabbing that prize card at just the right time so that we could night stretcher, that Cursed Blast back into action and take a huge 3-prize turn.
Yeah, those Dusknoir's Cursed Blasts were likely the MVPs for this top 8 for Natalie, right? Giving your opponent a prize card, putting yourself behind to activate your own ghosting effect in Countercatcher, and the combination of Countercatcher and Iono. That was the big kahuna in this match.
Massively. And of course we saw once again Natalie putting on the pressure right at the right times, making sure that all the Pokemon that she might need to use have the right amount of energy, and eventually took that final Mimikyu out for the big finisher for the game.
Yeah, even Dracloak featuring, right? We just needed to see Drippy attack. That was the only thing missing from this match.
We almost had everything. We almost had everything. It was absolutely brilliant to see. Love to see our dragon types attacking even our stage 1s. I love seeing that. And she knew though, she had the energy on there ready. Natalie knew exactly what could pop up. She was prepared for any scenario, and I just really couldn't have seen any more that she could have done. She played it absolutely perfectly, and I'd have been so much more impatient than Natalie was, but her patience paid off.
Yeah, it definitely paid off. She was just missing that one piece of the counter catcher at the crucial moment. She waited to find it, right? That Zerose came at almost the perfect time, took away a few resources, but not enough to prevent Natalie from taking over that game.
And I think that's a really nice thing about Recon Directive, right? That's the key. It was that actually all those Dracloak that were set up were just so perfect in allowing Natalie to continue. It didn't matter. She had the few puzzle pieces left that she needed, and then she was able to carry on. And it just saw the end of the game out perfectly. I loved the timing of that Zerosic. It's just such a shame that it fell flat just a little bit.
Yeah. Now, let's hear from Natalie herself on how she's feeling after this amazing match. Let's head over to the stage with Adam.
Absolutely.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here on the big stage at EUIC. We just saw our top 8 match, and Natalie Miller emerged victorious, moving into top 4. What does this win mean to you?
I mean, this means a lot to me. Like, I've put so much time into the game over so long, had a long period with no results, and then recently it's like I top 8 at NAIC, didn't do much, and I'm top 4 here. So I'm very grateful for all the help from everyone.
This has been a fantastic tournament, and the match, the gameplay you showed us was stellar.
this was, I think, a matchup that it seemed as though you were very prepared for. Tell me about your prep against Control, or maybe your thoughts on the matchup.
We didn't play it in like our tryhard testing. I played against it on ladder a couple times. And like typically what worked was you just INO them low, KO the Rotom, and then usually they just don't draw anything. Like the version with Rotom struggles a lot without Rotom, and you can punish them having Rotom. So that was just the game plan I went for. I had some shaky play in game 2 where I think I probably should have played around Zerosic. It caused the matchup to be pretty hard, but then I just got lucky anyway.
I'm glad that you at least had a little bit of residual experience playing on the ladder. A very understated resource, right? A lot of players have their, as you said, your try-hard testing group. But the 06 is a very tough decision to make, having to cut your hand all the way down to 3 cards, and you chose the correct 3, certainly, to go through towards victory. But now that you moved into top 4, are you satisfied? Do you want to take the big win? What's next for you?
I want the dub, you know. Australia's got to get its IC win. We're slacking a bit. So.
And honestly, I'm just so happy for you. We were talking in the preview show before top 8 about what a consistent and accomplished player you were. And while I have you here, do you have any other shout outs to somebody that you want to share this moment with, or helped you prepare to make it to the big stage here?
Absolutely. Shout out to the squad. You know, we spent all of Thursday playing against each other. At the end of it, we thought, wow, we have no idea what we're doing. And then it ended up pretty well, so I'm just very grateful to have them.
Thank you so much for those words. We are going to kick things over to a break now, folks, but don't go anywhere because we have our next match ready soon. See you then.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles, and I was kind of looking for a way to make friends. And I figured, well, I like playing Pokemon. Maybe this would be a good way for me to meet people because I'm a little bit shy. So yeah, I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon, without a doubt, is Dragonite. It is a Pokemon that's been with me ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow. And because it made one of the craziest comebacks of VGC history with Dragonite. So I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can, be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there. For me, definitely is Wolf is one of the people I look up to. He not only is a fantastic player, but also a really good friend and just an amazing person. He's someone that, he has all the accolades in the world, but it doesn't really get to his head. And I think it's really cool to have someone like that in the community that is a good player, but also humble about it. And I look up to that. My goals at playing Pokemon, it varies by the season, but most of the time is always to try and win Worlds. I did top cut Worlds in 2016 when I had just started playing. And ever since then, I kind of been failing to reach that same height. So the goal is to always win Worlds, but every year it gets more and more difficult. The players these days are insanely good. So it makes the competition, that much more fierce, but also makes your wins feel much more deserved. My favorite meal of during events is always breakfast. Breakfast is just my favorite meal because I really like having coffee. And for some reason, coffee always tastes better in the morning than it does later in the day. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but it's just the way it works. Probably New York style cheesecake. Pretty bland, but I like it. My favorite city that I've been to, without a doubt, has been Vancouver. I think it's a beautiful city. You can take a train right from the airport to the downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time there. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and it's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders because it's right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're going to in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and he's really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty. So yeah, I like him.
は太田咲也です。出身地は千葉県です。一番お気に入りの思い出はシティリーグで初めて準優勝をした時のことです。自信を持って大会に出れたデッキは白馬バドレックスデッキです。ポケモンカードゲームで競争する中で好きなのは試合に勝ってお互いに握手をする時です。お互いに認め合った試合っていうところが好きです。
This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion!
感無量です。嬉しさと喜びがすごいたくさん。目標はこの世界大会でベスト32位以内に入ることでした。
Were you surprised that you made it this far?
Yes. 尊敬するプレイヤーは島田大地選手です。前々回の世界大会で2位だったので次こそは1位を取るという気持ちに憧れました。
My name is 大地島田。I'm from Japan。世界チャンピオンになることは、僕の夢です。
スト2になっても次こそはまた優勝するっていう気持ちがとても憧れました。ポケモンカードで世界チャンピオンを目指している人へのアドバイスは最後まで諦めないことです。今まで競争して一番学んだことは、競争する中でだんだん友情が深まっていく感じの中でポケカがどんどん好きになることです。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon Trading Card Game European Championships 2025. We just shown you one top 8 game. It was pretty fun. That's not enough for us. We're showing you a second top 8 game, and then we're going to show you the top 4 for this top 8 game. My name is Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined once again to take you through this round by the lovely Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, good. You're not getting rid of us anytime soon. So here we are. This is the second top 8 match, as you've already highlighted, and we've got another fantastic matchup to showcase. Two fantastic players, two fantastic decks, and it's going to be one great match.
It's going to be so great. We're not even doing any preamble. We're just going straight to the stage. The players are ready. We don't need preamble. We need Pokemon action. And as you can see there, we've got ourselves James Cox and Xander Pero, who are going to be our featured players in this round. Xander playing that Golden Go deck, our top seeded player this weekend. And then we got James Cox playing a Dragapult deck. Dragapult Dustoir. We have a look at James there. We got a top 16 at Gdansk Regional. Won Lille Regional Championships. I was lucky enough to be able to interview them after they won. That was a lot of fun. A top 8 in Dortmund. Oh yeah, and not too shabby, top 4 London Worlds in this building.
Exactly, right here in this very arena at the London XL. James Cox has a history of having fantastic performances in the European circuit. Of course, he's marked down as a player from the Netherlands, but we know he's of that Australian contingent. But straight over to Xander Pro. We had a quick little chat about him on the lounge there. We know he's been a super consistent player when he's been involved in the game. I mean, just look at some of those performances as well. He's also got a World Championships top 4 back in Anaheim, where we're going back to later this year. And then, of course, the regional champion, 2-time regional champion 2018. And then just fairly recently in Louisville, that regional top 16. So he's really running into a great run of form, just like James has.
And of course, if you get to top 4 at the World Championships in Anaheim, then when Worlds goes back to Anaheim, you want to go back with it. Winning this match will give the winning player a direct invite to the World Championships. Top 4 at Formats and Internationals gets you a direct invite. Top 8 gets you 380 championship points, if I remember correctly. But that is unfortunately not enough. It's a nice boost for your top 125 finish, but it will not get you that direct invite. So make no mistake about it, this is a huge match, arguably the biggest match of the weekend for these players, because this is how you get your invite to the World Championships.
Yeah, you've already mentioned, I mean, James could be here for looking for that second direct invite, which would be incredible achievement. And this is via 2 massive stages, as we do see our players now beginning to set up for this feature match in top 8, one of the second matches that we're showing here. And this is a great opportunity to see some of those prizes. Ross, nothing too crazy. There's that one Rotom V.
That's the only thing that stood out to me there, Alex. That one Rotom V does stand out as a, if you're having a slower start, if you go first and you want something to do at the end of your first turn, using Rotom to draw free cards with that instant charge ability is a great thing to do. Outside of that, there's a bunch of cards that you're playing. They've both weirdly got a Lost Vacuum prized, but I don't think that's the end of the world.
And we've had confirmation as well just before this game's about to start. Sander will be going first in this top 8 match. It's going to be one for the ages. This is going to be a lot riding on the line. As we do see the fist bump now, it's going to be kicking off this top 8 B match here at the European International Championships.
Let's get going with this Golden Go. We are searching with a Buddy Poffin, and like we like to do at the beginning of the round, let's have a quick chat about the deck. The Golden Go deck, as you may think, is all built around Golden Go, and the idea here is very simple. You swarm Golden Go. You got that coin bonus ability, lets you draw a card, but if it's active, you draw one more. You get multiples of these out with one in the active, and you're drawing 3, 4, 5 extra cards a turn. You've then got that Make It Rain attack for a single energy that lets you discard as much energy from your hand as you like, dealing 50 damage for each energy discarded. So it's very simple. Get your Golden Go, draw a bunch of cards, get a bunch of cards in your hand, hit big damage. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take 7 to get a one-hit KO on a Dragapult, but this is one of the few decks that can actually pull it off.
Yeah, 100%. And I think going first as well, being able to start setting and prepping up that board with those Gimmighoul's that have been going down from that Buddy Pop and now into that Pokegear 3.0. Of course, identifying and knowing James is playing a list which does have a Badoo in it as well, getting full value and use out of those item cards when it is possible is something that's super important. Golden Go EX as a deck itself doesn't run too many Pokemon in a similar way to what Dragapult, I'm sure you're going to go over it in a moment, Ross, as well, but there are a plethora of trainer cards and item cards in there.
There are indeed. So over we go to James Cox with his Dreepy in the active with this Dragapult deck, and snap! We're starting off with another Buddy Poffin. So, Dragapult decks, we're building up to that Dragapult 320 HP, no weakness, and an attack that does 200 damage to the active while dropping 6 damage counters on the bench Pokemon in any way that you like. It is a deck which is largely built around that, and then you've got Drakloak, the stage 1 with that Recon Directive ability, which gives you a little bit of extra draw power. You see the top 2 cards of your deck, one goes to your hand, one goes to the bottom of your deck. What's different this time round, however, is that Badoo, which you can use to just grind the game down to a halt to give you time to set up. And then we've got other tricks with damage manipulation, which we'll get to as the game unfolds, like Dusknoir, for instance. Curse Blast, we saw it in the previous round. Very nice card. But you'll see from that Buddy Poffin, as expected, we grab a Dreepy and we grab a Badoo.
Yeah, and then it's just kind of both players with decks that have stage 1s, effectively, that have great sort of internal built-in engines to draw through more cards. And that's really kind of the story, it feels like, of this weekend. A lot of the decks that we've seen on stream performing super well have a way of sort of having that pre-built-in sort of consistency within their decks, especially with the Drakloaks, of course with the Golden Go EXs with that coin bonus ability, as we do continue to see James play out his turn with an Arven now with further Buddy Poffins, I believe, just put into the hand and the rescue board there now on the active, straight into the Badoo there, and Itchy Pollen's going to be coming down first, but we'll wait we'll play a little bit more first at the same time.
Remember, no energy is needed for Itchy Pollen. That little whole circle, call it what you will, means no energy is needed. So we are still going searching our basics of Buddy Buddy Poffin. And essentially, James here has been able to search out his perfect bench. Start of a Dreepy, you're always going to have at least one Dreepy, right? It's a Dragapult deck. So James here has searched out his perfect bench, 4 Dreepy, 1 Duskull, 1 Badoo. This is literally James's perfect start in terms of Pokemon. I would like to see an energy attachment, though. Remember, Dragapult takes 2 energy in these modern builds. Oh, he is playing Sparkling Crystal.
Yep, exactly that.
We've not seen many on stream this weekend, Alex.
Not too many, but there have been obviously similarities with other lists that we have seen. But there's been some people obviously piloting a Dragapult deck with things like Unfair Stamp instead, especially when they go into something like the Badoo and it's easily knocked out. They can utilize Unfair Stamp and maybe something like Crispin to kind of power up the energy. But from James's board and side, it's mainly focusing on that Sparkling Crystal A-Spec.
Absolutely, it is. So we get the 2 Gimmickle down there on the bench. We've got a Golden Go evolved in the active. And remember, coin bonus draws an extra 2 cards when it's in the active. That has already been done. So now we play an Arven and we get ourselves an item card and a Pokemon tool. And it looks like we are actually... we're eyeing up there TM Evolution, but of course, you've already got a Golden Go ready to go. Maybe this is another setup turn, or maybe it's just, I don't know, I got to search something, let's get it out my deck. Depends whether you want to go aggressive or whether you want to guarantee having multiple Golden Go. Does Xander know that James isn't playing Unfair Stamp? Because if you think your opponent's playing Unfair Stamp, that is when you really think twice about knocking out Badoo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a great point there, Ross. I mean, it's just one of those things also to help maybe, as an option, evolve up some of those Gimmigles, and also means that Xander can then sort of protect herself from a further Phantom Dive with 6 damage that actually goes on. But we do see the Monkey Dory just an energy attachment for this turn and just kind of prepping it on latter stages of the game. And it's just back over to James now. Obviously wasn't able to play item card Xander. So James can continue with his initiative of building out that board state with that fantastic supporter Lance.
Yeah, we use the energy instead, the darkness energy, to set up Monkey Dory. And this is why Lance is so good in these modern Dragapult builds, because you know what's really good? Recon Directive. You know what's better than Recon Directive? Treble Recon Directive. So you can evolve 3 of your Dreepy right up into Dragapult. That's a +3 cards then with your Recon Directive. You're seeing 6. Taking 3, that is a mad consistency boost here. And then, of course, you're ready to evolve up into Dragapult the following turn. I'm just seeing there's 2 rare candy, so we could see a Dragapult here in addition to these Dracloak.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's just interesting. We'll obviously have a little look through some of those recon directives first, build up those fantastic, massive hands that often you want when you're trying to piece together combos, especially when you're utilizing things like Dust Walls or Dusclops' Cursed Bombs and all the other Phantom Dive damage and manipulation cards as well. So there goes the 3rd Dracloak on that rescue boarded Dreepy. And this is another 2 cards here just to get a glance at. Another Lance here and a Nest Ball. So it looks like the Lance is going straight to the bottom of the deck and the Nest Ball to the hand.
Now there is a Dragapult in hand. I'm not seeing a rare candy though. So what we could do here is actually Ultra Ball for a 4th Dracloak. I'm just making sure it isn't prized. It is not. So that could give just 4th Dracloak, just really go for it. Like an old school stage 2 deck from when we were kids, when we would put all of our basics out and then the next turn we would evolve them all diligently. We never used rare candy, you know, not when we were all like tiny, no. We evolved like this. And this is phenomenal for James because there's 2 things going on. Firstly, 4 Recon Directive a turn. Secondly, you're going to have as many Dragapults as you need to finish out this game.
Yeah,
you are going to be able to evolve, and you're not going to evolve all of them, because you want to keep some Recon Directive on the board, but it means you're not going to be struggling to get a Dragapult rolling. I would love to see an energy attachment, though. 2nd turn in a row. There we go. He's like, you can hear me, Alex.
Yeah, it's one of those things that has to be done. It's a evil necessity and continues to Itchy Pollen, but it does put a bit of a target on that Dracloak. Of course, you know, Xander will be wanted to try and target down some of those easy knockouts, especially leaving the Badoo potentially if possible, and then just kind of taking away the energy does mean that that target is there. But we do see the coin bonus, you know. you get to see 2 cards, James, but only 1 gets to go into your hand. I'm going to use my coin bonus and actually see both of them.
Yeah, that's
have both of them, I should say. So.
Yeah, yeah, see both of them and then have both of them as well. And here's the thing, we talked about Dragapult, you know, playing this Badoo, but Golden Go being able to do a little bit better, but actually it still hurts. Here we go, TM Evolution with an energy. We saw Monkey Dory moving that damage off of Golden Go onto that Duskull on the bench. And now we see TM Evolution getting 2 more Golden Go.
Yeah, this is just a nice way to kind of prep the board, because remember, ideally you just want to be sort of taking massive knockouts on 2 prizes. This kind of taking the knockout on the Badoo, I mean, can be done at later stages if needed with things like the Monkey Dory, moving some of the damage counters around. And so just kind of making sure he's prepping the board, making sure those other Gimmickles aren't easy targets for the Dragapult EX. I mean, I'm sure heading into this sort of tournament, Xander and the rest of the testing group sort of playing this type of Golden Go list would have been testing against decks like Dragapult EX.
Yeah, they absolutely would have been. It was one of the main decks coming in. Now, I know we said there wasn't any unfair stamp in James's deck, and that's true, there isn't, but there's still cards like Ino, cards like Countercatcher, cards that can punish an early KO on Badoo. So like you said a minute ago, Alex, saving those big attacks for those big KOs on 2 prize Pokemon, not rushing to KO the Badoo. I don't mind this at all, because sometimes taking that 1 single prize is just not worth the pain it can cause you. We've seen already on stream today, you know, if you get hit with an unfair stamp and a Countercatcher and everything else, it can be more trouble than it's worth. Save your energy for bigger, more important KOs.
One of the interesting things to note, I think, in this matchup specifically, James is the only player and deck that's actually going to be playing any sort of hand disruption, I believe. So just the Ionos on James's side, Xander obviously focusing just on those combo pieces, which does mean, and I'm going to use a term from a fellow caster from the EU scene, you know, James can build those accordion hands, those kind of massive hands, which means you have all of the options available to yourself, and then piece together all of the combos so that you can take big knockouts when you need to. And that's kind of the scary thing that Xander's going to have to focus on that may be coming down. As we do see that pink ace spec there go into James's hand from that Arven now, we wonder, is this an opportunity to start launching an attack?
I think you're ready at this stage, because what else does James need realistically? Oh, we actually, oh no, it's a rare candy.
He needs that.
Oh, yeah. Rare candy into Dust Noir. There we go. So there's nothing else James can do here. All he can, like literally all he can do is just evolve up a Dracloak into his Dragapult and start attacking now. He's gotten about enough value out of Badoo. You need to start attacking at some point. And here we go with a Sparkling Crystal. Oh, it's an energy. I love this. I was going to say, you want Sparkling Crystal, but you need an energy as well. Now, interestingly enough, the only way Xander can get rid of tools is Lost Vacuum. He plays 1 and it's prized. James doesn't know that, so you do not play Sparkling Crystal until you absolutely need to, for fear of it being Lost Vacuumed away.
Now, here's the decision point on how to deal with the active Golden Go EX right now, or even utilizing some of the Dust Noirs. He's just deliberating what the best way is. It looks like it's the announcement of Phantom Dive here. 200 damage to the active Golden Go EX. And how will you place the damage counters here? This is going to be vital. Remember, we're talking about how we manipulate some of the damage counters available. Double Dust Noir Curse Bombs can actually knock out a Golden Go in 1 turn.
It can. I was going to say, you need at least 1 on the Gimmighoul, because putting 1 on the Gimmighoul brings it into range of residual damage from Phantom Dive next turn, and there's a decent chance Xander evolve. Oh no, there isn't a decent chance. That 1 prize Golden Go is really going to come back to hurt Xander here. There is a Golden Go in the prizes. Xander could not evolve that Gimmighoul. James is going to get a cheeky KO on that with residual damage next turn. That's a big win for James.
Right now, Itchy Pollen has been broken in terms of a lock. This is an opportunity for Xander to really pop off here. He's been holding on to that Energy Search Pro, now looking for that opportunity to grab all of the rainbow of energies that are going to be going straight into your hand. That Pink Ace spec, a perfect choice and combination with Golden Go EX. Search your deck for any number of basic energy cards of different types. Reveal them and put them into your hands. Now, this is how you can have a massive, massive turn.
Yeah, this is how you get a big KO, and I said 7 energy to KO a Dragapult. I like my maths here, but actually Monkey Dory here is fantastic. Monkey Dory moves 3 damage counters onto it. Crucially, that brings it under 300, which turns it into 6 energy rather than 7. That's a very big deal. An Energy Search Pro will get you that energy. So this turn, the KO should be pretty easy. After this, gets a bit more difficult, but right now, we should be good between things like Energy Search Pro and Earthen Vessel. We should be able to get 6 energy, and the Monkey Dory doing that 30 damage will bring it down, so 6 energy is enough.
Yep, so it could be eyeing up a massive KO here. And again, this is kind of testament to why James may not have sort of utilized the Sparking Crystal to actually deal that amount of damage. We do have further coin bonuses. We're going to see more cards at this rate here on the bench. Golden Go EXs as well. Does have that dark energy attached to the active, so we'll still need that metal attached there.
I've seen something a bit sad, because you need to move at least 2 damage counters onto Dragapult to get the KO with 6 energy. That's what we want to do. But you also kind of want to heal your bench Gimmighoul to stop it being KO'd. So do you move the 1 damage off there and use 7 energy, or do you just accept this being KO'd? I don't really like either, frankly.
Yeah, it's never really a comfortable position to be in, but it's a massive call out that we have to keep following, keep track, because both of these players are going to try and utilize their damage manipulation to take the prizes when they need to. Remember, when you're using Curse Bomb from Dusclops or Dust Noir, you are also giving up a prize because that Pokemon is effectively knocked out to deal and place additional damage onto your opponent's side of the board. So, and in the same vein, you have Xander with his Monkey Dory. There's going to be damage movements across multiple areas of the actual your board onto your opponent. So that's super important to actually heal and then also put the Dragapult in range, as you've already mentioned.
Absolutely. So what are we doing here with the Monkey Dory? Looks like, where are we? Oh, actually choosing to KO the Badoo. So this is another way to do it. You essentially KO the Badoo, and then you take a prize. It's Golden Go. 1 in 6 chance. You evolve up, and you save the KO.
And gets another powerful draw in terms of the coin bonus as well. I guess you've still got to be thinking you can deal a massive knockout with the number of energies in your hand anyway, or you can find some time later to use another Monkey Dory to take the knockout on a following turn.
Oh, that was a very speculative play. I was thinking KO the Badoo, give up the Gimmighoul. It's a 1-for-1 trade, that's fine. But to hit the Golden Go in your 1 in 6 chance to get it out the prizes to prevent the KO as well, that could not have gone better. And here we go with Cypher Maniac's code breaking. You get to put any 2 cards on top of your deck, but they've already used all the coin bonus, right?
But the most important thing is actually prepping it for future turns where you know James's hand is actually massive. You're expecting things like an Iono to come down because you've just seen your opponent's just seen you use Energy Search Pro, put all those energies in your hand. You may not need to necessarily use all of them to take any potential knockout, which means by Ionoing them, you're putting it straight to the bottom of the deck. Now, if you could prep your future turn with something like Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, you're much more sort of foolproof and then going into your following turns to try and keep applying a lot of pressure.
It's an excellent point. Remember, Iono puts your hand to the bottom of your deck, which means anything you leave on top of your deck will be your draw for the start of the next turn. And obviously, with all the coin bonus, you'll be drawing more than 2 cards. So that's going to be an excellent idea here. And of course, you'll draw them off the Iono as well. You'll be fine. You are setting up nicely. And a Pheasantipity as well. And here we go. Lots of energy. Big KO. And he's counting it out. There are 7 energy, 350 damage. Dragapult goes down, and Xander takes 3 prizes while also denying the easiest prize on James's board.
Now, this is one of the other scary aspects that James has to be playing into. He has that Dust Noir on the bench right now, but of course, if he chooses to utilize Cursed Bomb, you're actually giving up a prize and actually putting Xander down to 2 prizes remaining, and it's just one big Dragapult knockout to actually win the game. So it's got to be really cute here. It's very likely for sort of the Iono gameplay to still happen because that's the only hand disruption available. But, you know, this has got to be a pretty sticky situation that James is going to have to find his way out of.
Absolutely. You could use Dustoir to KO the active Golden Go. The problem is the damaged Golden Go actually has 210 remaining, so you wouldn't get a KO with Dragapult. If you were looking for a big 4-prize turn, unfortunately, you would be 10 damage short for now.
Yeah, so just a couple of decisions that still needs to be made here. This is one of the few, maybe one of the few reasons why we've seen Unfair Stamp to be so popular in some of the Dragapults that we have seen on stream across this weekend, as we do see the counter catcher play here on the benched Golden Go EX. And we do see the Iono here, so whatever Xander has prepped to the top of that deck will be going into his hand.
I love this, because essentially I'm looking at that Golden Go with 90 HP remaining, and I'm going, I can KO that with Dustoir whenever I want. But you made an excellent point that putting Xander on 2 prizes, 1 big KO away from winning. So if I'm James, what I really want to do is leave the option open for that KO, but use it when I have to, not give Xander, because if Xander gets a big KO next turn, you're going to go, whew, glad I didn't use Dustoir. If they don't, you can use Dustoir in a future turn to still take that same KO.
Yeah, it's one of those aspects as well, because Xander also preemptively saw a future knockout and also benched the Pheasantipity EX at the same time, so that flipped the script. You know, if a knockout is not taken from James's side, will not be live, and therefore maybe restrictive of some of the draw power, although, I mean, when you've got sort of 4 Golden Goes on the go, we should say, that coin bonus is really going to make it really hard to try and control the game from a hand perspective.
I mean, you just auto-draw 5. You literally just draw 5 cards, 2 from the active, 1 from each of the bench. It is quite ridiculous draw when you get all 4 of your golden boys out. So, looks like we're going to do 200 to the active. I would expect 1... Oh, no, we're putting it all to the bench? Oh, I don't mind this at all. So here, just kind of saying, you know what? I don't even need Dustoir. I will be good. And here's the thing. The numbers are making it work here. We got a Golden Go doing 200 HP remaining. We got one with 60 HP remaining. There's a lot going down, but as you may see on the screen there, Professor Turo's scenario, there are 2 copies in Xander's deck. That would make James very, very sad.
As we do see the first coin bonus now of the 2 from the active spot there. Just looking at the hand, I know there was a superior energy retrieval and he's gone into a Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
He can guarantee one for next turn.
Can continue drawing some cards as well. Still got 3 coin bonus available on the bench, but what's the best option here? Because, you know, 1 superior energy retrieval is not quite enough. Pokestop hitting the field now. If he's able to hit maybe 2, there's Ultra Ball. It's a nice clean hit there. 3 items. That's kind of expecting in a deck like this when you've got all your Pokemon pretty much out, and then all you need to care about are those items.
So now we need things like superior energy retrieval to go and get all of that energy back to go and do just huge damage with that Golden Go. There are obviously 4 in the deck. We draw 1, and using that Pokestop before using these benched coin bonus means you're going to be digging a little bit deeper in your deck than you otherwise would have been. So we're looking to get still 7 energy. No, 6 energy because you can use Monkey Dory. But still 6 energy is a lot of energy.
Well, 7 if you include attaching to the active.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You'd have to retreat into your benched one that's got the energy. Which honestly at this point I'd like to attack with that one, because on the bench it's getting KO'd with residual damage. So you might as well have it in the active.
Yeah, I mean, it would be ideal here.
Oh, I see a Professor Turo scenario, Alex. It's coming.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's second-guessing himself, but I imagine it's going to come down to make it a little bit easier.
It's coming.
Just pick up that Golden Go EX, nullify that whole turn, in effect, on the massive damage on that Golden Go EX. Promote the very damaged one, but does have that metal energy attached right now. And here we go. What else can we piece together to get a massive? Still has access to another draw 2 coin bonus as well, because it hasn't utilized it from that Golden Go EX.
Yeah, knew he was going to be doing that, so did not use the ability of the bench Golden Go. Wait till it's in the active, and it draws 2 rather than 1. We freed up a bench space now, so here comes a Greninja with concealed cards.
Yeah, and it's always a nice shuffle option as well, because, you know, after the Iono, often what players try and do, they'll use a shuffle effect card to maybe move back some of those really important cards, maybe grab from the prizes that have been moved to the bottom of the deck from your opponent's Iono as an example. And we do have that Greninja now ready to go. Looks like we'll need to grab some of the energies as well. Coin bonus first, see what we grab here. Night Stretcher and the Iron Bundle.
Iron Bundle with the Hyper Blower. There we go.
Yes, there you go. I was going to call it by its non-future version name for a moment, but that wouldn't be correct. There it goes, the Superior Energy Retrieval. A couple of those Buddy Poffins, not useful in this scenario. 4 energies now going straight to the hand. Does have access to concealed cards as well. Potentially needs to just hit 1.
Now there's 5 energy.
There's 5, yep.
Superior Energy Retrieval plus Night Stretcher is 5. We've got one on the active. There's Night Stretcher. That's 6 energy. As long as we use Adrenabrain here to move 3 damage over onto the Dragapult, 6 energy will be enough for the KO here, and that's going to be a very big deal. Here comes the Adrenabrain, obviously onto the active, no question here. And now we get 6 energy discarded. Xander takes a big KO on that active Dragapult and needs 1 more prize to finish out game 1 of this top 8 match at the European Championships 2025.
Absolutely, and James is now in a position where he has only Dracloaks with no energy on it. No further way to actually, you know, get an energy attachment, no Crispin. Nope, would also wanted to have played Iono, even if he did. Sparkling Crystal also utilized here and can only Jet Headbutt potentially for a knockout. It wouldn't take the knockout because there's 60 HP left on that active Golden Go EX, but still not ideal here. But I guess it does force still another 7 energies or so for Xander to try and return KO or have to target the bench. So James going to be working to every single one of those outs where possible.
Yeah, as soon as there's any damage on the board, Monkey Dory here, you can see why it's such a huge card in this matchup. Being able to turn those Dragapult from 7 energy KOs to 6 energy KOs makes such a big difference, and that is what that Adrenabrain does. So as soon as you've got some damage on the field to use, you are good. Temple of Sinnoh comes down just to replace Pokestop, and we see an Ultra Ball here, presumably for a Dragapult. And then, yeah, is it just going to be a Jet Headbutt for KO?
Yeah, the worrying thing is if there is a KO and an Iono, Xander still has defensivity, but there we scooped
go. James picks up his cards. Xander takes game 1 and is 1 game away from top 4 and that direct invite.
Yep, it looks like Xander, having been undefeated throughout this European International Championships so far with his Golden Go deck, is in a prime position to continue that run. But, you know, James is going to be doing everything he possibly can in game 2. But, yeah, congratulations to Xander for the first game there. Piloted masterfully, getting all of the energies when required to take massive knockouts on those big Dragapult EXs.
An 11-0-2 record, 35 points. Let's have a look at how he won game 1. Okay, so let's go back there with the replay. So here we go with that Golden Go, and James is just setting up. We see the smile from both players there, but we see the Adrenabrain taking out the Badoo. We see a big KO with Golden Go. Took 7 energy because we took the KO with Adrenabrain. We then go in here, we get the Pokestop going down, which helped to thin out the deck, and then we saw, well, first we drew a few of these. We got a free hit, so that was very nice. But then we saw the 6 energy KO to go down to 1 prize remaining, and James decided at that point there was nothing to be done. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, it's easy enough for James to get sort of 2 big Dragapult EX attackers, especially when you're not having to face up against big one-hit KO Pokemon like the Golden Go EX. But I mean, one of those pivotal turns was actually just that Badoo knockout from the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain and grabbing that 1 Golden Go EX that was prize. I mean, I know you're something that you were keeping an eye on throughout there because it had that 1 damage counter. But here it is, game 2, as we kick things off for this top 8 match between James Cox and Xander Perot. Xander Perot taking game 1, and it looks like Xander will be going first once again.
Yeah, we are using that Pokémon 3.0 to search for a supporter card. There's a boss's orders and an Arven. Goes for the Arven. Great turn one option, but not when you're going first, because of course you're not allowed to play a supporter on the turn you are going first. So let's go for a Nest Ball instead and do our first deck search here.
Yeah, so super important as we get a chance to have a look at those prizes that Sander has placed down. One Gimme Ghoul, one Pheasantipity EX, the only one, of course, in the deck. Two of those lovely energies, and that are one-offs, I believe. Oh no, the water is a two-off in the deck. But generally, again, enough to get going, enough to actually start causing a lot of mayhem on James's side of the board with some rightful attackers. And that Monkey Dory has been targeted nice and early, knowing how important it is to maybe deal with that Budu.
It really fixed the numbers. So while Xander's searching, a quick update here. We have now got the rest of our top four sorted. Ryuki's Cloth did take down Vinny's Dragapult. Simone's Archaludon did take down Daniel's Snorlax Control. And as we saw on stream, Natalie's Dragapult took down Roan's Snorlax Control. So we've got a Cloth, an Archaludon, and a Dragapult. Are they going to be joined by Xander's Gander's Golden Go or James's Dragapult?
Sander's Gimme Ghoul as well. Don't forget about them. They're important.
Gimme Ghoul are there, but it's mostly a Golden Go deck. Well, but hey, Gimme Ghoul does good work.
There's no Golden Go without Gimme Ghouls,
You're
Ross.
not wrong.
But yeah, it's just the Dark Energy attachment to the Monkey Dory as it goes over to James as well. I mean, just to add to your point around the players who have made top four so far and essentially earning those direct invites, they all won 2-0, which is an incredible way to make it there, as we do get a chance to look at James's prizes here with that Nest Ball that he's just played as well. But that one-off Budu is sitting in the prizes. He's not too happy.
The face. That is the face of a man whose Budu is unfortunately prized. And that's what happens when you only play roughly 1 in 10 games. It will be in the prizes, and it will take away that option. We've seen players, I think we've seen as many as 3 in some decks this weekend.
Absolutely. And I mean, watching James's facial expressions here as he's going through the motions, the head scratch, the smiles, the mouth movements. I mean, he's giving it all away. Keep the poker face going, James. Come on, we need to let him know that maybe it is there somewhere.
Well, it is there somewhere. I can tell him exactly where it is. It's halfway up his prizes on the right. That is not going to help him right now, unfortunately. And this means that, I mean, you see the Rotom coming out there. That gives James an option to just draw 3 cards rather than using Itchy Pollen. It's better than nothing, but it's not exactly what we wanted. So an Arven comes down here for a Buddy Poffin and a Forest Seal Stone. Rotom, of course, being a Pokemon V means you can attach Forest Seal Stone. And now we've got Buddy Poffin for 270 HP or lower Pokemon, and Forest Seal Stone for literally any card in your deck.
Yeah, it's one of those aspects where sometimes you don't want to put the Rotom V down because it is an easier target for the Golden Go deck because it only has 190 HP. But just in this scenario, having to utilize it for its instant charge, for the Forest Seal Stone attachment as a tool as well. It's just one of those things where this is the evil necessities of having to prize your one-off Budu. And that's unfortunately also the fact that he doesn't play Hisuian Heavy Ball. It hasn't really helped here.
No, unfortunately not. So here we go for an energy on the Dreepy. Very important. You've got Sparkling Crystal, but let's not use it until we have to. Worth noting, Xander's Lost Vacuum is not prized this game, so we will be able to remove that Sparkling Crystal. Back over to Xander, and we have an Arven.
Yeah, nice and easy turn here for Xander as well. There is double Dreepy on James's side of the board, but just for the moment, it's going to have to or want to go into the same sort of board setup that he had previously. This time, not under item lock, of course. So there's the Buddy Poffin. He's going to grab further Gimme Ghouls and then have a little double check of those prizes, have a double check of what is necessary. Did grab that TM Evolution as well, so could potentially just kind of evolve up into the Golden Goes and start to actually get those coin bonus flowing.
Yeah, we're going after those coin bonuses here, drawing extra cards. 2 if you're in the active, 1 if you're on the bench. And we saw towards the end of that, I think there's 1 turn, he drew 6 cards off of coin bonus. It was absurd. Here we go with your Golden Go, with your Technical Machine Evolution. 2 Golden Go going on the bench. And now we are ready. Would have been Maybe slightly nicer if you could have had a metal energy on the active, just so you don't have to find it again in the future. Other than that, pretty nice turn. You've got your Monkey Dory, you've got your energy, you've got 2 gold and go on the bench. Now next turn, Xander really needs to start building up and starting off attacking.
Yep, so heading over to James now. He's going to be looking for ways to get into things like that Drat Cloak, get that consistency options open as well, maybe even starting to get some more energies attached and kind of just start prepping the board for some of those dangerous make it rain attacks from the Golden Goes. So here he is, the Ultra Balling away that Pheasantipity and the Psychic Energy. Just going to be looking at that Drat Cloak that's been moved to the front of the deck, saving the Forest Stillstone just for the moment at least, so that, you know, after maybe a recon directive, James can then think about what options are available to him that he needs to cherry pick from the deck.
Yeah, I'm not loving getting rid of my Pheasantipity with an Ultra Ball. We do have stuff like Retchy Stretcher to get it back, and the reality is it's a turn or 2 away from being useful, so you have to kind of deal with it. We got Night Stretcher that can get it back. But right now, we've got Recon Directive. We're getting a rare candy from Recon Directive. Could we see a Dragapult this turn? There's an Ultra Ball in hand, Alex.
Yeah.
There's a rare candy in hand. There's a Sparkling Crystal in hand. There's a Fire Energy in hand. He's got everything he needs.
Kind of makes it a little bit, maybe potentially a little bit difficult without popping off the Forest Stillstone and that Star Alchemy ability that it affords any V Pokemon, as we do see it. Ooh, just kind of about to reach for it, but just kind of double checking himself here, second guessing, but he's going to be utilizing. But I was going to say, in that hand, there were so many useful cards there that you don't want to discard too much with the Ultra Ball. So maybe this might be a Star Alchemy for a Dragapult EX, but let's have a double check, of course.
He's certainly looking at it. He's looked at a Dusclops. He's looked at a Dragapult. There are some options.
Yeah, it looks like he placed down the Dragapult EX, which is what I think is the slightly better option here. Again, all of those cards in that hand are so useful, and that just makes it a little bit more difficult. So the rare candy into the Dragapult EX here. It's going to start the initiative, it feels like, and then just go into the Ultra Ball anyway, and maybe utilize something like the Dusclops as a way to pivot out of the active position with Curse Bomb.
I love the idea of using it as a pivot. And also, you know, gets damage down, gets 5 damage counters down. That is not insignificant. The ideal situation is to try and attack the active. We're going after the Monkey Dory here. We're doing 5 damage counters to the Monkey Dory. We can then do 6 damage counters with the residual damage, and 6 plus 5 is 11. That is going to get the KO, double KO on the Gimmighoul and the Monkey Dory, and we saw how useful that Monkey Dory was back in game 1. It basically means you don't have to have an extra energy in hand every time you take a KO.
Yeah, and in this situation right now, as we do see that fantastic A-Spec once again to grab us many of those different types of energy from the deck and put it into your hand. But, you know, for Xander to be able to fire off an attack, he has to attach to the active and therefore wouldn't be able to, for the time being, even if he's able to recover that Monkey Dory, actually get a Dark Energy on it as well to try and protect itself for future attacks and future turns and future sort of damage counter placements. But this is a big old turn here from Xander, as there is I think 6 energies grabbed currently from that. We're going to see some coin bonuses, I'm sure. You know, just kind of thinning that deck out of those energies with that Energy Search Pro just makes that coin bonus that so much more valuable. It's really coming together when I'm talking about coins and money.
It really is coming together. You attach 1 to the active, you need 2 more energy in hand to get the KO here. That's what we're looking for. You attach 1 to the active, you got 5 in hand, you need 2 more, you get those 2 more, you deal 350 damage, you KO the Dragapult, and then you move 1 step closer to that top 4. Yes. And then, you know, you're only 1 game away from coming back tomorrow. Not many people get to come back and play tomorrow, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be the most important thing. So there's a couple of pretty good pieces there. There's another Gimmighoul in hand as well. But I can imagine he's just going to try and, if the energy allows him to, just start trying to target down and actually take a massive KO on this Dragapult, because, again, you have to be playing as if James doesn't quite have it in hand. And with that Drak Cloak, just a single Drak Cloak on the bench with no energy, we'll need that Sparkling Crystal, we'll need another energy, and the Dragapult EX to actually fire off a return attack, not even a knockout at this stage.
No, and remember, back in game 1, James got 4 Dreepy turn 1, 4 Drakloak turn 2. That is not the start James has had in this game 2. It's a slower start, and maybe Xander can just start running James out of Dragapult at this rate. Either way, we've got a Nest Ball coming down here for a Radiant Greninja. That, of course, has that concealed cards ability, lets you discard an energy from your hand to draw 2. Actually can, it doesn't often, but can use Moonlight Shuriken here because he does play 2 water energy. It's not really what the deck's supposed to do, but the option is at least left open. For now, it's just about extra draw power.
I mean, we've seen in previous stream matches where Buddy was just kind of forcing the play by dealing 10 damage, and then it was just manual attachments to a Radiant Greninja. So it offered that opportunity, as we do see the concealed cards there. Did he hit a superior energy retrieval?
Did. There is one at the front of the hand there, so he has got that available. Also a Professor Turo, which could be really fun next turn if we don't get a KO from James, which I don't think we will. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on here. Yeah. Now we see the superior energy retrieval, getting rid of a Pokestop and a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Not full value, but free energy will do very nicely indeed. Now we have, I think it's 8 energy in hand now. We've got enough. We will get the KO. Xander will go to 3 prize cards remaining after having won game 1. And Xander is in a great position here.
Yeah, it looks like 7 energies, but I think that's still more than enough. 7 times.
Oh, because we concealed cards, so they went down from 8 to 7.
And the attachment to the active.
Oh, the attachment I was counting, but I didn't take the concealed cards energy out of hand. But 7 is still enough. 7 is still the right number as we see a Cypher Maniac's code break in here, which is going to stack any 2 cards you like on top of your deck for future turns.
Yeah, again, just giving himself an opportunity to be Iono-proofed if James is able to find one, of course, just to kind of prep future attacks, future turns, you know, because James, with Dragapult, despite us saying it's one of the most dominating and best attacks in the current format, in the current Pokemon trading card game, Phantom Dive only does 200, and it feels really weird to say only 200, and 60 to the bench in any way, shape, or form that you'd like. But when you're staring down at a Golden Go who is smacking you for 350 damage with Make It Rain, what can you do?
And actually, those are the best 2 prizes to take right now, because you got 2 more energy, which just makes the next KO a bit easier. Maybe Pheasant Dipty, but that's at the top. That was never going to happen, Alex. But we got another couple of energy here to make that next KO a little bit easier, assuming no Iono. And James's board right now, it's poor, Alex. We got a Rotom V in the active, which doesn't have free retreat, so we're going to need a pivot. And then we got 1 Drakloak with no energy on, which you can attack with, but it is forcing Sparkling Crystal here.
The only difference now in comparison to game 1, when James was firing off those Ionos as well, he's also only going to 4 cards. And, you know, there's a little bit less, especially when you also don't have your full flow of multiple Drakloak on the board state. So it's just 4 cards that will determine essentially this fate here, plus 2 more from the next Recon Directive.
Well, we've got a Dreepy and a Drakloak in hand, it looks like. So we're going to Recon Directive to begin with here. You see 2 cards, you keep 1. There is a Luminion, and I did not see the other card, I'm afraid.
No, but it wouldn't be super useful right now. It's going to be really tough. Keeps the Luminium V. It's going to have to bench that Dreepy as well. And sort of, again, we're talking about playing to all of your outs. But the issue is he's going to have to leave that Rotom in the active.
There's no Dragapult.
No Dragapult, Rotom in the active, instant charge announced. There's a 2 prizer just staring down at Xander's board. An easy target.
This could get worse for James because there's no energy on the board. He's left his Sparkling Crystal there, and Xander does play 1 copy of Lost Vacuum. If Xander can get Lost Vacuum to take that Sparkling Crystal off, I don't think James is going to be attacking for a while here. That could be a very big draw. If he can find his way towards it, that could be brutal for James.
Or even just is there a boss's order?
I mean, okay, obviously you could just gust up and KO the Drakloak.
Oh, I know you want to make it more fun, but there's simpler options. But let's see what the coin bonus draws into. It looks like a Water Energy, and it looks like maybe an Ultra Ball there. Did get a chance to shuffle the deck, and getting that Iron Bundle down. A second coin bonus here. Looks like there is a superior energy retrieval that would have been put to the top of the deck as well.
So we got at least 4 energy here, absolute minimum. The Golden Go does have an energy on the active, so we will be able to attack without any further energy being put on the board. Xander here just having a quick look at the discard pile for James, trying to figure out, right, what have you used? What have you got? What am I worried about?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, Xander's playing this perfectly. Like I said, this is all about understanding your matchups and knowing what to do exactly into one of the most played archetypes in this current format. Up against Dragapult, knowing you're always or often going to be facing damage of 200 from Phantom Dive just by stacking with the code, Cypher Maniac's code breaking, a superior energy retrieval just to be able to get energies back for future attacks. But also a Professor Churro scenario just means that you're just nullifying anything that happens. And it's just a nice and simple, easy knockout here with the 4 energies just grabbed from that superior energy retrieval. And that Rotom V has hit the discard.
I'm a little bit sad that we saw the Lost Vacuum get discarded with Superior Energy Retrieval, but you do need to bear in mind you're discarding cards with Superior Energy Retrieval. Lost Vacuum makes you Lost Zone a card from your hand as well. You only have so many cards in hand, and at the end of the day, as much as that would have been a fun play, Xander needs 1 more prize to win. James needs 4 and doesn't have an attacker rolling right now. It's not like Xander really needed to get rid of that Sparkling Crystal to win the game, but here comes a Night Stretcher for Pheasantipity, which is going to draw in extra free cards with Flip the Script. We evolve the active into a Dragapult. Do we have an energy? We do, but it's not going to actually get a KO yet.
No, it does have Iono in hand as well. Obviously, I don't think Xander was able to necessarily stack the deck or the top 2 cards of the deck like he did on the previous turn to protect himself. And we'll be going down just to the 1. Still will have coin bonus available, especially since there's no way to take a massive knockout here. And James is going to be dealing 200 with 60 to the bench after an announcement. But first, flip the script. Let's see how we can rewrite the story.
Ultra Ball, Arven, and a Dust Noir was that last card, which is not doing anything right now, frankly. So here comes an Ultra Ball, presumably. I mean, do we go Dracloak here, give another Recon directive, and a chance for another Dragapult to switch into later?
Yeah, I mean, there's all these other options that needs to come out. I mean, even if we're switching into a different Dragapult at some stage, it's going to need another 2 turns to get energy on it to deal meaningful damage. And that's giving Xander plenty of time to build up the board whilst that's still happening as well.
So here we go with Recon Directive. We've got a Dreepy or a Buddy Poffin. Oh, Dreepy's a Dreepy, but Buddy Poffin could be anything. It could even be a Dreepy, and I think it probably will be in a moment. I actually already had a Buddy Poffin in hand. But do we need any more Dreepy at this point? Like, Xander's got 1 prize remaining. You know, you've used a bunch of Dracloak. It looks like we are just doing 200 to the active and then dropping 6 damage counters on the bench Golden Go. And actually, there is a chance next turn, if James just gusts up Golden Go and does this attack in reverse, it will actually KO both of them for 4 prizes.
Yeah, some of that math is going to be perfect in terms of the 260 HP Golden Goes, but this is why maybe Xander does also play that Monkey Dory. I know it's currently in the discard because we saw it get knocked out nice and early alongside a Gimmighoul as well, but it does show that there are options. But he's also playing 1 Professor Churro scenario. There is a Cypher Maniac's code breaking. He is stacking the deck, and this time we'll be drawing into any 2 cards of his choice. Just going to double check what does it look like there.
We've got ourselves an Earthen Vessel and a Superior Energy Retrieval. They are the 2 cards that have been taken out of the deck so far. Basically just, hey, I'd like a lot of energy if you don't mind.
Yeah, looks like he's deliberating that switch, but he looks like he's going to choose the Night Stretcher there as an option as well.
With Superior Energy Retrieval, I think.
Yeah, after drawing some more cards. I mean, the option is there to maybe find that Monkey Dory that's kind of hiding away in the discard pile after being sort of knocked out, knocked for 6, as it were, after that Phantom Dive, and could potentially come back, heal some damage, and actually stop the 4-prize turn of the Golden Goes.
That's got to be the goal. So I think actually the earthen vessel might have been his hand.
Ah, okay.
That's literally just his entire hand right now. We draw both of those cards with your coin bonus. Yeah, you've got to have a Monkey Dory here. You have to either win the game this turn or prevent the 4-prize turn from James. One of those two things has to happen. So we are playing an earthen vessel here just to search out a couple of energy. Metal and a fire if anybody really cares, not that it matters.
Yeah, also, I guess we do have the Iron Bundle and a Hyper Blow as well. Of course, James has put down the Pheasantipity, which does have a higher amount of HP. It's only 210, though, in comparison to the Dragapult EX. There's a Hyper Blow. Has to put up the big Pheasantipity. It's only 1 prize remaining, remember.
He needs 5 energy to pull this off. That is the goal. 5 energy, you get the win. Does he have it? There's a superior energy retrieval. So there we see all 4 of those energy. Is there one more? Yes, there is. 250 damage. KO on the Pheasantipity. Xander Perot wins 2 games to 0, goes on to top 4, gets that direct invite, and has 2 games away from becoming the EU IC champion.
Yeah, what an incredible display of just how Golden Go can overcome the most popular archetype in this tournament. Just showcasing just massive amounts of damage. That perfect sequencing, the perfect plays, the Iron Bundle being utilized, the Monkey Dory being utilized as great support, guest VIPs, or guest stars, I should say, that we got from Adam Skarzik earlier. And it's just a great showcase. But, you know, both of these players in good spirits. James already has a direct invite from his fantastic victory at the regional championships over here in EU. But it's all on you, Xander. You are the current undefeated player going into top 4.
Yeah, had an 11:02 record coming out the 13 rounds of Swiss. We're now up to 12:03, so let's have a look at the replay and see how Xander got here. We start off in game 1 and we see a KO on the Badoo with the Adrenabrain. We see a giant KO on the Dragapult with that Make It Rain, and James is like, that isn't 7, is it? And Xander's like, yeah, sorry, mate, it actually is 7. We then do see that Pokestop, which gets a big free card. Get a treble hit there, combined with all the coin bonus, it means you've got a good amount of draw. We then see another big KO on the Dragapult to go to 1 prize remaining, and that's where James goes, you know what, let's just head to game 2.
Yeah, game 2, unfortunately, the facial expressions there when he realized that Badoo was prized. There was not much he can do in terms of slowing the game down, only able to get 2 Dracloaks and Dreepies down, was able to get a nice double KO there, but instant retaliation with the Energy Search Pro with 7 energies. That Rotom V wasn't hanging around any longer as well. And then the final turn, piecing together Earthen Vessel, superior energy retrieval, straight into a massive 5 energy knockout on the Pheasantipity EX to close out this top 8 match and push Xander into that top 4 position. Just a great level of top play there.
There is a great level of top play, and look, I don't think there are many people anymore that are doubting Golden Go. Maybe coming into the weekend, some people were like, oh, not in the Prismatic Evolutions format. Golden Go's not quite good enough. But I think at this stage, everybody's like, yeah, you know what, Golden Go is an absolute monster. And look, right now, Xander has got to be the person to beat in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
They were the #1 seed coming in. They're undefeated, 12:02 total record now. They've got that direct invite, but frankly, it's not enough. Like, when you get to top 8 of a tournament like this, I don't think any of our top 4 players are going, oh, I made top 4, that's great, I'm done now. Because you get to top 4 and you think, well, I've only got 2 games to go. Like, I've gone through 14 rounds already. I've only got 2 more to go. I am good enough to win this tournament. All 4 of our remaining players obviously are, and that is a goal at this point. You've got your direct invite if you didn't have it already, which we know like Ryuki, for instance, did. But now we've got 2 more games to try and get that title of champion. That's what they're going for.
Yeah, but you know what? I really want to know how Xander's feeling after still being undefeated in this tournament so far. So let's throw it straight over to Adam to hear all about it.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the big stage here at EUIC. My name is Adam Skarzik Watson, here on the stage with Xander Perot. He's having a little last minute conversation with some of his friends who are here to support him here at EUIC. What's up, y'all? Got a lot of famous faces here, certainly. A lot of people showing their support, but you're the one here on the big stage. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels pretty good. I haven't made top cut in the international championships before, and now to have top 4, get a trophy, and so I'm very excited to be here.
And you have that direct invite to Worlds. That's very exciting. And you're playing Golden Go. Where does this deck come from? I know that some people didn't think it was going to be that good. Some people thought it was absolutely the sauce for this tournament, and now you're piloting it to perfection. So what put you on Golden Go?
I mean, I knew that a lot of the decks in the format can't really deal with a 260 HP Goldengo, and also being able to one-shot basically anything on command is really powerful. Plus, the built-in draw of coin bonus is also really good. So the deck came from Isaiah Bradner and then Mustafa Toba, so then they were kind of the engineers of the deck, and then I'm just one of the lucky few who got to play it.
Big shout out to all the homies who helped you decide on this deck, build it just right, and prepare for this tournament. If there was someone who was looking to pick up Golden Go, especially after your performance here on the stream, what tips would you have for them?
I would say try to go first, and when you go second, you really want to open Arven, so you can use the Buddy Pop in an evolution. Realistically, that's why I've been winning. And then you also got to dodge all your bad matchups. So I would say learn the sequence correctly, and then obviously it's better to be lucky than good, too.
And speaking of matchups, now that you've worked your way into top 4, are you liking your chances? You've seen some of the other players that have qualified. How are you feeling about your chances to maybe take down this whole thing?
I mean, I know that there's a couple good matchups in cut, a couple bad ones, and I was just informed I'm going to play against a bad one, so hopefully I'll be able to pull it out. But in any case, happy with top 4, but hoping to go further.
Very well said. I'm rooting for you, certainly. And I guess while we've got you here, let's get some final thoughts and shout-outs before we move on to our next stage of matches.
I mean, shout out to, obviously, the testing group for being here, working on the deck. Shout out to parents, shout out to friends in Chicago, Boston, and New York. And then also to Reagan especially. I know you've been working hard in the gym, and it looks good.
Very well said. Thank you so much for those words. And thank you so much, everybody in the audience here supporting us at EUIC. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and keep things rolling.
Well, it might be better to be lucky than to be good, but I'm sorry if you make top 4 of the European International Championships. I'm saying you might be lucky, but you are most definitely good. Lovely to hear from our, Xander there, just around 14 winner, our top 8 winner.
Top 8.
Yeah, going on to top 4, 2 games away from a potential European Championship. One more round today. We're going to be showing both the top 4s, and then we're coming back tomorrow for Championship Sunday to crown our champion. We've got 4 players remaining. We're going to whittle it down to 2, and then we're all going to have a nice break and come back tomorrow nice and refreshed.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's always great to hear from Sander. I think he's probably looking a little bit better than whoever was in the gym just then, because he's the one on the stage winning, getting that direct invite, and actually pushing himself into a position to try and become an international champion. And that's, not buts. I mean, it's just incredible. I'm just still in awe of just kind of seeing Golden Go come to this tournament.
I love it.
I mean, we saw Grant Shen yesterday. We saw Henry Chow play it as well. And of course, we've now seen Xander Pro just continue to be unbeaten. And that's no mean feat in a tournament like this, I'll tell you that.
I remember when Energy Search Pro was first revealed. I was running around London, actually, going to a lovely pre-release for... it was for Stellar Crown. I was going to a Stellar Crown pre-release in London, and I'm running around and I see this new card get revealed, and I looked at it and I was like, that seems weirdly specific. Maybe Golden Go could use it? And now here we are a few months later, and Golden Go is tearing through the European International Championships. And make no mistake about it, that A-Spec has made a huge difference to Golden Go. The emergence of that card really did make such a gigantic difference to that deck being viable. Yeah. Having that one turn where you can search out like up to 7 energy most of the time just makes such a huge difference to the deck.
And it's had some popular moments where it's actually done pretty well. It generally even without that, but just having access to a card which just means I am going to have a massive make it rain attack when I want it, just through a card like Arven, just really takes it to another level. And it's great to, again, just get that little bit of insight from Sander, and whenever we spoke to Grant Shen as well yesterday, just the kind of realism about just how good that deck is, and maybe it was a bit slept on.
Absolutely. I believe we're going to be having a look at the top 8 decks from our tournament this weekend. I think we're going to have a quick look at the top 8 decks. Here we go. We can see all of those top 8 decks with the players that played them. But do remember now, we have actually locked our top 4. So we know that in the top 8, Xander Pero did take down James Cox, Ryuki Okada did beat Vinicius Fernandez, Simone Fiorito took down Daniel Magda, and Natalie Miller did defeat Roan Nielsen. So those were the 8 decks coming into top 8, 4 of them left standing.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, it was actually that top row that we made, that is our top 4. So a 1 of Golden Go, 1 Dragapult EX, 1 Archaludon EX, and 1 Cloth Terapagos. And that's an incredible sort of very diverse, very different decks that are actually in the top 4. So I'm really excited to see how those are actually going to pan out.
You still cheering for your Archaludon? Still, I should say, are you still loving your prediction of Archaludon?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's in top 4 of an international championships. I don't see your one anywhere close.
I do actually. I relate a question. Cloth Terapagos, what aspects they normally play?
Oh, it is a precious trolley.
Oh, it's a precious trolley.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll give you that one.
I'm saying I'm still in this. Just putting that out there. Absolutely still in this. I told you Precious Trolley was going to make waves this weekend.
Okay, well, I think we've done enough talking. We've seen the top 8, right? Make sure you guys at home and everyone watching on the streams do not go anywhere, because the excitement isn't done. We've just had top 8. We're getting top 4 ready right here, right now. So grab yourselves a drink. Make sure you come straight back and follow us and watch along with the top 4 that will be on shortly.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Carburetor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory, and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Garbodor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Garbodor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower, and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Garbodor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma Razorola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Colysopa GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 KO Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Challenge and Rider speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokemon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to the action, Pokemon pals, trainers, and our international competitors. Of course, we are back in London at the Pokemon International Championships for Europe 2025. My name is Amy and I'm joined by the fantastic Pablo. We are back to show you more action.
We have our top 4 match ready to go. Natalie Miller against Simone Fiorito. I think we're in for a good one here, and the tournament is dwindling down. 4 players left. Amy, I can't believe we've gotten to this point now.
I know, it honestly only feels that like a couple of moments ago we were beginning this colossal event, and now down to just a few players left. The top 4 of the Masters here in London. Wow, I'm absolutely floored. Who thought our Charladon Dialga versus Dragapult with that lovely brand new Badoo right there? I'm ready to rock and roll. How are you feeling about this one? What do we feel about this matchup?
I feel like on paper Charladon could have an advantage, right, with all that healing through Professor Turo scenario and through that scoop up Cyclone Ace pick. But I really want to shout out now, this top 4 at London EUIC 25 is, I think, both players' best achievement yet, and one of these players will go one better, Natalie. One of these Amy, sorry. One of these players will be going to Championship Sunday, and like I said, on paper, I want to favor our Charladon a little bit, but we've seen Natalie play, and she has some amazing strategies prepared, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and these two are no stranger to the championships. We have so many, top 32s, top 64, top 8s there. So many accolades for both of these players. They both know how to play exceptionally, and they have been doing so consistently for many years.
Yep, Simone getting a lot of those results. I do think this is their first top 8 and now top 4, right? So pretty amazing to do it in your home region as well.
Absolutely. I am so excited for us to begin. We've just got some mulligans going on down here, so we're getting those all sorted out, all ironed out before the beginning of our feature match. I honestly can't wait, though. This is going to be one of the games of all time, a match of titans in the TCG themselves.
And I mean, speaking of titans, we have that origin form Dialga V-Star against the Badu. Both of those pretty amazing, and I know Badu only has 30 HP, but it has been a Titan itself throughout the whole tournament. We've seen it be poisoned, deal extra damage. We've seen it preventing players from playing their key cards at the right time. So that Badu is really something to watch out for in the metagame right now. And it's probably going to be something to watch out for the next few years, Amy.
Absolutely. My word. This is honestly so tense. I can feel it in the room as we put our first set of prize cards down to begin the day. Here we go. It's time to kick off our first top 4 match.
Both players are ready. We're seeing the prize cards double Night Stretcher over on Simone's side, and Natalie rocking one Dragapult. That rescue board could prove to be a little cumbersome if it's not available to help with retreating. We've seen how clutch every energy in these Dragapults is, and these Dragapult decks are, because they play so few.
Absolutely. And the last time Simone was on stream, he won Bremen World Championships in the seniors division. A very accomplished player. We didn't see that on the accolades because that was his Masters accolades.
Oh, interesting. All right, we're getting this started. Energy attachment, probably not gonna do too much right here. Just gonna pass it back to Natalie, see what she can piece right now.
Absolutely. Not a bad start. We want Duraludons down. They will build up in no time, but no rush. We can't evolve on that first turn regardless. We can't attack. Best thing to do, attach that energy, ready to go. And over to Natalie, who will be able to launch an attack, but only with our sweet Badu.
Yep. Sweet Badu, that Ichi pollen, not so sweet, right? Preventing those items now. That would potentially slow down an Archaludon coming out from Simone, but I mean, that hammer in does 30 damage. Quite coincidentally, just enough to knock out that Badu and prevent it from using Ichi pollen for multiple turns in a row.
Yeah, that really could be troublesome. I don't know with Archaludon how much of a difference it makes after we've got set up, though. And as long as we have those items in hand early, it might be okay.
Yeah.
But only if the Badu comes out now will that be relevant. Otherwise, doesn't matter. Badu, if we lock from now, we could have a little bit of a struggle. Duraludon not known for kind of too much draw when two Professor's Research are absolutely trapped in the prize cards.
Yeah, and I mean, Natalie did have the option to go find that Badu of that Body Puffin, but we see it's nowhere to be found. And I think it makes sense that there's just like no need, right? It's a very easily taken down Pokemon, only 30 HP. Don't want to give up that free prize card just yet. And with no energy in the discard pile, that could allow Natalie to take one more turn before her Pokemon start going down.
Absolutely, very much could differ there. But I like this setup so far from Natalie. Just going for that instant charge to grab more cards after a really heavy Dreepy board. All of the Dreepies are out. All of the friends have gathered to make sure that Natalie has the strongest start against Simone here.
Now, did preemptively play that land, so is holding two Dracloaks in hand. If Simone can do something about that with an Iono, that could make it a little bit difficult for Natalie to even get set up this game. And with Archaludon having that tanky 300 HP, having the possibility to heal any attacks that happen from that Dragapult, this could be a little difficult, but it might come down to how do either player stabilize.
Absolutely. Okay. The Luminion coming down is nice, but which supporter are we taking? It's going to be the research, so we're going to be really limited on those in the future, with this being the final Professor's research.
That Luminion is also a potential liability, right? It has that low HP of 170, perfect for a Phantom Dive. So, I mean, it can be picked up at a different point with Professor Turo, but then that means that card will not be utilized for an Archaludon itself now. No energy hitting the discard pile, I don't think, so we might not see an Archaludon here. Depends on what we get. Oh, there is an energy, my bad.
I saw a Dialga, but I don't think we have an Archaludon yet. Okay, we can, yep, invest away 1 energy. That's going to help us assemble that alloy when our Archaludon eventually does get played. I love the energy. These are these are the energies from the Terrapagos Premium Collection. You only get 1 of each per Premium Collection, so quite impressive to have managed to gather this many.
Now that concealed cards, pretty clutch here, will be the only way to get extra cards and find that Archaludon to take down this 3P. One of the main reasons why Natalie chose not to go for that Badoo, and it's gonna be pretty clutch here. There's the concealed cards. Can we get the Archaludon off the top?
We need to get going, really. We need to be able to get started. We did! It was the final card of that concealed cards. We can evolve and activate that fantastic Assemble Alloy ability to bring Archaludon into a very prominent attacking position with Metal Defender for 220 damage, which very comfortably KOs this Dreepy.
And this is part of the reason why this deck is so good, right? You don't need a lot to just really get going with a super powerful Pokemon dealing a very high amount of damage. And because it has a self-sustaining ability, you can just heal it and reuse it over and over with those Professor Turos. So Natalie already against the ropes, and this is just getting started.
Absolutely. The battle has just begun, but Natalie's going in once again with that really fantastic draw engine, a Recon Directive. You can look at the top 2 cards of your deck, but 1 to the bottom of the deck and 1 in your hand, letting you cherry pick exactly what you'd like now and what you'd like later. And then depending on which other cards you sequence, you can either kind of choose to play something that will allow you to shuffle the deck, or leave those cards at the bottom so that they're there for later on when we don't quite need something yet.
Yeah, those interactions with the bottom of the deck ever since we've had Marnie or Iono and now the Recon Directive from Dracloak have been very important to consider with your sequencing. Getting those decisions right or getting them wrong can be game ending. So we're gonna see that shuffle. Natalie found enough resources. I think we're about to see a Dragapult response to this Archaludon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't dislike that. It can be a fantastic way to continue to even up that price trade and just stay on top of what your opponent is attempting to achieve. However, my concern here would be the damage that we're dealing. 200 damage is not enough to knock out an Archaludon, and Relicanth looms in the deck.
Yep, Relicanth can allow you to utilize that Raging Hammer attack, dishing potentially 280 damage. Now, I'm not seeing any black belt, that new supporter that could have allowed you to combine that with the Relicanth and deal 320 damage exactly, which would have been fantastic. So gonna be safe from that, but the damage counter placement here has to be immaculate from Natalie to make sure that in the future turns, she's putting all these Pokemon in range.
Absolutely, and that's the nice thing about this, is that Natalie can place some damage and then mop up later, and we can only Turo 1 Pokemon a turn, right? So we can only really kind of use that that fantastic supporter once. We do have a scoop up Cyclone, so there is potential for 2 in 1 turn, but that's kind of our max. So if Natalie spreads this damage around, then it could be havoc. Going in for the Greninja concealed cards, just for that consistent card draw, which has been so helpful throughout this entire format.
Now, Tour is not a perfect healing card, right? Because Assemble Idol only gets 2 energy from the discard pile, not 3. So every Turo needs to be combined with either a Night Stretcher or an energy attachment itself to make sure that you can continue to attack. It doesn't help if you heal if you're not able to continue to apply any pressure. Now, we do see that Professor Turo getting played immediately. I have to wonder which Duraludon will be the one to get evolved right here.
I reckon the one without any damage on, but I could be wrong because I suppose we do want to Turo as much damage away as possible, and 60 isn't really too much of a problem. So yeah, I still like this. Either one kind of does work in this scenario, but I like kind of knowing that 240 is still too much of a stretch for Dragapult on its own. I think looking down at that Duskull is the only thing that I was a little bit afraid of.
Yeah, it's the only way Natalie can piece out a knockout, but then by doing 220 damage to this Dragapult right now, if you end up using Curse Blast from Dusclops, you're essentially trading 3 prizes for 2, and that's never a good price trade-off, especially when you're falling behind already.
So very true, but we've gone for the Metal Defender, 220 damage to this Dragapult EX, and over to Natalie's turn. How will she respond to this fearsome attack and explosive start?
Now we do see that counter catcher, Natalie trying to even up the price trade a little bit. Probably gonna see 4 damage counters over here, which will be setting up that Archaludon pretty nicely for a follow-up Phantom Dive. Now, the key cards we need to see from Natalie eventually have to be that Dragapult, have to be that extra Psychic Energy, because there is no Crispin in this list.
I absolutely love this play from Natalie. Really carefully placing those damage counters to make sure that A, Relicanth isn't going to be too much of a problem, but B, making sure that they're getting meaningful knockouts. She is playing this so beautifully. And again, using those Recon Directive abilities just to cherry pick exactly what she wants in her hand to make these combos work for her.
Now, knocking out this Duraludon also removes the option of Dialga V-Star being put into play and using Star Chronos immediately, right? If it has no energy attached, you need to use 2 Assemble Alloys onto it, plus your attachment for turn, but you cannot do that with a single Duraludon in play. So very well planned by Natalie.
Absolutely. Clearly has tested this matchup a lot, respects Archaludon as a threat, and has, teched accordingly, and knows exactly the lines of play and exactly the right math to make this out alive. So here we go, Simone's turn now, and yeah, I mean, if I'm Simone, I'm probably wanting to Turo this Archaludon, but then we've got the kind of backup problem of trying to set up a potential Dialga turn, and the timing of that has to be perfect. What are we thinking next? What's up next for this Titanium deck?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, Simone really wants to have another Duraludon to potentially open up the Star Chronos from that Dialga V-Star next turn, but he's committed the bench space to that Fezandipity. I think his best case scenario would likely be play the Iono that he has right now, draw 5 fresh new cards, draw 3 more with Fezandipity, and perhaps 2 more with concealed cards, and hope that those 10 cards have your Super Scoop Up Cyclone, your Scoop Up Cyclone, sorry, not Super Scoop Up Cyclone, in order to heal the Duraludon, attack with a fresh one, and be able to prevent knockouts. Or attack with Dialga, that also works.
Oh, okay. I love that. Okay, yep, going for the INO. Natalie has been using those Recon Directive Dracloak to cherry pick a hand, and now she's been forced to put it to the bottom of her deck, while Simone's also been just keeping up that momentum of their own and drawing plenty of cards. So let's see if they got anything they need, because I think you're right, that Scoop Up Cyclone would be so nice very soon.
Turns out it's at the very bottom of the deck, so it's going to come down to the Hero Greninja in order to find that beautiful pink card. Those pink cards are so clutch.
Absolutely. That's why we're only allowed one in the deck, right? They are so powerful that we must be held back from using them. They are too much.
And two cards, no Scoop Up Cyclone found. The Jamming Tower can be pretty good.
Oh, I love that.
The Sparkling Crystal is gonna get discarded anyways, but this does prevent any Forest Seal Stone from being attached to either of these Pokemon. Well, it doesn't prevent it from being attached, but it just won't work at all until the Jamming Tower gets taken away.
Okay, and they took the knockout. So that Sparkling Crystal is gone, but Jamming Tower in effect is really nice right now, like you say, just to stop those Forest Seal Stones from being able to come in and cherry pick a card. So the cards that Natalie theoretically wants are now on the bottom of the deck. Forest Seal Stone cannot be used. Brilliant disruption turn from Simone there, and going into our first recon directive so Natalie can try and build that back up. What have we got in hand at the moment? Okay, we've got the Dusclops now, but not particularly... I'm not seeing the line right now for Natalie.
So we do have an Ultra Ball, can search for a Dragapult. We do have Arven, can search for the Earthen Vessel to get the energy so we can get this return KO. Both players have a potential way to win very soon, but Natalie's definitely against the ropes. Like, if she decides to use the Curse Blast this turn for some reason to take out the Greninja, for example, and have a 3-price turn, that would allow Simone to just win with a boss's orders, essentially. Although, yeah, that would allow Simone to win with a boss's orders on Luminion or Rotom. So Natalie's going to have to hold off onto a Dusknoir and hope that Simone cannot take a 2-price knockout next turn so that Natalie in turn can win the game afterwards.
Precisely, and that's why this kind of dance has to be so meticulously kept a hold of. We need to take 6 prize cards to win, and Natalie's strategy can rely sometimes on those Dusclops or Dusknoir fixing our numbers, but if that's just not an available strategy, because unfortunately it really does, we get a bit worried with that Dialga swinging around.
All right, we do find the Dragapult off the top thanks to that flip the script. The Force Seal Stone is available, just not able to be utilized. I wonder if Natalie's just gonna plop it down in case she finds it out later down the line, but that would just make whichever Pokemon Simone decides to target next turn even better for himself. So we're gonna see a return KO. Both players at 3 prize cards, but this damage counters are actually a little inconsequential. They don't really help Natalie too much in setting up a knockout for next turn or a 3 prize turn for next turn.
Absolutely. I think it's just like bringing things down. So to the 10 on that Pheasantipede to make it a clean 200. That's the most important damage for me, is that just simple 10 on the Pheasantipede, just to make it an easier KO for Natalie later on. But now she's staring down at this Origin Form Dialga V-Star, which is almost ready to rock and roll with its huge Star Chronos V-Star attack.
That Star Chronos is a couple attachments away with no Draldon. We can't get to it this turn, but Simone's play has to be the boss's orders. He has to take 2 prizes this turn. That way, that shuts down Natalie's option to use Dusknoir Curse Blast, take down the Greninja, and boss orders up any of these 2 prize Pokemon to take a 3 prize turn. So Simone really needs to find that boss play. I'm pretty sure he sees it. He's just making sure that his deck is thinner and he has the right cards to close out the game. And with 2 more attachments, if he's able to start Chronos at 1 prize card left, that would immediately end the game pretty much.
Exactly. So we'll see whether the cards are going to be in his favor and he gets all of those puzzle pieces. But like you say, the confidence feels like it's there.
He has the boss in his hand, but now he's eyeing up the Pokegear, so have to wonder what is he planning. I'm pretty sure I see a full art boss's orders right there, but with all the full arts and different arts, sometimes I do get confused.
Oh no, absolutely. I think especially when there's like Professor Turo, but then Professor Turo's scenario, and they're different cards with the same character. Sometimes it's easy to misstep there. We go for the Serendipity, flip the script since a knockout was taken by Natalie last turn to just continue that search a little bit more. And like you say, thinning out the deck a little bit, making sure that every avenue is explored.
All right, 4 energies onto the deal. And no, we're thinning, we're digging more. I don't know. We find the pink card.
Okay.
That could be useful. I guess maybe trying to find the Thornton for this turn in particular. Scoop of Cyclone takes away the damage from the Greninja, takes away the possibility to take a 3-prize turn now with the DOS clubs as well. That's pretty big. And we're going to see the boss onto either Rotom or Luminion or Serendipity. Any of those. Oh, Serendipity would be 10 away from getting knocked out. So it has to be the Rotom. There we go. Dusnomer can no longer be used. Otherwise, Natalie would immediately lose the game.
Absolutely. I think the thought was the Thornton there. Just thinking, okay, if I can Thornton, maybe the Luminion into a Duraludon, then I can start Chronos this turn. But with not quite enough dig there, we did just decide to go for the boss's orders and, of course, knock out this Rotom, which gives Natalie a very slither of an opportunity to take this back.
I frankly think this is pretty much game. I mean, Iono plus bring up this Archaludon, sorry, and start piling up the damage somewhere might be the game-winning play, but even then, eventually you knock out their Archaludon, and therefore, I don't see how Natalie could potentially take a 3-prize turn without just giving the Star Chronos.
No, you're quite right. I mean, we've got 3 prizes left. The Serendipity is in range of the Dragapult, but I'm not seeing another way out yet. But if anyone's got a plan, it'll be Natalie. Simone, of course, going down to 1 prize card, so that Dusknoir is absolutely offline. That is not happening, no chance at all. Going for the flip the script first off to enhance our chances of getting cards that we could need. Natalie's hand looking ginormous right now. Keep digging for as many resources as possible to make this happen. And of course, we have the Radiant Alakazam. Maybe that will make the difference.
All right, we have some damage manipulation, right? We have an attachment for turn, I guess. Tanking a hit. I think it's Iono and hope your opponent doesn't find a Metal Energy. I think that's our game-winning plan right there. Or an Archaludon, which also adds energy to the Dialga. There's the Iono.
There it is. Iono to 1.
Energy away from potentially winning this game for Simone. And Natalie needs to find a little bit of help here. I don't know if Counter Catcher would be enough. I couldn't tell. What was it?
Mystery, I didn't see.
Oh, gosh. All right.
No. Oh, that's going to kill me. I really want to see.
There's the V-Star. There's the Counter Catcher. I'm pretty sure that's going to bring up this Archaludon if it gets played. And I think our play right now is you use Painful Spoons, move the damage away from the Archaludon to whatever else. You hit for 200 and then... No, that's not even good. No, I honestly, I don't know what the plan is.
Maybe it is. Oh, okay. Maybe it is attack this Archaludon now for 200.
Oh, no, yeah. Yeah.
And then we can mop that up later.
Well, we can transfer the damage to the Duraludon, right?
Yeah.
And that's a 3-prize turn. You put all 6 from Phantom Dive, plus a 200 on the active, and then you're asking Simone, do you have a way to pick up or retreat this Archaludon?
If
this
not,
Super Scoop Up Cyclone was your last turn. 1 Professor Turo is down, Artisan in hand, and Palpad as the top deck. I think Natalie has done it.
I think Natalie has successfully avoided a slim defeat there by just making short of Simone's resources, and that is
there it is.
There's the fist bump. Natalie taking game 1 by storm. A comeback that could only be achieved by a Dragapult master at work.
Iono making work when you don't take a knockout. We've been saying that all weekend. You Iono take a knockout when your opponent has Serendipity, they're just gonna get 4, 5, 7 new cards the next turn. But not taking a knockout, finding the line right there. pretty amazingly done there by Natalie. Simone is so close, but seems like even though this is on paper a bad matchup, I've always said you can always overcome bad matchups. Nothing is decided on paper.
No, not at all. And even though it looked really bad for Natalie for a moment there, as far as we were concerned, that doesn't mean anything until the last card has been knocked out. Because at the end of the day, Natalie did manage to disrupt enough, and that's one of our Chaladon's main key weaknesses, is that actually it's really difficult to just keep your draw power up like that. You don't have any natural draw power. And so, although throughout the game, you know, supporters can be played and such, INO down to 1, well, unless Serendipity could be utilized, like you say, we just run out of steam.
Yeah, without Serendipity, those Ionos are way more effective. Now we're having both players set up. I think Natalie, you can tell the excitement. She's one game away from making it to the grand finals. Will she be the first Australian in the TCG Masters division to win an international championship? She's getting very close to doing so. Very close. A win in the top 4 is certainly an incredible achievement. Can she pull off another win? And oh, we're just having a look at Simone's prize cards right now, and I don't love them. Yep, the pink cards right there. Everything else there's multiple copies of. Having a boss orders at the top can be annoying, but that pink card could be crucial as we're waiting for Natalie to finish her setup after that. Well, again now, let's not discount Simone by any means. Dragapult was the most popular deck, and Simone is right here in top 4 of the International Championship, probably having gone through multiple Dragapults to get here. So if someone has the chance to beat what is right now the top Dragapult player in this tournament, it's gotta be Simone.
1000%. Absolutely. We've got so much on the table here. There is so much pressure, but if anyone can do it, Simone is going to be able to pull this out of the bag and show Dragapult that, you know, good old Bridge and God of Time combo can win over the dragons.
Now, I can't emphasize enough how much, like, Natalie's choices last game was what allowed her to win. Yeah, she didn't focus on the big, bad, powerful Archaladon that was scary and powered up, ready to go. She took down the Draldon, prevented any possible Star Chronos options, forced an Archaladon to power up the Dialga, but wasn't ready to go immediately, and then that Archaladon that was preemptively utilized to power up the Dialga ended up being Simone's downfall.
Absolutely. Here we go. There's the fist bump. The second game begins in our Masters top 4 here of European International Championships 2025 in London. Okay, Simone going first. Okay, we're starting off quite similar to last game. 2 Duraludon down so far. A nest board to search the deck and grab some more resources.
Yep, let's see what we go for. That Radiant Greninja, start getting some energy into discard pile. Obviously very crucial for this deck success. 9 total energy, only 1 priced, not the biggest deal.
No, not at all, especially when we have acceleration from the discard pile with Assemble Alloy. We're not too worried about 1 or 2 even being in the prize cards, so that's not a problem at all. But the place that we do want them is the discard pile, so that Radiant Greninja is coming out with that nest ball to help us out with that.
It's amazing how much synergy Radiant Greninja has with so many decks, right? It's been a card that's arguably one of the best cards ever printed, and it's been used in so many different decks ever since it came out. That's going to be one of the cards I really miss when rotation happens, Amy.
I think a lot of people are going to. I've posed this question a lot. Let us know in chat what card you're going to miss the most with rotation. But right now we're focusing on this Greninja because it really is tying this deck together, allowing it to very efficiently place energy into the discard pile because you get to do exactly what you want and draw 2 cards. What could be better? Going ahead and benching that Origin form, Dialga V, ready and raring to go. We want to get that Big Star Chronos turn off this time. And I believe that was a pass over to Natalie.
Now, Natalie does have access to Badu right now. We could see an Arvin for a rescue board. Get that into the active. Try to slow down Simone just a little bit. Wouldn't prevent a knockout since that Hammerin can take down the Badu, but it could limit their options next turn now. Natalie gonna go ahead and check her prize cards, make sure that what she needs is available, and if it isn't, make sure that she's not planning to use something that she might not have access to.
Absolutely, and that's key, especially at this stage of the tournament. It's been a long day, it's been a long weekend, but she's still got further to go if she can, and checking those prize cards, searching for anything that could be essential later on is really important. However, I don't know about you, Pablo, but I'm feeling okay about those prize cards. They're quite okay.
Yeah, I think the biggest deal might be the Night Stretcher. Since the Iono is at the very bottom, that's very accessible, right? The Night Stretcher can be clutch to recover that Dusknoir, to recover an energy at a crucial time, or even the Fezandipity, which we saw last game. That's like the most impactful card that's only going to be available later, but everything else you have multiple copies of. I think Natalie's going to be pretty content if she's figured out all 6 prize cards already, which I don't think anyone can figure them out this quickly.
No, not at all. I think if she has,
props to her, yeah.
Wowza, because I certainly couldn't. It would take years of training, but if anyone can, it will be one of our top 4 competitors right now. Going for the Arvin. We love this combo. Arvin for Buddy, Poffin and Forest Sealstone on the first turn with a Rotom V in the active. Classic.
Now, Natalie does have an Earthen Vessel in hand, has access to that Forest Sealstone as well. I feel like this, we want to commit an energy, of course, to a Dreepy, but we also would really like for this Rotom to survive next turn. So the only way to do it might be to just retreat into either Dreepy or the Badu. And if you're going to lose a prize card next turn, might as well make it the Badu instead of a Dreepy.
I agree. And you know what, actually, I really like that for another reason, is that we do have ways of accelerating Dragapult's energy cost with the Sparkling Crystal. So attaching and retreating with Rotom into Badu here feels nice to, you're right, not only protect the Rotom, we get an Itchy Pollen in, which hopefully will slow Simone down, but also, yeah, taking a prize card, definitely want it to be a single prize Pokemon.
Yeah, that's so key. I mean, Simone didn't win the previous game by 1 prize card, right? So if he had been able to take down a Rotom in the beginning instead of a Dreepy, maybe the outcome would have been different. So protecting those 2 prizes, super, super key. Did Natalie go for instant charge or Itchy Pollen? I didn't realize. It was okay. Yeah, so not even bothering.
Pollen, so we don't have that. We don't have that item lock in effect. Natalie decided, no, I need more cards in my hand. Possibly not having enough resources to make a meaningful turn next turn. So vying for consistency rather than irritating Itchy Pollen right now.
Now Simone's hand is very awkward. Has a boss, has a research, has a Turo, has 2 Night Stretchers, a lot of really good resources that you probably don't want to research away. Does have an Iono as well, which plays very nicely to counteract the Rotom's instant charge, but this discard of Night Stretcher and especially the Professor Turo can be problematic later down the line.
Absolutely, it could very well be. And that's why Simone's going to have to be really gentle with their resources in this game. Going for the Chaladon off the Ultra Ball, evolving it, activates Assemble Alloy. The energy is going to go onto itself in this scenario. So now we're all ready to Metal Defender up and have 220 damage being put out to a poor Badu. But an Iono first for a little bit of disruption since Natalie did go with the instant charge. I really like this.
Yeah, Simone was in a dilemma. Had the boss, could have taken that prize lead very decisively, but instead choosing the slow and steady wins the race. I can't just boss that Rotom later down the line. Better get rid of those extra cards that Natalie got, but she had 7 cards before the Iono. Now she has 6, and with her top deck, it'll be 7. So then that's where you wonder, was it really that effective? Now the cards have changed, but Natalie just had 3 random cards before. Right now she has 6 random cards.
That's true. They were quite good random cards, but obviously Simone's not to know that.
Exactly, yeah. Simone has no information on that, so that definitely factors into the decision. I feel like a lot of players end up falling into a trap of just, if my opponent has more than 6 cards, I'll play Iono. But you do have some sort of knowledge on what they did before the turn, so you might have some information on their hand, which might deter you from actually playing the Iono.
Absolutely. Ultra Balling 2 more energy into the discard pile, exactly where we want it, as we've assessed. And down goes Badu. My word. A solid hit. Badu only 30 HP. Metal Defender taking it down for the first prize card. Wow.
Badu, quite literally the smallest punching bag available right now. Didn't even bother trying to pull in away against that metal type Pokemon. Not very effective at that point in time. Now it's on Natalie to make something happen. Last time around, she immediately responded with Rare Candy, Dragapult, and that Sparkling Crystal. 200 damage with a Phantom Dive. Can she do it again this time around, though?
We're going to have to thin the deck a little bit to see if we can achieve that. So I like the Pheasantipity ready to flip the script and see if we can absolutely do that with Natalie's hand, because it's not looking ideal right now from what I saw. Going for the Buddy Puffin, get 1 more card out of the deck, another Pokemon, a couple of Pokemon on board, I should say, another Dreepy and a Duskull. And now we're going to flip the script with a greater chance of seeing some cards that Natalie would ideally like.
Big Pheasantipity here does find the Arven, has Rare Candy already, has the energy, so she can get there. She can grab Ultra Ball and the Sparkling Crystal, but the discard's going to be quite difficult to justify here.
It really is. Oh, bless her. Yeah, that wasn't exactly everything that she would have hoped for. The Arven is great. Totally agree. Love to be able to get that Sparkling Crystal, but definitely some really tough decision making. It's been a long weekend. Is Natalie fatigued, or can she continue to battle on strong?
Tough situation to be in. I think she's going to commit to the Dragapult, but this will also leave her with nothing to follow up next turn. There's no Dracloaks in play and no Dracloaks in hand. There's nothing to do next turn really, other than, I mean, Phantom Diving again is pretty good, but what happens after, right? Your Dragapult gets 2-hit KO'd and you have no follow-up, and unless you manage to attach another energy, you're definitely not going to have another Phantom Dive, because there's no way to accelerate 2 energies onto the field in 1 turn in this list in particular.
No, I think Natalie might have wanted to have seen Lance just to start to get that recon directive engine started. So although Arven's great, we love Arven, I think Lance would have been the nicer supporter to have played on this turn, just to continue our card draw potential and give us that for the rest of the game.
It seems like the Forest Seal Stone was the tool of choice, not quite committing to the Sparkling Crystal. Therefore, we're not going to be seeing, I mean, we could commit to the Dragapult, we're just definitely not going to see a Phantom Dive. So first we're going to go for that Dracloak, see an extra card, and then figure out our next step there.
Yeah, I like this. I know it's frustrating to only get 1 Dracloak, but getting that draw engine online is essential when your opponent is disrupting quite so heavily with those Iono. Grabbing an Iono of her own, not going to be super useful right now. I think Natalie might be stuck in a bit of a corner.
Yep.
Instant charge. There we go. Straight on to Simone's turn, where he could pull forward and start to really take a dominating stance in this battle.
I think Natalie's previous turn shows the incredibly high level she's at. I think a lot of players would have fallen into a trap of just going Rare Candy, Dragapult. Sure, it's what my deck does, right? It's what I want to do. It's my main attacker. But then you leave yourself extremely vulnerable, and you're left wondering why you lost that game. Well, the reason is you had nothing to back that up. So Natalie, playing a slower game, knows she needs a much more impactful turn and follow-up turns before she can start committing to the board.
Absolutely, and that, you're right, those are just the high skill floor level plays that we see at the International Championships. Of course, Simone has decided that that hand was no good, and we've got rid of all of those cards of Professor's Research, discarding his hand to draw 7 cards. What have we got going on? We've got, okay, Iron Bundle's an interesting one, and we're going to look like we're going to activate that Hyper Blower ability, forcing Natalie to switch the active Pokemon.
And this is amazing at this point in time because quite literally everything on Natalie's bench was incredibly valuable, right? You don't want to hand a 2-price Pokemon, you don't want to hand your energy attachment, and you don't want to hand your one-of Dracloak. So Duskull is the only option, but by not having access to Dusclops or Dusknoir afterwards, then that means this Archaludon is definitely not going down.
Oh, not without a fight, that's for certain. Okay, Simone gets the first prize card, the second prize card as well there. My gosh, and that's the Scoop Up Cyclone now retrieved. So even then, we've got kind of backups and backups just coming to Simone in flurries now. As we move over to Natalie's turn, where things are looking slow and steady, but she may be able to pick up this race from here.
Yeah, now having access to Double Dracloak, having access to Pheasantipity as well. Not looking too bad. Missing pieces are the Dragapult and the Sparkling Crystal. We do have lands to guarantee one of them, but we're gonna go ahead and go for the Iono, hope to draw one of the pieces, and then we can Force Seal Stone for the other one.
Absolutely, and we've still got those recon directives. Natalie actually has a lot of card draw online here, and putting Simone down to 4 cards, maybe that's just what she needs to just take that step ahead. We're going for the Flip the Script, that's 3 more. I'm not seeing a Dragapult yet.
Don't think I saw it either.
Okay, there we go. There's the Dragapult. I believe there was an energy in hand, which we've already attached for turn.
That Dreepy.
That Dreepy was in the active, and yeah, it was hyper lowered to the bench, and it was blown away to the bench, and now it can be a Dracloak again. Going for a recon directive. Natalie secret squirreling away a card there to the bottom of the deck.
Making sure those sweat marks are gone.
Okay, nice. All right. We've got Counter Catcher and all sorts. This is a nice array of cards, but still we don't have the damage output that we really need. Natalie, of course, a pro at placing those damage counters last game, though, may still show that some clever mathematics can make this work.
Gonna commit the Force Seal Stone, go grab that Sparkling Crystal. It was the next card at the very top.
It always is. It always is, Pablo.
Right, and then I think we have a way to get that Duskull into play. Natalie's already behind 2 prize cards, but if you're gonna have to make your opponent go through 2 Dragapults, then you can afford to give up 1 more prize card, right, and still force your opponent to go through those 2 Pokemon. So does have that option. I don't think we're seeing the commitment just yet. No, we are going to see the Ultra Ball, go grab that Duskull, establish that option, right? This opens up options, and it's what Natalie needs.
Yep, absolutely. Giving yourself full flexibility for the rest of the game is essential, and also thinning the deck a little bit of a card that would be better benched now than later, so that it has the potential of evolution. So much better to get that down right now. We're going for the Counter Catcher on the Dialga V-Star to place damage there. Dialga currently having no energy. It kind of locks the energy on that Archaludon on the bench, which is fun. Like, there's a nice little play, I feel, from Natalie, making sure that the Dialga, with no energy on currently, only 3 available in discard, just wouldn't be enough right now to power it all the way up.
Another important piece of information is that 2 Professor Turos are right here in the discard pile. They have been discarded off of those researches, and therefore picking up this Archaludon and getting the energies that you mentioned into a discard pile looking quite difficult. And even if you had them, you still need 2 Archaludons to make anything significant happen. Now, we do see a stretcher for the first one.
Okay.
Can we find the combination?
Cards, here we go. That's 2 more cards. Let's see if they help.
Research, that's pretty good.
Okay. Ooh, okay, we've got 1 Archaludon in hand and an Ultra Ball. Research isn't going to help us necessarily.
It doesn't help us get there right now, but it will let us see 7 new cards. So we're going to thin that Squawk ability, evolve one of the Duraludons into Archaludon, and hope the Research gets us an energy, a way to discard the energy, and another Archaludon. It could also get us a pink card, right, which was put at the bottom off of that Iono, but now that the deck is getting shuffled, there will be the option to redraw it, and that would also help accomplish this Star Chronos.
So true, and that really could be the pivotal point of this game. That could change everything.
It certainly could. Taking down your opponent's Dragapult, putting yourself down to 2 prize cards, having the possibility of multiple threats on the board, and being 1 boss's orders away from winning. There we go.
Oh, it's all happening. The Professor's Research is played. 7 fresh cards. Are they enough?
Energy, way to discard energy, and an Archaludon. That's what we need. I see the energy. I see the Scoop Up Cyclone. So
that would do it, right? Because it would bring up the Archaludon. That would give us another Archaludon and the energy, right?
If there's an Earthen Vessel, which, yeah, I think that does it.
I think, yeah, that absolutely does it. And then we'll be able to pull off this Star Chronos shenanigan turn.
Natalie not happy seeing that energy hit the discard. Last energy available going back into the hand. So there is, like, you do need to be very careful that a late game Badu locking you out of Night Stretchers could potentially create a situation where, for example, the Greninja cannot be picked up, it cannot retreat, the Turos cannot be recovered, and Scoop Up Cyclone has already been exhausted. So I think that's a very obscure way, but if you keep your opponent's energy count available and, like, you're very aware of it, that's an option that can open up at some point.
So right you are. We Scoop Up Cycloned that Archaludon on the bench that had some damage on already, and used that to make a fresh Archaludon EX to assemble Alloy to our Origin form Dialga V-Star for that huge V-Star ability attack in Star Chronos. It does 220 damage, and then you get to take another turn, skipping one of Natalie's turns entirely.
I really wish we would see the Nespel committed into Fezandipiti instead of this Duraludon. When you have such a big lead, you're 1 boss's orders away from winning. Your opponent's at 6 prize cards. A 6 prize turn is possible, but not super likely, as we see the Star Chronos being utilized, and Simone gets another turn.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Everything was peaceful until Star Chronos attacked.
Now that's the 9th energy hitting the discard pile, so the option just opened up for Natalie if she knows that Simone plays 9 energy, but the standard has been 10, so there is a possibility that Natalie doesn't go for it just because she doesn't know the exact energy count of her opponent's deck. But Badu locking down this Greninja would at least give her 13 turns. Well, I guess you can evolve. No, you can't attach the energy to the Greninja with Metal Alloy.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, Assemble Alloy only works on Metal Pokemon, so that wouldn't be very effective in this instance.
I was going to say, Simone possibly trying to get ready just in case that happened by recovering the last energy available, but we're going to dedicate that last Night Stretcher as well to the Fezandipiti. I wonder if Natalie even tries this strategy.
I mean, late game Badu isn't unheard of, but it's certainly unusual.
She's checking. There's 4 Night Stretchers. There's 2 Turos. There's Scoop Up Cyclone. There's Thornton as well. I think Natalie's gonna try and go for it. I mean, you might not even need Badu if there's no more Palpat, there's no more Night Stretchers, and you make the assumption that your opponent plays 9 energy.
Yeah.
Natalie's definitely checking for it, and Badu would guarantee it. But even if you don't have Badu, not a lot of lists play to Palpat, and it's not the case right now. So a single counter catcher might do it here.
This is unbelievably clever. This is next level. Knowing the different builds of deck lists
there's the counter catcher in hand. Does Natalie go for the play? I mean, given how far behind she is, I feel like you try it, and if it doesn't work, you find out your opponent has 10 energy, and then you go to game 3 with that full knowledge.
I was going to say, with one game up, that doesn't seem like a bad plan, right?
Oh my gosh, I think she's torn. She's really trying to figure out if it's worth the risk. I mean, do you have a different way to win this game? Or, I mean, she could try to just, like, bring up this Archaladon and go from there.
The cogs are turning. Natalie looks stressed, and I would.
I am stressed. I am more stressed than Natalie, I think.
Okay, here we go. The next piece. Oh, I just don't know. I like this plan.
These are the sort of things, Amy, that I'm so sure that I know I'm gonna get burned somehow. Like I keep every time I'm sure something's gonna happen or that's a surefire way to win, the other player turns it around, completely makes me look like a fool. So we're gonna try it though.
Yeah, reverse psychology this.
Right. There we have the boss onto the Archaladon and a pass. Does Simone have a way out of this situation? I think Natalie was actually counting her deck just to make sure, we're gonna get a deck count, because now we're in deck out mode. How many cards are left here? Simone does have an Iono down to 2 versus Natalie 6. I think we're heading into a deck out situation, Amy, and whoever has more cards left in their deck will be the winner. This is crazy.
Currently, that person is Natalie. And so I'm not sure Simone can make it out of this in that scenario. This feels like such a strong play from Natalie. I will be astounded if Simone comes through and makes a comeback out of this scenario, because he's just out of energy. And Natalie, very well assessing that, has gone, okay then, well, if I bring this Archaladon into the active, can you retreat it? Because if not, then you're going to run out of cards, my friend.
I mean, we just saw Simone's full deck. The answer is no. I don't think. I mean, I'm not a fan of Natalie playing down cards because of the Iono. I'm also not a fan of Simone playing down cards. I mean, both players have the exact counts of everything, so Natalie must be doing it because she's sure she can afford to. I think we're going to see Natalie move on to the finals.
Pass, draw, pass, draw, pass, draw. Pause, pass, draw, pass. I'm doing play-by-play. Draw.
I can tell, yeah.
Pass, draw, pass, draw.
I don't know.
Let's keep going! I want a draw pass counter. That's what I want right now on this stream. How many times are we going to go round in circles? I'm pretty sure Natalie had more cards total when we add up her deck and hand.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I just counted 14 cards in Natalie's deck, and oh my god, I don't know. I couldn't tell.
Do you know?
I couldn't tell.
Oh no, don't do this to me.
Draw a path. Like, they're not even bothering seeing the cards at this point in time.
I mean, there's no point. It is just, this is Natalie's win condition at this point in the game.
Yeah.
She's committing to it, and you know what? I respect it. Respect it.
If Natalie doesn't win this game, it's because of that energy. That energy could be game ending if she's one card away. I can't tell who's gonna win. It must be a 1 card difference. Like, the decks are so similar. All right.
Oh, she's counting.
6.
She fanned it. It was too quick.
Okay, Natalie definitely has more. Natalie definitely has more. Yep. Draw a pass.
Yep. Draw.
Draw a pass.
Draw.
Draw a pass.
Pass. Natalie's looking at it this time. Pass. Draw pass. Ooh,
4.
look, having a look.
And 4.
Yeah. Draw.
Yeah, it's 1 card difference.
Literally
it's
one
literally
card,
one card. This energy could have been so costly.
gosh.
Natalie, why did you do it?
So scary.
There we go.
Pass.
How's this the second deck out we are seeing today?
Draw pass.
And there we go.
Natalie progresses to our finals. What an intense match with mathematics and skill galore. 1 card.
Night Stretcher for Serendipity, ultimately costing Simone a game where he was in such a dominant position.
Wow.
Lost the Turos along the way, lost the Palpat. You have to wonder if that
Iono in the beginning, I think, would have been a better choice than the research, which was so aggressive. But Natalie finding the perfect opening. Top level play we are seeing from Natalie this weekend.
I did not expect to see Dragapult to go for a deck out win condition, but there are 3 ways to win in the Pokemon TCG, and Natalie is showing us, well, she's showing off. She's showing off the breadth of our game, and I love that so very much. Well done to Simone for getting this far with such an innovative deck. Love seeing our Chaladon climb to the top, but unfortunately it fell at this hurdle.
Now we have our replay ready of the games this round. That game 1, which started off decent for Simone, and then Natalie had the perfect response and found that perfect Iono to 1, making sure that she could make a fabulous comeback.
And that she did. It was honestly so skillful to watch her know exactly the mathematics behind this matchup. And even with that terrifying Dialga V-Star in play, Natalie just moving that damage across, like you said, Pablo, was just enough to pull the win forward.
And then game 2 started off pretty bad for Natalie. Simone perhaps tunnel visioning a little bit too much on that Star Chronos, used up too many resources, and then at the very end, that Night Stretcher to recover a Pheasantipity, and ultimately ended up costing him the round. If he had kept, I mean, it wasn't perfect, right? If he kept that Night Stretcher, he could have retreated once more, get an attack. He would have needed to combine that with a boss's orders to win the game. But if he just retreated and attacked, then Natalie had another gusting option to just do the same thing. But I can't say how many times, like, this is a win condition that is always a possibility, but finding it under pressure in top 4 at the European International Championships, what a play from Natalie.
It felt risky, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. It feels scary, it feels risky, you're not being aggressive, you're not actively progressing the game in your deck's intended fashion, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Natalie sat there and assessed, actually, this is going really, really bad. What are the other win conditions again? And pulled through. Absolutely phenomenal. Going, actually, wait a minute, you've used loads of resources. Let me have a look at those. And it was just the right thing to do, Pablo. It was masterful work. And you could see the anxiety in her.
Yeah.
You really could. You could see the nerves. You could see exactly what was going through her head. The cogs turning, going, is 9 right? Is 9 energy there?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Am I assessing this right? But it just goes to show that knowing what kind of counts typically our top decks are rocking really does matter. Studying the meta, knowing what's out there. It's one thing to be a good player, it's another to know the game back to front no matter what you're playing. You need to know what everyone else is doing.
Keeping up with trends, super clutch to achieving victory. And I mean, small history lesson, right? The one big tournament we had to reference to for this Prismatic Evolutions format was the Champions League tournament that happened in Japan back in December. Our Chaladon ended up winning that event, and that our Chaladon list, which was definitely the reference for pretty much everyone around the world, had 10 energy. So any hesitation we saw from Natalie, I'm pretty sure came from that previous knowledge of, okay, that list had 10. The trend has been that players are cutting a few corners here and there to fit extra cards like the Squawkabilly, like the Luminion, so maybe they only have 9 energy, went for it, and obviously rewarded with a Championship Sunday appearance.
And that's why you should always tune in for Pablo's Pokemon history lesson. It's very essential to getting to the finals of the Pokemon International Championships.
I mean, yeah, I always tell players, like, playing is half the game. There's a studying aspect to this game as well, where keeping up the meta trends, keeping up with, okay, this Meridian list 1 in Merida, that's probably what you're going to be facing against on average, right? So if you walk into a tournament with all of that prior knowledge accumulated in your brain, that's like walking in with round 0 already won.
Absolutely, you're so right. And also, I always say that, okay, what do you think are going to be the 3 biggest decks at the tournament? I'll ask a player that. What do you think is going to be the 3 biggest decks? Can your deck beat all of those confidently? Do you know
the strategy into those 3 decks. If you go scientifically, 3 is the magic number.
Yes.
And so we want to be making sure that you are confident into those 3. If not, make yourself confident into those 3.
Or reconsider your deck choice.
That too. Awesome cards. in the
Yeah,
deck.
yeah.
But
Yeah, or
regardless-
adjust your deck, yeah.
Absolutely. But regardless, these are the important questions we should be asking, because you're right. Playing is only half the game. There's so much more. And even then, we've spoken throughout this entire weekend about the kind of mental logistics of these events as well. Just the, the endurance that you have to have, the mental and physical fatigue this will be taking on our players, the nerves that rack up as you go through the event and do better and better and better. And will your own confidence start to waver?
I mean, speaking of nerves, we have our next top 4 match coming up very soon. We're gonna go have a quick break and we will be back with more Pokemon action very soon.
Hey, this is Spraggles. We're roaming around EUIC and we're handing out some packs. That's a pack. Well, let's go. Excuse me, for a pack, is Pikachu too yellow?
2 yellow.
Yeah, 2 yellow. Is it 2 yellow?
I think it's the right amount of yellow.
Right amount? That's a pack. Excuse me, for a pack, do we need to get rid of Squirtle already?
No.
Okay, great. Here's a pack. Thank you. Hey, how's it going? For a pack, are you winning or losing today?
I am not playing today, unfortunately.
Okay, so winning, kinda.
Kinda, yeah.
Here you go. Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, does Gen 5 have too much water?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How's it going?
Good.
What are we talking about?
The Chaos Cup.
The AOS Cup?
Chaos Cup. The VG Chaos Cup.
Amazing. Here's a pack. Huge. Hey, for a pack, where are we going?
From Germany.
From Germany? Where are we going now?
Now I want to go to my friend and we go to the prize wall.
Great. Bring a pack for him.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey guys, for a pack, what are we up to right now?
We are playing a side event of we open some booster packs and then we draft a team.
Great. Here's one more. Hey, for a pack, what's going on over here?
Right now this is the GLC event. So they're playing the Switch series, so the winner of this event will end up taking a Nintendo Switch home after they played 7 rounds and a top 8.
Amazing. What are we going to do about Rayquaza already?
I think we set the access on him. Okay. Probably a good idea.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, can we name a Pokemon we've just had enough of?
Iron Hands.
Iron Hands, easy hands down.
There you go. Enjoy it. We're out of packs, everybody. Oh, we've got more packs, everybody. We're still going. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be a dog but's not?
Should be a dog.
Yeah, but it isn't a dog yet.
I'd say Eevee. I keep it as a fox.
Yeah.
Or I think it is a fox.
It's a fox then.
It's a fox.
But it should be a dog.
Be a dog.
Huge.
Yes.
There's a pack. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, who are you on the phone with?
Oh, I'm on family in Australia.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Here's a pack, enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey guys, for a pack, what's going on?
Not much. Just wandering around.
Agreed. Take it. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be more pink?
Umbreon.
Agreed. Good call. Enjoy. Hey guys, for a pack, can you name a Pokemon that's in Pokemon Go?
Mewtwo.
I believe it. Here you go. How about a Pokemon in Unite?
Meowscarator.
That's right. Huge. Enjoy. Excuse me, for a pack, are we fed up with Arcanine?
Yeah?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Hey, for a pack, is everything going as planned?
Everything's going wonderful, thank you. Yeah, the kids are having a blast time.
The kids are having a great time? What's your favorite Pokemon?
What's my favorite Pokemon there? I'm gonna have to say. I'm gonna have to say between Fluttermane and Rotom.
Amazing. Here you go. And for my last pack, what's wrong with Fluttermane?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Probably nothing, right? Enjoy.
Fluttermane's a great Pokemon.
Okay, Fluttermane's a great Pokemon. And now we're out of packs. Goodbye.
Come on in, trainers. Come on in. Gather around the prize wall. No pushing at the back. Yeah, that's it. Nice and orderly, trainers. The prize wall. I'm here with Mishka, who works at our beautiful prize wall here. Mishka, I'm Charlie. Tell us, what's going on here?
So, when you want to go to the prize wall, first what you do is playing the side events. For the side events, you're getting the tickets and then you can exchange them here for the prizing. We have many special stuff. We have plushies. We have a huge plushies. For example, this Slowpoke is amazing. Then we have beautiful pins. We have boosters, of course, playmats, bottles. We have so many stuff you can exchange for the tickets. So yeah, and then it's us. You can talk to us.
Friendly help as well, trainers. So, in terms of how our trainers build up the points they need to exchange them for prizes here, how does that work?
Well, as I said, you do the side events. For example, pick a pack. It's very nice, very fast how you can get the points. And actually, they're so much fun. You have side events for VG, for TCG, for Pokemon Go. So anything you like, you can, play, have fun. And then, I don't know, we have mostly everything, anything for the points you get. So.
Come and exchange, yeah. Can you tell us more about the VG side events?
Not quite sure, to be honest, but I think you have your team, Pokemon team, and you are battling each other. And of course, you win the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in previous years, I've experienced things like a Chaos Cup, where you have predetermined teams that have a certain theme, or maybe they're all one particular type, and you have to go up against another one particular type of team, and you can gather with friends. There are on-demand events as well, all sorts of ways for trainers to test their battling prowess, and slightly more relaxed side events too. So, Mishka, I've got to ask you, if you were exchanging prizes here, let's say you had all the points in the world, what would you want?
That one, the Slowpoke or the Psyduck. Look at them, they're amazing, huge and amazing. I mean, the only problem with them, we don't know how to get them through the airport, When you're gonna get them home, they're just like big plushies, so yeah.
But if the big plushies aren't so much your thing, you've got the mini ones here as well, and you've got trading cards, socks down there too. There's so much going on here. You look, there's some clothing there as well. You've got some caps, backpacks too. I love those with the Eevee and Pikachu with their backs turned.
And the Chittipub and Gengar one, they're plushy, they're very soft, so they're very nice.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Mishka. Just some of the action available live here at the European International Championships. Now, trainers, we'll be back with the action very shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lovely view over London. We are inside in London in the Excel Centre, and we have got one more game of Pokemon for you today. We have got our second top 4 game between Ryuki Okada and Xander Pero to decide who is going to face Natalie Miller in the final of the European International Championships 2025. And for this final game today, I'm Ross Gilbert, joined by the lovely Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, incredible. I mean, we get to cast over one of the players who have been undefeated throughout this tournament once again in Xander Pero, but he is up against a European regional champion in Ryuki, and it's just incredible to see him once again at this very sort of stage on these types of streams, demonstrating what a phenomenal player he is.
I mean, if you can win the European International Championships and one of the European regionals so far, that makes you probably the best player in Europe, despite actually living in Japan. So we start with Ryuki here, Dortmund regional champion this season, top 32 in Perth over in Australia. Ryuki is in fact very well travelled, but then we got those 2 top 16s in Fukuoka and Kyoto over in Japan at those Champions Leagues that are, I mean, nowadays are like 5,000 people. That is absurdly large. Ryuki, phenomenal success in Japan and over here and in Australia, where we've got different formats.
Yep.
But Xander, no slouch.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already had one of those fantastic top 4 placements at the World Championships, as we saw in his 2017 Anaheim performance. He's wanting to go back there, especially with this direct invite, and try and, eclipse that finish, of course. Just 2 steps away from actually becoming a world champion there. But he has been a champion before in 2018, back two-time regional champion in the North America circuit, and most recently was able to grab a top 16 finish as well in the Louisville Regional Championships. But here is this event and this sort of placement right now, this performance that he's had during this tournament eclipses his current performances so far in the 2025 season, and he's looking to try and go that one step further.
And I do think a lot of people thought that Dragapult was going to make the final, but our second top four being between Golden Go and Clorth, I'm not entirely sure everybody at home saw this coming. Of course, we saw Xander in a top 8 game just a couple of hours ago, taking down that Dragapult in a very fun series. This might be a slightly tougher challenge here, though. A lot of people think that Clorth is a slightly more tricky matchup, to put it bluntly, for the Golden Go. So, going to be interesting to see how this works out.
I mean, Sander was the one himself who said it in his interview with Skarsig.
He did
just
indeed.
After that top 8 match that we saw him pilot the deck to perfection with those massive knockouts on James Scott's Dragapult EX. But here he's got a different kettle of fish that he will need to try and overcome. Plenty of single prizes there to really have to battle through as well. But then he's got a massive amount of other Pokemon which could potentially stretch and overreach that 260 HP of that Golden Go EX. But
that is the thing. Golden Go with 260 HP. We've seen it all weekend on the stream. It is a sneaky, annoying number for a lot of the top decks to hit. Decks like Dragapult and Gardevoir really struggle to get that 260 mark, but Ryuki Okada's Terrapagos Clorth deck absolutely can get there. It's going to take some trickery with binding Mochi and poison and things of that nature, but it is absolutely possible to do so.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we're seeing a player like Ryuki, and of course Xander as well, but a player like Ryuki who's already been a regional champion with Dragapult in a format which Dragapult hasn't been sort of, you know, the best deck in the format at all. But here he is in another sort of fantastic position, having earned also another direct invite away from the TPCI region, as it were, because of his usual hailing from Japan, of course. But just showcasing just truly how versatile of a player he is. I mean, we spoke about it on the Analyst Lounge alongside Skarsig as well, but it was just incredible. And like I said, he does have, of course, a really tough sort of opponent in Xander Perot, who will be doing his utmost to try and take down this Clorth deck.
He absolutely will. Like you said yourself, in that interview, we heard from Xander saying that it's tough. He said, I've just been told who I'm playing in top 4. It's going to be a pretty tough matchup. But this Golden Go deck, it's pretty straightforward. Like, it's Golden Go, and then you've got Monkey Dory, Iron Bundle, Raining Greninja, Fez, and Dipty. There are a few tricks you can pull off there with the Iron Bundle and its Hyper Blower ability, with Monkey Dory and its Adrenabrain ability. But largely, it's get Golden Go, smash, and let's face it, it's a lot of 2-prize Pokemon that Ryuki is going to be playing. 3 of those, you win the game.
Yeah, you're talking about get going and smash. That's pretty much exactly how that Clorth deck's going to work out as well. I mean, it's got some pretty hefty hitters in things like that Clorth, like things like that Terrapagos EX, when it's utilizing all of those combo pieces. We do see our players beginning to set up here for this Masters Top 4 match, and the prizes have been placed. One that Squawkabilly EX is currently prized on Ryuki's side, which is not ideal, especially if we need to burst into some of those very special sort of support Pokemon that often has to hit the board for Ryuki.
And Forest Hill Stone is prized, but Ryuki does actually play a second copy of it, so there will be one available. And when you've got a single-use card like that and you play 2 copies, that is a player's way of saying this is an extremely important card. I am playing 2, so even if it's prized, I've still got access to it.
Well, a lovely little fun fact before we kick things off. This was actually going to be the last round.
We're going to have the fun fact in a minute. We are kicking things off here. There is the fist bump. Ryuki is going first, and we are rolling with our second top 4 of the European International Championships 2025 in London.
Yeah, it looks like that Lumineon V, not the best starter, of course, because you only get that Lumineon Sign ability effect when you place it from your hand to your bench. But doesn't matter for the moment, but I guess leaving it in the active is not great either, but there's going to be plenty of opportunity to try and maneuver it around, of course, as this nest ball gives Ryuki an opportunity to figure out what is in those prizes.
Yeah, going to find out the Squawkabilly is gone, but the rest are available. So, there's actually two things that Ryuki can do here in this deck. We've got Terapagos, a basic Pokemon that can hit up to 220 damage for just a single energy attachment. And we've got ourselves a Clorf that does essentially 170 for a single energy attachment if it's affected by a special condition. But then we're playing around with all kinds of poison tricks, binding Mochi that does extra damage if you're poisoned. Radiant Hisuian Sneasler that does extra damage through the poison, and it really is that decision of, is it a Clorf game, or is it a Terapagos game, or is it maybe a mixture of the two? We're gonna find out, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. We're now getting the second nest ball down. It's going to get that Oranguru V as well, a card that's really been super critical in kind of working out and maneuvering into position to use that back order ability where you can search during your turn, search your deck for up to 2 Pokemon tool cards. And this is one way to search out things like that Forest Seal Stone, things like that Binding Mochi, and it's been pivotal in making this Terapagos Clorf deck work, as the double turbo energy is also attached there.
And just passing straight over to Xander. Bit of a quiet first turn, but you got your Terapagos, you got your energy, and now we go with Xander. Pokegear 3.0 looking for a supporter card. I think Professor Turo's Scenario, the only option, not what you want on your first turn of the game, but the only one that was in the top 7 cards of the deck, so that's the only one you can get. But it looks like we're having another search here with Nestball, and as we search here, quick reminder of the deck, it's all built around Gold and Go. You've got that coin bonus ability, lets you draw 1 card, but if you're in the active, you get to draw 2. You get enough of them out, and you get a bunch of cards throughout the game, and then you build up to this Make It Rain attack. You attach 1 energy to Gold and Go, and then you can discard as many energy from your hand as you like, basic, and for each one discarded, you deal 50 damage. So it's really just a case of getting those big one-hit KOs with your added consistency from coin bonus. Right now, however, it's Radiant Greninja.
Yep, just to kind of double check the prizes from Xander's side as well, knowing he's going to have to get those Gimme Ghouls down as soon as possible, really get that board established. Does have access to Cypher Maniac's code breaking as well to stack the deck or the top 2 cards of the deck, and can then easily draw into them with that concealed cards, so long as there is energy in the hand. And I presume, I'm going to assume, I should say, that with this play, he's going to be putting particular cards at the top, just like those Buddy Poffins he's been preparing at the front of the deck.
Looks like it's going to be a double Buddy Poffin to fill up his bench with all of the basic Pokemon that he wants. Of course, you search it with Cypher Maniac's code breaking, you put them to the top, you then discard a card from your hand, you draw 2 cards. Oh look, it's a 2 you just stacked to the top of your deck with Cypher Maniac's code breaking, and then you have access to all of those basic Pokemon. Assuming it is the double Buddy Poffin, it's going to mean you've got access to any basic Pokemon you like.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be pretty important. It looks like that another Cypher Maniac's code breaking is there being sort of prepped as well, maybe for a future turn, of course. Yeah, is the Buddy Poffin there alongside a second supporter. Again, thinking about future turns is always important to start prepping your board state and yourself as best as possible. So Xander's just shuffling it up, hands it over to Ryuki, and it's just put those cards straight to the top, and I'm gonna grab them so long as I have an NG. And with that indication, concealed cards is activated, and 2 cards will be drawn from the deck.
Very nice indeed. Here comes the Buddy Poffin. Going to be going and grabbing a couple of basic Pokemon. Presumably at this stage, it's just a pair of Gimme Ghoul, because you need to be getting your Gold and Go rolling. There we go, 2 Gimme Ghoul from a Buddy Poffin. You get them down, ready to evolve next turn, and away we go.
One of the great things that Xander is able to do initially, of course, you're just looking at a board state of just single prizes. So if Ryuki does venture out and actually begin trying to find a way to take a knockout, it would be right now in this scenario just a single prize, which doesn't really sort of give the opportunity to maybe advance the board state as well as he would like. But it is just a pass over after the metal energy attachment to that Gimmighoul. What can Ryuki conjure up here? There is that switch card in hand, can maneuver that Oranguru into the active spot should he wish to do so as well.
Yeah, it's all about that back order ability. He's thinking about it. Here comes the switch cart. We're going to see the Oranguru going into the active, one would imagine, but no. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Here it comes. Back order, searching for any 2 Pokemon tool cards.
Yeah. So he's already eyeing up one of those Forest Seal Stones. He can get it onto that Luminion V as well and sort of keep himself a bit available to maneuver around if necessary with that Oranguru V as well. You know, he's playing plenty of cards to allow that maneuverability. The sort of I was going to say Latias EX with that fantastic ability to allow basic Pokemon to maneuver around, does attach it to the Oranguru and utilize it straight away. The Area 0 Underdesk is being played, comboing with that Terrapagos EX that's currently on a bench. And now the A-spec of choice, Ross.
It's that precious trolley that I put on my caster predictions. I love this card. Lets you search for any number of basic Pokemon, and it means that you can go all the way up here. There is an Area 0 Underdesk, and there is a Terra Pokemon. So yes, you can get the full 8 Pokemon coming in here. That is absolutely huge here. It does mean that Terrapagos will be hitting 220 if you fill your bench, but like you've said, there is a strong argument right now that we don't have the best target for an attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why Ryuki's also considering, you know, that Budew has also come down. With Latias EX hitting the bench alongside, as we are getting to show you the extra bench there as well, that Skyliner ability provides the basic Pokemon in play with no retreat cost. And I love this. With the Budew being Itchy Pollen with no energy attachments, has the Biting Mochi, and it's going to poison here. So it's an Itchy Pollen.
It's 50 damage with an Itchy Pollen. And of course, let's not forget here that with the poison as well, and with your Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, that is actually a KO with Budew while item lock-in.
And don't forget via poison, because it will take over between turns, which does mean...
during Pokemon Checkup, I think you mean.
Thank you very much, Ross. But does mean...
No Pheasantipity.
Flip the Script is not live.
Oh, we've had a lot of games this weekend. We've had a lot of Budew this weekend. I've not seen Budew take a one-hit KO on anything. It's not really supposed to. And we said there was no good target for a Terrapagos. That's true. But a Budew, a pretty good target.
Yeah, that will do indeed, as we do get the Cypher Maniacs code breaking here being utilized from Xander Perot's side of the board. What can be conjured up in this scenario? Remember, under Itchy Pollen, item lock, so unable to play any items from a hand during your turn. So this can be a bit of a tricky scenario because it's just that one Golden Go EX in the active spot right now. Can imagine he'd want to be trying to potentially limit the opportunity for a one-hit KO from Ryuki's side at some stage, because that Area 0 Underdesk does provide the additional bench space for that Terrapagos to take big one-hit KOs. But it's just a make it rain with the one energy to knock out the Budew here. And now it's over, back over to Ryuki. One prize taken each, but Xander Perot's in this really dangerous spot with a 2-prizer in the active.
Yeah, and I really kind of like this, because now you can try and take out that 2-prizer after using Oranguru's back order to go and search out any 2 tools. Ryuki does play 3 copies of Boss's Orders, so you can go out, you know, that Iron Bundle might go away, but that Greninja is not going to. So if you do want to even up your prize amount of an easier KO at some point, you absolutely can. Take out 2 Golden Go and then just take out that Radiant Greninja. That will finish up your prize map quite nicely. Here we go with an Ultra Ball for Ryuki. What are we searching for? It's our old friend Pheasantipity, because you know what? Golden Go did KO with damage.
Yeah, absolutely. So flip the script really being vital here to kind of see additional cards for Ryuki's side of the board, of course. And he's just drawn into a number of useful actual things there. Some Pokemon that could go down. There is Aluminium V as well, a second copy just to access. And there's the second Terrapagos EX providing another backup attacker. Here's the Binding Mochi being attached to one of them, of course.
Not yet, it's not. We got an Arven first, apparently.
Lots of different options here, but just to kind of remind everyone as well, because we've already seen the double turbo energy attached to the Terrapagos EX, it has that unified beatdown attack. 30 times the number of Pokemon of your Pokemon on your bench, and with the double turbo energy does reduce it by 20 as well, so maxes out at 240 minus 20, but with a Binding Mochi after being poisoned for both Pokemon can stretch to the 260. Actually, it's 210 with the poison checkup as well, but it's a nice, easy, clean KO here from a Terrapagos EX. There's the poison, fire the Brute Bonnet, and a unified beatdown. There are 7 Pokemon.
It's a perfect KO with poison. It actually does 210 right now, plus the 40 for Binding Mochi goes up to 250, but it's poison, so the poison kicks in during Pokemon checkup. Xander's questioning it, but I'm pretty sure this gets, and this is what Ryuki's explaining right now, the KO comes with poison during Pokemon checkup. Not only does a Golden Go get KO'd, but Pheasantipity still isn't active.
Yeah, incredible. And I think this is one of the really cute, unique ways that this archetype, I should say, with that sort of Cloth Terrapagos EX deck, really sort of being a real pain for your opponents because you are unable to utilize flip the script when it's so vital in so many different decks.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It is. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. It was 20 damage less than I said, but then the Radiant Hisuian Sneasel brought in the poison. So we were 20 damage each way off, but the point was, it was perfect maths with the poison taking the KO. That's what was crucial. Essentially, double turbo reduces by 20, but Radiant Hisuian Sneasel adds 2 damage counters for poison. So essentially, those two cancel each other out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess this is just, again, heads up play from Ryuki. You know, he's likely to have been in this position before. In fact, both of these players were actually due to play one another in the last round of Swiss, but was the ID to sort of make it here in this very spot. And, you know, it's coming up trumps right now because Ryuki's in a really strong position. But Xander's going to do his best to level up the series because right now he's 2 prizes behind. But if he can get a nice big knockout here on this Terrapagos EX, he will be matching the 3 prizes taken that Ryuki has done so far.
Yeah, absolutely it will. It's such an awkward position for Xander because, you know, generally speaking, with Pheasantipity running around, you're going, right, when you take a KO, I'm going to be able to come back with extra cards, and it's important because this is a very combo-heavy deck. You're expecting to have multiple Golden Go with multiple coin bonuses so that you can get a comeback. But you're now rocking with like 1 Golden Go per turn. You're not able to use Pheasantipity's flip the script, but you're still a big combo-heavy deck. I mean, right now, there is a poison, so you only actually need 4 energy to KO Terrapagos, and, funnily enough, Terrapagos would then get KO'd with, oh no, it wouldn't, it's got 230, so it wouldn't get KO'd by poison. So you do need that 5th energy for that extra 10 damage.
But what grabs those energies, those large number of energies, is that Energy Search Pro, which was grabbed via that Arven. A fantastic ace-spec that we've spoken about before, especially since we did get a chance to cast over Xander's game in top 8 as well. You know, really coming up trumps to utilize all of those energies to take massive knockouts with Make It Rain. But, you know, one of the biggest things that we've mentioned when playing Golden Go, you don't really have the opportunity to disrupt your opponent's hand, so they can just continue building the combos that they need, and that's going to be a scary thing from Xander's side. But there's not much you can do. You can only handle what's in front of you and deal with what's in front of you, and he's going to be doing just that.
Well, right now we're going to see a KO with Xander Pero going and getting a KO on that active Terrapagos. We do see superior energy retrieval, getting more energy back, getting full value, getting those 4 back. But you know, the KO isn't going to be an issue here. The KO is going to be fine. The issue is if Ryuki's got access to another double turbo energy and a binding mochi, and I'm pretty sure he searched at least a binding mochi earlier, that's going to give him just a pretty easy return KO and then have one prize card remaining.
I mean, even if he didn't and there's a knockout here, he could just go back into the Oranguru V and just search for it anyway, and then has the Skyliner ability to maneuver back out. So it's just down to see how, well, after this knockout, Ryuki can play out his hand, play out his deck, and just kind of try and retaliate in a way as Make It Rain takes a further 2 big prizes here, retaliating back on that Terrapagos EX.
So here we do see the Oranguru coming active. That amazing backorder ability only works in the active because Skyliner gives all your basics free retreat. It is the obvious one to put active. Here's what Ryuki needs. Double turbo energy, a basic Pokemon, nobody cares what it is, and a binding mochi. We do see 3 cards from the Pheasant Dipty. I'm not seeing a double turbo right now. That is a big part. Now, we are going to get a Squawkabilly with this Hisuian Heavy Ball, and honestly, you've got bench space. You don't really necessarily need another. I mean, you'd rather have something like a Terrapagos, obviously, but you do need another basic Pokemon. Bring yourself up to 7. We know the maths works perfectly with 7 and Poison and Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, but you will need a double turbo to launch an attack. You can only play 4 in your deck, and the only really good way of searching it is your V-Star Power, which has already been used.
Yeah, so it's just on Ryuki to have to also find a way to recover them as well. Does need to utilize that Night Stretcher at some point if he wanted a big, beefy Terrapagos EX attacker after this second one may go down if he utilizes it as the main attacker here, or has to start swinging away with something like the Claw, which does do a lot of damage, but not quite as easily knocking out a Golden Go EX the same way that a Terrapagos EX does with a binding mochi.
Yeah, that's, you know, as much as I love my Claw here, this matchup doesn't make much sense. We've seen that Terrapagos can get the KO very cleanly with Poison to avoid Pheasant Dipty. Claw, unfortunately, the damage output is a little bit lower. It just doesn't quite work. I assure you Claw is in here, though.
The reason why we have to highlight it, and it's why maybe he's considering it, is because, well, we've seen one binding mochi already on the Budu. We've seen one on the second Terrapagos. He only has access to 1 more. So even if it was a recovery of a third Terrapagos EX, without the binding mochi, it's not going to be the easiest to actually overstretch to the 260 HP.
So it looks like, here we go, Colress's Tenacity. I lied to you, there is another way to search it out. There is a one of Colress's Tenacity. Now, you had to go Luminion to get your one of Colress's Tenacity to search for your energy, but it's not an easy way to search for it, but it does get the job done. And now we see the Poison, and now we see everything we need. And I believe the KO here does happen with damage because of the 8 bench Pokemon. So you do 220.
You do 260 as perfect math, and actually with the Poison checkup, that's when it over KOs.
Yes.
But it is via a full-on knockout. But as I mentioned, Ross, one thing we need to keep an eye on, that is the third binding mochi now utilized. And then Ryuki would have to find a way, of course, does play Boss's Orders, I'm pretty sure as well, just to try and find an easier and simple knockout where actually plays 3 of them on something else with something like that Claw.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Because you got that early KO with the Badoo onto the Gimmighoul, I think the last prize here, don't even worry about Golden Go. Find your Boss's Orders if you can. Go after that Radiant Greninja on the bench. There's your 6th prize. You're good to go.
Yeah, and absolutely. And especially when your hand's not being disrupted. I mean, it's got a massive hand as it is, and always being able to utilize Flip the Script in comparison to Sanders' maybe first opportunity to do so here. Just means that Ryuki's in a pretty commanding position so long as that pretty big hand consists of another double turbo energy and a Boss's Orders. But Sanders gonna, at the very least, has to work his way to knock out this Terrapagos EX first. Currently doesn't have the means to do it.
It is also worth noting neither Clawth nor Terrapagos would need the extended bench to get a KO on that Radiant Greninja. So if you're going down that route, you can have your Area 0 Underdepths replaced with a Pokestop, and it's not going to be a big deal. But yeah, you're right. We need to get a Golden Go and a Metal Energy attached to attack and 5 energy in hand to discard. Now, we saw the first KO with Energy Search Pro. Well, you can't do that twice now, can you?
No, absolutely not. And he does have the Metal Energy in hand because that was something that was prepped from the previous turn's Superior Energy Retrieval. Has to eye up the Pheasantipity EX here as well, which is also very susceptible to knockout because I believe it's weak to fighting.
It is indeed.
So Clorf is just going to quite easily unhinge Scissors, is it?
Unhinge Scissors, lovely attack name.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and that's another easy sort of Pokemon that could be knocked out. But Sander does need to see 3 more cards here because it's pretty important to get that Golden Go EX going to begin with.
Yeah, you need the Golden Go, you need the KO before you do anything else. We do see a Pokestop coming down, replacing that. But what have you seen in the hand there, Alex?
There is an Ultra Ball there, so it looks like there is a way to, at the very least, get the Golden Go going. Just kind of double-checking what will be discarded here as well. It looks like that Hisuian Heavy Ball and Arven's being eyed up, and this will be, or has to be, I'm sure, that Golden Go EX.
Yeah, you've got to get a Golden Go. You can get 2 extra cards from coin bonus after drawing 3 with the Pheasantipity. I know Ryuki would probably have preferred to get a KO last turn with 1 fewer Pokemon on the bench, but unfortunately was not to be. So you had to get that KO with damage rather than poison, which turns on Flip the Script, which is less than ideal, I think is the way I would put it. So right now, it is very simple. You evolve into your Golden Go, you attach Metal Energy, you hope to have 5 energy. You lose a boss's orders, but you hit an Earthen Vessel here. If there's 2 energy in the deck, that will get you 2 energy.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of energy already hit the discard. Looks like just the 1 target available in the deck. Of course, still will have access to coin bonus as well. That is also going to be utilizing something else to search through the deck. Chooses to use another Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, and Ryuki there, you know, able to confirm that his hand will be guaranteed not to be disrupted, even though we know that there's nothing that Sander could do about that.
No, there is nothing that can be done right now. Ryuki's hand is safe. If he's got a double turbo energy and a boss's orders, he will win the game next turn, and there is nothing that Xander can do about it now. I don't know if Ryuki's got especially the double turbo energy.
Yeah, that's true.
But you will have 3 cards from Pheasantipty's Flip the Script, and you'll draw for the turn at least. So hopefully that can get you over the hump here.
Yeah, there we go. The Superior Energy Retrieval has been
There's
found,
2 in hand, actually.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we've definitely got the KO. That's 8 energy being recovered, up to at least. And you need you need 6. 1 to attach and 5 to discard.
Yeah, already has the Water Energy in hand as well. So just making sure we get those Metal Energies to be able to attack, to use Make It Rain, because it does require that Metal Energy attached, of course. And then I think, was there the Lost Vacuum as well? Maybe just trying to slow down Ryuki in some way, shape, or form. Maybe remove that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Maybe, hopefully, stopping that poison damage ticking over. And, you know, try and stop Clorf from being able to use such a heavy attack with the Unhinged Scissors.
Yeah, I mean, that's the awkward thing. You now need it. You need to get the booster for Clorf, or you need to get a Terrapagos as well. What are you chuckling at?
I mean, we've already seen, I think he's just top decked the double turbo energy as well. He might already have
There's your
one.
Luminion. Luminion will go and get boss's orders. So that means that we can go and gust up that Pheasantipity, which means we can then attach that double turbo energy. We've got an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule for your Brute Bonnet. There's the double turbo. There's the KO on the Pheasantipity, and Ryuki Okada will win game 1, just 1 game away now from the European International Championships final.
Wow, what a simple game plan that's been perfectly, like, just showcased here from a Clorf Terrapagos deck. I mean, I feel shameful for calling it a Clorf Terrapagos deck. It's a Terrapagos Clorf deck at this point, because Terrapagos is so vital and important, not only to allow your bench to be built in a way that you can utilize auto support Pokemon, but it's the main attacker here because it's taken big one-hit KOs or KOs via the poison checkup or status checkup between turns.
Well, the good news is we got to see some Clorf at the end there. It took a little while, We had to wait for the Clorf action, but Clorf did come through for the final KO. Let's have a look at the replay and see how Ryuki won. So it all started off with Badoo actually getting a one-hit KO, and you see the reaction of Xander there kind of checking those cards going, wait, come on. Badoo doesn't one-hit KO, but yes, Badoo does. Golden Go return KOs on that Badoo does not take very much, but then we see Terrapagos clean one-hit KO on the Golden Go, but with poison to get around that Pheasant Dip T. We then get a return KO on the Terrapagos from Golden Go. We're going back and forth. We KO another Golden Go with that Binding Mochi, but it's that Clorf KO on the Pheasant Dip T that gets over the line, and that's how Ryuki ends up 1 game up.
Yeah, it's great to kind of build up those combo hands there, as we do see our players just fist bumping as we're going to be kicking off Game 2 of this Masters Top 4 with Ryuki Okada currently 1 game up and going first in this matchup here as he immediately plays down the Hisuian Heavy Ball. We do have the prizes here for you, but Ryuki also gets a view as well. But look what's up there, Ross.
It's Clorf, but you need Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. You've got to get Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. We saw how important that was. Of course, being a Radiant Pokemon, you're only allowed to play a single copy in your deck, but it's such an important part of the... It's such an important part of the combo here, you had to get it. There are actually 2 Hisuian Heavy Balls in Ryuki's list, which is very unusual, but that's Ryuki's way of saying, yeah, I've got Pokemon that I really just cannot have prized, so let's go for that. Second game in a row, we also see a Forest Seal Stone prized, but again, there's 2. We're good.
Yeah, one of the interesting things here is that sort of proactive attachment of the Binding Mochi, but has to do it because he's gone for that Squawkabilly EX that is going to be able to squawk and seize during your first turn, where you may discard your hand and draw a fresh 6 new cards. It's one way for these types of very strong, powerful, one-hit KOing type archetypes to really burst into the game. And it's just such a cool ability to allow you to just, again, begin setting up, begin building up your board state, and, you know, playing the Binding Mochi is no real mean feat as long as you didn't have to discard a second one, and it's just a pass over to Sander.
I mean, that's not too bad. You're not doing any evolving with Ryuki's deck here, so it's really just, hey, let's start setting up, and we will go from there. So, we've got ourselves Xander, starting with Pheasant Dip T, not ideal, because as we saw in the last game, Ryuki's actually pretty good here at taking KOs while avoiding activating Flip the Script. Very important to note, it only activates if a Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, poison KOs during Pokemon checkup, and we see another Hisuian Heavy Ball here, this time from Xander. 2 Superior Energy Retrieval in the prizes. You play 4 because it's such a huge card. 2 in the prizes, not great.
No, one of those great things about playing Hisuian Heavy Ball is both our players don't have to spend time searching and figuring out what is actually prized. So we're going to get a quicker game into sort of those middle turns throughout this back and forth of this Golden Go EX versus Terrapagos Clorf matchup, as we do have the Ultra Ball discarding that Power Pad and Iron Bundle here for that ever so important Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, that Radiant Greninja, we see it in so many different decks, being able to use concealed cards to discard an energy card from your hand and draw 2. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, Ryuki's playing Radiant Hisuian Sneasler because he really needs the extra poison, but this is the most played Radiant Pokemon, the default for so many decks. We'd see a couple of extra cards here, and it's a Buddy Poffin. I wonder if we're going to see a pair of Gimmighoul coming out. The answer is yes, because they're the only actually valid targets in the entire deck.
Yeah, it's a very sort of simplistic deck in terms of Pokemon. As we've already mentioned before, 4/4 Gimmighoul, Golden Go EX, 1 Radiant Greninja, 1 Iron Bundle, 1 Monkey Dory, 1 Pheasant Dip T. So, you know, 2/3 of your deck is actually your main sort of basic Pokemon and stage 1s as your main attackers, and then the other 4 just sort of support Pokemon that you utilize when you need to do so. Unfortunately for Xander, and maybe obviously he won't know that Clorf is currently prized, but that Pheasant Dip T is currently stuck in the active position when usually you just want to have a single prize of theirs, particularly in this position here, and maybe try and get a TM Evolution up going.
Yeah, that is where we're going to be looking for. There is only one Cloth in the deck, and like you said, it is in the prizes. We'll find it later. For now, there's a Gimmighoul coming into the active after the retreat from Pheasant Dipty, or maybe not.
He's only got two options. There's either a Gimmighoul or that Radiant Greninja, and it's the Gimmighoul he's proceeded with, and a pass back over. So over to Ryuki. He's going to be looking for a way just to muster up a decent attack. Maybe try and utilize that Badu again, Itchy Pollen, to try and take a simple knockout if he wanted to do so, and then limit that Pheasant Dipty from really doing anything.
Yeah, that could be it, but bear in mind, you counted the Binding Mochi last game. Well, there's one in the prizes, there's one attached to Terrapagos. That makes this the third and final Binding Mochi in the deck, so there are no more available after this one. Even with Oranguru using back order to search them out, it's not happening. There is the switch card into Badu. There is the Binding Mochi. We've got the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule on the Brute Bonnet. That means that we are doing 50 damage. And then the poison kicks in, 30 damage. You only actually need 20 of it. We get a KO with poison during Pokemon checkup, and that means that Ryuki, in a startlingly similar fashion to game one, takes the first KO and doesn't activate Pheasant Dipty's Flip the Script.
And don't ever forget the real reason why Itchy Pollen's one of the most annoying things that can happen to you on your turn. You can no longer play item cards from your hand. And what is the majority of this deck, Ross? It's those item cards.
Yeah, when you see a deck playing Pokestop as its stadium of choice, which searches out items, it's basically going, yeah, I'm an item-heavy deck, was it to you? And we know we've talked about the fact that Golden Go can weather Badu better than a lot of decks, and that is true. But it still turns off a big portion of your deck. It's still super annoying. Here comes Cypher Maniac's Code-Breaking. Same thing we saw a lot in Game 1. Put your favorite two cards at the top of your deck, and then if you want to draw them, it's going to have to be with concealed cards this time.
Yeah, I think it looked like it had to coin bonus into this Cypher Maniac's Code-Breaking here. Still needs a Metal Energy attachment. Still needs another energy to actually, you know, deal the 50 damage attack to take the knockout on this Badu here, and we'll need to have another energy in hand, a different type, of course, to utilize that concealed cards and actually get it leveled once again for prizes taken. And it's going to be, I guess the good thing is, there is only one more Binding Mochi currently, or that we know of anyway, from Ryuki's side of the board, until Ryuki potentially takes that Binding Mochi as a prize.
Yeah, that is where we are in Binding Mochi Watch, which is a very important watch to undertake right now. So, it seems like we're just passing over. There's no KO. Oh, that's lovely. Badu will get KO'd by poison at the end of the turn, but actually doesn't. It could just retreat. It's got free retreat, so it can get out the active if it needs to. And we could see a KO here with Terrapagos onto Golden Go. If Ryuki goes up by 3 prizes, that would be very difficult for Xander. We need a lot here. But it looks like we've got it's a Getsis onto Pheasant Dipty here. But we won't see a Cloth. Oh, we will. Cloth's out the prizes.
Yeah, it was taken from that one prize, but Ryuki's quite happy just to slow down the game and use Itchy Pollen one more time for a good amount of damage there, because the poison as well does have to take a knockout on his turn, because, I say again, on the status checkup between turns because of the poison from that Brute Bonnet. But now Xander Pro is once again locked out of items and would need 2 energy attachments in a turn to actually launch an attack with that Pheasant Dipty currently stuck in the active.
And that's what Ryuki's seeing. He's like, well, you can attach an energy to retreat Pheasant Dipty, but if you do that, you cannot then also attach an energy to Golden Go to attack, and we've just seen that happen. So basically, there's a Pheasant Dipty there with 130 damage remaining, and oh yeah, now you can't attack, so I can still attack your Golden Go next turn if I want to.
Yeah, there you go. Just kind of promoting the Golden Go and getting a coin bonus going. Radiant Greninja supporting that as well with some concealed cards as we see further cards hit into Xander's side. And it's just a pass over as expected. Now Ryuki, just an opportunity here. Does top deck the Forest Sealstone maybe there. Unless I missaw that, but has Forest Sealstone in hand.
He did top deck Forest Sealstone, but the problem is you've got Oranguru in the active, so you can search it out. So you'd kind of want to top deck anything other than a tool.
Yeah, that's very true.
You could have just searched it out on your own. We do see a Chorus's Tenacity coming down here, and that is going to get you a double turbo energy and an Area 0 Underdepths, because that's what you need here. You need double turbo, Area 0 Underdepths. You do still need 2 more basic Pokemon in order to make this work, but we've got your Forest Seal Stone. So you can search out at least one of them, and honestly, you kind of want Latias to be one of them, so you can get that free retreat for all of your Pokemon.
Yeah, and you still, there's still other cards in that hand. There's that Cloth, as we mentioned, that came out of the prizes. It looks like there was a second Terrapagos EX also waiting in the wings as well.
Did I see a Switch card in hand? Yes, I did. So actually, I think we've got everything we need ready to go.
That might be the deck that was at the top there. I don't know if the hand had one.
Tammy's got one in the hand as well. Yes, there is one in the hand. I'm not going silly. There is one in the hand as well. So actually got everything he needs here to get the KO already. So now it's kind of like, what do I need for the future? Oh, how about our old friend Precious Trolley?
What's he going to grab here, Ross? I presume that Latias EX is going to be coming down at some point, because then who even needs the Switch card at this point? Down comes the Area 0 Underdepths, unlocking that bench from 5 to 8, so long as you have a Terra Pokemon in play. That Pheasantipity coming down now as well to protect future turns, only deciding to go for the 2 and not fully filling the bench the same way we saw in Game 1.
Because if you fill the bench, you KO with damage. If you get 7 on the bench, you KO with poison and don't activate Pheasantipity. So Ryuki, we know, is willing to put an 8th bench Pokemon down, but it's an only if I really need it. We have everything we need here, though. Free retreat the Oranguru using Latias. We've got the double turbo. We've got the 7 bench Pokemon. We've got the Radiant Simian Sneasel. We've got the Brute Bonnet to poison both the active Pokemon. And there we see the KO once again, crucially coming through during Pokemon checkup with poison, so that Pheasantipity will not draw an extra free card. Ryuki is up 3 prizes to 1 and is in a very commanding position right now.
What's even more important as well, with that Binding Mochi, the 3rd one of Ryuki's deck, at the bottom of those prizes there, it has been picked up by taking the 2 prize knockout on that Golden Go EX. So we're back in a very similar position to what Sander found himself in from the first game. So now it's just trying to figure out, is there anything that can be done? You're going to have to take the knockout here, remove the double turbo energy, remove that Binding Mochi Terrapagos EX, maybe find a way to remove the stadium to try and limit the opportunity for Ryuki to find more combo pieces, more Pokemon on the bench to deal a retaliation KO. We're just going back and forth here, but it's far easier for Ryuki to do so than what Sander has available to himself.
There is an option for Ryuki to finish out this game without ever using Area 0 Underdepths again, just KOing the Radiant, Greninja, and the Pheasantipity on the bench. He does have 2 bosses' orders ready to go. That is still an option. So the problem here is Xander's deck is made to go toe-to-toe and trade prizes. It's not really made to try and disrupt or slow you down, but you're behind on prizes, and the problem is that if Ryuki just keeps drawing double turbo and everything else he needs, he's going to win this game. The biggest issue is going to be double turbo, and having used your V-Star power and having used your only Chorus's Tenacity, maybe there's a chance he could whiff the double turbo in a future turn.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you have to play to every single one of your outs, right, Ross? I mean, despite all of the board state that Ryuki's been building, and obviously has the Pheasantipity down as well, because the only way to really take a big knockout is actually make it rain for a lot of damage, as an Energy Search Pro is currently played down, and we're going to see another raft of energies come out of the deck. 5 of them of the choice right now, simply because that's all that's left. And then we'll see, and that would be enough so long as there's another energy to attach to the Golden Go to actually deal the damage itself.
Well, we've got a medal from those 5. We will need 1 more energy, because currently you're doing 200 damage. Poison will put Terrapagos down to 10 HP remaining, but will not actually get the KO. But yeah, there's at least a lightning in hand. We can see they're at the start. So we are good. We are going to get the KO on the Terrapagos here. And then Ryuki is going to have a bit of work to do. Going to need a Terrapagos, going to need a Binding Mochi, going to need a double turbo, and going to need... Oh, no, that'll do, actually.
Yeah, and in hand, he already has 2 of those pieces. And without any disruption, that's the only worrying thing that Sander has to deal with. He knows there's going to be sort of a retaliation KO here, as Sander also pitches away 2 further energies with that Ultra Ball, prepping that third Golden Go EX for one more last dance in reality, to try and make it rain, make himself in a position where Ryuki can't take a big, simple last 3 prizes.
Yeah, that is what Xander needs to try and do, make it as difficult for Ryuki as possible. So here we see Pokegear 3.0 coming down. We got Cypher Maniac's code breaking. We've got an Arven. Those are the 2 choices. I imagine it's Cypher Maniac's code breaking. We've seen how phenomenal that is in this deck. And haven't seen a support to be used this turn, so absolutely could use that to stack 2 cards on the top of the deck and then not draw them because you've used all your draw power this turn.
Yeah, that would be the only quite annoying thing from Sander's perspective.
Oh, we have a Golden Go in hand though, don't we? So you could draw one of them.
I believe that was just benched.
Oh, was that just benched? In that case, no, you're not drawing any of them. You're setting up for the future turns.
Yeah, so he's just eyeing up that lost vacuum. Again, you know, it's key to just kind of remove all of those kind of support combo pieces. You know, it's things like that Area 0 under depths, like that Ancient Energy booster capsule, and so on.
And that is exactly what he's put at the top of the deck. Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and Pokestop to get rid of the Area 0 Underdepths. They are the 2 cards he stacked to the top with Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Yeah, I just had a quick glimpse of Ryuki's hand as well. There is another stadium in there, you know, does play 3 copies of it, so it can be quite annoying to deal with, as Sander's just working out the 5 energies to discard to make it rain and take the knockout here on this Terapagos EX after suffering a knockout to his previous Golden Go.
And very important to note, Terapagos was the last Terra Pokemon on Ryuki's board, and Area 0 Underdepths only gives you 8 bench Pokemon if you have a Terra Pokemon in play. That means that Ryuki had to go down to 4 bench Pokemon, but right away here, we benched the Terapagos, and now we have reactivated the extra bench from Area 0. We've got the double turbo. We've got the binding Mochi. We don't have enough bench Pokemon, but we do now with Clorf and Brute Bonnet. That's it. Ryuki's just put down everything he needs to KO this Golden Go. And here we see, oh, I know you're going to have a Lost Vacuum. I mean, we didn't see it, but we know. You know, Ryuki knows he searched for it. So I'm going to go and get myself an, Ancient Booster Energy Capsule ready to reattach next turn. Basically guessing what Xander got with the Cypher Maniac's code breaking and preempting it and actually already attaching it to that second Brute Bonnet and actually using a supporter card we don't see very much. Carmine, you discard your hand and draw 5, but you can do it on your first turn going first.
Yeah, again, just wanting to see more important cards. Needs to find some more double turbo energies, because obviously going to be eventually promoting this Terapagos EX to the active spot to take a massive knockout on this Golden Go right now. Right now, able to do it, I believe, with the poison, as we've been working out as well. Can bench another one. This time would be via the actual damage output with the binding Mochi, because it will hit 260 very cleanly with that unified beatdown and binding Mochi poison combo. And here's some more Flip the Script after my Carmine as well.
Yeah, an extra 3 cards is never too bad. Ryuki can stop Xander using Flip the Script. Xander cannot do the same thing to Ryuki. It seems frankly a little bit unfair, but now we see the same combo we've seen all along. Terapagos does 190, but then you got the plus 44 binding Mochi, puts it up to 230, and then it's 10 poison plus 2 damage counters from the Radiant Hisuian Sneeze that is 30 damage, which takes you up to 260. The perfect number for a KO through poison. No, I lied to you.
No,
there's 8 bench Pokemon
yeah,
now.
He benched the Petron.
Oh. Well, at least Xander can flip the script now then, can he?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you draw some cards. You're not able to disrupt my hand, so yeah, you have fun with it. Anyway, moving back to Sander, Ryuki is down to 1 prize remaining. Sander still has 3 to go, so we'll have to take the massive knockout on this Terapagos EX here and hope, just hope, that there's no boss's orders, another double turbo energy in Ryuki's hand to be able to gust up and bring up one of those weaker Pokemon in effect and take the final prize. What can Sander here conjure up? Use this Flip the Script, which is available now. Can this script be rewritten in this game too?
That is what he's going to be having a go at. That's what he's going to be trying to do here. As it stands at the moment, Xander is just trying to get this return KO. We've got the Golden Go evolving the active. That's the first part of the puzzle. We can see there is a metal energy in hand that you can attach to attack. That is the second part of the puzzle. And the third and final part of the puzzle is having 5 energy to discard from your hand, deal 250 damage with Make It Rain, and then that will be the KO. The problem Xander's got is it's not really about him anymore. It is about Ryuki. If he gets a double turbo energy for Clorf and a boss's orders, that is going to be the game. If he gets a Terrapagos and a double colorless energy and a binding Mochi, but I don't think there's one left, is there, binding Mochi? No. So it will actually be Clorf and boss's orders. That is the goal here. Double turbo, boss's orders, win the game. And it doesn't even matter if Area 01 Dedets gets replaced. Clorf doesn't care.
Very, very true here. And, you know, Ryuki's kind of set up his board in a way that hopefully it doesn't get impacted the way that Xander has prepared that Lost Vacuum and Pokestop, you know, to it, as he does remove the binding Mochi here as a choice of that Lost Vacuum. So now that Terrapagos does max out at only, I guess, with the 8 Pokemon, 220, plus the poison ticker with that Hisuian Sneasler.
250. 10 damage, sure. But here's the thing. You're supposed to be KOing it. So you shouldn't need to remove the binding Mochi, because you just KO it. So if you're removing the binding Mochi, is that your way of saying, oh, I wanted to get rid of the Ancient Boost Strategy Capital, but now you got 2, so it's pointless? Or is that Xander telling us he might not actually get the KO here, and he's trying to stop Ryuki getting the easy return KO on the Golden Go? The answer is, I don't know. Right now, Xander doesn't have the pieces for the return KO.
So maybe Xander has to try and utilize something else as a target in terms of the knockout here. I don't think he has access to anything like a counter catcher as such. So it does mean maybe you're just going to say, well, I'll do enough damage, and then if you try and attack me with this Terrapagos EX, it will go down to poison, and you won't knock me out. But that doesn't seem the most plausible option here for the time being, just because Ryuki can still retreat with that Terrapagos EX with the double turbo NG attached.
Absolutely can. Here is a superior energy retrieval, though. So that's going to get 4 energy, 5 in the... And there's 2 more. There's 3 superior energy retrieval in hand. So if you're willing to give up a lot of your hand as discard to play superior energy retrieval, you will get the KO on the Terrapagos this turn. So maybe that Lost Vacuum on the binding Mochi was more just, well, this card's kind of pointless now. You've doubled up on your Brute Bonnet.
Well, the key thing that I have noticed in Ryuki's hand is that Luminion V waiting as well. So even if Boss's Orders isn't already there is a way to search it out, Ross.
Does he have the double turbo? That's going to be really important.
I didn't quite see it. I didn't quite see it, but he could be hiding it very, very well from our camera here. But, you know, it's still on Xander's turn. He still needs to kind of figure out the best route to victory. Again, we're going to say it all the time. All the best players are able to play to their outs as much as possible. As we do see, is that the second superior energy retrieval hit the field now.
It is indeed.
Further energy is going into that hand, really bulking it out now.
We're going to need... Oh, there's plenty of energy in hand now. Yeah, we got 5 energy in hand. We are good to go. That is the KO onto the Terrapagos, and now it's over to Ryuki. Boss's Orders and double turbo gets you in.
So he is going down this game plan. He's only dealing 200 damage with Make It Rain. And this is one way to just try and keep the Terrapagos in action. But that Boss's Orders is there.
Onto the Pheasant Dip T. You can already attack with the Terrapagos. That is a KO. And Ryuki Okada wins 2-0 and goes on to face Natalie Miller in the final of the European International Championships 2025.
Wow, what a display from a deck that none of us had necessarily thought would be the victor here, but it's... Wow. Excuse you, you picked Maridon, thank you very much. But Ryuki here with Terrapagos Claw with a fantastic display of just how good the deck can be. I mean, when you hit into a pretty good matchup, I'd like to think, it's worked out wonders. You know, commiserations to Xander Pro. You have earned a direct invite in this top 4 placement, but unfortunately, your story ends here. It's Ryuki Okada who will be going to the finals and meeting us in Championship Sunday.
And let's give some love to Xander here. You go 11-0-2 in your 13 rounds of Swiss, undefeated. You get 35 match points from a maximum possible total of 39. You are the #1 seed. You win in top 8 to get your direct invite into top 4. And yes, your story does end here, but what a phenomenal run all the way to top 4. You've got your invite locked up to try and repeat the success you had in Anaheim back in 2017. And you've got yourself that direct invite and that top 4 finish. Let's have a look how it happened. So here in game 1, we had the early KO with the Badoo, actually taking a one-hit KO on a Gimme Ghoul, not something we see every day. And then we had KO on the Badoo, and we are going back and forth. Terapagos get to KO on Golden Go to put Ryuki ahead. But then Xander comes right back with a big KO on Terapagos to even things up. So Ryuki brings up another Terapagos to go another 2 prizes up. But then Xander is able to even it up, but Clorf on the Pheasant Dip Tea. That is the end of game 1.
Yeah, game 2 started off very similarly with that Badoo taking the knockout via the status checkup between turns, of course, because that Hisuian Sneeze does enable that extra damage, stops the Pheasant Dip Tea. There was also the boss's orders on the Pheasant Dip Tea EX as well. Again, slowing the game down enough where he knows Xander is unable to launch an attack off. Ryuki is always taking the advantage here, though. He's the one setting the pace, taking the 2 prizes before Xander does. And in that final turn, Xander had one more chance to try and slow it down, but Boss's orders was already in hand to take a massive knockout for any one of those Pokemon on the bench for the final prize.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk about Xander's final turn because of the speed with which Ryuki actually won the game after that. But essentially what Xander did, by removing the Binding Mochi and not taking a KO, he was basically trying to go, you're not going to one-hit KO Golden Go. Well, you're going to get a decent attack off, but you're not going to one-hit KO anymore. You need Binding Mochi, and you don't have it. But then you are actually going to get KO'd by Poison coming into my turn, and then I'm going to get the first attack on something else coming up, and that was a way for Xander to try and essentially take those final 3 prizes without giving up any prizes in between. It was a good shout. It was a really nice play, and there were games where that would have worked, but unfortunately Ryuki had the boss and even had the Minion 4 boss potentially, so it was never going to work. Unfortunately, it was just one of those things.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to re-emphasize again. You know, I spoke a little bit about it when Xander was going down that route with the Lost Vacuum, but just to kind of see it out in action, we're playing to every single out as much as possible. Luminium V was available if something was knocked out as well, to grab the boss's orders if it wasn't in hand already, but with that Petron also placed down,
there was no space for the Luminium.
But at the same time, these are one of the things that the very top levels players are just showing how they're trying to adapt to the situation in front of them. You know, not every player would have been looking for maybe a different route to victory, different way to take a knockout or get some prizes back in your favor, and that was Xander giving it a go. But I mean, just the board state and the way Ryuki was able to set up everything, and the hand and the Carmen to even get into more cards to see it was set up perfectly, and just to be able to take an easy knockout off of that.
Yeah, no, it was a brilliant play by Xander because the maths actually worked out really nicely, that it would have gone down to 210 going into Ryuki's turn, and then actually get KO'd by Poison going into Xander's turn, giving him a chance to then take another attack on something else. It didn't unfortunately work, but I love that he tried it. And you know, like I say, there were plenty of games where that works, but with the boss's orders in hand, it was not meant to be. Let's take a quick look back then, now that we've got our finalists set and our caster predictions, see how we all did in the game. And with my Miraidon pin turning into a Fuecoco, you know, my Miraidon didn't work out very well, but that precious trolley, it's in the final, Alex. Just saying.
Right now, I'm going to give more kudos to Amy there with that Badoo pick. I mean, bit of a catch-all because plenty of decks were utilizing Badoo this whole tournament. But yes, Precious Trolley is in the finals. Badoo is also in the finals as well.
In both decks, I should add.
That's very true. And Pablo also has, despite, you know, hedging his bets with the 2 most played archetypes in across the tournament, Dragapult EX is there as his sort of #1 pick, I should say. That was the one he named first.
Yeah, Absolutely. So I've got Precious Trolley remaining. Amy's already picked Badoo in the winning deck, and Pablo's got Dragapult. Well, with all of our games having finished here, all that's left to do is round things up and send you guys off into the night, getting ready for Championship Sunday. So let's head on over to the lounge with Adam, Amy, and Pablo to finish out the day for you.
Oh, hi there. Welcome to the lounge. It's been such an exciting day 2 of EUIC. Sorry I didn't see you there. I was working on a little art project here.
It's very accurate.
But definitely Dragapult has certainly captured my heart. It's one of the decks that's going to be participating in our finals Championship Sunday tomorrow. It's been a real treat. But enough about me. Adam Watson joined in the lounge with Amy and Pablo. How are you both feeling today?
Pretty exhausted. I'm going to be honest with you. I've had a fantastic day, but we're nearing the end now so that we can have a nice rest before our Championship Sunday where we crown 3 champions for the trading card game.
Now, I'm not sure what's driving me because I feel like the jet lag is getting me to a point where I'm full of energy and I don't understand why. I'm pretty sure it's the games that we saw. I think today I've been mesmerized by the high-level gameplay I've seen from the very first round all the way to the top 4. The plays I've seen, the intricate details, making every resource count. I've just loved being a first-hand spectator and commentating these games in particular. Today has been an amazing day.
I totally agree. And I think that whenever we go to these big events, you think maybe if I get jet lagged enough, it'll loop back around and then I'll get back on my sleep schedule. But nothing energizes the casters, the crew, and our competitors more than seeing and participating in this high-level gameplay. Speaking of which, we can take a closer look now at the bracket, our top 8 that led to this moment. We had Xander up against James Cox 2-0, Ryuki Okada 2-1 versus Vinny, Natalie Miller 2-0 against Ron Nielsen, and then Simona Fiorito 2-0 against Daniel to move into our top 4.
Ryuki versus Natalie Miller in our finals. That's not very European of us, but it's okay because it's the International Championship, so anyone, of course, can compete. And I love to have a very international finals between our Japanese and Australian participants.
I absolutely agree. This is the culmination of a global Pokemon event, and these players couldn't be more deserving to be in the finals for tomorrow.
For sure.
I mean, if I'm jet lagged, I can't imagine someone from Australia or from Japan, right? I don't know how long they've been here, but the high-level gameplay that we've seen from both players throughout the whole day, right? We had both of them multiple times over on the stream. The intricate details, everything. Like, I've definitely been mesmerized and humbled to like really try to practice and get better myself to get to this level.
If you see really good gameplay, that's pretty much it. It's going to inspire you to be a better player. And I know these finalists certainly are ecstatic. They are going to be resting up as much as possible to prepare for the big day tomorrow. And speaking of you at home, do not miss out. The start times for Championship Sunday, let me read these off: 9 a.m. GMT, 1 a.m. PST, and 10 a.m. CET. Make sure you line up with your time zone. Set your alarm right now before you forget, because once Championship Sunday starts up, we can't stop for anyone. Don't get left behind. Make sure you're tuned in. Pokemon.com/broadcasts. It's a special revamped hub that's going to have the links to the stream and all the individual communities for you to participate and hype up your game, certainly. Pokemon Unite is also going to be part of Championship Sunday now. They're reserving their finals for us to really bring maximum hype to Sunday.
Oh, that's so exciting. We love it when new things come to our event. And I think it just amplifies that feeling that we're all one big happy community, right?
Absolutely.
I don't think anyone's going to complain about more Pokemon being shown and more champions being crowned. I think it's amazing. I've been watching a lot of the, like, all the games. It's just so much Pokemon. I can't wait for Championship Sunday tomorrow.
More Pokemon. That's the name of the game, and we've got more Pokemon for our viewers at home. If you've been following along the entire weekend and you've been tuning in, we have drops for you and rewards. Check this out for TCG. We've got this beautiful promo code to get this special illustration rare EVEX EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA for Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Redeem that code and get this EVEX. Who knows if this deck is going to be the sauce post-rotation. We were talking about it a little bit during the preview show as well, so I'm super excited for this.
Yeah, we know that there was some EVEX in day one in our juniors bracket, so definitely there has been some cooking over there, and you could do so at home too by logging onto Pokemon Trading Card Game Live and grabbing all of these goodies.
And of course, the Twitch drops. If you have your Twitch account linked properly, you can get these special illustration rares as well added to your account and really bling out that deck.
Honestly, that Leafeon is just, it's just gorgeous. I really need to get on and grab me one of those quick before bed.
Yeah, the Sylveon EX is definitely my favorite out of this new set of evolutions, personally.
I'm a big fan of the Leafeon myself as well. I mean, it's my favorite evolution. These cards so coveted, right? Especially in real life, but you can get these on your PTCG Live account. If you just watch the stream, that's pretty good.
Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, right?
Absolutely.
But I've been outvoted on the Leafeon, so let's just move on. Go's got some rewards as well. Pokemon Go fans in the audience, they're still here with us. We've got some watch and receive rewards. This is the Jump Pluff. We know from our discussions we've had with some of the Go casters, and if you had tuned into the EUIC preview show, you would know that Jump Pluff is a really, really strong Pokemon for Pokemon Go. It's a great one that you can build your team around. Comes with a special research to get a certain TM to teach it its powerful move that you're going to need. And of course, Pokemon Go fans, feel free to elaborate and explain to everyone else in the chat to make sure they understand the gravity of this Jump Pluff. It really is amazing.
Jump Pluff, I think, is a pretty good Pokemon, right? Not only in Pokemon Go, but also for Pokemon VGC. I've heard some rumors, Adam. I've heard some rumors.
No,
I was watching.
You are spot on, Pablo. We even got distribution for Pokemon VG. They're also getting a Jump Pluff.
Oh my gosh, why can't we get in on the Jump Pluff action?
All right. Jump Pluff for the next set? Come on. Who's listening? Please hear our prayers.
I feel like this is the weekend of the grass-type Pokemon. We have Bodiu in the TCG, we have Jump Pluff in Go, we have Jump Pluff in VGC as well, and Eldegoss is pretty good in Unite, I think, as a support Pokemon, so it's all about the grass Pokemon this weekend.
Oh, it's my weekend then, yeah. I'll wrap it all up in a bow. That sounds great.
Absolutely. And I also love, too, that this Jump Pluff is based on a Pokemon that a pro player brought to a tournament. It's kind of like how we get our World Championship decks printed for the TCG. It's great to carry a little memento of a player that maybe you looked up to or had an amazing moment that's part of your game's history. But that is going to be it from us, folks. Again, do not miss out on tomorrow, Championship Sunday. It's going to be a banger. We're going to crown our next champion, and I'll see you then. And that's it.